Chapter 101. The waiting was excruciating, especially waiting beside an ancient dragon. The Flame King Dragon's presence was an inordinate source of heat. Even after consuming a cold drink, the sweltering heat carried by the wind still made the men feel uncomfortably hot. Even the fawn hounds began to gape, panting with their tongues lolling. At this moment, the Flame King Dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly stood up, its wings spread wide and fluttering. The fire energy in the air surged. Even the ground seemed to burn. The hunters were on high alert. Fanya tilted his head and bit the twin blades at his side. Falcon drew his blades. The one-handed user raised his round shield and stood at the front of the group. Two crossbowmen raised their folding crossbows, already loaded with penetrating bullets. The editor turned and began a frantic retreat. In the blink of an eye, everyone was ready for battle. Just as the men were bracing themselves for the Flame King Dragon's imminent attack, who would have thought that he would just yawn loudly and then lie back down? He glanced at the people in the distance, then quickly looked away, continuing to enjoy his day's sunbathing. The concentration of life energy on this continent is truly wonderful. As for those self-indulgent insects, as a mature young dragon, he had no interest in them at all. The members of the investigation team watched the Flame King Dragon return to its lazy state. They held their weapons for a long time, until they were soaked, and large beads of sweat dripped to the ground, then quickly evaporated. Only then did they relax a little. It's no wonder they were so cautious. This was an ancient dragon. The slightest movement could unleash a massive natural disaster, and every move alerted all creatures. The editor, who had run away, noticed there was no fighting here, so he plucked up his courage, drank another bottle of cold drink, and returned. He opened his notebook and frantically recorded every detail he had observed of the Flame King Dragon. He kept muttering, "It's worth it. This whole life is worth it. Ah! Such a perfect body, such beautiful blue eyes, such a scorching aura." Hiss. The hunters looked at him strangely, their tone easily misinterpreted, and their description unclear. Could this guy be some kind of Flame King Dragon fanatic? It's only natural. Ancient dragons, as the most mysterious and powerful representatives of the world, are hated by some, and worshipped by others. Establishing shrines to worship them, and passing down myths for worship are commonplace in this world. As the most common ancient dragon creature, Yongyan Dragon seems to have a lot of fans. So, time slipped by quietly as four hunters and a fawnhound not only had to endure the pressure of facing the Flame King Dragon directly, but also the mental pollution from their teammates. The Sword Master's group was the farthest away. When they arrived, everyone else had already gathered in a shady spot, sweating profusely. Is this the Flame King Dragon? It's so quiet. After taking a general look at the situation, the Sword Master downed his cold drink and exchanged a glance with the Dragon Hunter. All editors, begin compiling records without provoking the Flame King Dragon. Hunters, be ready for battle. Falcon. The Dragon Hunter began to assign tasks. Here. Falcon stepped out, and Yaya beside him barked softly in agreement. Your team is the first to see the Flame King Dragon, so next you circle the sand dunes and search for the path the Flame King has taken. See if you can find anything it dropped or trace its footprints. Accepting the order, Falcon nodded, then mounted Yaya and began their circuitous movement. The others followed suit, protecting the editor as they circled around the Flame King Dragon, beginning to comprehensively record its current characteristics. Often, people tend to overlook the occasional ants that pass by their feet. But when the ants begin to gather and swarm around them, occasionally making noises, their mood naturally soars. Furthermore, among these ants, there appeared one who seemed to strike a veiled threat to the Flame King Dragon. As his patience wore thin, the temperature around the Flame King Dragon began to rise steadily, and violent fire energy surged, sparks of fire appearing around the Flame King Dragon. Seeing this, the swordsmanship master realized that the Flame King Dragon's patience had reached its limit. He ordered the editors, whose combat effectiveness was low, to retreat immediately and all hunters to prepare for battle. The next step was to attempt to limit and capture the ancient dragons they had observed. The investigation team was undoubtedly bold, but for them, gathering so many elites wasn't just for establishing a foothold in the new world. Investigating the cause of the ancient dragon's crossing, and why it had suddenly decreased from once every 100 years to once every 10 years, and why this cycle had been drastically shortened. This was the ultimate goal of the New World Ancient Dragon Investigation Team, to achieve quicker and more successful investigations. Nothing could be better than successfully capturing an ancient dragon undergoing the ancient dragon crossing. The hunters drew their weapons, each one excited, their fighting spirit surging. This was a battle with an ancient dragon. This obvious fighting spirit resonated with the Flame King Dragon. He slowly rose, his icy blue eyes gazing intimidatingly at the surrounding hunters, sparks igniting. The hunters took the lead in the battle. With the swordsmen as their core, the hunters coordinated their efforts, charging towards the Flame King Dragon under the searing flames. The Flame King Dragon's age had tempered him, but that didn't mean he could accept a creature's provocation with indifference. With a war cry, the Flame King Dragon was engulfed in flame armor. The scorching heat was so intense that even with the double protection of cold drinks and armor, the hunters still felt a stinging sensation on their skin. The battle began. In his youth, the swordsman master's skills were not as advanced as they would later become. But with his ferocious attack and exquisite swordsmanship, a great sword as heavy as a door panel seemed effortless in his hands. The greatsword's charged attacks and various derivative techniques allowed him to nimbly weave through the Flame King Dragon's attacks, each counterattack landing a solid blow. The dragon hunter, armed with his insect stick and coordinated with the hunting insects he had carefully cultivated for years, surrounded the Flame King Dragon, repeatedly attacking its weak spots, creating one attack opportunity after another for the swordsman, the main fighter. The hunters brought their skills to the utmost in this battle. Coming prepared, they managed to engage the Flame King Dragon in a brief, evenly matched struggle. But as the Flame King Dragon began to take action, the temperature around him steadily rose. Every ancient dragon that underwent the Ancient Dragon Crossing was a veteran of countless battles, their mastery of their life energy reaching the pinnacle of their age. Chapter 102. As a Flame King Dragon with virtually no weaknesses in combat, he wields both the explosive dust of close combat and the pure flame breath of ranged combat with remarkable skill, switching between them with remarkable fluidity. This makes nearly every hunter a target. And as his fire armor burns, his shell becomes even tougher. Ranged attacks, after penetrating the barrier of flame, can't even break the surface of his scales. While close combat can break through defenses, the fire armor serves more than just defense. Many hunters begin to suffer burns from prolonged close combat. And yet, the Flame King Dragon hasn't fully taken it seriously. He hasn't yet employed his natural disaster ability. The Sunfire Dragon, a dragon as scorching as the sun, can, when fully unleashing his life energy, dramatically raise the temperature of the entire Great Anthill Wasteland, transforming the desert into a land of crystallized glass. However, as a mature ancient dragon, he was well aware of the consequences of ecological destruction, so he wouldn't use such immense power until the very last moment. This gave many creatures the opportunity to repel them. Boom! The flame dragon, spitting fire at the distant hunters, suddenly turned, its scorching column hurtling straight towards the swordsman beside it. Can't dodge. The flame dragon's sudden change of tactics caught the swordsman off guard, but his quick reaction caught him, his hand flexing the hilt, the blade of the greatsword blocking him like a shield. His feet sank deeply into the scorching yellow sand. The fiery breath, capable of melting steel, was firmly blocked by the fire dragon's greatsword. The crimson blade of the fire dragon greatsword grew increasingly crimson, yet it remained untouched. On the contrary, the tip of the blade grew sharper, with the flaming breath of the Flame King Dragon. That's right, this time the sword master wasn't carrying his usual female fire dragon greatsword, but a new weapon specially crafted for him by the second phase leader before their departure. The most crucial ingredient was Luo Yun's reverse scale, left behind from his previous trade for the wound medicine. When the second phase leader first encountered Luo Yun's fire dragon reverse scale, he wasn't particularly impressed. But upon seeing the silver edge of the scale, which also took on a faint silver metallic quality in the reflection of the firelight, the second phase leader became intrigued. And then, when the scale was placed in the forge, he was immediately excited. Surprisingly, scales can retain their original properties even after being away from their original owner for a long time. This is usually only seen with materials dropped by ancient dragons that can harness life energy. But this scale was only from a single fire dragon. So, after tireless research and analysis day and night, the second phase leader finally forged the fire dragon greatsword, named the Blazing Flame Wings, using Luo Yun's reverse scales as the core, combined with other fire dragon materials stored in the base, and some special high-grade ores. After 3 days, he successfully forged the sword. In addition to retaining the fire energy of fire dragon weapons, the Blazing Flame Wings can also absorb flame energy, slightly increasing its damage and slashing power. And as a great sword, when in a defensive stance, it can connect with the armor's energy circuits, increasing its fire resistance. The moment the forging was completed, the second phase leader was incredibly excited, but then came a wave of sadness. constantly blaming himself for not fully realizing the potential of the reverse scales, and that the materials he used weren't particularly compatible. This weapon could become even better, even more powerful. Ignoring the second-term leader's tantrum, the blazing wings were assigned directly to the Sword Master, who was about to lead the team on the Flame King Dragon investigation mission. This weapon, specifically designed for flames, would be extremely effective. Just then, when the Flame King Dragon's breath finished, it failed to inflict significant damage on the Sword Master. The Sword Master quickly closed in, taking advantage of the others assisting and distracting him, and in a remarkably short time, completed the final charge. With perfect timing, a crimson arc streaked through the air, just as the Flame King Dragon turned its head. It was as if the Flame King Dragon had deliberately stretched its head forward to catch the blow. The blazing wings, with increased slashing power and damage, sliced a hole through the Flame King Dragon's recurved horns, and then landed on its face, breaking its skin and leaving a wound. The Flame King Dragon, struck hard by the immense force, threw its head back, its eyes filled with disbelief. In the next instant, murderous intent erupted from those blue eyes. With immense strength, they forcibly halted their backward movement, twisting their bodies abruptly. A flaming claw slashed at the swordsman's chest, momentarily frozen in time. The sharp claw pierced the female fire dragon's breastplate, sending the swordsman flying. Flash bomb. Smoke bomb. Stink bomb. Fire! The dragon hunter's pupils constricted upon seeing this. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, drawing the Flame King's attention while barking orders. The hunters in the distance quickly followed their orders, throwing their weapons to block the Flame King's vision and shield its sense of smell. Retreat! Without hesitation, they hurriedly retreated, taking their wounded with them. Falcon lifted the swordsman onto Fang's back and, dragging his flaming wings, quickly departed with the main force. Flashed by a sudden flashbang, the Flame King Dragon instinctively leaped back, dodging the subsequent stink bomb. He shook his head, spraying explosive dust all over his body, and swishing his flaming teeth up and down. The explosive dust activated, exploding around the Flame King Dragon, sending up a puff of smoke. When his vision returned, he saw no trace of the hunters. Fluttering his wings, he suddenly took off, and saw the hunters retreating from afar. Just as he was about to fly over to vent his anger, he caught a glimpse of a dark speck in the distant sky, rapidly approaching. The connection between the ancient dragons allowed him to quickly determine the other party's identity. It was the one who had attacked him at sea. The Flame King Dragon's anger quickly faded, and a feeling of helplessness welled up within him. After a final, cold glance at the survey team's backs, he spread his wings and soared deep into the new world. He admitted that he could not defeat Nergigant, but as an ancient dragon capable of the ancient dragon crossing, he was considerably stronger than those youngsters, and he wasn't one to get carried away and engage in a relentless fight. He couldn't defeat him, but he could escape. He just didn't know what was wrong with that guy, insisting on catching him. Thinking of Nergigant's frantic fighting style, relying on its immense regenerative abilities to trade injury for injury, Flame King's wings flapped even faster. The dragon hunters breathed a sigh of relief when Flame King didn't catch up. Looking at the dusty hunters, a sense of powerlessness washed over them. They had made extensive preparations for the battle with Flame King. Though they understood that this was just a trial run, and that to have fought Flame King for so long without any support like traps, crossbows, or artillery was beyond their expectations, they couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Chapter 103. Shaking off those negative thoughts, the group quickly found a shady spot and set up camp. By this time, the effects of the cold drink had worn off, and the hunters began to feel the burning pain all over their bodies, many of them suffering burns. The editor quickly pulled bandages, wound medicine, waterweed, and other herbs from a small bag, assisted the hunters in removing their armor, and began applying the medicine. Fortunately, there were no casualties in this battle. The most seriously injured katana user only suffered a minor burn from the explosion, which shattered his armor on his abdomen. With sufficient medicine, this injury wasn't fatal, and could be healed with continued care. The swordsman regained consciousness, removed his helmet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was supported against the wall. Hiss, that hurts a bit. Reaching his chest, he felt as if several ribs were broken. But the swordsmanship master was more concerned about his armor than the broken ribs. It was so damaged, and he wasn't sure if it could be repaired. Female fire dragons in the new world were different from those in the old world. If the materials weren't universal, then this armor, which had served him for over a decade and seen him through countless hunts, would likely be retired. Failure. The dragon hunter wrapped his arm in herbs, drank a bottle of potion, and sat down next to the swordsmanship master, his tone somewhat bleak. Besides the mission failure, one of his hunting insects was also burned to death in the battle. Cultivating excellent hunting insects is difficult, especially since this was one he had carefully nurtured for years. The two grown men exchanged a silent sigh. "Master, your sword." Falcon dragged the blazing wings to the swordsman and looked at him, as if he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to speak. "Thank you." The swordsman took it with one hand, his eyes flickering with satisfaction, as he gazed at the unscathed blazing wings, gleaming with a cold gleam. Not only had the sword helped him withstand a burst of fire, but, with the cushioning of its horns, it still managed to break through the Flame King Dragon's scales, inflicting considerable damage. This completely changed the swordsman's mind, having initially been somewhat nostalgic and reluctant to part with his old female fire dragon greatsword. What a perfect sword! What's wrong? Just say it. There's no need to be so hesitant between comrades. Seeing Falcon hesitate, the swordsman asked with a smile. "Well, please accept me as your apprentice." Falcon, resolute, bent forward and pleaded loudly. "Huh?" The swordsmanship master, initially assuming it was a major event, blinked and asked curiously, "Aren't you a dual blade wielder?" "But I don't know how to wield two blades." Falcon gritted his teeth, a little embarrassed. "I want to learn your swordsmanship." "Not dual blade." The swordsmanship master looked at Falcon's determined expression, and suddenly remembered the dream he shared last night. "You want to master all weapons?" The swordsmanship master thought to himself, looking at Falcon with admiration as he waited for his response. "I won't take you in as my apprentice." Falcon's expression darkened for a moment, and just as he was about to say something, the swordsmanship master continued. "But I will teach you diligently. How much you learn is up to you." Falcon paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. "Yes, I will study diligently, master." The hunters laughed at this scene. The investigation team's plan to find the Flame King Dragon had failed. In the ancient forest, a distant hunting ground, Luo Yun and Yaji flew side by side, playfully playing in the air as they climbed higher and higher. Suddenly, Luo Yun stopped, flapping his wings to stay aloft, his sharp eyes fixed intently on the distance. The air began to heat up, and groups of pterosaurs scattered in panic. Some male fire dragons, which inhabited other parts of the ancient forest, also flew out of the forest, avoiding the creature's path. Flame King Dragon. Luo Yun watched the crimson, four-legged, two-winged ancient dragon soar through the forest like a moving sun. He wasn't in its path. But from this distance, he could clearly sense its boundless, scorching aura and the pressure emanating from deep within its bloodline, the dominance of a superior over an inferior. He didn't know why the Flame King Dragon from the great Ant Mound wasteland would pass through the ancient tree forest, but seeing its mere passing caused the temperature of the ancient tree forest to rise rapidly, its aura seeming to echo the scorching sun hanging high above. Gazing blankly at this scene, Luo Yun's heart beat rapidly, and the flame energy stored in his flame bag unconsciously began to become active. Somewhere within his body, the dragon jade began to decompose at an extremely slow pace, and tiny drops of silver energy flowed through his body with his blood. The panel that normally didn't appear appeared again before Luo Yun's eyes. In addition to the existing items, a new column appeared at the bottom. Evolution, 29%, this. Luo Yun looked at the control panel, then at the Flame King Dragon flying away, and finally at the sun in the sky. The dazzling sunlight seemed to penetrate Luo Yun's eyes, and penetrate deep into his body. Roar? Yaji landed beside Luo Yun, somewhat puzzled. She had also noticed the Flame King Dragon, but she had no idea. It wasn't like the Flame King Dragon would engage in conflict with them. She didn't understand why Luo Yun had suddenly become so dazed. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the burning breath in his chest. Luo Yun suppressed his emotions, responded to Yaji, and descended toward the hunting grounds below. Yaji, confused, flapped her wings and followed closely. The Flame King Dragon's passing only caused a panic in the forest. But at this point, they were still quite a distance from the New World, over the sea. A group of sturdy fire dragons, followed by a male fire dragon far larger than its kin, whose wings were blazing crimson, and whose flames occasionally erupted as if uncontrollably, flew towards the ancient forests of the New World. Simultaneously, across the sea, a herd of over 30,000 blade dragons, covered in scales, like blades, also migrated towards the New World. Two high ecological niche flying dragon groups, along with a few scattered dragons, all flew towards the New World, riding on the lingering influence of the Flame King Dragon's ancient dragon crossing. Up in the ancient tree, Luo Yun, returning from hunting with Yaji, dropped the carcass of a crested dragon. At that moment, a strange cry emanated from the lair of the fire dragon couple up the slope. Whoa! Don't bite my tail, meow. A deer ran frantically ahead, while two dragon cubs flapped their wings like free-range chickens, shaking their large heads as they chased the cat, determined not to give up until they caught up. The female dragon, in charge of the watch, lay quietly in her nest, watching the scene before her. When a dragon cub was about to overtake a cat, she would pick it up, drag it away, and once again watch the cat and its cubs engage in a game of tail chasing. Chapter 104. Several days had passed since he saw the Flame King Dragon. Besides his daily patrols of the territory, hunting, and some strength training with Yaji, Luo Yun had mostly been trying to increase the progress bar on the newly appeared evolution column on his dashboard. However, whether he actively absorbed Earth Vein energy or pushed himself to continue training, the bar remained completely flat. Of course, perhaps it wasn't that the bar wasn't moving, but simply that it was progressing so slowly that he couldn't notice it. However, during his various attempts over the past few days, he had discovered one thing. His efficiency in absorbing life energy had increased. The amount of life energy he absorbed and stored in his body each day seemed to have suddenly made a breakthrough with the appearance of the evolution bar, and his storage of life energy had increased again. This was a pleasant surprise. Meow! A deer suddenly rushed to the entrance of the nest, meowing at the fire dragon deer guarding the cavern. After living with the deer for so many years, Luo Yun could at least understand some of their language. The detail's tone conveyed anxiety support. After hearing the other party's request, the fire dragon detail's eyes changed, and he ran to Luo Yun on all fours. After a quick explanation, Luo Yun finally understood what had happened. The detail had indeed come for help. The fire dragon family he served was the Kanjing fire couple. Perhaps due to their subspecies, the cubs of the normal fire dragon couple had all successfully hatched and were now able to chase after cats for hunting training. However, the Sakura fire dragon had only just now successfully completed its gestation period and laid their egg. However, the blue Sakura fire dragon couple had only been at the ancient tree for a little over 3 months. Their relationship with the cats was limited to a willingness to serve according to the ancient tree's rules, but they weren't particularly familiar with each other. Additionally, the Sakura fire dragon's temper was far more volatile than that of an average female fire dragon, and after it laid its eggs, the cats even drove away the cats for helping with security. The blue Sakura fire dragon couple became the rare family without deter services during this period, and thus a hidden danger was sown. Early this morning, a scratching bird had crept up from some hidden path in the ancient tree. Slipping past the cat's vigilance, it took advantage of the Sakura fire dragon, which was getting impatient, and flying over the ancient tree to relieve itself, and stole a fire dragon egg. Luckily, a cat from a neighboring territory spotted the scratching bird just as it was about to slip away, and quickly blew a horn, attracting the Sakura fire dragon's attention and calling it back. Unexpectedly, the scratching bird's movements were so agile that it managed to escape back into the trail, despite the Sakura fire dragon's attacks. The trails within the ancient tree were intricate and narrow, making them impossible for the Sakura fire dragon to enter. After so long, the cats had grown comfortable with their current lifestyle, so several patrolling detail warriors rushed into the trail without hesitation to pursue the creature. This detail's purpose was to hope that detail, the most powerful of all the ancient tree fire dragons, would lend a hand and come to the trail to support his people, ideally recovering the fire dragon egg. Luo Yun agreed without much thought. However, he also told the cats to act within their capabilities. After all, it was just an egg. If they realized they were no match, they should retreat as soon as possible. The fire dragon deter, having received his consent, earnestly pledged to recover the fire dragon egg and quickly gathered his men. For cats, riding thieves and wearing Thunder Wolf dragon attendant suits, led by the deter, quickly headed towards the trail. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds at the southernmost tip of the ancient tree area, Yaji wandered through them, feeling something strange. She had been waiting in the grounds for some time, but so far, she hadn't seen a single herbivorous dragon. The grounds were surrounded by steep terrain, a deep valley within the forest. Aside from flying dragons, large monsters rarely visited these hunting grounds. As a result, the herbivorous dragons that inhabited them were not only numerous, but also plump and possessed excellent meat. Most importantly, there are also a large number of mushroom pigs here. Aki has been feeling a bit down these past few days, as if he's trying to vent something. Not only has he been exercising more vigorously, but he's even exhausted himself on one occasion. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a good thing for a Rathalos. A Rathalos's flight is incredibly tiring, so they typically hunt about 4 times a day. During this time, They're like a human, jogging throughout the day, except for eating and occasionally stopping to catch their breath. Add to that the occasional small-scale battles over territory and hunting grounds, and Rathalos' daily workload is staggering. Therefore, in Yaji's view, Luo Yun occasionally took time out to train with her, and had previously exhausted himself, simply to vent some emotion she didn't understand. For this reason, Yaji had flown a long distance to this hunting ground today, intending to pick out a delicious herbivorous dragon and take home a mushroom pig to comfort Luo Yun. For a monster, nothing is more soothing than consuming its favorite prey. Yaji stepped on the grass, head lowered, sniffing the ground, trying to find any trace of the herbivorous dragon. On the cliff, a flying dragon, over 19 meters long, its back, tail, and wings covered in a profusion of golden, blade-like scales, atop its head, a massive, blade-like horn, a vast wingspan, and slender, powerful hind legs, predominantly bronze in color, poked its head out from the greenery. Its sharp gaze instantly locked onto Yaji, who was searching for any trace of the herbivorous dragon below. Glancing up at the sky and confirming the absence of male Rathalos, the thousand-blade dragon swiftly flapped its wings and swooped down towards Aki below. It's well known that the thousand-blade dragon possesses one of the most explosive and coordinated flying dragons, and is a high-pitched dragon that can best utilize wind and updrafts for combat. In terms of aerial combat, only male Rathalos and lightning dragons can rival it. Thus, according to the scribe's introduction, one of its favorite activities is to attack female Rathalos when male Rathalos are away. However, in reality, the thousand-blade dragon possesses an extremely strong sense of territory and aggression, often colliding with Rathalos. Therefore, female Rathalos, which are easier to bully, become its preferred targets. At this moment, the thousand-blade dragon, having just arrived on this continent and already chosen a territory, suddenly spotted a female Rathalos. Whatever its motivation, it attacked first. Chapter 105. A thousand-blade dragon's attacks are swift and brutal. They swoop down from the sky, clamping their claws tightly around their prey before tormenting it with stomping and tearing. Even if the attacked monster manages to react and dodge its predator's attack, it will be met with a barrage of razor-sharp scales. Yes, the thousand-blade dragon can fling these scales like blades, tearing through the skin and causing horrific bleeding damage before bursting back into life. The explosive impact shatters the scales, causing secondary damage like a fragmentation grenade. It can be said that compared to fire dragons and lightning dragons of the same ecological niche, the thousand-blade dragon is more of a pure fighting machine. As the distance drew closer, the whistling of the wind passed by. The thousand-blade dragon roared sharply. Though it sounded a bit like a chicken's crow, the murderous intent within was clearly evident. Yaji looked up and saw a flying dragon she had never seen before, charging towards her with malice. Her pupils shrank slightly as she blasted several incredibly hot fireballs from her mouth, successfully hitting the thousand-blade dragon as it frantically dodged. The stinging and burning heat transmitted through the thousand-blade dragon's scales, shattering where the fireballs had struck. The terrifying explosion knocked the dragon off balance. Before it could react, it plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. It had never seen a female Rathalos fight back like this. Back in the old world, upon spotting its dive attack, a female Rathalos' first reaction was usually to take flight or dodge in panic. How could it start with such a barrage of exploding fireballs? Didn't she even need to charge up? How could her flame sac and throat withstand such a continuous outburst? The thousand-blade dragon couldn't understand. As it struggled to its feet, enduring the pain, it suddenly saw a massive body, like a green truck hurtling towards it. Before it could unleash its blade scales, the terrifying force slammed it in the waist. It was carried for a long distance before finally crashing into a tree. The tree snapped, and blood spurted from the thousand-blade dragon's mouth. The sharp, massive spines on Aji's wings penetrated the thousand-blade dragon's abdomen. With a sudden yank, blood splattered everywhere. Before the thousand-blade dragon could fall, another sideways swipe of its tail struck it on the head, injecting a powerful toxin. Aji looked at the thousand-blade dragon, twitching on the ground, seemingly not yet completely dead and still able to move. Her eyes were cold, and she took 2 steps back. The carapace on its chest turned red, and an intense heat rose. The fire bag began to generate power, and flames gathered in her mouth. The next second, a violent breath of fire burst out from Yaji's mouth, striking the thousand-blade dragon and forming a massive fire tornado that soared into the sky. Yaji's flames didn't last long, but the temperature was not low at all. The thousand-blade dragon was completely silenced by the flames. Yaji stepped on the remaining flames and reached the thousand-blade dragon. She stepped on its neck and, after confirming its death, prepared to leave. This hunting ground had been deserted for so long. This guy was probably responsible. Now that there was another fight, the herbivorous dragons wouldn't be back anytime soon. Having flapped her wings and taken flight for a short while, she suddenly remembered what Luo Yun had said. If you encounter a foolish creature while out hunting, and you kill it, remember to bring the body back. Of course, these corpses weren't meant for her own consumption. With her wisdom, Yaji, having listened to Luo Yun's repeated conversations with the fire dragon leader, Deter, naturally understood. These unwanted corpses seemed to be valuable to those outside the forest, who could prepare delicious food. The cats under his command had connections with him. Besides, the cat said that the delicious water he received when he was seriously injured last time was obtained in exchange for these corpses. Of course, most importantly, Luo Yun had specifically instructed her to do so. Yaji turned back, grabbed the thousand-blade dragon's corpse, and flew towards the ancient tree. With this corpse, and after hunting some more good food, his mood should improve, right? Yaji thought silently. When Luo Yun returned from his inspection of his territory, he heard roars coming from the Azure Fire Dragon and the Sakura Fire Dragon couple. Curious, they climbed higher and closer to inspect it, only to discover a battered dead air carefully placing a dragon egg into the Sakura Fire Dragon's nest, then wiping away its own blood. After wiping it clean, it then smeared the egg with leaves from the nest, scented with the Sakura Fire couple scent, to mask its own scent and that of the scratching bird. This would prevent the Sakura Fire Dragon, the mother dragon, from rejecting the egg. After completing this, the Deter, under the complicated gazes of the Sakura Fire couple, slowly exited the nest in a manner that would not cause misunderstanding, finally collapsing into the arms of its companion. The cats cried out in panic as they frantically loaded the Deter onto the thief dragon's back and rushed it back to the Deter camp for treatment. The Sakura Fire Dragon watched the Deter's retreating figures, sniffed at the dragon egg, its eyes filled with struggle. After a long pause, it finally licked the dragon egg with its tongue, seemingly removing the strange odor and absorbing the fresh scent of blood. When it had licked the egg completely, it growled at the Azure Fire Dragon guarding it. The Azure Fire Dragon, understanding its mate's intention, spread its massive wings and quickly flew away from the ancient tree, heading in that direction, revealing a relatively rich hunting ground. Luo Yun circled in the air and returned to his nest. The Fire Dragon Detail, who had previously gone to support the Detail warriors, trotted over to report. In fact, there was nothing unusual going on. As they pursued along the path, the scratching bird had already been stopped by the Detail warriors. Perhaps because the Sakura Fire Dragon's egg was so precious, even the scratching bird was reluctant to part with it. So, the scratching bird actually placed the egg in a relatively safe place before attacking the Detail warriors, who had stopped it. So, while the Detail warrior deliberately injured himself to attract the scratching bird's attention, another Detail quietly carried off the dragon egg. The scratching bird, reacting quickly, tried to give chase, but was desperately stopped by the Detail warrior. Finally, the Fire Dragon Details arrived and, taking advantage of the narrow space in the path, with the thief dragon in front, used their upgraded weapons to repel the scratching bird. The Details successfully reclaimed the Fire Dragon egg. Then followed the scenes Luo Yun witnessed. I see. Luo Yun nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected the Details in the ancient tree to be so capable. No wonder the wild fire dragons there had so quickly accepted them. Besides providing excellent service, sincerity in return is the key to a harmonious and symbiotic relationship between the two parties. Of course, Luo Yun's concern extended beyond this. According to the Fire Dragon Detail, they had engaged in a battle with the scratching bird in a narrow space. However, he noticed that the Fire Dragons, Details, who had come to support him, didn't suffer many injuries. While their armor bore some marks of damage, their nonchalant chatter and patrolling revealed that these were minor injuries. It was clear that the cat's combat effectiveness had improved significantly. Chapter 106. Just as Luo Yun was marveling at the cat's rapid growth, an unfamiliar smell of blood drifted in on the wind. Looking up, he saw Yaji flying back, clutching the corpse of a monster. After dropping it to the ground, she gently called out to Luo Yun and went to the reservoir to wash her claws. Luo Yun approached, perplexed, and rummaged through the remains, only to recognize the body of a thousand-blade dragon. And just like the lightning dragon, Luo Yun could clearly sense that this thousand-blade dragon wasn't native to the New World. First the lightning dragon, then the thousand-blade dragon again. Luo Yun instinctively sensed something was amiss. It was simply that the Flame King Dragon's ancient dragon crossing was so peaceful this time. Of course, that doesn't mean every ancient dragon crossing will have major problems. But the absence of any movement meant something was truly amiss. Where natural disasters strike, calamities are sure to follow. Could it be that this time, the Flame King Dragon's ancient dragon crossing wasn't causing problems within the New World, but rather a mass migration of some creatures from the Old World? Luo Yun pondered. While the possibility wasn't high, it wasn't completely impossible. After finishing her cleansing, Yaji came to Luo Yun's side, bowed and nudged him, allowing Luo Yun to regain his composure. Then, with a gentle call, she turned and left the lair. She had only returned to deliver the thousand-blade dragon's corpse. Her hunt wasn't yet complete. Watching Yaji's back, Luo Yun ordered the cats to dismember the thousand-blade dragon's body. But as the cats gathered around the thousand-blade dragon, one cat remained seated on the ground, anxiously flipping through its illustrated book, unmoving. Out of curiosity, Luo Yun asked, "Meow. Boss, we don't know what to do with this giant's body, meow." "Huh?" Luo Yun was puzzled. Unsure what to do? At this moment, the cat sitting on the ground stood up, somewhat dejectedly, holding up its small notebook and saying aggrievedly, "There's no information about this creature in the Hunter's Notes, Monster Encyclopedia the receptionist gave me, meow." Yes, it was then that Luo Yun remembered that, because sightings of the thousand-blade dragon were rare during this period, while records remained in the Hunters Guild, it was actually a creature unknown to most people. So, it was quite normal that there was no record of this creature in the Universal Hunter's Notes. Since there was no record of the thousand-blade dragon, then the investigation team wouldn't have any information on monsters unique to the New World, such as the Wind Dragon, Explosive Dragon, and Thunderjaw Dragon. So, could it be possible? Luo Yun was dazed for a moment, then shook his head and dismissed this unscrupulous idea. Instruct the cats to disassemble and strip the thousand-blade dragon just as they would a normal flying dragon, preserving as much of the material as possible, even if it's damaged. Then send it to the investigation team as a rare material. Perhaps the Hunters Guild will even have a record of the thousand-blade dragon originating from the New World, with sightings in the Old World suspected to have migrated there in the early years. Whether or not the record is factual is completely irrelevant. The scribe's favorite thing to do is to devour books, frantically overturning past speculations. This is why many of the scribe's records contain words like suspected, possible, and speculation. It's to create a chance for reconciliation after being disproven. The cats used vine ropes to drag the thousand-blade dragon's corpse to a corner of their lair and began dissecting it with sharp skinning knives. Disgusted by the overpowering smell of blood, Luo Yun left the lair and hovered above the ancient tree, patrolling his territory. Out of Luo Yun's sight, the flying monsters that had migrated earlier, like the thousand-blade dragon, broke up into smaller groups and scattered to the outskirts of the forest, engaging in battle after battle with the monsters in that area. The monsters of the New World's ancient tree forest were slightly less combat experienced than these migrants from the Old World. After all, the ancient tree forest was rich in resources, allowing monsters to often obtain sufficient supplies for survival without engaging in a life-or-death struggle. But aside from combat experience, thanks to the New World's concentrated life energy and nutritious resources, the New World's monsters were, on average, a level or two stronger in physical fitness and energy intensity than those of the Old World. Therefore, the battle between the two sides was a back-and-forth affair, with some winning and some losing. Before the emergence of a creature with combat power far exceeding that of most monsters in its ecological niche, these creatures that arrived in the new continent were merely a drop of water in the new continent's ecosystem, barely making a splash. Because these incidents were currently primarily occurring on the outskirts of the forest or in the Great Anthill Wasteland, and had not yet penetrated the ancient tree area, the investigation team had already noticed something was amiss before Luo Yun could sense any changes. At the Xingqian stronghold, near the coast, a specially renovated meeting center was established. Led by the Grand Leader, they convened a meeting of key members of the first and second phases. According to investigators who have been out recently, there have been frequent battles between large monsters on the outskirts of the forest. The initiators of these battles are usually flying dragons. This is the investigation team's report. Carlos distributed the report. The people present took it and quickly scanned it, taking in the general situation. After everyone had finished reading it, Carlos spoke. Based on the samples collected, scholars speculate that the cause of this unusual movement is most likely the migration of species from the Old World, as previously speculated. But species migration is a normal part of the natural ecosystem. We shouldn't need to intervene. Master Yuanya put away the report and looked at Carlos in confusion. This normal ecological behavior doesn't require a special meeting. What plans do the Grand Commander and Carlos have? Carlos nodded in agreement with Master Yuanya, but then explained, The situation is this. The ancient fire dragons who have come to the base for trade and training have basically completed their initial attendant cat training. Furthermore, we already have sufficient supplies and personnel. Therefore, I intend to launch an expansion plan for the ancient forest investigation, deepening our cooperation with the ancient fire dragons. We will explore deeper into the ancient forest to establish a supply transport route between us, establish corresponding hunter camps along the way, and gradually expand our investigation throughout the ancient forest, using this transport route as the core. The monsters mentioned in these investigation reports are precisely the obstacles along this route. Therefore, we need to mobilize all hunters, and work with the ancient fire dragons to drive out the dangerous monsters along this route. Chapter 107. If this is such a major move, then the reason for calling this meeting is valid. After years of silence, now that the second group has arrived, the logistical pressure on the hunters has been greatly reduced. The defenses of the Star Stronghold have also begun to improve, no longer requiring numerous personnel to rotate around day and night for protection. With the assistance of the ancient tree fire dragons, the collection of daily necessities and monster materials has filled the gap in this area. It can be said that the survey team is now at its most manpower-rich period in years, and it is indeed time to make further progress. But I still have a question. After we open this route, will we have enough supplies for subsequent maintenance? You know, this route is not short, and the monsters deep in the forest are much stronger than those outside. Just traveling is a major problem, not to mention maintaining the camp. Master Yuanya raised his doubts. Opening up the route and driving away the monsters along the way are not the most difficult aspects of this plan. The subsequent maintenance and logistical support are the real challenges. Of course, she wasn't opposed to the plan, but rather wondered if it was too radical. Wouldn't it be better to proceed steadily deeper into the forest? Hearing this, Carlos smiled. He glanced at both the second phase leader and the research team leader, the young dragon scholar. This is the catapult I invented. After some refinement, with a little practice, it can replace ropes and, with the help of trained pterosaurs, be used for long-distance transport. The second phase leader demonstrated it to everyone. He whistled to call the pterosaur on the distant pterosaur stand. When the pterosaur came over the second phase leader, he fired a hook from the catapult mounted on his arm at the pterosaur. It caught the pterosaur's leg ring with pinpoint accuracy, and took off smoothly. He then pulled a triangular support frame with a rope from his waist, and attached it to the catapult. After stepping onto the frame, he hovered in the air for a short distance before landing safely. As you can see, with this catapult, the hunters will have a flexible means of long-distance movement. All subsequent hunting camps we build will be equipped with a certain number of pterosaur frames and pterosaurs, Carlos said. The dragon scholar then took over the topic, handing the others a prepared document. As for this, it's the deep cooperation and taming plan with the ancient tree fire dragon tribe. You can take a look at it first. If you have any comments, please share them now. The meeting lasted a long time. The topics discussed today affected the pace of development for the next decade, and any issues would be significant, so caution was required. At the stronghold's gate, Carlos and the swordsmanship master bid farewell to the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, wore light armor and carried a set of one-handed weapons, as he listened to Carlos' instructions. On this trip, the Grand Captain will represent the investigation team, traveling to the ancient tree with Tonkatsu, who has reached a certain stage of training, now muscular and considerably larger, and the fire dragon Detail, who has completed his initial training as a follower cat. He will formally meet with the fire dragon Detail and the wise Detail of the ancient tree fire dragon clan to discuss further details of their cooperation. Furthermore, after the discussion, he will depart from the ancient tree forest alone to investigate Nergigant. Please take care of yourself. The investigation team will await your return. The Grand Commander nodded, looking at the sword master, whose armor had been repaired but still bore noticeable cracks, and grinned. You're still reluctant to part with this gear, aren't you? Didn't you say you faced Flame King dragons several times in the old world and ultimately repelled them? How come after arriving in the new world, you're facing another Flame King dragon, and yet, you're so badly beaten? The sword master didn't bristle at the Grand Commander's teasing, but rather said with a hint of regret, it's just individual differences. But if I meet that creature again, I do even better. But are you really planning on quitting using your spear? The Grand Commander smiled, patted the Thunder Wolf dragon shield on his arm, and said with a complicated expression, this is more convenient. Also, I hope you don't die before I return. After his departure, Carlos would take full responsibility for the investigation team's affairs, and the sword master's position would be restructured. He would no longer operate as an ordinary hunter. Instead, he would accept special orders directly from Carlos, the commander-in-chief. In other words, all future missions undertaken by the Sword Master will be strategically dangerous. I keep this to myself. The Grand Commander and the Sword Master exchanged a smile. The sympathy between comrades and rivals made it clear to them that the other party was no easy target. After bidding farewell, the Grand Commander waved and walked with a carefree demeanor toward the awaiting Fire Dragon Deterr's team. From the watchtower high above the stronghold, Zeta, arms folded and carrying his broken sword, watched the Grand Commander's retreating form and murmured, "I prepare food to your liking. Please return safely." Time passed, and the sun shone brightly in the ancient tree forest. In the ancient tree area, a male fire dragon, 19 meters long and far exceeding its standard size, attacked Luo Yun. Early this morning, the ancient tree was bustling with activity. A fire dragon couple had unexpectedly attempted to take up residence in the ancient tree. However, for some reason, this relatively strong pair of dragons didn't challenge the ancient tree according to its rules. Instead, amidst the angry roars of a swarm of fire dragons, they descended directly onto the ancient tree and set their sights on Luo Yun's lair. Without a word, they attacked Luo Yun, as if determined to expel him. At first, Luo Yun thought it was some naive young man, so bold as to disregard the rules of the ancient tree, practically etched in their genes. But once in the air, Luo Yun discovered that the male fire dragon that had attacked him had only 3 wing bones. Their scales were slightly grayish-white, and their life energy was low. This is clearly a fire dragon from the old world: lightning dragon, thousand blade dragon, fire dragon. With these 3 specialized flying dragons of high ecological niches appearing one after another, Luo Yun would be a fool if he still wasn't certain of a large-scale migration of old-world creatures to the new world. With his body ablaze with flames, he shot down his opponent with a dazzling display of flying attacks, achieving a crushing victory. After watching the fire dragon couple flee in panic, Luo Yun fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he thought there was anything wrong with his easy defeat. It was more that when he was engulfed in flames, the male fire dragon actually showed signs of shock and fear, as if it had seen Luo Yun before, and its fighting spirit instantly waned. This behavior, happening to such a proud male fire dragon, was completely unreasonable. Unless it had fought Luo Yun, or a monster with a similar appearance, and had been deeply traumatized by the opponent, it would have caused such an unreasonable reaction. Chapter 108. Leaving a Shadow. Luo Yun's first thought was the Flame Dragon King, but he immediately dismissed it. This male fire dragon was quite powerful, but that was only relative to the vast group of male fire dragons. If it were to engage in a real fight with a fire dragon king, it wouldn't have a single chance of surviving. Besides, while a male fire dragon's intelligence wasn't very high, it wasn't so low as to be unable to distinguish between different dragon species. It was obvious that any dragon that could strike such a shadow that it wouldn't even dare to fight back could only be another male fire dragon. A different species? A great fire dragon? Luo Yun could only think of these 2. After all, among all fire dragons, only these 2 species could be covered in flames like himself. Not that bad. Luo Yun thought to himself, watching the fire dragon couple fly away. Even with his eyesight, he could only see a small black dot. He turned and returned to the ancient tree's nest. When the enemy comes, the general will meet him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Besides, not to mention that these fire dragons typically live in volcanoes or lava fields. Even if they did come to the ancient tree, what would happen? As long as they didn't behave, with the ancient tree's numerous battle-hardened fire dragons, even if they couldn't kill them, they could always be driven away. Although he was now one of the tall guys of the ancient tree, he didn't always take the initiative. As the migrating monsters began to penetrate deeper into the new world, even the ancient tree region deep in the forest began to become turbulent. Thankfully, because the creatures migrating this time were primarily flying dragons, the chaos only affected the middle layer of the ancient tree region. The lower and upper layers remained relatively stable. While out hunting, one needs to be even more vigilant. You never know when you might be happily enjoying your meal in the hunting grounds when a lightning dragon, a thousand-blade dragon, or something similar suddenly appears from the sky, sparking a new conflict. Thus, upon sensing unrest in the forest, the fire dragon couples residing in the ancient trees, with the exception of the battle-hardened fire dragons who are extremely confident in their own strength, almost all choose to hunt together as a couple to prepare for any unexpected eventuality. Under these circumstances, the protection and feeding of the young fell upon the Rathalos. The ancient tree fire dragons, already short-staffed, were now even busier. Luo Yun could see the Rathalos pulling hand-drawn carts, carrying various supplies up and down the field every day. Only when night fell did the fire dragon couples return to their lairs with their prepared rewards and take over the care of the young, and only then did they begin to relax. After careful observation over this period, Liu Yun discovered that the main monsters entering the ancient forest during this migration were thousand-blade dragons and fire dragons. The others were scattered individuals, like the lightning dragons. They were generally intercepted at the outskirts of the ancient forest. Many powerful individuals, usually hidden within their own territories, emerged during this turmoil, forming an invisible defense, preventing these migrating outsiders, still unadapted to the new world's ecological environment, from even a single step. The most unexpected of these was the explosive dragon. It loved these long, frequent turmoils. As a dragon that considered the entire forest its hunting ground, the explosive dragon now had an endless supply of young, inexperienced individuals or overconfident challengers to blast every day. Their end is often tragic. Frequent patrols, coupled with an endless supply of fresh food, kept the explosive scale dragon in a state of extreme excitement for a long time, eager to move on to the next location as soon as the explosions were over. Gradually, realizing that the incoming monsters were never going to cause much trouble, and even that many were beginning to abide by the rules of the new world and gradually blend in, Liu Yun began to let down his guard. At the junction of the ancient tree area and the outer perimeter, the Grand Commander, wielding a one-handed sword, was battling a female fire dragon. Their fluid leaps, slashes, and well-timed parries and evasions left a scar on the female fire dragon. It was hard to imagine that such a muscular man as the Grand Commander could perform such a deft and graceful movement. When the one-handed sword slashed across the female fire dragon's jaw again, blood splattered everywhere, and the female dragon let out a painful wail. He retreated away from the still-breathing Grand Commander, glancing at his follower Deter, who stood a short distance behind him, armed with a variety of projectiles, supplies, and traps. He quickly and decisively retreated. As expected of the Grand Commander, meow. Even after changing weapons, he's still as formidable as ever, meow. Tonkatsu sheathed his weapon, his voice slightly rough, a heartfelt compliment. After months of training at the Star Stronghold, Tonkatsu understood that a hunter often masters only one weapon in their lifetime. The techniques and fighting styles of each melee weapon are vastly different. And yet, the Grand Commander, a power-oriented hunter skilled in defense and counterattack, showed no sign of diminishing his combat effectiveness after switching to the nimble one-handed sword, demonstrating the depth of his talent. Hearing Tonkatsu's praise, the Grand Commander shook his head a bit sheepishly. Alas, I haven't used this weapon in ages. When it comes to fighting, my first thought is to take it head-on instead of dodging. I'm so far behind that guy in terms of weaponry. That guy? Tonkatsu tilted his head, then realized, you're talking about the swordsmanship master Naya? The Grand Commander nodded. That guy's talent for close combat is incredible. Before coming to the New World, he was already proficient in the great sword, katana, and slashing axe. In the past 10 years, he's also mastered the one-handed sword, insect-wielding staff, and heavy hammer. I feel like in another 10 years, he'd truly be proficient in all weapons. By then, with his combat prowess, he'd probably be the strongest hunter in the survey team. Mastering various weapons doesn't necessarily make someone strong, but someone already strong will definitely become stronger once they master them. Huh? A sudden gust of wind blew by, causing the Grand Commander and the others to instinctively shield their eyes. Then they saw a male Rathalos flying across the sky, heading in the direction the female Rathalos had just departed. A moment later, the sounds of battle could be heard from that direction. The Grand Commander and Tonkatsu exchanged glances, each noticing curiosity in the other's eyes. After sending his followers, Detail, into the woods to rest, the man and the cat quickly ran toward the source of the noise. What's going on? A male Rathalos attacking a female Rathalos? Parting the ferns in front of him, the Grand Commander stared at the scene in disbelief, feeling as if he hadn't woken up yet. The male Rathalos that had just flown past was now violently assaulting the injured female Rathalos? Chapter 109. Abnormal, very abnormal. Generally speaking, even between different partners, male fire dragons rarely attack female fire dragons. Leaving aside the monogamous old world, even in the polygamous new world fire dragon ecosystem, no male fire dragon has ever attacked a female. At most, they would attempt to drive the female away, and the female would often retreat, not engaging the male for too long. But looking at the scene, the male fire dragon's ferocious fighting style had nothing to do with driving away the female. It was simply intent on killing the female. Meow? This male fire dragon looks like the fire dragon from the ancient tree, meow. Tonkatsu observed it carefully, and the more he looked, the more familiar it looked. As a member of Luo Yun's guard, it rarely left Luo Yun's lair, only occasionally going out hunting with its companions. But there weren't many fire dragons living in the ancient trees to begin with, so after a while, he'd been able to identify most of them. A male fire dragon living in the ancient trees? No wonder it's so large. The Grand Commander nodded in understanding. After his encounter with Tonkatsu, he understood just how stringent the rules for fire dragons in the ancient trees were. It was perfectly normal for a male fire dragon to be larger than an ordinary one. However, I haven't seen this female fire dragon, meow. And it seems different from the female fire dragons in the forest, meow. When Tonkatsu said this, the Grand Commander finally realized. Yes, this female fire dragon was different from the female fire dragons of the New World. Its attack style was more violent, but not as agile as those of the New World females. The Grand Commander looked at the female fire dragon, being pinned down and beaten by the male fire dragon. Its wings only had 3 wing bones. This is clearly a female fire dragon from the Old World. So that's how it is. That makes sense. No wonder the male fire dragon from the ancient tree would violently attack the female. In a sense, the fire dragons of the New World and the Old World can even be considered 2 distinct creatures. By their physical characteristics, ecological habits, family values, and so on, the 2 sides differ greatly. Thus, in the eyes of the male fire dragon, the female fire dragon was an alien who had trespassed into his hunting grounds and must be eliminated. That's why he chose to kill her. Just as the Grand Commander thought he had understood the situation and was about to ignore it, a roar echoed from the sky, and the temperature of the surrounding air began to rise. It was as if a second sun appeared in the sky, and a scorching fireball erupted from its mouth, rapidly plummeting onto the male fire dragon, causing an explosion. Even a male fire dragon, with its exceptional resistance to fire, was still toppled by the fireball under this exceedingly high-temperature explosion. The scales on its back exploded, and it fell to the side with a painful wail, unable to rise. "Your fire dragon boss?" The Grand Commander instinctively glanced at Tonkatsu. "Not meow," Tonkatsu said with certainty. Drawing his heavy hammer, he narrowed his eyes, and gazed cautiously at the flame-blazing male fire dragon in the sky. Although, like the fire dragon boss, it was covered in flames, Tonkatsu could tell at a glance that this was definitely not his fire dragon boss. Furthermore, it had attacked the male fire dragon. As a fire dragon deterror, a member of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, Tonkatsu felt he couldn't remain indifferent. He couldn't just sit there and watch the male fire dragon from the ancient tree die before him. Of course, even if he offered to help, he would only do so to the best of his ability. After all, he wasn't the fire dragon boss. Tonkatsu had no intention of sacrificing his life for anything other than the fire dragon boss. "Are you going to help that male fire dragon?" The Grand Captain glanced at Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu nodded. "Yes, meow. I understand the hunter's rules. Captain, you don't have to help me, meow. I try it myself. If it doesn't work, I retreat." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Although hunter's rules prohibit arbitrary interference with ecological changes, this is the New World. The Grand Captain drew his one-handed sword, took a sip of a cold drink, and rushed out first. "Aw, meow?" Tonkatsu cried out in confusion, also chugging a bottle of cold drink and following closely behind. In the sky, the Rathalos watched the 2 creatures charging towards the Rathalos. Though perplexed, it followed its original intention and unleashed a breath of fire. The area where the Rathalos had fallen was engulfed in flames, forming a fiery tornado. After this, the Rathalos dragon left without turning back. The female Rathalos it had rescued, enduring the pain, flapped its wings and swiftly fled the area. The heat was blasted away by the wind, and the Grand Master half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Behind him, Tonkatsu gulped down a cold drink. Thankfully, he wasn't wearing ordinary armor, and with the Grand Master at his side, he managed to withstand the blast. "Hey, don't just drink for yourself, give me one too," the Grand Commander gasped. He almost thought he was being roasted. That Rathalos' flames were truly beyond imagination. "Oh, wait a minute, meow." Tonkatsu handed the Grand Commander a bottle of medicine. Then he took out his horn and blew it, calling the Rathalos who were guarding the supplies over. He then went to check on the Rathalos. "It's okay, meow. Just fainted, meow." Tonkatsu breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the Rathalos resting in the distant forest arrived with their thieves. Upon seeing the Rathalos collapsed, the Rathalos of the ancient tree fire dragons were startled. Reflexively, they rushed forward to check on the situation, applying medicine and preparing food. This whole process stunned the Grand Commander. He thought he'd seen everything after all his years as a hunter. As it turned out, the scene before him was something he had never seen before. Do all the details in your ancient tree coexist with the fire dragons in this way? In the past, the Grand Master had assumed that symbiosis meant the details provided vigilance and a little combat assistance, while the fire dragons offered shelter and food. It wasn't so much symbiosis as it was the fire dragons keeping the details captive. Now it seemed they had been mistaken. The skill with which these details treated the male fire dragon's wounds was like a group of little nannies caring for their master, dedicated and without a trace of fear. Based on their current behavior, if someone had said that the details were caring for these fire dragon cubs, the Grand Master would probably have believed it. That's probably the case. I'm a member of the guard, not responsible for that. Tonkatsu was a little unsure. When he left the ancient tree, the relationship between the details and the fire dragons hadn't developed to this level. But when he was away, he simply had to maintain it. Chapter 110. The Grand Commander hadn't noticed Tonkatsu's unusual behavior. He hadn't anticipated that, after 4 years of initial interaction, the relationship between two unrelated species would rapidly develop in less than 6 months. Generally speaking, this kind of progress, like biological evolution, requires considerable time, developing over many years. Thus, the Grand Commander and New World scholars speculated that the relationship between Detail and the fire dragon stemmed from ancient times. Because the two species have long coexisted in the same area, there has been no mutual rejection or ecological competition, much like humans and feelings. Over time, this mutually beneficial relationship ultimately fostered a unique symbiotic relationship, unique to the New World and never before discovered. This hypothesis has been substantiated by scholars from various ecological perspectives and even shipped to the Old World scribes aboard a trading ship as a New World ecological observation book, providing a foundation for future scholars' research on New World ecology. Tonkatsu was aware of this, and had even been questioned by scholars. But Tonkatsu was only a warrior. Faced with something that made him dizzy just by hearing it, he ultimately could only respond with silence. This attitude also gave the scholars confidence that their deductions were correct. Even in the New World, any unusual occurrence had a traceable basis, at least adhering to the basic laws of biological development. According to this speculation, the fire dragon boss worshipped by the fire dragon Details must have been the chief male fire dragon who, long ago, led the fire dragons of the Old World to migrate to the New World. This chief male fire dragon was also a unique individual with distinct characteristics. As for the current fire dragon boss, he's a descendant of the bloodline of the male fire dragon leader. The title fire dragon boss has been passed down through the bloodline. This argument is quite popular among ecologists in the New World, and even sparked a trend in ecological research institutions in the Old World. Finally, if you ignore the facts, this inference makes sense. Without knowing the truth, this inference is closer to the facts than the actual situation. Thus, when the argument reaches this point, even if Tonkatsu notices something's amiss, it won't change anything. Besides, there's really no need to change it, right? Puff. A snorting sound emanated from the male fire dragon's nose on the ground. Then, its wings fluttered and its eyes slowly opened, waking from its coma. Oh. Waking up, meow. Deter, who was administering the medicine to the fire dragon in front of it, exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, the male fire dragon sniffed, abruptly rising, and looking warily at the Grand Commander. A pair of wings pushed Deter, which had fallen from its body, back behind it, and glared unkindly at the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu. Huh? No, why are you so disrespectful the moment you wake up? The Grand Commander complained, but his hands didn't slow down, quickly drawing his one-handed sword and taking a defensive stance. Wait, meow. Tonkatsu watched the male fire dragon's movements, feeling a little uncomfortable at first, but then remembered the situation he and the Grand Commander were in. Tonkatsu quickly retrieved Luo Yun's scales from his bag and, somewhat reluctantly, tossed one to the Grand Commander. After placing the scales on his chest, he removed his helmet, revealing his dead air form. He raised his hand and cautiously approached the male fire dragon. The male fire dragon, with a look of suspicion in his eyes, leaned his head closer to the pig bones. After a careful sniff, he detected the scent of Luo Yun's scales. The ancient tree fire dragons used only Luo Yun's or Yaji's scales to prove their identity, besides their specially crafted identity scales. After all, fire dragon deters generally only wore ornaments made from Luo Yun's and Yaji's scales, rarely wearing identity scales. Thus, over time, the fire dragons of the ancient trees became accustomed to it, and a Detail wearing Luo Yun's or Yaji's scales could be recognized. As for the Grand Commander, this male fire dragon was not blind, and naturally understood the difference between him and a dead air. Even if he wore Luo Yun scales, he could not be confused with the dead air. However, before it fainted, it clearly saw that this creature was standing in the front, helping it absorb some of the central flames. Thus, the male fire dragon naturally had a certain affinity for the Grand Leader. This was also why, upon waking, it didn't immediately follow its instinct to drive away the threatening Grand Leader and Tonkatsu. Even a wounded beast would aggressively drive away the surrounding beasts, let alone a male fire dragon. Well, perhaps I should stay away for now. This creature doesn't seem as patient as your fire dragon boss. The Grand Leader faced the male fire dragon and slowly retreated. Not every male fire dragon is Luo Yun, a fact the Grand Leader knew well. Wait a moment, meow. Please let me communicate with it, meow. Tonkatsu didn't stop the Grand Leader's actions, but quickly communicated with the male fire dragon. It proved that the Detels were patient enough to communicate with the fire dragons, accustomed to the cat service. Thus, amid the meows of Tonkatsu and the Detels, the male fire dragon gradually lowered its guard, and its gaze towards the Grand Master became more peaceful. After allowing the cats to apply the medicine and consuming the small amount of food they had prepared, the male fire dragon slowly took off, enduring the pain in its back. Just as the Grand Master thought the matter was over and was about to rejoin the cats, an intact fire dragon scale fell from the sky and landed in front of him. Bending down to pick it up, still warm in his hand, the Grand Master looked at the flying male fire dragon with some confusion. This is the fire dragon master's approval, meow. Before the Grand Master could approach to ask, a Detel follower immediately explained, his voice tinged with envy. Oh, what an honor, haha. The Grand Captain laughed heartily. This was his first experience of being recognized by a monster. As a hunter, he fought monsters to the death in the past, never having experienced anything like this. But what good is this recognition? Will it mean that when we return to the ancient tree, the fire dragons won't be hostile to us? The Grand Captain wiped the scale in his hand. His expression revealed how much he cherished this special gift. That's not the case, meow. This scale only represents the fire dragon master. However, if you, Captain, appear near its lair, you won't be attacked, meow. If you're attacked by other monsters in its territory, and it sees you, it even come to your aid, meow. The attendant, Detel, explained that this was all documented. More than once, those Detels who had been recognized had been rescued by passing fire dragons while hunting. Thus, the cats of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, with the exception of the fire dragon Detels, were proud to receive a reward personally bestowed by the fire dragons. Really? The Grand Commander held up the scales in his hand, examined them closely in the sun, and said with a sigh, sure enough, the new world is truly fascinating. Chapter 111. As time passed, the Grand Commander and his entourage finally arrived at the foot of the ancient tree. Looking up at the shade that completely blocked out the sunlight, the Grand Commander felt nothing but awe at the majesty of nature. If it weren't for the Detel's reminder, the Grand Commander would have thought he was still in the forest, completely unaware that he had actually entered the ancient tree's interior. The intricate terrain before him, the dense vegetation, the tall ferns, and the clusters of mushrooms. Who would have thought that such a large area was just a hollow at the base of the ancient tree? We're going to climb up now, meow, but we have to wait for the thieves to rest first, Tonkatsu explained to the Grand Commander. The Detel's followers took out some dried meat, and began to eat it on the spot, while the thieves drank frantically at the edge of a small puddle. The thieves carrying the Grand Commander, in particular, were eager to immerse themselves in the water. The weight of the cargo, and the Grand Commander nearly crushed it. Huff, huff. A mushroom piglet broke through the ferns, fleeing in panic. Upon spotting the resting debtors, it couldn't stop and charged straight at them. Mushroom piglet, meow. Tonkatsu's eyes lit up. He was still trying to think of a gift to bring as an offering, when a mushroom piglet ran over. Quick, catch it, meow. At Tonkatsu's command, boomerangs, javelins, and explosive bombs were hurled at the mushroom piglet by its followers, who only had time to let out a scream before it collapsed. Before the cats could advance to collect their reward, an annoying cry rang out. Rah! The cats' rivals, the strange-faced tribe, appeared. They charged forward with strange cries, their target unmistakably the mushroom pig. Clearly, the mushroom pig had been driven here by the strange-faced tribe. Fire Dragon Tribe, fight, meow. Tonkatsu unhesitatingly called upon the other cats, who formed a protective presence around the mushroom pig's corpse, weapons drawn, ready to engage the strange-faced tribe. As the orc bandits of the forest, the strange-faced tribe had always been the only ones to rob cats. When had they ever been robbed? So, upon seeing the cat's actions, Tonkatsu rushed forward without hesitation, engaging them in a fierce battle. Sweep, charge attack, cat spin. At this moment, Tonkatsu displayed all the lessons he had learned during this period. The hammer, nearly as large as his own body, was wielded with such ferocity that even the formidable strange-faced tribe was instantly defeated. The Rathalos continued their respective supporting attacks, working in perfect harmony. Even without the help of the thief dragon, they steadily suppressed the enemy. The Grand Commander did not intervene in this battle, but instead watched Tonkatsu's battle with great satisfaction. No wonder he receives constant praise from Sita. With this level of skill, even a hunter would be a true hunter. In the Grand Commander's opinion, Tonkatsu now possesses both physical fitness and skill, making him a capable hunter. He's only lacking hunting experience. However, the investigation team is about to further collaborate with the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. The training methods and combat training of the Rathalos will undergo some changes, and cats like Tonkatsu will be among the first to benefit. However, one thing was bothering the Grand Commander. He heard from the cats on the road the other day that the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan was currently underrepresented. Excluding the logistics cats, there were fewer than 50 detail warriors. There was a crucial clause in the cooperation plan, and he wasn't sure if it could be negotiated. While the Grand Commander was pondering, relying on his overwhelming superiority in skill and equipment, he quickly drove off the ordinary group of strange-faced clan members, who dug holes and fled. The detail followers joyfully picked up their spoils, intending to take them back and show them off. "Captain, it's time to go." The voice of Tonkatsu brought the Grand Commander back from his thoughts. He and the cats began climbing the ancient tree's upper levels, following the vine path. Gradually, as they climbed higher and higher, the full extent of the forest came into view. Through the obscurity of the leaves, the silhouette of a fire dragon patrolling its territory could be seen from time to time. The upper levels of the ancient tree are the fire dragon's territory, meow. These fire dragons are all young dragons, who have only moved into the ancient tree in the past 2 years. "The higher you go, the stronger the fire dragons become," said Tonkatsu, riding on the back of the dragon thief, turning to introduce them to the Grand Commander. "Captain, from now on, please wear all your scales, or you be attacked by the fire dragons." The Grand Commander nodded, donning the scales, and then, like a country bumpkin, he rode the dragon thief around, looking around. As he looked, he exclaimed, "This is the charm of nature. What a unique sight." As the team advanced deeper into the upper levels of the ancient tree, several Rathalos wearing fire dragon scales gradually appeared before the Grand Commander. However, seeing how they were so busy, seemingly unable to even glance at the Grand Commander, he was somewhat puzzled. "Are you always this busy?" "No, meow." Tonkatsu shook his head, somewhat confused. Back when he was still in the ancient tree, while some of the ancient tree fire dragon clan cats would be busy patrolling and on guard duty, the others shouldn't have been so busy. "Ah, stop running around, meow. You can't fly yet. You can't come to such a dangerous place, meow." At this moment, a flurry of panicked voices rang out. 2 female fire dragons broke through the obstructing weeds and sprinted towards them, chasing a flying bird like free-range chickens. 2 female deaders, on all fours, caught up. Although the female fire dragon cubs couldn't fly yet, they were growing so fast that they had already surpassed the cats. Therefore, even at their full speed, the cats couldn't catch up for a moment. "Who the hell are you, meow?" This location happened to be a turning point, and the leader at the end of the group had just lost touch with the rest of the group, and came face to face with the female fire dragon cubs. The unfamiliar creature caused the female fire dragon cub to pause and display hostility. The cats following closely behind quickly rushed to the female fire dragon cub, unsheathed the boomerangs tucked onto their backs, and looked at the Grand Master with great vigilance. The Grand Master's eyes widened as he watched the cats so protective of the female fire dragon cub, not even bothering to understand their intentions. "No, I was just thinking. You deter are actually caring for fire dragon cubs?" The Grand Master felt his worldview being reframed. Since when did the brutal yet affectionate fire dragons allow their cubs to interact with other creatures like this? Chapter 112. Meow. Who are you? Why do you have our identity scales? Seeing the Grand Commander stunned, the 2 cats exchanged glances. One meowed and quickly departed with the 2 female fire dragon cubs, leaving the other to confront the Grand Commander. "Meow? What are you doing, meow?" At this moment, Tonkatsu noticed the Grand Commander pause and returned to investigate. He saw a Rathalos confronting the Grand Commander, somewhat confused as to what was happening. The Rathalos, confronting the Grand Commander, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tonkatsu. Although the change was significant, the detail scales, unique to the fire dragon, could not be faked. After some explanation, the detail finally understood that the Grand Commander was a guest from the investigation team. After apologizing to the Grand Commander, it quickly departed, claiming to be caring for the fire dragon cubs. Caring for the fire dragon cubs. After Tonkatsu's translation, both the cat and the man fell silent. One thought this world was insane. A cat was actually caring for a fire dragon cub. The other wondered if he'd been away too long, falling behind the tribe's development. When he left, the ancient tree fire dragon tribe hadn't even been established. His impression of other tribes was that, while they served the fire dragons, the relationship was still rather cold. To think that in just 6 months, they were already caring for cubs. Thinking about it, Tonkatsu's thoughts began to wander. In the future, the fire dragon boss and his mate had children, and he led a team of deter guards, constantly guarding the fire dragon boss's cub, watching it grow day by day. Until the other party was able to stand on its own, he watched tearfully as it left the ancient tree. The thought of this scene thrilled Cat. The Grand Captain and Pigbone remained there for a long time, until the thief dragon barked twice, somewhat impatiently, waking them. Well, keep going, meow. We're almost there, meow. The Grand Captain stared at Pigbone's flustered back, bewildered. Soon, they caught up with the group and reached Luo Yun's lair through a small path. The thief dragon stopped and, guided by the approaching fire dragon detail, turned and headed back toward the enclosure. This is the fire dragon boss's lair, meow. The entrance to our fire dragon detail's residence is deep within the lair, meow. The Grand Captain nodded, not rudely entering Luo Yun's lair. Although they had a relatively good relationship, and the Grand Captain often referred to the Luo Yuns as fire dragon friends, trespassing into a fire dragon's lair was inappropriate, even for friends. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in. As the Grand Master steadied himself, a massive, metallic, dark green figure appeared before him. Aki examined the Grand Master curiously. Although his attire was different, Aki immediately recognized him. Hey, long time no see. With a familiar greeting, Aki glanced at the Grand Master, who smiled and waved. Glancing around, she didn't see the cat, known for its skill at grilling. Long time no see, meow. Tonkatsu bowed to Aki with a hint of excitement. Aki raised her head in acknowledgement, and then walked back into the lair. At that moment, the fire dragon leader, Detail, emerged, crutch in hand. You changed a lot, meow Tonkatsu. Father, meow. I'm back, meow. Tonkatsu, tears welling in his eyes, wiped his hands as he gazed at the fire dragon Deter's approving gaze. Tonkatsu acted as an interpreter, introducing the Grand Commander and the fire dragon Deter to each other. Then, he led the Grand Commander through the corner of the wall, past Luo Yun's lair, and arrived at the fire dragon Deter's residence. In a large hunting ground south of the ancient tree, Luo Yun dodged a male fire dragon's attack and nimbly circled behind it. He unleashed a burst of flames, sending the male dragon plummeting in a violent explosion. Luo Yun chased after it and engaged it in a standoff. Normally, when a latecomer sees the hunting ground, Luo Yun wouldn't waste his energy on a lethal blow, but rather beat and then drove it off. But this male fire dragon from the old world was incredibly stubborn. Even after being knocked down, it didn't turn away. Instead, it raised its head and roared, confronting Luo Yun. Who gave it the courage? Luo Yun didn't understand, nor did he bother to. What to do if the male fire dragon iron disobeys? Just give it a beating. Just as he was about to burst into flames and teach the other party a lesson, his sixth sense gave him a warning. Even with his flaming body, he could still clearly sense the scorching heat behind him. He flapped his wings to dodge when the oncoming fireball suddenly exploded. Flames and a violent explosion rained down on Luo Yun, knocking him from the air. Immediately afterwards, before the smoke had even cleared, a fierce breath of fire followed, forming a tornado of orange-red flames amidst the immense wind pressure, tightly entangling Luo Yun. After completing all this, the Rathalos swatted away the dragon like an ant. Glancing at the male Rathalos that Luo Yun had shot down, it turned and swiftly flapped its wings, as if on urgent business. It was absolutely confident in its own strength. Even a standard 17-meter-long Rathalos would be rendered incapable of combat by its attacks, even if it wasn't dead. The male Rathalos quickly flapped its wings and followed. Luo Yun spread his wings, sweeping away the smoke, his entire body shrouded in flames. Aside from the scales on his tail being ruffled by the explosion, he was completely unscathed. Just as he was about to settle the score with this unsportsmanlike individual who had attacked from behind, he saw him speeding off, already quite a distance away. Luo Yun's acceleration feature had also been deactivated. No, just run after the fight? Luo Yun soared into the sky, watching the Rathalos disappear into the clouds, somewhat bewildered. Why would the other party interfere with his fight with the male fire dragon? What was he doing in such a hurry? Confused, Luo Yun finished his unfinished hunt and returned to his lair, bewildered. Hey, long time no see. Luo Yun was startled. Why was this creature, resembling a golden lion, at the entrance of his lair? Just then, a puff of smoke seeped out from the interior of the lair, and Luo Yun hurried inside. Sure enough, they were barbecuing again, but this time, it wasn't the Grand Leader's feline Sita who was doing the grilling, but Tonkatsu, who hadn't been seen in ages. Fire Dragon Boss, I'm back, meow. Tonkatsu excitedly greeted Luo Yun, dragging out the carcass of a mushroom pig and flatteringly pushing it in front of him. Luo Yun glanced at the mushroom pig on the ground, then at Tonkatsu, and finally turned to look at the Grand Leader, who was meticulously polishing an unfamiliar fire dragon scale at the entrance of the lair. So can anyone tell me what happened? Chapter 113. Luo Yun squatted in his den, watching Tonkatsu expertly flip the barbecue. Yaji pretended to be nonchalant and waited quietly nearby, her eyes occasionally glancing at the barbecue. Just after returning, Tonkatsu and the fire dragon leader, Detail, explained the situation and the reason for the Grand Commander's arrival. Though it made sense, according to the original plot, the survey team had indeed completed their exploration deep into the ancient tree forest during the second phase, ultimately being blocked by the Great Canyon at the forest's end. After failing to find a way through the canyon, the survey team shifted strategy again, steadily expanding their investigation area within the ancient tree forest while turning towards the Great Ant Mound wasteland. This situation persisted until the arrival of the fifth phase, when they finally had the energy to investigate further into the new world. Now, with the ancient tree fire dragons as their allies, the survey team naturally refused to settle for a cautious approach. After decades, they hadn't even fully explored the forest. Therefore, they chose to deepen their cooperation with the ancient tree fire dragon tribe to accelerate the progress of the exploration and investigation. What they didn't expect was that the Grand Commander himself would be the one to come to the investigation team. As Tonkatsu grilled meat, he recounted to Luo Yun what he had witnessed during his time with the investigation team. Luo Yun also understood why the Grand Commander had been wearing bandages and holding a cane the last time he visited the investigation team to trade for medicine. By the way, Boss Meow, the Grand Commander wanted to ask, do you know anything about that ancient dragon covered in thorns? As he spoke, Tonkatsu seemed to remember the matter the Grand Commander had asked him to inquire about. Fire Dragon Detail had no records of the unknown ancient dragon, so they could only try their luck with Luo Yun. Faced with Tonkatsu's question, Luo Yun hesitated, finally speaking briefly under Tonkatsu's expectant gaze. That is the dragon of destruction and regeneration. It feeds on ancient dragons, and is extremely dangerous. Tonkatsu translated Luo Yun's words, and the Grand Commander's eyes lit up. After putting away the fire dragon scales in his hand, he hurriedly asked, then where can we find it? After Tonkatsu translated this, Luo Yun seemed to have several question marks hovering over his head. Do you want to hear what you're saying? How do I know where to find it? It's possible to find traces of the Nergigant in the Dragon Crystal Land, but that's the Dragon Crystal Land. It's a place where all sorts of ancient dragons, special individuals, and powerful monsters gather. Let's not even talk about whether the current investigation team can successfully reach there. Even if they try their best and are lucky enough to pass through the Earth Vein Corridor and reach the Dragon Crystal Land, but what then? Are you sure you're not going to deliver food to the monsters there? He is an ancient dragon that preys on ancient dragons. Follow them, and you will encounter him. To save face, Luo Yun chose to end the conversation with a seemingly profound remark. Although he only received a few fragments from Luo Yun, the Grand Commander was still relatively satisfied. At least he had a direction, so he wouldn't be stumbling around aimlessly. This group of fire dragon details returning from the investigation team's training relieved the ancient tree fire dragon clan's vigilance pressure, which was caused by a shortage of manpower. After learning some information about the Nergigant, the Grand Commander felt relieved and seriously discussed further cooperation with the Fire Dragon Detail leader and the Fire Dragon clan's wise detail. These included instruction on how to make and use props, equipment maintenance, and training for combatants. This time, the investigation team was incredibly sincere, treating the ancient tree fire dragons like the Felix of the old world. They laid out everything they could find, holding nothing back. It could be said that these new collaborative projects would allow the ancient tree fire dragon civilization to advance by leaps and bounds, while the ancient tree fire dragons, as their symbiotic partners, would also benefit. Time slipped by. During this time, Luo Yun learned from Detail's daily reports that the number of injured fire dragons in the ancient trees, particularly those in the lower upper levels, had increased significantly, and most had sustained significant flame damage. To avoid predators from the upper levels, these fire dragons often chose to fly farther to the hunting grounds on the edge of the ancient tree area. Logically speaking, a fire dragon capable of nesting in an ancient tree would be a formidable force in the forest. Hunting isn't about fighting for territory. Under normal circumstances, even if there were injuries, they wouldn't be this severe. So, upon learning the damage was from the flames, Luo Yun immediately thought of the fire dragon that had unjustly attacked him. He still vividly remembered the burning sensation of the intense flames. Roar! Long roars echoed over the ancient tree. Luo Yun swallowed today's offering of mushroom pigs, gave Yaji a look, and then spread his wings and flew out of the nest. At this moment, all the male fire dragons in the ancient tree left their nests with long roars, and like birds, began to fly towards the ancient tree's crown. Near the top of the ancient tree, 5 battle-hardened male fire dragons landed at the highest point. As Luo Yun ascended, the treetops were already clogged with already arrived male fire dragons, perched on branches according to the height of their lairs. Luo Yun was an outlier. Though small, and his lairs located slightly above the middle, he still climbed to the height of the battle-hardened male fire dragons, and chose a suitable trunk to descend. None of the fire dragons objected. Luo Yun gazed at the forest below. This canopy was familiar to him. He passed by it daily during his aerial patrols. But this was his second visit. The last time was 5 years ago, on the eve of the Mist Dragon subjugation campaign. Back then, he was in the middle canopy, and at the very top was the Black Flame King. Now, he was at the very top. The Black Flame King, who had the greatest potential to expel the Mist Dragons, had long since become nutrient for the Dragon Crystal Land. Fire dragons have a weak sense of community, but it's not non-existent. The ancient tree's unusual rules, especially since they slightly strengthen that fragile sense of community, are particularly noticeable. At least in an emergency call like this, the fire dragons will still show some respect and respond. Seeing that time was almost up, the battle-hardened fire dragon in the center looked down at the dozens of male fire dragons below and growled deeply. Luo Yun finally understood what had happened. Why was the entire ancient tree's male fire dragons being summoned? 2 things. 1. The area south of the ancient tree, including the large hunting ground where Luo Yun had been ambushed, had been occupied by the migrating fire dragons. 2. A cat was attacked while hunting in that area. In the end, a male fire dragon, still determined to try hunting in that hunting ground, noticed the situation and intervened in time to save the cats. Chapter 114. The ancient tree fire dragon's hunting ground, to put it simply, is an open area with a wide view, abundant water and grass, and frequented by herbivorous dragons. Due to the ancient tree fire dragon's unique nature, unlike other monsters, whose hunting grounds are also territories, most of its hunting grounds are public. However, due to the fire dragon's frequent visits, over time, fewer monsters with lower ecological niches will go there. Furthermore, the ancient tree forest has numerous hunting grounds, many of which are surrounded by trees, so there's no need to compete with the fire dragons. But now, the public hunting grounds in the south have been marked as territory by outsiders, undoubtedly squeezing the ancient tree fire dragon's living space. Of course, due to the weak sense of community, this alone isn't enough to call all the fire dragons together. After all, the hunting grounds are there, and those outside fire dragons can naturally occupy them. If you can't break through to those hunting grounds to hunt, it's your own lack of strength. Even if you died there, aside from your partner's grief, the other fire dragons wouldn't even notice. But now, a cat, out hunting, protected by a fire dragon, was attacked. That's a bit unsettling. Now, the cats are treated like public hunting grounds by the fire dragons of the ancient tree. Attacking Detail, a member of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, is like invading shared territory, something unacceptable. Even individually, neither of these incidents would move the fire dragons. Survival of the fittest is ingrained in the fire dragon's DNA. Otherwise, fire dragons wouldn't have to fight to earn their right to reside in the ancient tree. Fire dragons born in the ancient tree, even after they have developed independent viability, will still be expelled from the ancient tree. These cruel rules guarantee both the number of fire dragons in the ancient tree and their combat effectiveness, a form of selection. But now, with these two events occurring simultaneously, the significance shifts. Invading territory and shrinking living space are serious provocations for any creature. Hence, this general call has been made. According to the veteran fire dragons, This situation is similar to when the Thunder Wolf dragons were driven into the ancient tree area by the Mist dragons, a struggle for territory between clans. Whether it's to reclaim hunting grounds or to fight for territory, they should mobilize en masse to expel these outsiders from the ancient tree area. Those migrating fire dragons aren't part of the ancient tree forest's ecosystem. Furthermore, the ancient tree fire dragon's passive counterattack, driven by the invasion of their habitat, is also within the rules. As soon as this suggestion was made, the male fire dragons roared, and with Luo Yuan and the other 6 battle-hardened males at the head, they spread their wings and soared into the sky, heading for the hunting ground south of the ancient tree area. At this time, in the ancient tree, except for the female fire dragons that had not hatched cubs this year, who chose to fly out of their nests and circle the ancient tree for patrol, the other female fire dragons quickly returned to their nests, carefully guarding their cubs. The cats who noticed the unusual movement were somewhat puzzled, but seeing the alertness of the remaining female fire dragons, they also blew their horns and, fully armed, set up guard at every corner of the ancient tree. What happened? The Grand Master stood on a thick branch, watching the dozens of male fire dragons retreating, and looking at the suddenly alert Tonkatsu. A surge of excitement welled up within him. Another event never before recorded in the Hunters Guild. I don't know, meow, but something major must have happened, something that the fire dragons must collectively resolve. Tonkatsu had never seen anything like this. During the previous incident with the Mist Dragon, the fire dragons had spontaneously gone to help, not as they did now, after a thorough discussion. The Grand Master's eyes burned, and he felt a surge of excitement. I really want to follow and see. Alas, it was only a thought. The ancient tree was a forbidden zone for pterosaurs, and no fire dragon would be willing to carry the Grand Master, even if he were to fly with a basket like Luo Yun had done before. The male fire dragons marched in a mighty procession, soaring through the sky like a vast black cloud. The aura of their might caused the creatures of the forest below to take cover. Even the forest thugs, the hot-tempered Bree Dragon, looked up and saw this scene, quickly retreating into the trees, only emerging once the fire dragons had flown away. One fire dragon isn't formidable, and 2 are just as good. But with an entire army of arguably the most elite male fire dragons in the New World traveling together, even weaker ancient dragons wouldn't easily clash. Without employing their natural scourge abilities, even a victory for so many male fire dragons would be severely damaged. Feeling the air flowing around them, the male fire dragons weaved through the clouds, making no effort to conceal their presence, and arrived at their first hunting grounds in plain sight. Without any command, several male fire dragons swooped down and attacked any old world fire dragons they encountered without a word. There were no sneak attacks, no outnumbered attacks, and even a small force fighting a large force. Some male fire dragons had to face a pair of old world fire dragons simultaneously. However, as ancient tree male fire dragons, bred in battle, their combat experience and stamina were unmatched by other male fire dragons outside the ancient trees. If placed in the game, every ancient tree male fire dragon would be the size of a grand golden crown, the largest size. In the game, monster size doesn't mean much, and the numerical values don't fluctuate significantly. However, in reality, size is the best benchmark for ordinary monsters. It largely reflects a monster's strength, so judging an opponent's strength based on size, as the poisonous demon bird does, is generally correct. Additionally, old world fire dragons lack a wing bone, making them less capable than new world fire dragons in flight. Without the advantage of combat experience and their stamina being suppressed, the old world fire dragons wouldn't gain the slightest advantage even when outnumbered. The fire dragons hovering in the air observed the battle below for a moment. After ensuring that the remaining male fire dragons were sufficient to drive out the old world fire dragons from this hunting ground, they continued on to the next hunting ground. In this way, they passed through 3 hunting grounds in a row, finally arriving at the largest hunting ground in the southern part of the ancient tree area. Including Luo Yun, there were only 11 male fire dragons left. In this hunting ground, Luo Yun finally saw the creature that had attacked him that day. It was covered in scorching flames, its wings glowing with golden patterns. It simply soared silently in the air, and the temperature around it rose rapidly. When the great fire dragon appeared before the ancient tree male fire dragons, their eyes immediately fell on Luo Yun. If Luo Yun hadn't had 4 wing bones instead of 3, like theirs, they would have thought there was some connection between Luo Yun and the other dragon. At this moment, upon hearing the commotion, several large fire dragons also flew out from the forest surrounding the hunting ground. They were all powerful individuals among this group of migrating fire dragons. The 2 groups of fire dragons stood facing each other in the air, as if they were choosing their respective opponents. Chapter 115. Roar. It was unknown which side roared first, but with that roar, the fire dragons charged towards each other at a rapid speed. Originally, Luo Yun had intended to confront the great fire dragon, avenging the sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the strongest of the ancient tree-born fire dragons, a battle-hardened male fire dragon that had successfully returned from the Dragon Crystal Land, charged first. A battle between them was imminent. One was a rare fire dragon of the Great Fire Seed, while the other had weathered the harsh environment of the Dragon Crystal Land and battled many powerful individuals. In Luo Yun's opinion, even if there was a difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, facts proved that Luo Yun had misjudged him. A monster capable of leading an entire flock of fire dragons on a migration, even if it was just an ordinary individual, was still a formidable force, let alone a great fire seed. When the Rathalos no longer suppressed its flames, its entire body enveloped in flames, resembling a dragon-like flaming creature, the might it emanated struck Luo Yun as no less powerful than the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had perished in the siege. A battle-hardened individual was indeed a numerically monstrous beast, capable of achieving dramatic improvements without departing from its original species, even surpassing the limits of its lifespan. But, just like the original species, the gap between battle-hardened individuals remained vast. Clearly, this battle-hardened male fire dragon hadn't yet reached the level of a police officer. Although capable of engaging in combat, it was at a disadvantage after just a few moves and began to call for backup. Did you choose that? Luo Yun truly didn't want to complain. He was already outnumbered. If the ancient tree male fire dragon present wasn't either battle-hardened or nearly so, he might not have been able to suppress such a large group of fire dragons. But hearing the battle-hardened male fire dragon's roar, and the resounding explosions of fireballs, Luo Yun sighed. No longer hiding, his flaming body fully unleashed, transforming into a giant flaming dragon like the great fire dragon. He oozed a large amount of flammable fluid, exploding instantly, and striking down the two male fire dragons grappling with him. His vast flaming wings spread wide, rustling in the wind. With a high-pitched roar, attracting the fire dragon's attention, Luo Yun slashed a trail of flame through the air, swooping down on the great fire dragon, exchanging blows with the battle-hardened male fire dragon. In the sky, two true fire dragons flapped their wings, facing each other from afar. The temperature in the hunting ground began to rise rapidly, as if scorched by 3 suns, and the moisture in the air evaporated. It was clearly a forest, but it gave the illusion of a scorching desert. In the intense heat, the two dragon-shaped flames collided, tangled, and chased each other. After some probing, Luo Yun discovered that this Rathalos was truly exceptional. Putting aside the flames, while its speed, strength, and agility surpassed those of an ordinary Rathalos, they were at best comparable to those of a veteran Rathalos. If it had encountered a veteran Rathalos with specialized physiques, it would have been defeated in close combat. But with the addition of flames, the situation was completely different. It wasn't even breath, just a physical collision, but the flames entwined with its body actually made Luo Yun feel hot, but it was only heat. With his acceleration, strength, mind, and scorching body, Luo Yun firmly dominated the opponent in close combat. Clearly, the Rathalos had also noticed this. Having completed the probing, it immediately changed its combat strategy and actively distanced itself. Huge, swirling fireballs flew towards Luo Yun, seemingly dispensing with energy. Luo Yun initially considered swallowing them directly, giving the Inferno Dragon a slight ignition shock. But then he thought, given the Inferno Dragon's resistance to fire, their battle would inevitably end in close combat. If it discovered its fire had no effect on him, it would resort to a combination of evasion and fireball explosions, which would be rather disastrous. Flames can be absorbed, but explosions cannot. With exploding fireballs providing cover, there's no guarantee he'd be able to catch up. If it became a protracted battle, he would absolutely have to wait until his acceleration trait was at its maximum before engaging in the final battle. But if he didn't swallow them directly, judging by the Inferno Dragon's current performance, it was determined to settle the battle with ranged fire. Even if he charged forward, it wouldn't engage him in close combat, meaning he'd have to wait for its acceleration trait to improve. Since we had to wait until that time anyway, why not take this opportunity to test the limits of fire induction? Ever since reaching the limit of fire induction once with Aji during the Xiaolong campaign, the fire induction ability had been used solely to circulate fire energy within the body and reduce energy consumption. Over the years, Luo Yun had undergone a secondary growth spurt, his physique far surpassing his former strength. He was eager to see what kind of benefits fire induction could bring him now, activated to its fullest. With this thought in mind, Luo Yun pretended to avoid the fireballs, but was accidentally hit by the dense mass of fireballs. Amidst the explosions, shrill screams rang out. He occasionally performed maneuvers, like collapse and crashing. Perhaps his cries were too pitiful, attracting the attention of the ancient tree fire dragons. This performance is too fake. After years of companionship, Luo Yun was one of the strongest and most influential male fire dragons on the ancient tree. Everyone knew he could absorb fire. The flames of this great fire dragon were indeed extremely hot. At first, upon hearing Luo Yun's screams, they worried he wouldn't be able to withstand them. But after a while, Luo Yun's screams didn't subside. Instead, they seemed to enjoy them. The ancient tree fire dragons ignored him, and focused on defeating their respective opponents. Luo Yun controlled his speed and flew low. The great fire dragon above him grew increasingly excited, and even fireballs were no longer enough to satisfy him. Instead, he continuously exhaled flames. This suited Luo Yun's taste perfectly. After all, fireballs carried explosive damage, and every time he took one, he had to endure a blast. The breath was different. Luo Yun bathed in it, consuming as much as he could. But it had to be said that the flames of the eccentric Hao Huolong were truly powerful. On the first blast, Luo Yun almost couldn't finish it. It was like soaking your feet at home. The water was a bit scalding. As soon as he put his feet in, not yet accustomed to the temperature, he pulled them up from the heat. But as he absorbed more and more flames, the fire energy within Luo Yun became more and more active. The flame's temperature steadily increased, and the strength of the burnt fragrant body grew stronger. Luo Yun's overall fire resistance also became increasingly exaggerated. Gradually, the quantitative change finally led to a qualitative shift. The edges of the flames wrapped around Luo Yun began to turn a faint blue, and then tiny specks of purple began to appear within the flames. Under the strength of the burnt fragrant body, his scales strengthened over and over again, crystallizing and becoming increasingly metallic. Finally, as if breaking through a certain limit, his pyrokinesis ability finally reached its limit after 5 years. The flames enveloping Luo Yun, except for the orange-red center, turned blue-purple around the edges, burning fiercely across his body, which was half red and half silver-gray due to the crystallization of his scales. The great fire dragon, its vision obscured by the flames, was oblivious to all this. It only felt an inexplicable sense that something terrifying was about to unfold. The air, suffocating from the intense heat, began to feel suffocating. Chapter 116. The wind picked up. The male fire dragons, highly sensitive to atmospheric currents, sensed something was amiss. In the fire tornado formed by their flaming breath, tiny dots of dazzling blue-purple flame shot up into the sky. The sparks flung to the ground continued to burn, soon burning a hole. Although the fire dragon's flames were powerful, they didn't last long. Moreover, the blue-purple flames clearly didn't belong to him. The breath ceased, but the fire tornado didn't disappear. Instead, it intensified, soaring into the sky. The entire tornado was completely engulfed in blue-purple flames, incinerating everything caught in it. With the fire dragon's exceptional eyesight, a faint, glimmering figure of a flying dragon slowly emerged from the center of the flames. With a flash of dazzling light, a pair of wings with azure tail flame suddenly broke through the flames. A ferocious dragon, like a lord of fire, calmly emerged from the flames. Raging flames capable of incinerating everything gently swept across its body, its cold, vertical pupils gazing at the mighty fire dragon above with neither joy nor sorrow. With a deafening roar, the fire tornado exploded. The scattered sparks were so intense that even the surrounding fire dragons couldn't avoid them. It landed in a puddle, causing a turmoil. The silver dragon soared into the sky amidst fireworks. The male fire dragons looking over realized that the fire still raged where Luo Yun stood. The soil and rock blended into a crimson magma, swirling in the flames, bubbling one after another. Luo Yun had never experienced such a wonderful moment. Scorching fire energy coursed through his body, every muscle and scale leaping with joy. Pale blue flames danced in sync with his will, immense energy filling every corner of his body. The world seemed to cheer. The brilliant sun hanging high in the sky shone with his own brilliance. Under the gaze of the fire dragons, Luo Yun stepped beneath the blazing sun, his half-red, half-silver shell gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. Pale blue flames, so intense they could distort the very air, danced joyfully on his shell. At this moment, Luo Yun's entire body radiated endless light and heat, like the very embodiment of the sun. This was Silver Sun. The temperature of much of the forest soared rapidly due to his presence. Atop an ancient tree, the great leader, gazing into the distance, retreated into the shade, fanning his neck with a palm-leafly fan-like hand, his dark pupils filled with confusion. Has the Flame King Dragon appeared again? In the forest surrounding the hunting grounds, all sorts of creatures fled, fleeing the area. As the temperature rose, the large monsters felt a constant pressure on their hearts. The unfamiliar pressure of a higher ecological niche, transcending the hierarchy of life, constantly irritated their nerves. As always, they made the choice they had made more than once. Escape. At the edge of the deep forest, the mist dragon emerged from its invisibility, looking doubtfully toward the ancient tree area. It buried its eggs in the soil, covered them with rotting vegetation, and then silently returned to invisibility. In the great ant mound wasteland, the Nergigant, having just hunted a sand dragon, reared up, its eyes blazing as it gazed towards the forest. At the highest point of the coral plateau, the abyss dragon awoke from its slumber, spreading its dazzling, sun-blanking wings. Like a mountain torrent, a mighty torrent of water surged out, flowing like a cascading waterfall to the base of the plateau. Ancient dragons hidden throughout the new world awoke with a start, carefully sensing the unfamiliar breath of life energy. A newly born ancient dragon? At this moment, the fire dragons of the old and new worlds, closest to Luo Yun, paused their ongoing battle under the pressure of the disparity in life levels, staring blankly at the silver sun in the sky. Luo Yun gently closed his eyes, taking in the stark contrasting sensations at this moment. It was as if the world was beneath his feet, the Earth's ley line energy clearly visible, one ley line node after another appearing within his perception. It seemed as if he could easily destroy the entire ecosystem of this continent with just a thought. At this moment, an illusory panel flickered in and out of the blue-purple flames that enveloped Luo Yun. A garbled mess of text constantly shifted, and in less than a second, the panel returned to normal, suddenly appearing and disappearing. If Luo Yun had opened his eyes at this moment, he would have seen the new content on the panel. Sunshine, pseudo-transformed into the sun, illuminating heaven and earth. Countdown. For 59, it took Luo Yun a while to shake off the feeling of I am the universe, I am nature. He knew full well that this feeling was merely an illusion brought on by the sudden surge of power. Perhaps he truly possessed the power to destroy the ecosystem at this moment, but having once felt the world's malice through his mind's eye, he knew full well that the moment he entertained such a thought and began to act on it, the countdown to his demise would begin. Looking down, the blazing figure of the great fire dragon was reflected in his vertical pupils. Luo Yun's mouth opened slightly, flames gushing from the corners, as he grinned a sinister smile. It felt so good just now. Is it my turn now? The great fire dragon's heart rang with alarm, and it instinctively sidestepped. A blue-purple fireball passed by it, and even that alone, it felt a slight sting. It was a great fire dragon whose flames never extinguish, burning even in death. Then, the fireball fell to the ground, a roar of explosion accompanied by a scorching wind. The nearby leaves, blown by the violent wind, evaporated their moisture, scorching them brown. The ground, struck by the fireball, glowed crimson, the flame still burning in the soil. The fire dragons retreated, leaving only a dazed great fire dragon and Luo Yun staring at each other in the air. The great fire dragon didn't understand. It couldn't comprehend what had happened. Just moments earlier, Luo Yun had been scattering around under his own flames, yet the next second, he was in this state. Something must have gone wrong, something unbeknownst to him. But now, there was no time for reflection. Luo Yun streaked towards him like a meteor. The fire dragon instinctively spit out explosive fireballs to intercept. But by then, Luo Yun's speed had reached its limit, and he had no intention of dodging. He charged straight at the fire dragon, bearing down on the tickling fireballs. With no escape, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, the fire dragon discovered that his claws could only barely scratch the silver-gray scales, still tinged with a striking red, but could not injure the inside. And each of Luo Yun's attacks ignored the flames, tearing through its carapace, allowing it to feel the true heat of the flames even as it was wounded. Chapter 117. How funny. As a fire dragon, ever since its body mutated and its flame sac underwent an unknown transformation, it could no longer control the overflow of flames, and its resistance to fire had become unprecedentedly exaggerated. Even when walking on the surface of the magma, covered by the swirling magma, and letting it slide down its body, it felt no burning sensation. Yet today, it once again felt the heat of the flames. As a special individual specialized in fire, the great fire dragon's attacks were dominated by fire damage. But in front of Luo Yun, the flames that the great fire dragon relied on for survival had lost their proper function. To Luo Yun, the great fire dragon was now nothing more than an ordinary fire dragon that had barely reached the battle-hardened stage. Furthermore, due to its long-term reliance on fire, The great fire dragon's close combat ability was even inferior to that of an ordinary fire dragon. In Luo Yun's mind, all of its attacks seemed childish and ridiculous. At this moment, with the added strength of his burnt fragrance body, Luo Yun's defenses reached unprecedented limits. He didn't even need to dodge the great fire dragon's attacks. It was as if Luo Yun was the fire dragon in its prime, while the great fire dragon was a juvenile. With barely a sliver of effort, Luo Yun sent the great fire dragon plummeting helplessly in a cloud of exploding flames, landing on the charred ground. Luo Yun swooped down, his claws stomping down the great fire dragon's long neck, stomping it back into the ground as it tried to rise. The fire dragon's pyrokinesis ability was in full force, and the supposedly inextinguishable flames on its body seemed to be drawn along Luo Yun's claws and drawn into his body. Gradually, the great fire dragon ceased its struggles, closing its eyes and lying on the ground, allowing Luo Yun to plunder its flame energy. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The flames enveloping the great fire dragon began to diminish, and its crimson form reappeared. The flames seemed to have been drained dry, leaving only a few shimmers, hanging among its scales, like candles in the wind. At this moment, the orange-red center of Luo Yun's flames began to expand, and the bluish-purple hue gradually faded. The metallic tinge of the scales gradually faded, fading beneath the crimson. In the forest, the air temperature began to drop, dark clouds gradually gathered, and dull thunder boomed within them. At this moment, the fire dragons that had been retreating returned. Seeing Luo Yun stepping on the great fire dragon, they rushed forward in a frenzy. Despite the ancient tree dragon's obstruction, several fire dragons still broke through and charged towards Luo Yun. At this moment, the great fire dragon, which had previously had its eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them and let out a long howl. This meant it was driving away the fire dragons that had arrived to support it. Several fire dragons, confused as to why, suddenly stopped in midair, their faces a little flustered, looking at each other in bewilderment. The great fire dragon ignored them, and instead turned its gaze towards Luo Yun. There was a look in its eyes that Luo Yun couldn't comprehend. Joy! Woo! The faint nasal sound of weakness startled Luo Yun, but after a moment's thought, he released his claws and flapped his wings, soaring low over the great fire dragon. The great fire dragon struggled to his feet, drawing back the flames that seemed poised to dissipate at any moment. The great fire dragon shifted its body, feeling a lightness it hadn't felt in years. The once violent fire energy had become docile, no longer filling its body and ready to erupt at any moment. The great fire dragon raised its head and let out a hearty roar. Amidst this roar, the fire dragons battling the ancient tree dragons ceased their attacks and descended to the ground. Watching Luo Yun spread his wings in the sky, the great fire dragon cast an envious glance at the flames that coiled around him, yet showed no sign of overflowing. Then, folding its wings, its chin rested on the still scorching ground, a long humming sound emanating from its nose. All the fire dragons of the old world stared at the great fire dragon in disbelief. To a male fire dragon, this gesture signified submission and weakness. Simply put, the great fire dragon had been subdued by Luo Yun. Their leader had actually surrendered. Watching this scene, many old world fire dragons quickly took to the air, howling miserably, and flew away from the hunting ground. Unable to accept this, they chose to leave. The remaining fire dragons, after a moment of struggle, chose to imitate the great fire dragon. The ancient tree's male fire dragon circled in the sky, roaring and raging, celebrating their final victory. The flames on Luo Yun's body slowly died down. He looked at the 5 battle-hardened male fire dragons also soaring around him, wondering how they would deal with these fire dragons that had ceased to resist. Instead, he saw fear and admiration in their eyes. This look reminded Luo Yun of the look on the faces of the ordinary fire dragons when the Black Flame King first appeared. In particular, Luo Yun noticed that although the 5 battle-hardened male fire dragons were circling in the air, they were flying slightly lower than Luo Yun. Among fire dragons, strength reigned supreme. Luo Yun's performance had not only subdued the Hao Fire Dragon, but also impressed the male fire dragons of the ancient tree. If it weren't for the fire dragon's weak sense of community, Luo Yun could have been crowned the king of ancient tree fire dragons right then and there. The reason these 5 male fire dragons hadn't expressed themselves so long was precisely because Luo Yun held the highest position. These battle-hardened males remained silent until he spoke. Realizing this, Luo Yun looked down at the old world fire dragons on the ground, their wings still folded. After a moment's reflection, he explained the New World Fire Dragon rules in the language of fire dragons, then issued the final order to expel them. The rest of the ancient tree forest was left alone, but within the ancient tree area, All fire dragon hunting grounds were public hunting grounds. These old-world fire dragons must be expelled. Whether they would re-enter this area, or even take up residence in the upper levels of the ancient tree, like the New World fire dragons, following the rules of the ancient tree, was not Luo Yun's concern. The rules governing the fire dragons of the ancient tree also reflected the ecological rules of the New World fire dragons. To integrate into the ecosystem, or to be eliminated by it, this is the choice these fire dragons of the old world face. After receiving the order, the fire dragons of the old world took off dejectedly, dispersing in family groups throughout the forest. Only that magnificent fire dragon, for some unknown reason, refused to leave. Instead, it trailed far behind Luo Yun, following him to the hunting grounds where the battle was still going on. Without Luo Yun's help, it proactively conveyed Luo Yun's orders. It was like a guide. Finally, the victorious male fire dragons of the ancient tree returned to the ancient tree, reuniting with the female fire dragons, who had been guarding their nest with unwavering nerves. And that magnificent fire dragon shamelessly followed them back, choosing to build its nest at the same height as Luo Yun, amidst the bewildered and helpless gazes of the others. As for the steps required to settle in the ancient tree, based on its combat power that forced the battle-hardened male fire dragon to call for support, no one would be so blind as to choose to provoke it. Chapter 118. The great fire dragon had never imagined that life could one day be so comfortable. No longer had to worry about whether the fire dragons that had come with it to this new land had established themselves. No longer had to patrol its territory every day to rescue people. No longer had to constantly and painstakingly suppress its energy. No longer had to sleep on cliffs for fear of flames leaking out. Originally, the great fire dragon had planned that once the fire dragons from the old world had successfully established themselves in this land, it would move to the volcanic lava fields to make its home, just as it had done in the old world. To its surprise, it would be able to live in the forest again in its lifetime. Although it had been severely beaten, it had found a blessing in disguise. Much of its excess fire energy had been lost, and the remaining energy could be perfectly controlled, preventing any leakage. In the past, such a life would have been unimaginable. Lying in the ugly, irregular nest, feeling the softness I hadn't enjoyed in a long time, sniffing the air free of the stench of lava, this wonderful life hadn't been enjoyed since the transformation. The arrival of the fire dragon was still a bit awkward for the ancient tree's native inhabitants. Not to mention that its 3 bone wings stood out among the New World fire dragons. Not to mention that it couldn't even do something as simple as building a nest. Just to say that after living in the ancient tree for many days, it still refused the cat's cautious attempts to serve it. This was tantamount to challenging the new rules of the ancient tree's upper levels. With the current number of cats, the fire dragon families it served already covered half of the ancient tree's upper levels. And since the fire dragon had chosen to nest in the upper middle part, and after so many days, it still chose to refuse the cat service, what was it trying to do? Even the battle-hardened male fire dragon that chased the cat only lasted a week after relocating before completely falling. Throughout the upper levels of the ancient tree, fire dragon families living at the bottom would periodically challenge those higher up, seeking to enjoy symbiotic relations. So, could the actions of the great fire dragon, which had resided for nearly 2 weeks, be an attempt to challenge the new ecology of the upper levels of the ancient tree? Under these circumstances, the great fire dragon's presence in the ancient tree seemed quite unusual. It wasn't the great fire dragon's fault, though. Everyone's childhood experiences often shape their lives, and this is also true for monsters, such as the electric dragon. The electric dragon's brutality may be partly due to its nature, but more so because it lacked parental protection during its childhood, requiring it to become stronger and more ferocious in order to survive. If Luo Yun hadn't been picked up by Yaji, the ancient tree would probably be inhabited by a cold-blooded and ferocious individual. The same was true for the great fire dragon. Its everlasting flames not only brought it greater strength, but also forced it to forget aspects of life, such as nesting. Additionally, there was the loneliness of finding no one of its kind or a mate, a torment for a fire dragon with such strong family values. Thus, it needed more time to adapt to its new life. This incident between fire dragons was a significant event for the ancient tree region, but it was not a major event for the entire forest. The only thing that caused a stir was the brief 5 minutes Luo Yun had experienced, a power only possessed by an ancient dragon. These past few days, Luo Yun had been feeling unwell. After experiencing a greater power, he periodically felt the urge to do it again. But reason kept Luo Yun in check, and the great fire dragon avoided a future of being beaten every 2 days, and then again every 3 days. But sometimes, things are just so wonderful. Early one morning, Luo Yun and Yaji were cuddling together, too lazy to even crawl out of their warm nest. Outside the lair, a loud roar startled him and Yaji, instantly ruining his good mood for the day. As Luo Yun flew out with a sullen face, he saw the great fire dragon suddenly ignited with flames, lingering in the air outside his lair. That roar was from this creature. When the great fire dragon saw Luo Yun emerge, its eyes lit up, and it took the initiative to challenge him. This immediately ignited Luo Yun's temper. Without a word, he charged forward, showing no sign of holding back, and assaulted the great fire dragon relentlessly. But who knows what was wrong with this fire dragon? It showed no sign of retreating, engaging Luo Yun in close combat. This brawl, hardly a fight, ended with Luo Yun unsurprisingly as the victor. He crushed the fire dragon, inflicting several wounds, and mercilessly sucked away all its flames. The creature actually let out a low roar of pleasure. Luo Yun felt a chill run down his spine, and quickly launched into the air, as if he had stepped on something foul. He couldn't bear to look at the fire dragon's satisfied expression. Is this guy sick? Could fire dragons have developed some quirks? Luo Yun returned to his lair, cursing, completely oblivious to the strange look Yaji was giving him. Yaji stood at the edge of the cliff, coldly gazing at the back of the great fire dragon as it flew back to her lair. She wondered if, with her current strength, she could expel it. Unlike Yaji, who exuded a cold, malevolent aura, the Grand Commander's face was filled with excitement as he scribbled rapidly in his notebook. He kept muttering, 3 wing bones, ablaze with bright flames, a unique individual suspected of migrating from the old world. Their combat performance was similar to that of the fire dragon boss, and they suspected they were the original species of the first fire dragon boss to migrate from the old world. I speculate that the battle between the original species and the current species was a struggle for leadership among the ancient tree fire dragons. Having written this, the Grand Commander paused, carefully reviewing the battle between the great fire dragon and Luo Yun, and a new detail occurred to him. The fire dragon boss of the new world has undergone further changes over the years. Beyond his skeleton, he appears to possess the ability to absorb the flames of his original species. The cause of this change is unknown, but it may be related to the ecological environment of the new world. Further details await exploration. The Grand Commander paused, contentedly closing his notebook. He planned to hand it over to the scholars upon his return to the Starry Sky stronghold. Then, he would see who would dare to claim they were merely a reckless warrior. The Grand Commander thought merrily, looking up to see Yaji coldly gazing at the back of the great fire dragon. After a moment's thought, he opened his notebook again and began writing. The battle for leadership among the ancient fire dragons of the New World may have been a winner expelling the loser situation. After the battle, the fire dragon boss's spouse harbored deep malice towards the challenger, a member of the original species. Chapter 119. What was the saying in my past life? When a video without audio appears online, the original creator has no say in the specific meaning of the video's content. At this moment, Luo Yun had no idea how much brainstorming his recent battle with the Rathalos had triggered in the Grand Captain. But the Rathalos' performance had truly made Luo Yun feel uncomfortable. After calming down, he realized that the Rathalos was using him to absorb its excess, uncontrollable fire energy. The reason it had put on a show of fighting instead of directly asking Luo Yun for help was purely due to its pride. Although he understood, Luo Yun still couldn't accept it. Thinking of that low growl, that pair of utterly satisfied eyes, and finally the Rathalos' scarred appearance, Luo Yun felt his heart severely tainted. It wasn't until Yaji returned to her nest with a sullen face that Luo Yun quickly clung to her and, after a while of affectionate affection, did he finally feel better. At this moment, the Grand Commander walked in, accompanied by Tonkatsu, who served as a temporary translator. I'm here to say goodbye. I think we're more like friends, so I came to say goodbye. After Tonkatsu's translation, Luo Yun reflected. The Grand Commander had already arrived at the ancient tree for over half a month, and the discussions had already been finalized. Even the cats carrying supplies to the Starry Stronghold had departed 2 days earlier. However, there was one crucial cooperation project that remained unfinished. The Starry Stronghold hoped that the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan would come to the Starry Stronghold and establish a professional detail follower team. The survey team would hire the follower cats of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, either teaming up with hunters or simply as follower cats, to complete the survey team's commissions, thus filling the gap in the team's Fey follower team. Unfortunately, the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan is currently too small. Leader Fire Dragon Detail and Wise Detail have explicitly stated that they will not consider sending cats outside until the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan's population fully encompasses all Fire Dragon families. However, considering the potential for future alliance and cooperation, they haven't completely rejected the idea, instead promising to accelerate the expansion of their clan and revisit this cooperation at a later date. The Grand Leader, upon receiving this conclusion, expressed understanding. Over the past few days, he learned about the symbiotic relationship between the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan and the Fire Dragon clan, and knew that there were still fire dragons eagerly awaiting their arrival. For example, the fire dragon that had previously gifted him the scales still lacked cats to serve it, and could only gaze enviously at the pristine nests of the mid and upper level fire dragons. Currently, the Grand Leader remained in the ancient tree simply to better observe the creatures and ecosystems within. After all, opportunities to observe large numbers of fire dragons up close, or even to enter a fire dragon's lair openly, were rare. So, having put off leaving until now, it's already been quite a while. Who? Meow, boss, where are you planning to look for that dragon? Tonkatsu translated. I don't know. Let's just wander around the forest and make a map. The Grand Commander scratched his head. He didn't have a specific direction. Although he impulsively decided to pursue Nergigant alone, Nergigant wasn't one of those ancient dragons that controlled natural disasters. With the new world so vast, its whereabouts were incredibly difficult to pinpoint. Seeing the Grand Commander's distressed expression, Luoyun recalled the direction Flame Dragon had taken and, after some thought, revealed this information. Even if there was only one direction, it at least gave the Grand Commander a goal. As expected, upon receiving this information, the Grand Commander's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Good friend. This news is enough. The Grand Commander seemed delighted. After a moment's reflection, he felt it would be inappropriate to receive such important information without any response. So, after some thought, he said, next time I come, I bring you some star meat jerky. That's awesome. Without further explanation as to what star meat jerky was, he nodded toward the pork bones and followed the trail out of Luo Yun's lair. Next, he needed to hike alone to the nearest temporary camp, make some preparations, and begin his solo investigation. A few days after the Grand Commander's departure, the Fire Dragon Deter leader excitedly approached Luo Yun, clutching a strange-looking bone horn. Boss, meow. We succeeded, meow. Besides the time he first announced the establishment of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, the Fire Dragon Deter leader had never been so excited. Luo Yun speculated that perhaps something had been unearthed that could determine the fate of the ancient Tree Fire Dragons. As expected, the Fire Dragon leader, the Detail, excitedly and respectfully raised the horn before Luo Yun. Through his explanation, Luo Yun understood the horn's purpose. This horn was different from the horns used by the Details in the past to command and boost morale. This horn, crafted with the help of the investigation team, and after numerous attempts, was a call horn. In addition to retaining its original command function, it had been fitted with a plug. With the appropriate force, it could produce a sound similar to the cry of a young fire dragon. Thanks to the Detail's time caring for the dragon cubs, after many attempts and adjustments, some trained Details finally figured out how to use their horns to signal the dragon cubs' calls for help. The next step is to add a unique Detail tone to the call, ensuring that any dragons who hear it can distinguish it as coming from a cat. This will prevent the situation where the dragons summoned aren't from the ancient tree, and also eliminate the awkwardness of discovering after being rescued that they aren't dragon cubs. But there's still a serious problem, meow. The leader of the Dragon Detail sighed somewhat dejectedly. We don't know what price we should pay to repay the rescued dragons after calling for their help. Look, what innocent cats. Given the cats' current situation in the ancient tree, they've been treated as private property by the dragons, who don't seek any reward for protecting their private property. The cats were well aware of this situation, but they couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts. The cats were now extremely content with their current safety, their ability to obtain food without risking anything, and their ability to live freely in the sun. The cats were also devoted to the fire dragons, who sheltered them, often hunting small creatures for them as snacks to change their tastes. Just like how Luo Yun now had a mushroom pig every 2 or 3 days. So, if they couldn't find a suitable compensation in the future, I'm afraid the cats wouldn't use this horn, no matter how dangerous the situation. Chapter 120. Luo Yun was momentarily unsure how to respond to Fire Dragon Leader Detail's question. After all, there was only so much the cats could do to help the Fire Dragon. The cats were currently too weak, and the Fire Dragon's needs were simple: food, shelter, and strength. Strength depended on their own efforts. As for shelter, the cat's current capabilities, combined with the Fire Dragon's receptiveness, were sufficient. As for food, the cats were still dependent on the Fire Dragons for support. So, focusing on these two areas wouldn't be a good idea. Food seemed like something worth considering. Luo Yun's gaze fell on the group of cats, including Pork Bones, who were setting up a barbecue grill. Ancient tree, it's time to start having your own cat food. Luo Yun relayed his thoughts to Fire Dragon leader Detail, who wondered if this was too simple. After all, rescues were easy for the fire dragons, but life-saving for the cats. The Fire Dragon Detail leader, who harbored such thoughts, was ultimately stunned by Luo Yun's words. "You done well enough. I'm very satisfied." Even as he returned to his settlement, he was still chuckling. Recognized by the Fire Dragon boss, Meow. The future rewards for the rescued cats were thus determined. For a while afterward, Tonkatsu became very busy. Besides standing guard and helping train the Fire Dragon Detail warriors, he also taught the culinary-minded cats how to make spicy barbecued meat. This name was chosen by Sita. According to Tonkatsu, to facilitate future interactions with the ancient tree fire dragons, he planned to delve deeper into this dish until he had truly created a cat meal that would appeal to even fire dragons and had a well-established system before considering other dishes. This statement is worthy of a future head chef. He's ambitious, not only catering to monsters' tastes, but even thinking of creating a cat meal that could affect fire dragons. Time passed as the cats rapidly developed. Just as Luo Yun had envisioned, even the long-lost fire dragon, after time had allowed it to adjust and confirm its ability to completely control its energy after absorbing the flames, finally succumbed to the cat's onslaught. That day, Fire Dragon returned from hunting to find its once tattered nest spruced up. The rubble and bones had been cleared out, replaced with fresh grass and soft branches. The decaying debris and dead wood surrounding the nest had been swept away, and the cats had even thoughtfully dug a drainage ditch, though it was only halfway done. When the Rathalos chose its nesting location, it chose it quite haphazardly. Its nest was in an open area, and the terrain was high on the outside and flat on the inside. This meant that after a rain, the nest became damp. It had to carefully control its flames to dry the nest, fearing it might accidentally set it on fire. This was the first time the Rathalos hadn't rejected the cat's approach and had left one of its scales as a reward. Over this period of time, Luo Yun's rewards had run out again, but the reward from the Golden Lion battle had lasted for nearly 6 months, which was truly unexpected. Whether it was due to his lack of strength or perhaps the recent peace in the New World, it had been 2 weeks since the rewards ended, and there had been no new orders. This left Luo Yun helpless, yet he had no better solution. However, the Grand Commander had returned, bringing back news that left Luo Yun somewhat baffled. "You actually found traces of the Flame King Dragon?" Luo Yun was a little incredulous. The Grand Commander had only been gone for over a month. Even if he was a top hunter, how far could he have gotten in this treacherous forest? The Grand Commander sat cross-legged on the ground, chomping down on the barbecued pork bones. In just a few moments, he had already devoured 3 full plates of the meat, which was a full 5 centimeters thick and 30 centimeters long. As expected, while the humans in this world still claim to be humans, they are in fact also a kind of monster. The Grand Commander swallowed the barbecue, took another sip of water, and continued, "From my observations, the Flame King Dragon doesn't seem to be staying in the forest. Although its tracks are always in the same area, I've been there for several days, and only notice a noticeable rise in temperature for a short period each day. It seems it's searching for something." At this point, the Grand Commander suddenly remembered something and continued, "Another strange thing. The monsters in that area seem to have become extremely ferocious and aggressive. After I've been there for a long time, I notice a noticeable weakening of my body. Only after the Flame King Dragon's arrival raised the temperature did these symptoms begin to subside." Through the pork bone translation, Luo Yun was also somewhat puzzled. There are many possibilities for the monsters to become ferocious. One is that the frequent appearances of the ancient dragon have stimulated the monsters. Under prolonged heightened sensitivity, it's normal for the monsters to become ferocious. Furthermore, infection with the legendary Mad Dragon virus can also cause monsters to go berserk. Putting aside the fact that the Mad Dragon virus is a Tenkai Dragon virus, the Grand Commander's calm demeanor suggests the monsters haven't reached that level of frenzy. After all, the Mad Dragon virus can completely drive small and medium-sized monsters, like the Raptor Dragon, completely mad, even forcing them to collectively hunt down large, niche monsters like the Thunder Wolf Dragon. That thing is just as outrageous as the zombie virus. In addition to these, gnawing insects can also do the same thing. In short, after hearing from the Grand Commander that the Flame King Dragons were lingering in that area, Luo Yun had a feeling it wasn't a good thing. The Grand Commander was actually just passing through, just to see if any cats were planning to join him in the Starry Stronghold, so he could get a ride on a Raptor Dragon. And surprisingly, he actually happened to catch them. Tonkatsu and some fire dragon detail warriors were planning to deliver their supplies for the time being, but they would have to put a strain on the raptor dragon carrying the Grand Commander. Life went on. After the Grand Commander's departure, Luo Yun felt a nagging sense of unease. As his strength grew, his sixth sense grew sharper. After some thought, he instructed the cats to closely monitor the forest, and he and Yaji began to increase their daily patrols of their territory. While this incident might not necessarily affect the ancient tree, it was at least a precaution. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ancient tree forest, Xiaolong rolled his large eyes impatiently. After a long glance in one direction, he returned to the spot where he had buried his eggs, covered them with rotten weeds and ferns once more, and then, without looking back, departed towards the outskirts of the ancient tree forest. He had no intention of clashing with the incoming creature. After all, this sort of thing happened every few decades. He could just treat it as a trip and return after it was over. Chapter 121. Luo Yun couldn't hide his nervousness, and things were indeed starting to seem amiss in the ancient tree forest. Not only the cats noticed, but even the ancient tree fire dragons had noticed. However, so far, there hadn't been any major disturbances, so the fire dragons' lives remained largely normal. Another half-month passed. Now, in the starry sky stronghold, a short, hatted dragon scholar leaped onto the table, raised his notebook, and attempted to strike the Grand Captain on the head. The Grand Captain quickly dodged, helplessly watching the furious dragon elder, who kept cursing, accusing the Grand Captain of causing them trouble. The dragons were a unique race. If humans were blessed on Earth in the previous life, then in the Monster Hunter world, the dragons were truly blessed. Of course, if that incident hadn't occurred 1,000 years ago in the ancient kingdom of Sherd, the phenomenon known as Miraborias, perhaps the current landscape of the old world wouldn't be one of two kingdoms coexisting in the east and west, but rather a unified dragon nation. Dragakin possess lifespans far exceeding those of humans, and their growth differs from humans. Their bodies, like humans, grow from small to large in the first half of their lives, and then shrink again in the second half. Thus, every elder dragonkin possesses this short, frail frame. Of course, like monsters, dragonkin also possess some unique individuals. The most exceptional of these is said to appear only once every 1,000 years, and whether they can still be considered human remains uncertain. He is humanity's ultimate trump card, rumored to possess power rivaling even the taboo. No, I saw it with my own eyes. Everything in it actually happened. How can you say I'm making it up? The Grand Commander felt aggrieved, deeply aggrieved. When he first submitted his notes, the scholars were all jubilant. But after they finished studying them, they insisted that they'd been so obsessed with the flame dragon that they fabricated such absurd information. It was a complete insult to their intelligence. It was disrupting ecological research in the New World. Why? How dare you ask why? Look at what you wrote. It can be engulfed in flames, like the flame dragon. Okay, we can agree on that. After all, there are records of an extremely special individual in the old world. But what did you write next? It can also absorb the flames of others, extinguishing the flames of another male fire dragon arriving from the old world. Yes, that's exactly what happened, the Grand Commander said, folding his arms, confident. This expression infuriated the dragon scholar. Are you insulting my intelligence? If you hadn't written about a fire dragon, but instead described an unknown ancient dragon, I have accepted it. But this is a fire dragon. This violates the laws of evolution for ordinary creatures, you know? The dragon scholar roared, but seeing the Grand Commander's expression still refusing to admit it, like a humanoid golden lion, for some reason, he suddenly calmed down, put his notebook away, and calmly jumped off the table and left. He muttered, I'm so crazy. I shouldn't be so angry. I shouldn't be so angry. The Grand Commander looked at the dragon scholar, whose anger had suddenly subsided, and felt the look he given her, as he left was deeply rude. Ahem. Carlos, now promoted to Commander-in-Chief, calmly picked up the Grand Commander's notebook and handed it to the young man beside him, who looked 70% like him. He signaled him to put it away quickly before calling everyone to a meeting. Everyone, please summarize yourselves first. The group, who had been whispering among themselves, quieted down and began sharing their progress on the tasks they were responsible for during the period. By the way, Tonkatsu was also among them, representing the New World Deter and Feline Cat Management Office. This position had originally belonged to Sita, but now Sita had replaced Aunt Cat, who had begun the handover and planned to return to the old world in the next 2 years. She was in charge of weapons, and the Cat Pavilion, Cat Food Canteen. On the investigation team side, all the senior leaders had gathered for a rare occasion. Back at the ancient tree, Luo Yun had just completed a hunt, and that sudden inspiration, the feeling that the world was calling him, had arrived. Unlike the last time with the golden lion, the call this time wasn't particularly urgent, just as the monster they faced wasn't destroying the ecosystem as quickly. This indirect indication indicated that this opponent wasn't particularly formidable, and was the type Luo Yun could handle. But every failure taught him a lesson. Without accepting too many orders from the bosses, and unable to establish a consistent pattern, Luo Yun opted for a safe bet. Returning to the ancient tree, he summoned Yaji and flew directly to the west of the forest. At this time, the average temperature west of the ancient tree forest was a degree or two lower than in the center. In the woods, a gruesome massacre unfolded before the eyes of a dragon-man girl, clad in a camouflage straw raincoat. She watched as a black wolf bird slaughtered giant birds one after another. Its eyes were gleaming white, and something seemed to be entangled within its body. Its ferocious nature was so intense that it even spared the giant bird chicks in its nest. The slaughter lasted for a long time, until no more giant birds could breathe in its territory. The black wolf bird, with a sense of satisfaction, surveyed its surroundings from a height before spreading its wings and departing. After a long while, until the abomination birds began to peck at the giant bird carcasses, the dragon-man girl emerged from her hiding place in the brush, trotting past the giant bird carcasses one after another, reaching the nest, picking up 2 intact eggs and quickly departing. It's a shame there won't be so many bird eggs to eat anymore. The dragon girl swiftly moved through the woods, skillfully overcoming one obstacle after another. Finally, after passing through a small tree hollow, she arrived at an open area. This was a small tribe of New World dragonkin. Having arrived in the New World countless years ago, their numbers were small, and most were ancient dragonkin who had lived for a very long time. Their bodies were not like those of the Old World dragonkin. Aside from their elven ears, for toes, and recurved feet, they were almost human. The New World dragonkin still had scales on their recurved feet. Well, lately, the forest needs nutrients. The monsters are agitated, don't go out. An ancient dragonkin, carrying a large bamboo fungus that looked like a giant green mushroom growing on a tree, spoke to the newly returned dragon girl, his voice heavy. The dragon girl placed the dragon egg down and nodded. The 3 fiery red scales on her forehead, like ornaments, gleamed in the sunlight. Chapter 122. Luo Yun and Yaji were attacked mid-flight. That's right, 2 high ecological niche fire dragons were attacked while on their way, and the attackers were just a group of pterosaurs, normally only fit to be snacks for the fire dragons. This had never happened before. On the way to their destination, Luo Yun had a persistent feeling of foreboding. It had nothing to do with the purpose of this trip. It was simply a feeling that something major was about to happen in the ancient tree forest, something that would affect the entire forest and impact the upper levels of the ancient trees. But flying over the forest, Luo Yun hadn't noticed anything amiss until now, when he and Yaji were intercepted mid-air by a group of pterosaurs that usually scatter at the sight of a fire dragon. They were a swarm, fearlessly attacking them. Flames exploded in the air, their fangs and claws tearing at each pterosaur. Pterosaurs continued to fall from the sky, their deaths nearly instantaneous. Yet, even amidst this carnage, these pterosaurs continued to charge forward, braving the flames, hoping to tear a piece of flesh from Luo Yun. The female fire dragon wasn't particularly adept at aerial combat, but facing a swarm of pterosaurs, Yaji dispatched one with a sweeping flick of her tail, then snapped her neck, taking out another with a snap. The saying ant swarms kill elephants does exist in this world, but only if there are enough ants, and they can break through their defenses. The pterosaurs' combat power was so weak that they could only be classified as small monsters. The wind pressure created by the fire dragon's flapping wings could even affect them. In less than 10 minutes, the entire swarm of pterosaurs was completely annihilated, while Luo Yun and Yaji remained unscathed, their breathing rate unchanged. Go down and see what's going on with these pterosaurs. Luo Yun growled at Yaji. After responding, Yaji landed first, scanned the forest to make sure there were no enemies, and then called out to Luo Yun. Luo Yun landed and looked at the pterosaur carcasses scattered around. He realized that their bodies were tinged with paleness, their skin sagging and giving them an aged look, as if drained of vitality. But they hadn't looked like this when they attacked Luo Yun and Yaji just now. And the strangest thing was, despite the presence of so many corpses, the smell of blood hadn't attracted the abomination birds. After observing carefully for a while, and finding nothing unusual, Luo Yun and Yaji, filled with doubt and a growing sense of unease, took off again, continuing towards their target. Shortly after they left, the pterosaur carcasses shrank again. Soon, a thin, grayish miasma emerged from their mouths, noses, wounds, and other areas, and then consciously headed north. At this point, the stench of decaying corpses replaced the scent of blood, spreading through the forest. Hateful birds began to gather, pecking at the now-defunct pterosaur carcass. To the northeast of the ancient tree forest, near the Grand Canyon, the Flame King dragon flew over the forest. It disliked the forest environment, it might even be said to loathe it. Not only did it cause the forest to ignite if it lost control of its power, but the temperate forest's temperature always felt chilly to it. The unpleasant odor reappeared in the air. The Flame King dragon soared high, gradually releasing its power, and the temperature in the area began to steadily rise. Until they reached a certain limit, the putrid odor began to subside, and the Flame King dragon began to maintain this temperature. After a full half hour, the odor dissipated, and the Flame King dragon resumed its search for its target along the forest's edge. Little did they know, it was this sudden rise and fall in temperature that made the lower layers of the ancient forest even more humid and warm. This made the lower layers of the ancient forest, already rich in fungi, even more suitable for the reproduction and proliferation of spores. Pure white spores, resembling white petals, began to multiply in large numbers. Accompanied by gusts of breeze, they gradually filled the air, seemingly transforming the lower layers of the forest into a vast auditorium, solemnly welcoming the approaching being and paving a path of white flowers for him. After 2 days, Luo Yuan and Yaji finally reached their destination. The feeling of the call only gave Luo Yuan a general idea of the area. He still needed to search for the actual target. But this was a forest, not a wasteland. Although the aerial view offered an advantage, the dense trees still severely obstructed his vision. The search was far more arduous than the last time in the wasteland. Every time something seemed amiss, Yaji would descend and investigate. At this point, Luo Yuan was thankful he called Yaji along. The male and female fire dragons, one specialized in air combat, the other on land. This evolutionary pairing made sense. Both their safety and combat effectiveness were greatly enhanced. The ancient forest, in particular, boasted a lower layer composed of vines, tree roots, and caves, in addition to the middle forest. After Luo Yuan entered, he could only reach less than 10 meters above the ground before hitting the ceiling. This altitude not only severely limited the flying dragon's flight altitude, but the dangling vines and penetrating tree roots made it difficult for the dragon's wings to spread, limiting its flight flexibility. In other words, the actual flight altitude offered by the ancient tree's lower layer was only about 7 meters, a height that a large monster could reach with a single leap. This was why Luo Yuan so deeply disliked entering the lower layer of the ancient tree. Compared to Luo Yuan, Yaji, while also uncomfortable, was still tolerable. The impact on combat effectiveness was present, but not particularly significant. In this dreadful and frustrating forest area, Luo Yuan and Yaji searched for 3 days without finding their target. Perhaps it was spore breeding season, as the number of spores in the air had increased significantly, constantly making Luo Yuan and Yaji's noses itch. Luo Yuan, in particular, required a greater lung capacity to fly, and the uncomfortable environment made low-altitude flight in the forest extremely uncomfortable for the entire dragon. His mood gradually soured in this inhospitable environment. That night, after finding a high cliff, Luo Yuan and Yaji ate and cuddled up on the cliff, enjoying the evening breeze. But neither Luo Yuan nor Yaji were as affectionate as usual. Luo Yuan's occasional glances towards the dark forest revealed his genuinely bad mood. Meanwhile, in the dragon tribe in this area, a dragon girl with 3 diamond-shaped fiery red scales on her forehead gazed into the moonlit sky, her eyes hollow and lifeless, gradually transforming into vertical blue pupils in the moonlight. Chapter 123. Target of Hatred, where are you? I cannot find you, and my heart remains restless. The dragon girl, now like a puppet, repeated these words with neither joy nor sorrow. After a long pause, her pupils returned to black. The next moment, she clutched her heart and gasped for breath, looking exhausted. After a lingering glance into the distance, she stretched out her long legs and ran towards the small, lighted house in the tribe. The dragon girl returned to normal, just as Luo Yuan closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Luo Yuan and Yaji resumed their search. At the same time, the dragon girl donned her specially crafted leaf cloak, tucked her weapon at her waist, nodded to the ancient dragon man, who sat quietly on the tree trunk as usual, and resolutely left the tribe's territory. Is it good or bad that someone with resonance guides the way? The ancient dragon man, having witnessed so much over the long years, couldn't even determine why, after all these years, someone with resonance had appeared within their clan. And what creature had she resonated with? The activities of various great monsters have become increasingly frequent in the New World in recent years. Perhaps in a few decades, that great being will awaken, and the culprit behind all this might soon be born. Is it the ancient Dragon King? Or a great being? Or a new, unknown monster? A dull voice echoed in the air. The ancient dragon man pondered for a long time, unable to come to a conclusion. Finally, he gazed into the depths of the new world inside. The endless cycle of slumber and awakening. When that day arrives, will the new world be reborn? Or destroyed? Another day of searching, still fruitless as always. Luo Yun stood atop the cliff, wings spread and roaring to ease the gloom within him. He felt deeply uncomfortable, his mind a tangle. A voice urged him to leave the ancient forest. Another voice urged him to stay and eliminate the target of this trek. As time passed, Luo Yun noticed that the unpleasant feeling was growing stronger, like a countdown. Every time he soared high into the sky, the feeling faded. As he descended above the forest, it enveloped him once more. In Luo Yun's perception, the entire forest seemed enveloped by a dangerous web, threatening any weak creature that inhabited it. The fire dragon could fly and had great endurance, so it could leave the forest. But what about the cats? So Luo Yun was torn between whether to continue searching for the target of this trek. Should I just abandon this mission and return to the ancient tree as quickly as possible to prepare for any danger? Amidst this dilemma, a melodious flute note reached my ears. It was clearly just a sound, yet Luo Yun felt as if it were calling him. Somewhat baffled, but after a moment's reflection, Luo Yun said hello to Yaji and flew in the direction of the sound. The flute note didn't last long before abruptly fading. Though he had no idea what was happening, Luo Yun had already roughly locked onto the direction. He flapped his wings faster, creating gusts of wind as he flew swiftly in that direction. In the giant bird's territory, the dragon girl, taking advantage of the terrain, repeatedly dodged the attacks of the monsters behind her. A burst of fireballs erupted from the mouth of the black wolf bird, resembling a mobile turret in the sky, attacking the tiny creature that had suddenly appeared on the ground. The only living creatures in this giant bird's territory were the black wolf bird and the dragon girl. Clearly, all the giant birds in this territory had been decimated. The dragon girl looked slightly shattered by the black wolf bird's attacks, but she remained calm and executed various evasive maneuvers. Aside from being covered in dust and dirt from the smoke, she sustained no real damage. When Luo Yun and Yaji arrived, the black wolf bird immediately noticed their approach. It decisively abandoned its attack on the dragon girl and switched its target to Luo Yun and Yaji. At this moment, Luo Yun looked at the corpses of a dozen giant birds on the ground, his eyes settling on the scarred black wolf bird, which was larger than its own kind. A battle-scarred black wolf bird? With just one glance, Luo Yun was certain this creature was his target. Unlike ordinary black wolf birds, the battle-scarred black wolf birds of the New World weren't just scarred black wolf birds, they were also battle-hardened individuals. Both their fighting style and combat effectiveness far surpassed their peers, even transcending their ecological niche. But that wasn't what Luo Yun was curious about. Even a battle-scarred black wolf bird would still be its natural predator, and Luo Yun wasn't just any other Rathalos. What Luo Yun was curious about was that, given the black wolf bird's habits, simply slaughtering a single large monster bird in its territory didn't seem to violate its ecological norms, unless it had completely wiped out all the large monster birds in that forest area. But the black wolf bird, even if it was a battle-scarred black wolf bird, was only war-loving, not bloodthirsty. It wouldn't do such a thankless task, would it? As for the claim that this battle-scarred black wolf bird not only slaughtered the giant monster bird, but also other monsters, Luo Yun didn't believe that theory. It simply didn't have the strength to do that. Even if other large monsters couldn't defeat it, they could still escape. But no matter what, since the target was this battle-scarred black wolf bird, Luo Yun had to eliminate it. Without further ado, the battle began. However, it wasn't Luo Yun and his companions who initiated the attack. It was the battle-scarred black wolf bird that launched the first charge. And, amusingly, its first target wasn't Aji, who had a weaker flight ability, but Luo Yun, its natural enemy. Are you okay? I never seen such an irrational monster before. Luo Yun charged directly, his speed and strength surpassing even that of the battle-scarred black wolf bird. The series of small fireball attacks was nothing but a tickle to Luo Yun. The relatively tough armor plates of the battle-scarred black wolf bird were easily pierced by his sharp claws. Without even a moment of maneuvering, the battle-scarred black wolf bird was already at a disadvantage in a simple duel of speed and strength. After taking several hits, the battle-scarred black wolf bird in the air finally regained some consciousness. With a piercing cry, it forced Luo Yun back, then adjusted its course, targeting Yaji. Like a missile, using its massive beak as a warhead, it hurtled towards Yaji on land at breakneck speed. With a sideways turn and a flick of its tail, Yaji's counterattack was seamless. But it missed. The battle-scarred black wolf bird changed direction midair. Although it appeared to be attacking Yaji, it had actually calculated her attack range and landed just out of her reach. Immediately, a charged fireball flew out of the smoke and dust, accurately striking the unwary Yaji. The force of the explosion knocked her back. Yaji let out a painful groan. The battle-scarred black wolf bird seized the opportunity to pursue, but a fireball plummeted, blocking its path. Luo Yun swooped down and engaged it at low altitude. Yaji, having recovered, followed closely and joined the fray. The battle-scarred black wolf bird, undaunted, fought 1 against 2, refusing to retreat. After unleashing a variety of frenzied attacks, its body engulfed in flames, its spine severed by bites. Chapter 124. Yaji bit the black wolf bird's neck, while Luo Yun stepped on its back until the battle-scarred black wolf bird fell silent with a snap. Then, he released his grip and let it fall to the ground. It was remarkable how tenacious the monster's vitality was. Even with its spine broken and deep wounds visible to the bone, the black wolf bird was still alive. If it hadn't been immobilized by the broken spine, it might have been able to get up and continue fighting. To be honest, Luo Yun couldn't understand how this battle-scarred black wolf bird, a bird-dragon species with a very small body compared to monsters, could possess the agility of a bird-dragon species, and yet possess the strength of a flying dragon species. It could only be said that the appearance of a bird-dragon species was simply different. Facing the black wolf bird's grayish eyes, still filled with a frenzied fighting spirit, Luo Yun unleashed a blast of flame, completely extinguishing the last vestiges of life in it. The matter was resolved so easily that Luo Yun couldn't believe it. Given the strength of this battle-scarred black wolf bird, even if Luo Yun didn't call on Yaji, it wouldn't take much effort for him to defeat it on his own. It would simply take a little longer, and the bird would bear a few more scars from its final desperate struggle. For Luo Yun, who now possesses regenerative abilities, scars of that magnitude wouldn't even be considered injuries. After defeating the black wolf bird, Luo Yun lowered his head to search for the dragon man it had attacked. Luo Yun was absolutely certain that the flute call had come from the dragon man, and so he became curious about why the flute had attracted him, and who had played it. Unfortunately, although the battle ended quickly, it still raged on for quite a while. During that time, the dragon man had long since vanished. Luo Yun searched the area, but couldn't find him. Seeing the disturbing white spores begin to spread through the forest again, the nagging feeling of irritation welled up within him. Looking at Yaji, who was also feeling a little uneasy due to the appearance of the white spores, Luo Yun let out a low growl, and the two of them took off, flying towards the cliff where they had been staying for the past 2 days. They planned to rest there for a while, waiting for Yaji to recover her strength before returning. From the tall ferns near the giant bird's territory, a dragonman girl poked her head out, gazing at Luo Yun and Yaji with a puzzled look as they retreated. According to the ancient dragonman grandfather, aren't those creatures that resonate only with legends? How could it be that this inherited ancient flute summoned a pair of fire dragons? Even though Luo Yun's battle form was completely different from that of an ordinary fire dragon, he was still a fire dragon, wasn't he? At this moment, white spores from the air slowly fell onto the corpses within the giant bird's territory. Soon, a miasma resembling yellow smoke erupted from the white spores, filling the air. The corpses decayed faster in the miasma, becoming nutrients for the forest in a shorter time. Seeing this, the dragonman girl's pupils shrank. She donned her cloak and quickly left the area, heading back to her clan's territory. She had seen these white spores and yellow miasma since she was very young and knew well how damaging they could be to living things. On the cliff, after Yaji's strength had almost recovered and her wounds had healed, they took off again, heading back towards the ancient tree. On the way back, Luo Yun discovered the entire forest was covered in these white spores. They multiplied at a rapid rate, and many small creatures, as well as large monsters that were too large to clean themselves off, were covered in them. At first glance, it looked as if they were parasitized by the spores. And without exception, the creatures covered in spores became more ferocious. Luo Yun even saw a herbivorous dragon covered in spores chasing a thief dragon. From above, the entire forest was shrouded in yellow mist, and white spores floated in the air like snowflakes. Misty miasma corpse dragon. Luo Yun had lived in this world for 10 years, and had never seen anything like this before. At first, he thought it was just simple mushroom spores, albeit a little faster in their proliferation, but he didn't think anything else of it. But now, the number of spores has reached a critical point. Vast quantities of miasma mist are multiplying within the spores, proliferating, and finally being ejected by the spores, transforming the entire forest into an environment similar to the miasma valley. The Miasma Valley, it is the most crucial place for the cycle of life and death in the New World, the invaluable internal circulation system of the entire New World, and the final resting place of the ancient dragons of the ancient dragon fairy. Miasma, a microorganism, is an essential component of the Miasma Valley's unique ecological cycle. It is also a necessary condition for the coexistence of the Miasma Valley's true master, the ancient dragon known as the biological killer, and symbolizing the cycle of death, the corpse Hazak. The corpse Hazak is like a fish in water, and miasma is the water. Where there is water, there are fish. At this moment, the entire ancient forest was filled with water, creating the unique habitat of the corpse hazard, the misty miasma corpse hazard. No wonder the smaller creatures' temperaments changed drastically, and their sense of crisis intensified. No wonder the battle-scarred black wolf bird had become so demented. If, say, the battle-scarred black wolf bird had once encountered and battled a misty miasma corpse hazard, ultimately becoming saturated with the miasma, then its drastic change in temperament would be understandable. Don't think it's surprising that a mere battle-hardened monster would dare to attack an ancient dragon. The corpse hazard is definitely an anomaly among ancient dragons. It lacks the same imposing aura as other ancient dragons, and it doesn't even actively drive away any creatures in its area. This makes it appear as though it has a good temper, allowing anyone to challenge it. But in reality, as an ancient dragon, simply standing there has the effect of a natural disaster. He is a typical catastrophic ancient dragon. He doesn't need to fight a real battle. Any creature infected by the miasma becomes his reserve food. When the miasma isn't specifically strengthened by a Hadra dragon's life energy, it only affects small, weak creatures, like a mild case of the flu. But once strengthened by a Hadra dragon, the miasma's rate of draining life energy increases dramatically. Large monsters have more life energy, and can survive for extended periods, even escaping a Hadra dragon's grasp. But smaller creatures struggle, often lasting only a few seconds before their entire vitality is completely sapped, ultimately becoming the Hadra dragon's energy. Thus, after understanding the current situation, Luo Yuan and Yaji increased their speed, determined to return to the ancient tree before the miasma completely engulfed the entire forest. Otherwise, the cats would be in danger. This new symbiotic ecosystem could be destroyed. Chapter 125. In the northern part of the ancient tree forest, the Flame King Dragon reappeared. Wherever he was, white spores and yellow miasma dissipated under the heat of his body. The Flame King Dragon felt deeply exhausted. He had clearly sensed the ancient dragon's location nearby, but after searching for so many days, he hadn't found any trace of it. It was as if its mission wasn't complete, and the world didn't want it to leave. But the Flame King Dragon felt bitter. If he continued like this, staying in this area too long, he would be in trouble if that madman found him again. A cluster of flames appeared around the unhappy Flame King Dragon, and the spores and miasma burned away. And right at the Flame King Dragon's feet, in the lower layer of the forest, a four-legged, two-winged creature, covered in sharp barbs, held to these barbs by the skin of countless dead monsters. Due to the passage of time, and the infusion of its unique life energy, this skin had become incredibly hard. At this moment, their skin was covered in spore sacs formed by white spores, and yellow miasma swirled around their bodies. As the mist hazard moved, it was absorbed into its body, and expelled again where the miasma was weak. It was the carrier of the miasma, and also the face of death. The decline in life energy within the ley lines has left the New World, still in its youth relative to the rest of the world, somewhat undernourished. In addition to relying on the life energy within the ley lines, it also relies on the internal circulation of the land's organisms. And now, the forest needed to enter a new cycle. The dead creatures would become nutrients for the forest, contributing to its growth. Of course, for the Mist Hazret, this was just a case of a homebound dragon getting bored. The environment above had become ideal for the growth of these special spores, creating a perfect environment for it to come out for some fresh air and a stroll. But for the creatures of the forest, it was an absolute disaster. The ancient dragon's catastrophic side was fully demonstrated in the Mist Hazret. After 2 days of flying, Luo Yuan and Yaji finally returned to the ancient tree. To Luo Yuan's relief, the ancient tree was tall enough that the spores and miasma couldn't permeate the upper levels, remaining confined to the middle and lower levels. Because of the sea breeze, the spores couldn't reach the outer reaches of the forest, near the sea. Even if a few spores did reach the outer reaches, they went unnoticed due to their small number. As soon as Luo Yuan returned, he was spotted by the fire dragon leader Detail. Just as he was about to say something, a long roar of fire dragons rang out. Goodness! It's only been so long since the last summons, and they're here again. Luo Yuan wondered if the fire dragons in the ancient tree had become more communal. This was completely different from the previous incident with the Mist Dragon, when they could leave at will. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt like the fire dragons were waiting for his return to hold their meeting. But regardless, as the current beneficiary of the symbiotic relationship with the Rathalos, Luo Yun needed to see what the fire dragons were planning. As always, it was the treetops. Luo Yun had climbed to his previous position, and just as he paused, he noticed that the battle-hardened male fire dragons had descended, landing slightly below him before stopping. From a distance, one could see Luo Yun was at the highest position, followed by the Hao Fire Dragon, whose face was filled with disbelief, completely baffled as to how fire dragons could actually gather for a meeting. Then came the battle-hardened male fire dragons, and the azure fire dragons. Roar! A battle-hardened male fire dragon, nearing old age, growled, its muffled voice echoing through the treetops, silencing the canopy as it described the current situation in the language of fire dragons. This wasn't the first time the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon had entered the ancient forest. It had been there before, decades before. This battle-hardened male fire dragon had experienced this in his youth, and so, through its description, all the fire dragons understood the current situation. So, the discussion this time was about whether the fire dragons should temporarily leave the upper levels of the ancient trees and migrate to other areas for shelter. Creatures infected by the miasma experienced a significant loss of nutrients, and these miasma-infected creatures also significantly affected the fire dragon's hunting efficiency. Consuming prey tainted with miasma would increase the miasma in their bodies, affecting the dragon's health. After the battle-hardened fire dragon finished his description, the fire dragons at the scene roared one after another. Roar. Luo Yun thought for a moment before roaring. The next second, the fire dragons at the scene stopped roaring and listened quietly to Luo Yun's voice, just as they had when the Black Flame King spoke. Luo Yun hadn't expected this to happen after he spoke, but he was currently concerned with his own problem. He needed an answer to make his own decision. Luo Yun's question was how the incident had been resolved. Had the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon left on its own, or had there been external interference? The battle-hardened male fire dragon pondered for a moment before responding. The appearance of the Sun-Fire Dragon couple dispelled the miasma and shattered the Death Dragon's pure white shell. The Death Dragon returned to the land of reincarnation, while the Sun-Fire Dragon journeyed to the depths of the world and disappeared. Inside the dragon tribe, a dragon girl listened to the words of the ancient dragon on the tree trunk and cast her gaze towards the entrance to the tribe's territory. A pool of water had been diverted there to seal the entrance. Above the tribe's territory was a rift valley, high above, preventing miasma and spores from ascending. Therefore, the tribe's territory was highly secure, and there was no need to worry about miasma invading. The Flame King Dragon couple? The Mist Hazard Dragon was weak to fire. Aside from miasma activated by the Hazard Dragon's life energy, all other miasma and spores were afraid of heat and flame. Therefore, the battle-hardened male fire dragon's statement that the Mist Hazard Dragon was repelled by the Flame King Dragon couple made perfect sense. As for why they repelled rather than killed it, let's not even mention the ancient dragon's incredible vitality and how difficult it was to kill. Just consider the importance of the corpse Hazak to the new world. If you dare to kill it, the world consciousness will send you a letter. No wonder the Grand Commander said they found traces of the Flame King Dragon in the forest, but it's still unclear how long this situation will last. I can't afford to waste time. Luo Yun gazed at the miasma-filled ancient tree forest and made a final decision. Migrate. The entire fire dragon group, along with the cats, will migrate. As for the migration direction, Luo Yun ultimately chose the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. In fact, the first option that flashed through Luo Yun's mind was the Coral Plateau. There, the resources were comparable to those in the forest, with more abundant nutrients and a richer life energy. But then he realized that it was also the territory of the Heinich Flying Dragons, the Wind-Drifting Dragons. Migrating there would inevitably lead to conflict between the groups. The fire dragons didn't matter, but the cats weren't sure how to survive. Therefore, the destination was finally changed to the Big Anthill Wasteland. Chapter 126. Migration is no easy task, especially during this period when the young are still unable to fly. This means that the fire dragon couple must bring their own young along. In the past, a fire dragon couple could only take a maximum of 4 young. Any more would be reluctantly left behind, leaving them to fend for themselves. This was an extraordinary ordeal for the fire dragon family. Now, though the fire dragons must bring both the young and the cats, migration has become much easier. After Luo Yun made his choice and returned to inform the fire dragon leader, the fire dragon detail, of their decision, all the ancient tree fire dragon details, with the exception of the cats who were needed to care for the young, set out to strip vines from the ancient trees and weave larger, more portable baskets, imitating the original baskets. The fire dragons began to venture out more frequently, seeking out areas with less miasma for hunting. All excess prey was brought back and handed over to the cats for processing, leaving it as food for the cubs and the cats along the way. At this moment, the entire ancient tree fire dragon herd and the cats were like a large machine, each divided into different tasks and methodically making preparations for their migration. This whole process left the fire dragon stunned. After all, it had once led a fire dragon tribe for a while, so how could it have ever seen such a thing? When the migration from the old world to the new world began, it was simply that each fire dragon family went out hunting, and after eating and drinking, they said goodbye and set off, following the path of the Flame King Dragon. A number of fire dragons died along the way, either from battle or from exhaustion, with no place to stay on the sea. After finally reaching a small island, the fire dragons dispersed in droves, each hunting individually. Sometimes, due to food shortages, fire dragons even engaged in fighting with one another. In how fire dragons view, the fire dragon clan was completely disorganized. Aside from its nominal leader, who still held a sense of responsibility, the other fire dragons didn't care about the lives of others. But why were the fire dragons of the New World so different? Not only did they hold meetings based on strength and status, but they also shared food storage, and different families went hunting together. There were even subspecies, like the Songinghua, which had always looked down on the original species, to ensure more efficient prey acquisition in this harsh environment. How could this be expected of a fire dragon with a weak sense of community? In fact, it wasn't just how fire dragon, even Luo Yun found it incredible. This joint hunting wasn't orchestrated by Luo Yun, it was a spontaneous process that gradually developed among these fire dragons during repeated hunts. When Luo Yun learned of this, he too was stunned. He suddenly felt a sense of being behind the times. He was clearly the fire dragon at the forefront, yet how had the ancient tree fire dragons developed a sense of community without his knowledge? Finally, after careful reflection, Luo Yun realized that this had been happening for a long time. Fire dragons weren't inexperienced, at least they weren't mindless beasts. Under the unique rules of the ancient tree, the fire dragons of the New World already shared many common interests. Driven by these interests, it was only a matter of time before a stronger sense of community emerged. However, the ecology of the New World has long been untouched by external forces, and the development of civilization has long stagnated. While the conditions for advancement have long been present, the only reason major changes haven't occurred is that the opportunity to break through that barrier has been lacking. Now, through years of repeated battles between tribes, with their shared cats as the thread, the fire dragon families, symbolic of beads, are connected together. With a sense of status and a core, the ancient tree fire dragon's sense of community is beginning to take shape. Although, at present, there's no sense of community honor or collective consciousness, a sense of shared interests exists. As long as the fire dragons can't let go of the services provided by the cats and abandon this symbiotic relationship, all fire dragons will unite for this common good. As for whether this will cause problems in the ecological chain, from Luo Yun's perspective, it won't. Not to mention that this is normal biological development. The existence of these rules within the ancient tree's upper layers completely limits the number of fire dragons within it. With such a small number of fire dragons, at best they could only stir up trouble in a small area of the forest. They couldn't even truly occupy a single area, let alone the entire forest, or even the entire New World. Preparation took considerable time, but fortunately, as time passed, all preparations were finally complete. All that was left was the final touches to the large baskets before they could set off. Over time, the spore situation in the forest grew increasingly severe, shrouding the entire depths in a constant yellow mist. Hunting became increasingly difficult for the fire dragons, to the point where Luo Yun and Hao Huolong were even needed to lead the team. The fire dragons, having inhaled excessive amounts of miasma from their frequent hunting, began to lose control of their tempers. Thankfully, Luo Yun's strength still held sufficient deterrent power, and combined with the suppression of the battle-hardened fire dragons, no major problems arose. Woo! Roar! A long, drawn-out cry, like a young fire dragon's cry for help, rang from afar. The fire dragons, fresh from a roundup, and spitting flames to cleanse the white spores from the crested dragon's body, all looked up in the direction of the sound. From high above, Luo Yun heard the familiar sound and sensed something was amiss. He called out to the great fire dragon, who was on guard duty on the other side of the group, and instructed the remaining fire dragons to bring the prey back to the ancient tree. He then flew towards the source of the sound, accompanied by the great fire dragon and two other male fire dragons also on guard duty. At that moment, Outside the hunter's makeshift camp, four armored deter followers stood back to back, weapons and shields raised, heartbrokenly confronting four thief dragons, their skin and pupils coated in a grayish-white layer, stained by the miasma. These thief dragons were adorned with specially crafted saddles, and one even carried the cargo it had brought back. It was clear that, after prolonged exposure to the miasma, these thief dragons, once tamed as the cats' fighting partners, had completely lost their minds and were attacking the cats. The young dragon's cry for help was precisely the rescue horn the cats had invented. When Luo Yu arrived, the battle had already begun. The cats, having undergone extensive follower training, were actually no less powerful than the thief dragons, but since these thief dragons had been their former companions, they hesitated to attack them. Consequently, in the ensuing battle, the cats were clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 127. The flames of Luo Yuan and Rathalos dispelled the miasma, revealing the cats' battle. Needless to say, Luo Yuan and Rathalos, as usual, exhaled their flaming breath, dispelling the nearby white spores and miasma. The other two Rathalos swooped down decisively, dispatching the four thief dragons with ease. Meow. My dragon meow. Shield raised, Detail gazed at the tragically dead thief dragon, heartbroken. This was his very own thief dragon, the one with whom he had roamed the forest and trained in joint attacks at the Star Stronghold. Now it was gone. Detail wiped his tears and, along with his companions, bowed to the Rathalos in gratitude. Then, tearfully, he glanced up at Luo Yuan in the sky, like a wronged child seeking to confide in his parents. However, the current environment didn't allow it. The cats suppressed their grief and swiftly removed the cargo from the thief dragon. They quickly divided it up, carried it on their backs, and planned to walk back to the ancient tree. They were the first group of cats returning with the supplies. Outside the ancient tree, the miasma spore situation wasn't severe, and it was manageable as they first entered the forest. But as they moved deeper into the forest, the thief dragon's condition became increasingly unsettling. They suffered numerous attacks from small monsters along the way, accelerating the thief dragon's decline. The cats, however, were less severely affected by the veil. By the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. They couldn't even retreat, so they had no choice but to accelerate their advance, ultimately leading to the scene just now. Just as the cats bid farewell to the Rathalos and prepared to take off, Luo Yuan was about to say something when a strong sixth sense struck him. He turned his head toward the end of the forest path and saw a four-legged, winged figure slowly approaching. Roar! With a rapid roar, Luo Yuan commanded the two Rathalos to leave quickly with the cats. He then called upon the Rathalos and flew toward the figure. The Rathalos, though confused, chose to grab the cats and depart towards the ancient tree. Swallowed by miasma, white spore sacs hung from its body. It resembled a white wedding dress. But the stench of decay and the skin of various monster corpses clung to the hooks gave the impression of crawling out of a graveyard. The mere sight of it was enough to make one feel physically unwell. Gazing at the slowly pacing figure, Luo Yuan sighed inwardly. In the previous game, it's a monster that was a Resident Evil collaboration. Isn't this a straight-up zombie monster? I thought so, but this is an ancient dragon. Not the immature mist dragon that could only cover a quarter of an area with its poisonous fog. This is an ancient dragon that has lived for who knows how long, dwelling at the starting point of the New World's Earth vein corridor, constantly absorbing the Earth's energy over these immeasurable years. Even if it's not known for its combat prowess, it possesses all the prestige expected of an ancient dragon. The miasma that now covers almost the entire forest is its own creation. Fight? Or flee? The Mist Barrier Corpse dragon showed no interest in fire dragons, not even the two exceptional male fire dragons that appeared above it, ablaze with flames and unaffected by the miasma. He was here for a leisurely stroll, not a battle. As long as Luo Yuan and the fire dragon didn't show obvious intent to attack him, like the black wolf bird had before, he could ignore them. Luo Yuan felt his heart begin to beat faster, and a faint heat coursed through his blood. The fire dragon, standing nearby, looked from Luo Yuan to the dragon below, a dragon he had never seen before, and suddenly understood Luo Yuan's intentions. Without a word, a scorching fireball spun through the miasma, exploding with a bang against the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon. Nobody? Luo Yuan's pupils widened as he stared in disbelief at the fire dragon, which, full of fighting spirit, seemed ready to charge down and challenge the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon for a showdown. I haven't made a decision yet? Why are you already fighting? Luo Yuan shouted hurriedly. But when he noticed the Rathalos staring at him in confusion, its blazing eyes revealing a clear sense of foolishness, Luo Yuan understood what was going on beside him. Ouch! A hoarse, infernal sound came from below. The miasma surrounding the mist barrier corpse dragon rapidly increased. Unharmed, its crimson pupils beneath its glowing organs glared coldly at Luo Yun and the Rathalos. Its inner and outer jaws opened wide, as if ready to tear them apart in a second. He had never imagined that after arriving on land, a second blind creature would attack him. When did these non-ancient dragon creatures become so brave? The Rathalos looked in amazement at the mist barrier corpse dragon, which had taken a fireball without even breaking its defense. It didn't take much thought to know this was a setback. However, as a special species, it was also confident in its own strength. Without a word, it unleashed several more fireballs, then, regardless of whether they hit or not, swooped down to engage in battle. Although he felt that the Rathalos' actions were reckless, having already taken action, Luo Yun naturally had no other choice. He unleashed a powerful breath of fire, joining the fray. Mist barrier corpse dragon nimbly dodged Rathalos' fireballs. With a flap of its wings, a torrent of miasma erupted from its parotid glands. Energized by its immense life energy, it transformed into a tornado, enveloping the swooping Rathalos. Then, raising its head, it also exhaled a rich breath of miasma, meeting Luo Yun's charged flames. Unexpectedly, the miasma, which should have been suppressed by fire, was actually neutralized by the life energy of the mist barrier corpse dragon. No! Luo Yun's flames were shattered and pushed back towards him. Not only that, the miasma released by the mist corpse dragon spread like a vast net, breaking through its original height from bottom to top, completely enveloping the area and enveloping Luo Yun as well. Luo Yun's burning flames began to burn the miasma, but the miasma was now mingled with the mist corpse dragon's life energy. The flames and miasma counteracted each other, and Luo Yun's energy began to deplete. Just as he had done in the mist dragon's poisonous fog, Luo Yun's fire energy cycle began to deplete, however slight. Striving to increase his blazing flames, gaining a moment's respite, Luo Yun dodged the incoming miasma breath. At the same time, the great fire dragon broke through the miasma tornado, leaping towards the mist corpse dragon with scorching flames, interrupting its subsequent breath attack. The flaming claws tore at the body of the mist corpse dragon, but the opponent showed no intention of dodging and rushed towards it head-on. Chapter 128. The sound of claws scraping against an object echoed simultaneously with the sound of a collision. The next second, the blazing fire dragon was sent flying. Its flaming claws slashed through the mist haze dragon's body, only leaving a single cut in the surface layer of its hide. Mist haze dragon had countless layers of this hide, and it was safe to say that the fire dragon's attack couldn't even completely penetrate its defenses. Just as Mist haze dragon was about to charge, several fireballs fell from the sky, predictably landing in its path, slowing its pursuit. Flames then streamed from Luo Yun's body. As his wings flapped downward, a powerful wind blasted down countless sparks, instantly covering the mist haze dragon's position. These sparks were sticky flames. If they were considered a skill, they might even have a catchy name like Meteor Shower. But for Luo Yun, he simply wanted to inflict a negative burning effect on the mist miasma corpse dragon. With its massive size, the mist miasma corpse dragon, along with the surrounding ground, was instantly engulfed in flames. But before Luo Yun could make the next move, the dense, activated miasma instantly extinguished the flames. The gushing activated miasma enveloped Luo Yun and the fire dragon like a wave. Even though their bodies were ablaze with flames, the miasma couldn't penetrate them, but the mutual cancellation of flame and miasma consumed energy. As the miasma's concentration increased, the activated miasma, no longer afraid of flames, became even more difficult to eliminate. Clearly, in that instant, the mist miasma corpse dragon had created a truly suitable battlefield for its battle. Within this miasma, Luo Yun's energy consumption increased significantly, and even his vision began to be obstructed. With a roar, the misty corpse dragon sprinted towards Luo Yun at high speed, its sturdy forelimbs carrying sharp claws slashing past him. The attack missed, and as its wings flapped behind it, several clouds of miasma exploded in their wake, forming a tornado that enveloped Luo Yun. Boom! With a roar of flames, Luo Yun decisively detonated the flammable liquid rapidly seeping from his body, dispersing the miasma tornado, and simultaneously unleashing a charged fireball at the misty corpse dragon, which had its back turned. Unexpectedly, the misty corpse dragon folded its wings, swallowing the exploding fireball head-on. Using the momentum of the explosion, it charged back at the fire dragon, which had just taken flight but hadn't yet fully ascended. Roar! The fire dragon's eyes widened, and the flames on its body blazed even brighter. Do you think I'm a pushover? Instantly, a breath of searing heat, comparable to Luo Yun's condensed energy, erupted. The flames and gusts of wind dispersed the miasma in front of the great fire dragon, colliding with the oncoming mist miasma corpse dragon. In this heat far exceeding the magma of the Earth's veins, the miasma surrounding the mist miasma corpse dragon could not completely offset the flames, and the blow truly landed on the mist miasma corpse dragon. Under the force of the flames, the mist miasma corpse dragon was forced to make a forced landing, dodging the subsequent attack. The spore sacs wrapped around it were partially destroyed, revealing the charred monster hide beneath. The great fire dragon, having struck successfully, seized the opportunity to ascend into the air, and together with Luo Yun, they rushed out of the miasma area. The miasma surrounding them crackled and quickly dissipated. Luo Yun looked at the forest below with a grim expression. Yellow miasma filled a large area. The density of the miasma was like a yellow ocean. Even with the eyesight of a fire dragon, he could not see things 1 meter away. And this assumes they are immune to the miasma due to their unique characteristics. It's hard to imagine that the vast expanse below is filled with miasma, completely activated by the unique life energy of the mist miasma Hazret. In just this one round of attack and defense, Luo Yun felt that nearly 10% of his stored energy had been consumed. The great fire dragon's flames were slightly hotter than his, but without Luo Yun's unique energy circulation system, its internal energy consumption was probably even greater. And what about the mist miasma Hazret? While maintaining such a large area of activated miasma, it also continuously mobilized large quantities of miasma to consume them, even engaging in counterattacks with Luo Yun. Did it consume even 10% of its energy? Probably not. It's an ancient dragon, after all. Every statistic in its body is unimaginable to ordinary monsters. Even if flames could restrain the mist miasma Hazret, it would depend on the type of fire. The ancient dragons of this world are peculiar. Because their life energy is carried within the Earth's veins, most of them habitually dwell near them. Even the ice-cursed dragon, known as the Ice Witch, nestles near a ley line. Its favorite daily activity is freezing the gushing lava into decorative objects. Or, perhaps, it plunges into the lava, brimming with life energy, and rolls around, feeling the lava slide down its surface, eventually transformed by the extreme cold into a coat of azure fish scales. Games are games, but reality is reality. Also residing near a ley line, the mist Hazret dragon is vulnerable to fire, but that's only relative to its other resistances. It's not truly afraid of flame. At least, Luo Yun's flames currently pose no significant threat to him. Realizing this, Luo Yun decided not to follow the great fire dragon's lead and plunge into the miasma to engage in another 300 rounds of battle. Since the flames weren't hot enough, then increased the temperature. Roar! A low growl erupted from his throat, and the great fire dragon froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he took a deep breath and frantically mobilized the fire energy within his body. A dense flame gathered in his mouth, and the next second, a breath of fire with distinct signs of compression erupted towards Luo Yun. The Misty Corpse Dragon wasn't just some monster that would foolishly stay put and wait for others to kill it, it could also fly. Before it noticed something was amiss and caught up, the great fire dragon needed to quickly transform its fire energy into flames to recharge Luo Yun. Engulfed in flames, Luo Yun's scales rapidly absorbed the energy, so quickly that not even a fraction of the great fire dragon's breath escaped. His entire body transformed into a swirling ball of fire. In the forest below, the mist miasma corpse dragon raised its head, sensing everything within the miasma, but it remained oblivious to the movements of Luo Yun and the great fire dragon. With a flick of its wings, the miasma surged like a surging wave, guided by the mist miasma corpse dragon, propelling it high into the sky. The mist miasma corpse dragon's speed was so immense that it was hard to believe its seemingly tattered wings could support a body of its size. It defied common sense. But upon closer inspection, these ancient dragons could truly be considered fantastical creatures. Interpreting them through the lens of biological logic was a bit far-fetched. Chapter 129. The miasma accompanied the mist Hazret dragon as it ascended into the air. Suddenly, he saw the infernal dragon spitting fire at its companions. This unnatural sight stunned the mist Hazret dragon. With his control over the miasma, he could clearly sense that his miasma had failed to penetrate the bodies of the two male infernal dragons. Without the miasma's influence, how could they have started a fight? Could it be that he hadn't let them fight to their heart's content, prompting them to engage in a second battle? As a Hazret dragon who had lived in the deepest part of the Miasma Valley for decades, he didn't have a strong desire to attack and lacked combat experience. Therefore, he was deeply shocked by this scene. He flapped his wings and froze in the air, not even intending to continue his attack. The great fire dragon, Having initially intended to temporarily halt its breath due to the appearance of the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon, realized it had no intention of attacking and immediately increased its flame output. Regardless of whether Luo Yun could absorb it or not, it frantically drained its explosive flame bag, refusing to stop even when its flames dimmed. Soon, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon lost its patience and unleashed a breath of miasma. The Great Fire Dragon immediately stopped breathing and dodged. The next second, the bluish-purple flame breath met the miasma, completely neutralizing the miasma breath with a crackling sound. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and a blinding light shone from the bluish-purple fireball in the sky. The next second, accompanied by a resounding roar, the bluish-purple fireball exploded. Luo Yun spread his wings, enshrouded in calamity flames, and waves of heat, accompanied by wind pressure, surged in all directions. The high temperature in the air suppressed the activity of the miasma. White miasma spores that were close to it withered rapidly, and the miasma's reproduction rate was greatly reduced. The crimson pupils of the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon narrowed slightly. At this moment, it felt the same intense heat from Luo Yun that it had felt from the male Yangyan dragon decades ago. With a hoarse roar, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon no longer hesitated and rushed towards Luo Yun. Behind it, the activated miasma was frantically drawn out, swirling towards Luo Yun like a wave that covered the sky and the sun. The somewhat weakened Great Fire Dragon, sensing the situation was not favorable, immediately retreated in the same direction. Only then did Luo Yun learn of his current state from the illusory panel and the duration of his current state. Almost instinctively, he activated his sunlight ability. As the temperature of his body rapidly rose, waves of heat surged towards the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon with the flapping of his wings. Amidst the intense heat, clusters of miasma began to burn, with flashes of bluish-purple flames occasionally appearing and disappearing in the air. Although there were no open flames, the temperature within the heat wave was exorbitant. In a stalemate with the miasma wave, Luo Yun engaged in a fierce battle with the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon amidst the miasma and heat wave. With the aid of the Tribulation Flame, Luo Yun was finally able to break through the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon's defenses. The Tribulation Flame's scorching state meant that even the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon, with its miasma activated, was not easily extinguished. In the air, bluish-purple fireballs and orange-yellow miasma balls collided and separated, their speed so rapid that they resembled two balls of light separating and merging. From time to time, fireballs fell, exploding in the forest, creating mushroom clouds. During this tussle, the miasma's vitality was gradually compressed, forcing the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon to gather it within its body, revitalizing it with its own life energy before releasing it again. Thus, in the on-field clash, the miasma began to lose ground. Often, 1 point of fire required 2, or even 3 points of miasma to extinguish. With the return of the Great Fire Dragon and its entry into the fray, even though its flames were somewhat less powerful, its combined strength with Luo Yun's helped the amount of miasma surrounding the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon rapidly dwindle, and it finally found itself at a complete disadvantage. It no longer resisted the flames, nor did it disperse the miasma freely. Instead, it gathered around itself, counteracting the flaming attacks of Luo Yun and the Great Fire Dragon. As time passed, the miasma spores in the area were completely cleared away by the scorching heat of the sun. The only remaining pocket of the incredibly dense miasma surrounding it was the one around the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon. At this moment, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon relied entirely on the spore sacs it had carefully protected to maintain the miasma concentration around it. In just a few minutes of fighting, its living environment was rapidly compressed. But even this final layer of miasma, imbued with life energy by the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon, prevented Luo Yun from completely clearing it. With the countdown approaching the final minute, Luo Yun gritted his teeth and, under the cover of the Great Fire Dragon, successfully leaped onto the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon's back. As the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon struggled, he unleashed a massive explosive fireball at close range. With a resounding explosion, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon fell to the ground. Luo Yun's entire body erupted in flames. He roared at the Great Fire Dragon and transformed himself into a fireball. After a quick spin, it locked onto the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon in the woods, then dived down with all its might. How fast! Having just risen, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon gazed at the swooping blue-purple meteor fireball. At that speed, it wasn't certain it could dodge. Without a second's hesitation, the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon, after briefly gathering strength, absorbed all the miasma surrounding its body into its gill-like organs, expelling a miasma breath exceeding all its previous exhalations. The immense recoil forced it to crouch low, its limbs firmly gripping the ground. The next second, The flaming meteor collided with the miasma breath, and the resulting gust of wind flattened the trees. A heat wave ripped through the area, spreading far into the distance. The impact of Luo Yun's lovely star flying strike began to diminish under this counterforce. The vast amount of miasma frantically counteracted the flaming energy within him. On the illusory panel, the countdown began to accelerate. At this moment, the great fire dragon appeared directly overhead, its long charged breath coming one after another, descending against the wind's pressure onto Luo Yun's fire meteor. The countdown on the panel paused. The flames, previously neutralized by the miasma breath, flared up again. Just as Luo Yun felt a tingling pain in his fire sac, the fire meteor finally broke through the miasma breath and, under the incredulous gaze of the misty miasma corpse dragon, struck with a bang. Boom! The violent explosion shook the ground, and the resulting gas explosion even sent the exhausted great fire dragon flying far away. Nearby trees snapped in half, and large swathes of land were reduced to scorched earth. Luo Yun's red, silver-tinged body flew out of the blast, landing heavily on the ground, leaving a long plowing trail. Enduring the pain in his gut, Luo Yun quickly climbed to his feet, his gaze blazing in the direction of the Mist Hazard dragon. The smoke cleared, revealing the Mist Hazard dragon. No, at this point, the Hazard dragon. The white spore sacs covering its body were completely wiped out by the explosion of flames. The monster hide covering the right side of its body and wings was shattered, and many of the barbs on that side broke off, revealing the charred silver-white scales within. The wings drooped, appearing to have sustained significant damage. Observing the Hazard dragon's current state, Luo Yun's tense heart finally relaxed a little. It's done! Chapter 130. That's right, it was succeeded, not won. Luo Yun's goal from the beginning wasn't to defeat the Miss Miasma Hazard, but to completely remove the layer of spore sacs on its surface. Combined with the sunlight ability, he would clear all the miasma spores and miasma surrounding it, depriving the Miss Miasma Hazard of its miasma-rich environment, thereby forcing it to leave the forest. Ancient dragons, as monsters whose abilities transcend the limits of ordinary life, possess unimaginable vitality and endurance. Injuries that would be fatal to ordinary creatures are no big deal for an ancient dragon. Even an ancient dragon like Nergigant, which possesses the ability to prey on ancient dragons, often requires months, even a year, of relentless pursuit to successfully capture one. And because of his ignition ability, he briefly transcended life levels, gaining ancient dragon-level lethality. But unfortunately, time was too short. In 5 minutes, facing the Miss Miasma Corpse Dragon, they could only suppress it, not defeat it. After all, it required the combined efforts of the Flame King Dragon and his wife to repel it. That was why Luo Yun chose to make a desperate move in the final moment, using his highest burst attack to eliminate the enemy's last remaining living environment. Without the miasma, the Miss Miasma Corpse Dragon was like a fish out of water. Of course, he was no fish, and a miasma-free environment would at best make him uncomfortable. Add to that the injuries, and given the Miss Miasma Corpse Dragon's temperament, it was very likely to leave. The Miss Miasma Corpse Dragon's scarlet eyes glared coldly at Luo Yun, the light-emitting organ above them flickering an orange-yellow light. The gills on either side of its body opened and closed, only a small amount of miasma was released. It seemed that the previous exhalation had almost consumed all of its stored miasma. Seeing this, Luo Yun flapped his wings and slowly took off. Had he successfully expelled the ancient dragon? The sense of accomplishment made the pain in his body feel much less severe. But our ancestors taught us that often, we shouldn't celebrate anything too soon before it's completely resolved. The misty miasma corpse dragon let out a chilling roar, and just as Luo Yun felt a faint sense of unease, a dark cloud flew across the sky. No! Not a dark cloud. It's a pterosaur. Luo Yun's pupil shrank, and he immediately saw the large group of creatures flying overhead. At the same time, in the woods, small monsters such as thieves, environmental creatures, and others also appeared nearby. Although they were of different species, the only thing they shared at this moment was that they were all covered in a thick layer of miasma spores, covered in mycelium. Accompanied by the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon's roar, the pterosaurs in the sky fell one after another, and the smaller monsters on the ground wailed in pain as if their bodies were cramping. A large amount of miasma, carrying their life force, was rapidly absorbed into the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon's body like a whale. Luo Yun tried to stop it, and fired balls of fire, but the Mist Miasma Corpse Dragon, which had been paying close attention, dodged them one by one. The wound on his wing healed rapidly, and the once thin miasma became thicker again. In the sky, the great fire dragon, its flames dimmed, roared loudly. From the sky, one could see that within this vast forest, countless small monsters, completely infested by spores and possessed by the miasma, were rushing towards them like a zombie tide. They were all the mist haze dragon's reserve energy. As long as it couldn't be severely injured or the spores infested the entire forest, it wouldn't fear any monster in a protracted battle. It didn't possess any ultimate moves with explosive damage, nor any one-hit kill capabilities. What it did possess was the strength of an ancient dragon, its endless reserve energy, and the miasma's ability to plunder life force, allowing it to defeat its opponents through prolonged battles. In short, it was a standard tank with a massive health regeneration ability. TSK. Luo Yun stared at the mist haze dragon, which continued to drain the life force from the spore-infested monster, and roared at the Rathalos again. Ah! Still coming? The Rathalos felt its explosive flame sac begin to ache. Just now, in order to quickly recharge Luo Yun, it had been straining its explosive flame sac, draining all of its fire energy. But he had to obey Luo Yun's orders, otherwise what would happen if he was driven out of the ancient tree? Without a choice, the great fire dragon could only fly over Luo Yun again, intending to begin charging its breath. Who would have thought that upon witnessing this, the mist miasma corpse dragon suddenly spewed a thick miasma toward the ground, completely obscuring its form. The great fire dragon's heart tightened, and without a word, he began to breathe. The flames once again enveloped Luo Yun, but as they absorbed a large amount of fire energy, his flame bag began to twitch and sting. While bearable, the sensation was unbearable. As Luo Yun endured the pain and charged, the miasma enveloping the mist miasma corpse dragon slowly dissipated with the wind. By then, there was no trace of the mist corpse dragon. This? Luo Yun was stunned. Had it escaped? Before he could think, his flame bag twitched with pain again. The mist corpse dragon had vanished, but the great fire dragon was still breathing flames at Luo Yun. Enough. Stop! Luo Yun roared, interrupting the great fire dragon's flaming breath. It stared blankly at Luo Yun, unsure of what was happening. The look in its eyes, like that of a modern college student, infuriated Luo Yun. He, engulfed in flames, had noticed the mist corpse dragon was gone, but this one, breathing fire from a high altitude, hadn't noticed. Why hadn't he realized at first that this guy was actually such a dragon? But then he thought that made sense. If this guy wasn't such a dragon, then how could the fire dragon, Hao Huisin, have been tricked into becoming a hard-working leader by the fire dragons of the old world? This guy is a complete scapegoat. As his regenerative power surged, the strangeness in his flame bag began to subside. Luo Yun soared high into the sky, looking down at the monsters below that were no longer converging towards him, and slowly exhaled. Never mind, a temporary repulsion is fine. At least there won't be any unnecessary accidents before the migration. Looking around, he saw that the forest, within sight, was still filled with miasma and spores, except for the area he was in, where the miasma seemed to have thinned slightly due to the recent battle. No wonder, most of the time, disasters caused by ancient dragons are often resolved by other ancient dragons. After growling at the Haohui dragon, Luo Yun headed back towards the ancient tree. This battle consumed too much physical strength. He needed to take time to have a good rest. Chapter 131. Deep in the forest, sheltered by the miasma, the mist miasma corpse dragon slowly descended to the bottom of the ancient tree forest. He hadn't expected to be repelled by two, or more precisely, by that one special male fire dragon. This experience was truly novel. The mist miasma corpse dragon didn't have any extra thoughts about this. Losing was losing, no big deal. The only regret was the monster hides destroyed by Luo Yun. The forest wasn't like the miasma valley, where there weren't as many monster corpses to pile up. It wouldn't be long before something could fill that gap. Because it relied on hard monster hides for years as external protection, the mist miasma corpse dragon's silver-white scales weren't as defensive as those of other ancient dragons. If it were to encounter an evenly matched opponent during this period, this gap in its defenses would be the key reason for its defeat. Decades ago, the Yangyan dragon couple had done just that. Flame King Dragon used a nuclear explosion to pierce its outer layer of monster hide, while Flame Queen Dragon used a continuous wave of intense heat to not only clear all spores and miasma from the area, but also incinerate the smaller monsters summoned by Mist Miasma Hazard Dragon. This left Mist Miasma Hazard Dragon unable to replenish its miasma supply, ultimately forcing it to reluctantly retreat back to the Miasma Valley. In a one-on-one fight, Mist Miasma Hazard Dragon was not afraid of Flame King Dragon or Flame Queen Dragon, but their unsportsmanlike two-on-one confrontation was particularly frustrating for Mist Miasma Hazard Dragon. Some time after Mist Miasma Hazard Dragon and Luo Yun and the others left the area, a fiery red figure sprinted down, even sliding along the ground for a long distance before finally coming to a stop. The flame dragon looked at the devastated landscape. The landscape had been altered, as if by an explosion, leaving a massive crater. Scorched earth surrounded the crater, while its center resembled solidified lava. The flame dragon stood at the edge of the crater, its large, round, lion-like face filled with confusion. The lingering fire energy in the air was vibrant. The more I looked at it, the more I felt the burning smell was like the blast from another flame dragon. Could there be another flame dragon chasing the master of this miasma? Were they fighting here? Why did they stop fighting after such a while? You know, the moment the flame dragon sensed the aura of battle, it immediately rushed over, its wings blazing along the way, yet it still couldn't catch up. He couldn't understand. After searching for a while, and finding no other traces, the flame dragon slowly took off and headed in another direction, searching for the misty miasma corpse dragon. Back at the ancient tree, Luo Yun immediately spotted Yaji standing at the entrance to the nest. All the fire dragons that had gone out had returned safely, except Luo Yun. From the cats brought back by the male fire dragons, it was revealed that Luo Yun and the great fire dragon had apparently discovered a formidable creature and, to protect them, had stayed behind to intercept it. Yaji knew Luo Yun's character well. If it were just a simple monster, Luo Yun wouldn't have allowed the great fire dragon to stay with him. Also, since the fire dragons were unlikely to be of much help, they were allowed to leave first. Thinking of this, Yaji couldn't help but feel worried. So she squatted in front of the nest, waiting. If he didn't return, she might as well leave. Seeing Luo Yun return, Yaji immediately stood up and kept checking him. She finally found that, aside from a few ragged scales and some shortness of breath, he had few other injuries, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As always, she let Luo Yun rest in the middle of the nest. After licking his wounds, Yaji quietly stood guard beside him. At this point, aside from the familiar cats, all other creatures would be Yaji's targets. The power of the lovely star flying crash in its calamity state was indeed much stronger than its normal state. The strength of Luo Yun's scorched body, strengthened by the calamity, also allowed his scales to withstand the impact of the explosion. However, the scorched body strengthened his scales, not his physique. While his scales withstood the explosion, his internal organs and muscles couldn't. He hadn't felt it during the battle, and it was fine on the way back, but the moment he lay down, the pain nearly made him groan. Luckily, he stockpiled a good amount of food, and after Luo Yun fully activated his regenerative powers to repair his body, he was able to replenish it quickly. After a night of regeneration, his injuries were mostly healed. Aside from the occasional stinging sensation in his flame bag, there was basically no abnormality. In the forest, perhaps because the battle had injured the mist miasma corpse dragon, the spread of the miasma had slowed, and the miasma spores were no longer densely packed in the air. The cat's preparations sped up considerably. 2 days later, 5 large baskets were successfully completed. The cats tested them, and found that they could easily fit all the kits and cats. Add to that the baskets the fire dragons had previously crafted, which could be used to store food. The preparations were complete. That day, the male fire dragons marched out en masse, raiding 2 large hunting grounds and bringing back their prey. Everyone enjoyed a delicious meal, and under Luo Yun's leadership, the ancient tree fire dragon swarm ascended into the air. 30 dedicated fire dragons were responsible for carrying the baskets, while the others flew around on guard. The entire swarm began its migration in a mighty procession. On the way, cats perched on the edges of the baskets, darting through the clouds, gazing at the forest below, their meows of wonder. Nearly 100 fire dragons traveled together throughout the ancient tree. In the past, such a journey would have caused monsters to avoid the areas they passed through, and might even have caused considerable unrest. But now, the forest was utterly silent, as if it had entered apocalypse. Except for the yellow miasma and the painful roars of smaller monsters, there was only the faintest whiff of pain. This miasma disaster was far more terrifying than the poisonous fog unleashed by the mist dragon, and no less devastating than the catastrophe unleashed by the battle between the steel dragon and the ancient dragon crossing 10 years ago. Unfortunately, the behavior of the mist Hazret was perfectly normal. This disaster would not cease until its mission was completed, and the forest's nutrients were adequately replenished. The fire dragon's migration was far more cumbersome than Luo Yun and Yaji's. Not only did the large baskets slow them down, but the dragon's hunting was also a major issue. Although they had stored food, it was prioritized for the cats and cubs. This meant that after each flight, the fire dragons would seek a high point to rest before collectively hunting, further slowing their overall speed. To address this issue, Luo Yun, after consulting with the battle-hardened fire dragons, decided that the fire dragons would not stop except for a few fixed periods during their flight. The fire dragons go out hunting in batches. Those who can bring back prey will try their best. Those who cannot will quickly take over the work of other fire dragons, allowing other fire dragons to go out hunting, so as to ensure the speed of migration. Chapter 132. Although the shift system was somewhat tiring for the fire dragons, it was still within their acceptable range. During their migration, they would occasionally encounter flying monsters, like poisonous demon birds and male fire dragons, and occasionally encounter groups of pterosaurs completely deranged by the miasma. However, Luo Yun didn't need to intervene. The male fire dragons acting as escorts immediately rushed forward, and in almost a single collision, the entire group of pterosaurs was wiped out, completely preventing the migration from progress. In this way, the fire dragons traveled from sunrise to sunset, and after more than a week, they finally flew out of the miasma-covered forest and reached the outermost area of the ancient tree forest. Here, free from the extensive miasma, all kinds of creatures were intact. Although the influx of monsters from the forest had made the environment somewhat crowded and the competition for survival more intense, it also brought a sigh of relief to the fire dragons within the group. The migration had finally slowed down somewhat, and the prey at the entrance no longer had that strange, unpleasant smell. He circled the forest for a while with the fire dragons before choosing a suitable high ground to rest. The poisonous demon birds that lived there had consciously made their nests available, and nearly 100 fire dragons gathered around the high ground, choosing a suitable place to rest. While this wasn't their final destination, after so many days of flight, the adult fire dragons, their cubs, and the kittens were exhausted. They needed to stay here for 2 days to recover before continuing their journey. The arrival of the ancient tree fire dragons was undoubtedly a dimensionality-reducing blow to the monsters in this area. Any single fire dragon would be an absolute powerhouse in any other area, let alone nearly 100 of them. Almost immediately after the fire dragon's first night, no large monsters were seen within their encampment. Even if some poor-sighted monsters occasionally attempted to resist, they were often decomposed by the fire dragon's details. Thanks to his powerful regenerative powers, Luo Yun's fatigue from the migration was almost completely gone after a night's rest. He chatted with the fire dragon detail leader for a while, then, carrying a detail warrior who frequently traveled between the ancient tree and the star stronghold, greeted Yaji and quickly flew towards the star stronghold. The entire upper-level tribe of the ancient tree has migrated, and the investigation team must be informed of this. The Great Ant Mountain Wasteland lacks the natural habitat of the ancient tree, which is suitable for the fire dragons and cats. Once a settlement is determined, the investigation team's assistance will be needed. Fire dragons don't mind their living environment, but cats need supplies like tents and tools. Furthermore, there are still some cats in the Starry Stronghold undergoing attendant cat training, so they need to be informed of such a major event as the move. Even on the outskirts of the ancient tree forest, inside the hunter camp, Falcon held up a transparent, sealed glass bottle, observing the white spores still emitting miasma within, feeling fascinated. The investigation team, which has been pioneering a path deeper into the forest, has also noticed something unusual deep within. The large number of large monsters escaping, the spores infesting even more ferocious smaller monsters, and the forest environment itself, surprisingly, produces a pungent miasma that weakens the body upon inhalation. This unusual phenomenon alerted the investigation team to something amiss. The commander-in-chief acted decisively, halting their forest reclamation plans, and focusing instead on collecting the miasma and spores. While ensuring their own safety, they sought to uncover the cause of the forest's changes. Falcon and his editor had come on this trip specifically to collect these spores. "Hey Falcon, have you seen my secret medicine?" The editor rummaged through her bag, but aside from the usual supplies, the secret medicine she prepared for this trip was completely gone. "Secret medicine? I can't see it." Falcon put away the glass jar and looked at the editor in confusion. "Did you forget to bring it?" This time, no combat had taken place, and the backpack had always been with the editor. Falcon couldn't think of any other possibility than forgetting to bring it. The editor scratched her head. She clearly remembered preparing the secret medicine before setting off. Could it have been left at the base? Woo! Woof! At that moment, the Fawnhound suddenly let out a grumbling cry. After Falcon looked over, Fawnhound leaned sideways, offering the bag containing the supplies to Falcon. "What's wrong?" Confused, Falcon reached out to open his bag. The next moment, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh? Where's my healing potion?" If the editor's secret medicine was missing, it might be because she forgot to bring it. Then the wound medicine and Fanghound's supply bag was missing. That was a truly paranormal event. These healing potions were all mixed on-site at camp during his free time over the past 2 days. They weren't even put into the camp supply box. How could they disappear like this? Shoo, something's wrong. I feel like there's something foul in the forest. Let's get back. The editor shuddered and pleaded, grabbing Falcon's hand. Although Falcon thought the matter was unusual and perhaps worth investigating, seeing the editor's timid expression, he decided not to. Nodding, they entered the tent to gather their weapons and equipment. The 2 men and the dog quickly left the camp, heading back toward the base. Shortly after they left, the hunters' tents were suddenly blown open by something, and then the boxes inside were violently opened, sweeping away all the medicinal herbs and mushrooms stored inside. A moment later, Xiaolong slowly emerged from the firelight, its large eyes fixed intently in the direction Falcon and the others had left. After a moment's thought, it licked its lips with its large tongue and re-entered its invisibility, leaving only a series of footprints at the scene. At that moment, within the Xingqian base, everyone, including the Grand Commander, was silent in the meeting room. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Has the cause of this forest anomaly not been determined yet? Commander-in-Chief Carlos shook his head, picked up the report in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "No. This anomaly came too suddenly, and it's mainly concentrated deep in the forest. By the time we noticed something was amiss, we had already lost contact with all the deterred tribes in the ancient tree forest. Because the fog barrier is so thick, the monsters have become more ferocious. Our hunters have to retreat after getting too far in, so we still have no clue what's causing this forest anomaly. Could this anomaly be related to the Flame King Dragon, or that unknown ancient dragon?" The Grand Commander suddenly spoke, and everyone fell into deep thought. Chapter 133. Not necessarily. While most of the known large-scale mutations in the world are related to ancient dragons, judging by the behavior of the old world Flame King Dragon, it's unlikely to be the culprit. As for that unknown ancient dragon, I already compiled the report and submitted it back to the old world. Now I can only await a reply from there. I hope the old world guild has information about it. Carlos rubbed his forehead with a headache. It couldn't have happened at a better time, but it happened just as the investigation team had barely made preparations and was about to begin vigorously exploring the ancient tree forest. Previous plans had to be put on hold, and all preparations were useless. I'm requesting to lead a team to investigate deep within the forest, meow. At this moment, Tonkatsu suddenly spoke. Tonkatsu's physique was now comparable to Sita's, his muscular build concealed beneath his armor. He looked at the crowd with a firm tone. 3 of this group of follower cats have already successfully completed their training, meow. I can lead them deeper into the forest and back to the ancient tree to assess the situation, meow. No, I object, meow. Sita objected, looking at Tonkatsu with earnest advice. We don't know what's going on in the forest right now, meow. But the ancient tree has the strongest fire dragons in the entire forest, so nothing will happen easily, meow. I know you're anxious, but have you considered that with your strength, if you rashly enter the forest, you might just be a hindrance, meow. Sita's words were merciless. Tonkatsu's training was still too short. Despite its immense talent, it had already acquired the strength of a lower-ranked hunter in just over 6 months. But this is a new world. Even if Tonkatsu is a native of this area, under the current circumstances, rashly entering the forest could still lead to disaster. That's right, Tonkatsu, you must trust your fire dragon boss. With him around, at least the upper levels of the ancient tree won't be vulnerable to disaster, the Grand Commander said. Tonkatsu listened to their advice, clenching his claws unwillingly and falling silent. The meeting had been going on for so long, and with little to say, it was quickly disbanded. Everyone hurried back to their posts, still busy. And so time flew by. At night, small figures quietly passed through the weapons and Cat's pavilion, preparing to leave through the back door, when Sita suddenly appeared on the watchtower. Go back, meow. You're going to die, meow. Seeing his plan exposed, Tonkatsu stopped and looked up at Sita unwillingly. Teacher Sita, I want to go back, meow. My people and my faith are there, meow. Please don't stop me, okay? Sita looked down at Tonkatsu, who remained undeterred, his gaze resolute. Defeat me, and I let you out, meow. Sita knew words wouldn't convince Tonkatsu now, so he used his strength to sober him up. He wasn't trying to stop Tonkatsu from leaving, but to stop him from dying. Tonkatsu remained silent for a moment, then drew the sledgehammer from his back. Seeing this, the other 3 cats backed away, giving Sita and Tonkatsu ample space. Sita leaped down from the watchtower, his single eye fixed on Tonkatsu, and he drew the broken blade behind him. The duel between master and apprentice was imminent. 10 minutes later, Sita had the unwilling cats carry the unconscious Tonkatsu back, while he rubbed his numb arm. Although its strength had been significantly reduced due to the serious injury it suffered that time, preventing it from engaging in prolonged combat, it could still manage a few tricks against Tonkatsu, a novice hunter cat. Its hand, however, was a little numb. Tonkatsu's talent is truly remarkable. You almost couldn't hold your weapon just now, did you? The Grand Commander emerged from the shadows, folded his arms, and teased his old friend. It's a bit arrogant to resist a hammer attack with one hand. Tonkatsu's strength is improving rapidly. If he can settle down and train diligently for 3 years, he might even reach the level of a high-ranked hunter. Sita exclaimed with relief, unfazed by the Grand Commander's teasing. A hunter cat, who has reached the level of a high-ranked hunter in less than 4 years? This suggests his talent is perhaps even greater than yours. What a shame. The Grand Commander sighed. It was a pity that Tonkatsu would eventually return to the Ancient Tree clan and become a guard for his fire dragon friends. Otherwise, if he had stayed with the investigation team, the team's strength would have increased even more. There's nothing to regret, meow. The stronger Tonkatsu becomes, the more it proves that the Fire Dragon Deter's alliance with us was the right thing to do, meow, isn't it? Sita, however, was more open-minded. She was proud to have raised such a hunting cat. That's true. The Grand Commander nodded, gazing at the starry sky, his thoughts unclear. Early the next morning, the alarm suddenly sounded at the starry stronghold. The remaining hunters rushed to their defensive positions, and all their crossbows and cannons were turned towards the circling figure in the sky. What happened? The Grand Commander asked, leaping out of the cabin window and grabbing a hunter. I don't know. I heard there seems to be a male fire dragon circling high above the base, seemingly plotting something. Male fire dragon? The Grand Commander blinked, a sudden thought dawning on him. He quickly borrowed a telescope and looked upward, only to see Liu Yun's silhouette weaving through the clouds. No! Drop your guard. It's not an enemy! The Grand Commander commanded immediately, his voice echoing throughout the base. In the sky, Liu Yun was visibly frustrated. He had hurriedly flown all day with a fire dragon, Deter, and now the investigation team was in a state of panic. A hunter guarding the crossbow, upon noticing Liu Yun's intention to descend upon the base, sounded the alarm. Instantly, the entire starry sky base erupted in excitement, and all the hunters mobilized, taking a defensive stance against it. Balloon after ballista, they locked onto it. The sudden sense of danger nearly made Liu Yun instinctively attack. Fortunately, he managed to hold back in time. After launching again, he hovered high in the sky, waiting for those who recognized him to emerge. As the Grand Commander issued his orders, some hunters recognized Liu Yun and, somewhat embarrassed, sheathed their weapons. Only those who had not been in the base at the time and had followed the swordsman to the great and-mound wasteland remained confused. The sense of danger dissipated, and Liu Yun slowly descended. He placed the fire dragon detail in his claws onto the deck of the star ship, then leaped back down and landed on the roof to recover. Meow! Boss, meow! Tonkatsu excitedly climbed onto the cabin, hopping and meowing in front of Liu Yun. At this moment, the Grand Commander also climbed up along the recently repaired cable. Seeing Liu Yun unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, now we have finally found a way to uncover the cause of the forest disturbances. Chapter 134. In the open space beside the weapons and Cat's pavilion, cats bustled out pots of barbecued meat, which Liu Yun and the fire dragon Deter, who had been flying all day, devoured with hearty mouthfuls. The Grand Commander, Carlos, and other high-ranking members of the survey team sat cross-legged nearby, listening to the conversation between Tonkatsu and the fire dragon Deter. The second-term commander cast his gaze upon Liu Yun, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon his scales, as if pondering whether he could exchange some. The sword master stroked the blazing wings beside him, also pondering whether he could further enhance the weapon's performance. Meow! Moving? Tonkatsu was incredulous. This time, the forest's changes had left even the fire dragon boss with no solution, forcing him to migrate en masse. Is it really this serious? Tonkatsu took a deep breath, somewhat incredulous. For now, meow! Blowing heavily on the slightly scalding barbecue, the fire dragon detail warrior glanced at Liu Yun and explained to Tonkatsu. According to the fire dragon's predictions, the ancient tree forest will likely suffer a significant loss of life this time, meow. Staying in the forest will only lead to starvation. It's better to temporarily migrate to the wasteland for a few years, waiting for the forest's prey population to recover, and then migrate back again, meow. I see, meow. I'm so glad everyone's safe, meow. Tonkatsu breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, have you decided on a settlement, meow? The fire dragon detail warrior shook his head. Not yet, meow. I was simply brought here by the fire dragon boss to tell you about the situation, meow, so you don't risk returning to the ancient tree. Tonkatsu nodded in understanding. Indeed, if Sita hadn't knocked it unconscious last night, it would probably be on its way by now. Tonkatsu summarized the fire dragon deter warrior's words, and relayed them to the waiting investigation team. At this, everyone present frowned. To their surprise, even the fire dragons of the ancient tree and the ancient tree fire dragons had chosen to abandon the ancient tree and migrate towards the great Ant Mountain wasteland. It seemed that this mutation was far more severe than they had initially anticipated. And from Tonkatsu's words, it seemed that a large number of creatures would perish in this mutation, so many that even the ecological environment of the new world would take years to recover. But on second thought, this seemed like a great opportunity. Once the fog receded, the forest would be less dangerous for a long time. The investigation team could then seize this opportunity to open up all routes into the depths of the forest and completely occupy the roads. With the help of the ancient tree fire dragons, maintaining safety along the route would likely be much easier. Before the miasma subsides, the survey team can leverage the fire dragon's migration to the wasteland to preemptively develop the great Ant Mountain wasteland. Compared to the ancient tree forest, which has been the focus of development, the great Ant Mountain wasteland has seen relatively little progress. It would be wise to seize this opportunity to develop the great Ant Mountain wasteland as well. Carlos and the dragon hunter exchanged a glance, immediately understanding each other's intentions. The camp construction supplies the survey team had stockpiled could be used to develop the great Ant Mountain wasteland. Noticing that Luo Yun had finally slowed down his eating, the captain stood up and approached Luo Yun under the anxious gazes of the others. Hey, long time no see. Luo Yun rolled his eyes inwardly. He understood the meaning of the sentence without needing Tonkatsu's translation. Every time the Grand Commander saw him, he greeted him in the same way. Luo Yun knew what the Grand Commander wanted to ask and answered directly. The Death Dragon has triggered an event. The duration is unknown. The Sunfire Dragon will handle it. That was all Luo Yun knew. After that, he began to explain the true purpose of their trip through Tonkatsu. Do you need a sufficient number of tents, daily necessities, and tools? The Grand Commander looked at Carlos and replied after he saw him nod. No problem. We prepare all these things in advance, and we send craftsmen to assist. Also, I suggest you have Tonkatsu post the corresponding tasks here in the name of the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. This will be more standardized. The new cooperation agreement mentioned earlier that the Starry Sky Stronghold had opened a dedicated task commission window specifically for the Fire Dragon Deter. Now that was it. This method of issuing missions from the Detels would deepen the bond between the two parties more than simple transactions. Once the Detels have adapted, perhaps this could be extended to the Fire Dragons. This wasn't wishful thinking. The ancient tree fire dragons of the New World could communicate amicably with the Detels, meaning the investigation team could communicate with the fire dragons through the Detels. Friendly communication between humans and monsters is a feat unprecedented in history. If truly successful, their investigation team would have set a precedent, and perhaps the way humans and monsters survived would be radically altered. By then, humans struggling to survive in this harsh ecological environment might be able to find a new path to a stable existence. Luo Yun remained non-committal about the Grand Commander's proposal. He wasn't involved in this matter, he let Deter handle the situation. Since the purpose of their trip had been achieved, he didn't want to linger any longer. After a satisfying meal and a drink, they set off again. As soon as Luo Yun left, the investigation team convened a large meeting. After learning that the focus of exploration had shifted to the Great Ant Mountain Wasteland, the team members busied themselves assembling carts one after another. Dragon hunters would then lead the expedition deeper into the Great Ant Mountain Wasteland. No longer concerned about the cat's endurance, Luo Yun flew remarkably fast, reaching his base in just one day. He gathered the cats, explained the situation, and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next day, he gathered the fire dragons and set out again. Searching for a new habitat was a tedious task. In just 2 days, the fire dragons reached the border between the forest and the wasteland. Female fire dragons could adapt to the wasteland environment and find a large cave to live in. But male fire dragons couldn't. They were more suited to forests or higher ground than caves. Thus, their habitat had to be at the border between the forest and the wasteland. This search took 2 days. Luo Yun had originally assumed that upon reaching the wasteland, some fire dragon families would leave the group and seek suitable habitats. To his surprise, after 2 days, not a single fire dragon couple chose to leave. Not even the Kanjing fire couple, who were a complete mismatch among the fire dragons. It seemed that the cat's attraction to the ancient tree fire dragons was indeed greater than Luo Yun had imagined. The new continent was vast, with a variety of breathtaking sights one after another. After 3 days of searching, Luo Yun finally chose to stop by a large waterfall. This place, also at the junction of forest and wasteland, is high enough, with a nice hill nearby, offering a wide view. Even after the fire dragons move in, it will also provide adequate living conditions for the cats. Below the waterfall lies a long river, which flows deep into the great anthill wasteland. There are not many cave entrances, making it a perfect hunting ground for the fire dragons. Chapter 135. Luo Yun's chosen habitat was actually quite satisfactory for most fire dragons. While the living area was a bit smaller, and the height wasn't as high as the ancient tree, the advantage was the wide view, allowing them to clearly see what was happening inside their nests while flying overhead. Of course, what truly made most fire dragons happy was that the reduced living area meant that the number of fire dragon families within the cat service area increased. Many fire dragon families, previously unable to enjoy cat services due to their location in the upper levels of the ancient tree, were now able to do so after this migration. Thus, upon landing, the fire dragons eagerly chose their nesting locations and constantly marked their territories. During this period, some fire dragon families even fought over which nest was closer to the main road. Everyone understood that, except for fire dragons in the middle and upper levels, other fire dragons had a greater chance of enjoying cat services in advance only if their nests were conveniently located for cats to enter and exit. Unlike the adult dragons, the cubs immediately began running around after jumping out of their baskets. The novel environment was incredibly appealing to dragon cubs of this age. Thankfully, the cats, who had been caring for the dragon cubs, had been prepared for these mischievous acts. They stayed by their side, stopping a few cubs that tried to venture deeper into the forest. Only after the dragon couple reacted and roared, did the cubs finally quiet down. They stayed with the cats, waiting until their parents had chosen a nesting location before leaving. In addition to the logistics detail and necessary guard details, the detail warriors, led by the dragon detail warrior, entered the forest to explore the surrounding environment and resources, while also eliminating any potential dangers. After the initial chaos, the entire fire dragon clan quickly settled into their normal routine. Leaving the female fire dragons to care for the cubs in their new home, the males scattered, seeking suitable hunting grounds in the wastelands and forests. The cats had a clear division of labor. Some gathered materials to build nests for the fire dragon cubs, some dug rocks to create a path, and still others cut strips of meat to feed the cubs. The ancient tree fire dragons, the Detels, were frantically busy, yet they devoted none of their time to themselves. In the words of the wise Detail, they were skilled diggers. At night, they could simply dig a hole and squeeze in for a nap. The extra time they had during the day would be better spent planning the fire dragon clan's infrastructure. How could these sheltered Detels think of themselves before the fire dragons had settled down? When this reached Luo Yun, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had a group of fire dragons, Detel, working on his lair, digging drainage channels, and clearing away weeds and unwanted branches. There were even a few cats in attendant gear discussing whether they could replicate the water wheel from the star stronghold to bring fresh water to Luo Yun's lair. That way, Luo Yun could have his own private water trough, just like he had in the ancient tree, without having to share with other fire dragon families. Watching the fire dragons, each one working tirelessly under the command of their leader, while he and Aki stood by and could do nothing, he felt like a perverted local tycoon. This stark contrast to the other fire dragons eagerly awaiting the cats was a stark contrast. Yaji, how about we go out and find some hunting grounds nearby? Feeling a bit guilty, Luo Yun decided to go out and find some food, both for himself and for the cats. After a long while, he received no response from Yaji. Turning back, he saw her crouching on the cliffside, wings folded, gazing at the long river below, lost in thought. Roar! Luo Yun stared at Yaji's back, feeling as if she were reminiscing about something. Yaji turned around and gave a soft growl, inviting Luo Yun to join them. While he didn't know why Yaji's mood had soured, Luo Yun had no reason to refuse her invitation. They both spread their wings and soared into the clouds. After confirming their direction, Yaji flew along one end of the river. Along the way, Luo Yun saw quite a bit of scenery. He hadn't expected the monster competition to be so intense deep within the great anthill wasteland. Along the way, he could see various monsters fighting for territory. Among them, he saw a ceratopsian attacking a sand dragon, a crested dragon chasing a scratching bird, and a thunderjaw facing a dragon-slashing dragon. The resources deep within the great Ant Mound wasteland were primarily concentrated near the water source. The large concentration of large monsters made hunting more difficult, and the fighting became more frequent. Thus, in terms of overall monster numbers, the wasteland was far inferior to the forest, but in terms of monster strength, the monsters here were far stronger than those in the forest. The only drawback was that most of the monsters here could not fly. This is also why female fire dragons can survive alone in the wasteland. Ah! A familiar long cry was heard, as an explosive scale dragon flew past from the distance, charging in the direction of the dragon slasher and thunderjaw dragon that had just been seen. In Luo Yun's sight, that familiar size, that familiar voice, it was definitely the same creature from the ancient forest. It seemed the changes caused by the Misty Corpse dragon had caused this creature to migrate to the wasteland as well. These scenes were relatively fresh to Luo Yun, but for Yaji, they were not fond memories. When they saw the familiar swamp, Yaji called out to Luo Yun and flew along the edge. After crossing a sandy area, the roar of a female fire dragon could be heard in the distance. Luo Yun's pupil shrank as he saw a 1,000-blades dragon, about 20 meters in size, leveraging its flight advantage to repeatedly slash at a young-looking female fire dragon with dull scales. The female fire dragon was unable to take flight, its fireballs easily dodged by the 1,000-blade dragon. Blades rained down like flying knives, slicing through the dragon's scales before exploding again, dealing secondary damage. Without external interference, the female fire dragon would have been helplessly suppressed to death by the 1,000-blade dragon. Roar! Aji roared in anger, her emerald green figure tinged with gold in the sunlight swooping down. The 1,000-blade dragon below reacted quickly, nimbly sideways to avoid a head-on collision, but the spines on Aji's wings still slashed its chest, tearing a gash as its scales fluttered. Before it could launch a counterattack, Luo Yun's attack followed suit, hurling a barrage of fireballs head-on into the 1,000-blade dragon, knocking it directly from the air. Before Luo Yun could pursue, the 1,000-blade dragon desperately twisted its body in the air, enduring its injuries and escaping without turning back. Chapter 136. Fleeing at a disadvantage is the norm among monsters, unless, like that female fire dragon, they can neither defeat nor escape, only then will they choose a final fight for their lives. The 1,000-blade dragon fled, and Luo Yun had no intention of chasing it. Given its extremely poor quality, chasing and killing it would be useless, and would only waste his energy. And now, Luo Yun was curious about why Yaji chose to help this female fire dragon. With this confusion, Luo Yun quickly landed on the rocks and saw Yaji licking the female fire dragon's wounds. The female fire dragon showed no sign of resistance, but instead seemed content and even whimpered a little aggrievedly. Seeing this, Luo Yun's anger flared up. No, who is this guy? Why does he allow Yaji to lick her wounds? Luo Yun was about to roar, calling the attention of the two female fire dragons below. Suddenly, the female fire dragon looked up at Luo Yun, then flapped its wings in panic, turned, and flew away toward a distant hill. Luo Yun stared at the female fire dragon's back, tilting his head, as he carefully recalled the moment she turned her head. It felt awfully familiar. Wait! Isn't that my sister-in-law? The receding figure of the female fire dragon gradually overlapped with the image of my sister-in-law I had seen in the ancient tree. No, how did she become like this? In Luo Yun's memory, my sister-in-law was a woman with emerald green scales, a grayish-white belly, sharp edges all over, and scales arranged in a smooth pattern. But now, its green scales were tinged with the wasteland's distinctive grayish-white. Their surface was rough and scarred, its spines not as smooth and sharp, and its muscles not particularly full. Finally, it looked battered by the 1,000-blade dragon. The two images were like the difference between Cinderella and a princess. Luo Yun was puzzled. According to his understanding, based on the demeanor his sister-in-law had displayed, she was fully qualified to become the principal wife of the male fire dragons that inhabited the ancient trees. However, since he hadn't seen his sister-in-law in the ancient trees since then, Luo Yun had assumed she hadn't chosen the male fire dragons from the ancient trees, but had found a more promising male fire dragon in the ancient tree area and remained in the forest. But seeing her now in the great Ant Mound wasteland was truly strange. While Luo Yun was puzzled, Yaji called out to him and took him flying in the direction his sister-in-law had left. Soon, the small hill came into view, and beneath it lay the entrance to a large cave. Following behind Yaji, we flew low into the cave, feeling a rush of heat. Descending into the cave, we saw an underground undercurrent. Large, plump fish, 1 or 2 meters long, sensed the movement on the surface and swam quickly into the deep crevices of the rocks. This puzzled Luo Yun. It was clearly an underground cave, and with such a large undercurrent, Why was the temperature inside higher than outside? Luo Yun was about to ask a question when he saw Yaji begin to descend. She turned into a forked road with familiarity, not forgetting to turn back and call out for Luo Yun to follow. Although puzzled, out of trust in Yaji, Luo Yun landed without hesitation, folding his wings and following behind. After circling for a while, Luo Yun's vision suddenly opened up. Swarms of glitter-winged insects acted as a light source, illuminating an entire clearing. The clearing lay with the bones of several herbivorous dinosaurs, and there were stains of solidified oil on the ground. A large nest was built in the center of the clearing. It was relatively clean, without any strange bones or other objects. Luo Yun glanced around and soon spotted his sister-in-law licking his wounds in the corner. When she noticed Yaji and Luo Yun entering, she whimpered at her with a sense of grievance and turned away, acting like an ostrich. Yaji didn't even bother to look at her sister-in-law. She slowly walked into the nest, took a deep breath, and lay there for a moment as if reminiscing. Then she stood up and explained to Luo Yun. It turned out this was the birthplace of Yaji and her sister-in-law. She and her siblings spent the most difficult time here. After everyone parted ways, except for her sister-in-law, who chose to stay, the other fire dragons dispersed, each seeking a new lair. The resources here were relatively concentrated and abundant, but the hunters were also very powerful, forcing her sister-in-law to rely on her flight advantage and hunt in the direction of Yaji's lair. This was also why Luo Yun had encountered her sister-in-law when she and Yaji had been hunting deep in the wasteland. Now Luo Yun understood why Yaji had been feeling a little down. But Yaji had brought Luo Yun here for more than just a reminiscence of their former lair. Calling out to her sister-in-law, not bothering to pay attention to her still playing ostrich, Yaji slowly took off, letting Luo Yun follow as they headed deeper into the cave. As they continued to go deeper, the path became increasingly complex. But Luo Yun's spatial sense told him they were actually moving downward, and the air temperature was rising with their progress. Finally, when Yaji unleashed a burst of flame, shattering a section of the wall, a stench of sulfur, accompanied by a scorching breeze, filled their faces. Yaji flew out first, Luo Yun following closely behind. This was a vast cave, with sharp stalactites dotting the ceiling. The life energy in the air was incredibly abundant. Following Yaji's gaze, at the far end of the cave was a passage, where a red light shone on the walls. The pungent smell of sulfur emanated from there. Luo Yun looked at Yaji in surprise. Seeing her affirmative gaze, he flew quickly towards it with a touch of excitement. Just at the entrance to the tunnel, Luo Yun saw a vast, flowing river of magma, radiating high temperatures. Here, unexpectedly, was a branch of a Venetian corridor. The enhanced life energy perception he had regained after defeating the black wolf bird was now playing a huge role. That immensely abundant life energy was contained within this Venetian. His flaming body involuntarily opened up. His shell, far superior to that of a male fire dragon, and even the azure fire dragon, allowed Luo Yun to slowly walk into the tunnel despite the intense heat. With his footsteps, cracks appeared in the ground, revealing deep red magma. It turned out that the ground in the tunnel was actually magma, its surface slightly solidified. As the cracks opened, puffs of white smoke rose. Yaji watched Luo Yun disappear into the tunnel, flapping her wings and flying back to the tunnel she had descended from. The female fire dragon's shell wasn't as heat-resistant, and the high temperatures were already making her extremely uncomfortable, but she endured it and remained at the entrance, quietly waiting. Chapter 137. After flying around in the lava river for a while, Luo Yun finally found a place where he could barely land. Stepping on the lava, feeling the warmth from his soles, Luo Yun slowly spread his wings, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the vast life energy surrounding him. Actively absorbing the life energy in the air, he felt every cell cheering. Such abundant life energy, simply staying here for a long time, could make an ordinary monster extremely powerful, even becoming a battle-hardened monster. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can withstand the high temperature of this life energy-rich magma, which far exceeds that of ordinary magma. And this is just a tributary of the earth vein corridor. Thinking of this, Luo Yun's thoughts diverged, and he thought of the most dangerous dragon crystal land in the New World. The ancient dragons met their end in the Miasma Valley. Their life energy, under the unique conditions of the Miasma Valley, entered the starting point of the earth veins of the new continent. However, before it could be released, it was intercepted by the Dark Lantern dragon cocoons in the Dragon Crystal Land. Ultimately, most of the life energy remained there, forming the Dragon Crystal Land. If this tributary's life energy was so abundant, what would the scene be like in the Dragon Crystal Land, where so much life energy converged? Luo Yun's heart burned with excitement, but he also knew his limits. With his current strength, Entering the Dragon Crystal Land would only be the lowest level. If he wasn't careful, he would be a prey to other monsters. Rather than rushing to the Dragon Crystal Land and dying in a fit of rage, he would be better off quietly improving his strength here. What's more, he was only 11 years old and about to turn 12, and he would soon be entering a major growth period. In this world, the probability of breaking through the life level and entering a higher ecological niche is very low, and the higher the ecological niche, the harder it is to break through. Often, even the most desperate efforts, risking one's life, ultimately come to nothing. This is always a leap in life level, not a simple upgrade or evolution. The longer one lives in this world, the more one appreciates the uniqueness of life energy. Even an ordinary fire dragon would be an absolute powerhouse in another world. The trait does indeed provide Luo Yun with ample opportunities, but whether he can seize these opportunities in the leap of life level depends on himself. The arrogance of a time traveler, the arrogance of superiority brought by cheats, these things have been worn away by life over the years. Luo Yun, who has seen great heights, has only one thought in mind: sprint higher. As the fire-igniting trait continuously absorbs the flames from the earth veins, mixing with the life energy continuously absorbed by Luo Yun, he once again enters the half-silver, half-red, pseudo-silver fire dragon state. Unlike when forcibly absorbing the flames to enter this state, the 5-minute countdown for the sunlight attribute on the illusory panel had turned into 10. In a corner of Luo Yun's body, undetectable, the dragon jade, driven by the high temperature and the constant influx of life energy, melted and grew larger. The progress was much faster than usual. On the panel, the evolution bar finally began to respond after 6 months, jumping from 29 to 30. And even with this jump, Luo Yun suddenly felt a surge in physical strength. He fluttered his wings, and a crackling sound emanated from his bones, his body feeling incredibly comfortable. The duration of the pseudo-sunlight feature was extended by 30 seconds. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Luo Yun gradually emerged from this state. His body's absorption of life energy had reached saturation, and he opened his eyes. The feeling of energy overflowing within him gave Luo Yun the illusion that he could freely expend it. His body's absorption capacity had already reached saturation today, and staying here would be ineffective. Besides, he had been out for quite some time, and he was already feeling hungry. Without hesitation, he rose and flew out of the earth vein branch back to the cave. He saw Yaji lying at the entrance of the high passage, breathing heavily to dissipate heat. Seeing Luo Yun emerge, she gave an impatient cry and turned to fly away. True, with his fiery body, the temperature here was nothing for Luo Yun, but for Yaji, or even an ordinary male fire dragon, it would probably be unbearable. At least a blue fire dragon or a battle-hardened male fire dragon could stay here for a while. With Luo Yun's departure, the cave fell silent again. In the corners of the cave, a few golden lumps of unknown metal flickered faintly in the red light of the magma. The return route was once again bewildering with forks and cave entrances. Just like the way back, without Yaji's guidance, it would have been easy to get lost in these forks. It was unknown how Yaji had found her way. However, this trip also answered a long-held question for Luo Yun. Why did Yaji, born in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, possess talents far superior to those of ordinary female fire dragons? The female fire dragon mothers of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland are all losers. Even if Yaji's father is a powerful male fire dragon, according to probability, her talent shouldn't be this high, even so much higher than her siblings born in the same batch. She's definitely an outlier. The existence of this tributary vein today speaks volumes. With such abundant energy, it's only natural that an outlier could emerge. Returning to my sister-in-law's nest, I saw she had caught a rattle-pterosaur and was munching away. Upon noticing Yaji and Luo Yun's return, she immediately snatched up the rattle-pterosaur and retreated to a corner, guarding her food like a guarded beast. I thought she was munching on something delicious. Luo Yun couldn't bear to watch. Yaji called out to her sister-in-law a few times, gave her a few instructions, and then left the nest with Luo Yun. They flew along the swamp for a while, before finding a group of herbivorous crustaceans drinking at the edge of the swamp. They easily killed 2, devoured them with hearty gulps, and then grabbed the rest and flew back to their new settlement. For the next period of time, Luo Yun and Yaji, in addition to patrolling their new territory daily, would travel back and forth between the tributary and their settlement. Gradually, they began to become close to their sister-in-law. The only drawback was that the fire dragons in their new settlement still adhered to the rules of the ancient tree age, and their sister-in-law wasn't strong enough to live there alone, and Yaji wouldn't allow her to live in their new lair. There was no other solution, so Luo Yun finally suggested that their sister-in-law find a nearby settlement in the forest. This way, even if she couldn't blend in with the ancient tree fire dragons, her safety was greatly improved. As time passed, the new settlement began to settle down, but with the strong presence of the fire dragons, troubles began to arise. Chapter 138. The miasma surrounding the ancient tree forest and the great ant mound wasteland had already attracted a large influx of large monsters. The once abundant, even slightly overabundant, bottom-level food supply began to become scarce. The living space between the various monsters was drastically compressed, leaving the entire area with more wolves than meat. Monsters fought daily for territory and food. In some areas, due to the excessive fighting, some monsters, without much conflict, even managed to coexist without interfering with each other. But with the arrival of a large number of Hynich fire dragons from the ancient tree fire dragon clan, the situation became even more complicated. The fire dragons hunted relatively frequently each day and had a wide hunting range, encompassing numerous hunting grounds in one fell swoop. If the stay was short, large monsters could simply endure it. But as the fire dragon stays grew longer, the pressure of survival forced these monsters to consider them targets of competition. As a result, the battles between monsters and fire dragons became increasingly frequent. Every fire dragon often encounters competitors when hunting, sometimes even engaging in a multi-pronged battle. This results in a decline in the fire dragon's hunting efficiency. Often, even if they successfully capture a prey item, they are drawn into a fight before they can even begin to consume it. Relying on air superiority can certainly give them the upper hand in battle, but sometimes, even at the risk of injury, their opponents will forcibly tear a piece of flesh from their prey. Or, in the midst of a multi-pronged battle, there's always someone named Lao Lu who takes advantage of the fire dragon's struggle to steal the prey away. Without prey, the fire dragons naturally had no reason to fight. They could only travel to more distant hunting grounds, and the cycle would begin all over again. At the end of the day, they hadn't caught much prey, and their bodies were weakened by the immense energy consumption. Over time, even a male fire dragon, with a high ecological niche, began to face a food crisis. That alone wouldn't have been a problem. After all, the fire dragons in the ancient tree fire dragon herd were quite powerful. While the hunting process was a bit challenging, with enough strength, they could still persevere. But the real problem was that the ancient tree fire dragon herd consisted of nearly 100 fire dragons, over 40 cubs, and hundreds of cats. With so many mouths to feed, the daily food consumption was considerable. The area they were currently in was still relatively plentiful, and in the early days, the fire dragons could barely keep up with the overall consumption. But as time went on, the increase in prey in this area would eventually outstrip the consumption. Simply put, the increase in the number of ancient tree fire dragons in this area has caused the number of predators to exceed the area's tolerance threshold. This is not a good sign. Although the current group of ancient tree fire dragons is united by the cats, if they are under prolonged pressure, they will begin to move to other areas to survive. In other words, the day will come when the fragile racial identity of the ancient tree fire dragons will crumble, and this hard-won symbiotic relationship will begin to break down. This was not discovered by Luo Yun, but by the detail sage during his recent observations. If anyone was most anxious to see the symbiotic relationship broken, the Detels were undoubtedly more anxious than the fire dragons. So, upon discovering the potential for a breakdown, the wise Detel and the fire dragon Detel leader convened an emergency meeting of the Detels. Some Detel warriors also began gathering plants and vegetables and hunting small creatures, hoping to alleviate the pressure on the fire dragons and reduce their hunting frequency. But the same problem persisted. The Detels were simply too numerous. They were no longer the small tribe they once were, and any such efforts would be a drop in the bucket. Finally, with no other options, the fire dragon Detel leader sought out Luo Yuan and explained the situation. Compared to the wise Detel's anxiety, the fire dragon Detel leader was actually much calmer. While the number of fire dragon Detels was indeed significantly greater than in the past, the fire dragon Detels were, on the other hand, a unique branch of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, with the support of Luo Yuan and Yaji. Given Luo Yuan and Yaji's wisdom and sense of responsibility, they would never abandon them. Secondly, their relationship with the investigation team was closer than that of other tribes. This double guarantee would at least ensure that the fire dragon deter could remain intact during this potential crisis. The fire dragon deter leader's thinking wasn't cold-hearted, or that he didn't consider cats outside of the fire dragon deter as companions. Rather, he had witnessed many times in his life how a tribe had to resort to splitting up to ensure more cats survived. After hearing the fire dragon deter leader's description, Luo Yun's face turned strange. He had been traveling back and forth with Yaji daily recently, and hadn't paid much attention to the other fire dragons. Furthermore, due to the distance, his and Yaji's hunting didn't overlap with the fire dragons. Furthermore, due to their strength, they had no shortage of food, bringing back a similar amount every day as before, so they hadn't considered how the other fire dragons were faring. If the fire dragon leader, Detail, hadn't informed him of this, he wouldn't have known the ancient tree fire dragons were currently facing such a difficult situation. As the most beneficial party in all the current relationships, Luo Yun truly didn't want to let them collapse unless absolutely necessary. But the most crucial issue at hand was that the amount of prey in this area was truly limited. The solution would require either reducing the number of hunters or increasing the prey population. But neither option was easy. Reducing the number of hunters would mean intensively hunting other monsters. Not to mention whether this would provoke other monsters to unite against the fire dragons. Just how many fire dragons would die in such a desperate struggle? The number of monsters in this area was still unknown, and such an action would be tantamount to sending the fire dragons to their deaths. Moreover, this is only a place to stay for a few years, not a breeding ground for generations of fire dragons like the ancient tree. Paying such a price is putting the cart before the horse. As for increasing prey, that's also not easy. Fire dragons primarily prey on herbivorous dragons or crustaceans, supplemented by various pterosaurs. But both herbivorous dragons and pterosaurs are also a primary source of food for other carnivorous monsters. Even if fire dragons try to reduce their hunting frequency, the other monsters won't stop. Herbivorous dragons are constantly on the move and aren't kept in captivity. Fire dragons can control themselves, but they can't stop other monsters. Chapter 139. Wait! Breeding? At this thought, Luo Yun's eyes lit up. That's right, at this stage, the prey supply can barely meet the hunter's needs. If the fire dragons exercise some restraint and try not to waste food, relying on the herbivorous dragon's incredible reproductive capacity, they might be able to complete pre-breeding before prey runs low, thus filling the fire dragon's prey gap. As for breeding, the investigation team has a ready-made method. The investigation team relies on tamed herbivorous dragons to transport large quantities of supplies in the New World. The over 100 people in the Starry Sky stronghold, plus the felicats and the domesticated pterosaurs, rely mostly on cultivated vegetables and herbivorous dragon meat for their daily food needs. Therefore, they definitely have a method for breeding herbivorous dragons. The ancient tree fire dragon herd has been relatively stable for a few days now. It's time to contact the investigation team and open up a supply transportation route for both sides. However, one thing was giving Luo Yun a headache. The ancient tree fire dragon's habitat was a bit far from the star base. If the investigation team and the cats alone were to clear the route, it was unclear how long it would take. Perhaps we had to find a way to get the fire dragons moving. With this in mind, Luo Yun said hello to Yaji and, this time, took the fire dragon leader, Detail, with him. With a flap of his wings, he flew towards the star base. In the star base, Tonkatsu, having finished his training for the day and eaten a large bowl of cat food, sat on the roof of the star, cradling a fiery red fire dragon scale and gazing towards the great Ant Mound wasteland. Meow, it's been almost a month, and there's still no news from the boss. Meow. Has he found a suitable place to live? Or has something unexpected happened? Meow. Tonkatsu worried. Ever since Luo Yun flew away that day, even though the investigation team subsequently sent personnel deep into the great Ant Mound wasteland, there was still no news of the ancient tree fire dragons. Although the investigation team was still preparing various supplies, as time went by, some uneasy rumors gradually emerged. Although Tonkatsu and the other Detail warriors believed in the fire dragon's strength and adaptability, these rumors still made them feel a little worried. Ah! Who stole all the secret medicine again? At the foot of the mountain, in the newly built circulation area, the supply team leader's roar echoed again. Something had been going missing inexplicably in the Starry Sky stronghold recently. Sometimes it was stored mushrooms, sometimes it was environmental creatures collected by the research team, and sometimes weapons, and the dried meat drying outside the cat pavilion would disappear. Of course, the most serious problem was the supply team. Various potions and pills would go missing every 2 or 3 days. Especially precious secret medicines, even if carefully hidden by the supply squad leader, would vanish without apparent reason at some point. Over time, the supply squad leader began to weaken, occasionally letting out roars that echoed throughout the base. Tonkatsu had become accustomed to this. However, as one of the top brass of the investigation team at this stage, Tonkatsu knew that the higher-ups believed something significant had infiltrated the base. The Grand Commander and the Sword Master had been conducting a secret search, and even Falcon's Fang Hound had been urgently requisitioned. However, since the enemy had merely stolen some supplies, and not committed any actual harm, they did not want to publicly provoke them. Therefore, most people still believed that there were thieves like Marilu in the New World, and didn't take it seriously. On the cliff side, where the bow of the star was, the mist dragon grasped a piece of dried meat in its front paws, and tore into it with all its might. Suddenly, its large eyes swirled, and it immediately hid the dried meat under the star, its entire body once again entering perfect stealth. Its large eyes gazed towards the great anthill wasteland, watching the approaching black dot as the dragon lazily crouched on the ground. Observing from the shadows, as Luo Yun's figure drew closer, Tonkatsu immediately noticed him. It immediately jumped up, waving its hands continuously as it did so. When Luo Yun saw Tonkatsu, he was a little puzzled as to why he was there. His confusion reached a peak when he saw the small platform behind him, specially constructed from wooden planks. A gust of wind blew by, and Tonkatsu gripped the wooden planks tightly. He watched Luo Yun land on the small platform in bewilderment, then excitedly stood up, greeted Luo Yun, and looked at his father with surprise and delight. Although Luo Yun had only been to the base twice, both times he had landed on the roof of the star. Thus, to provide Luo Yun with a better place to recover his strength the next time he came, Tonkatsu suggested building this small platform. The investigation team considered that if relations with the ancient tree fire dragons improved, more fire dragons might arrive here, so building a small platform would provide them with a resting place. Since it wouldn't require much material, it could be considered a small gesture of goodwill. Thus, Tonkatsu's suggestion was made, and the next day, craftsmen completed the small platform. And sure enough, Luo Yun was feeling much better. There was a small bell on the edge of the small platform. Tonkatsu, holding back his thoughts while reminiscing with the fire dragon leader, raised his hammer, jumped up, and struck it hard. With a clang, the members of the investigation team, hearing the noise, looked upwards and immediately spotted Luo Yun's arrival. Soon, the Grand Captain, as always, was the first to arrive, greeting him in the same exact manner. The weapons and cat pavilion, the same people, the same barbecue treats. To be honest, Luo Yun didn't know why he had such a bad impression of himself in front of the investigation team. He wasn't a foodie, and the Monster Hunter world didn't have a dining culture. So why did Chef Sita start grilling meat the moment he arrived, serving him a few pots of their special barbecue before discussing anything else? I have a feeling the investigation team might have misunderstood something. So, how do you tame herbivorous dragons? That's not a problem. As long as there's a suitable site, we can send personnel to assist you in building a breeding farm. As for supplies, I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Carlos explained that transporting supplies isn't easy. It's necessary to avoid the territories of powerful monsters, clear suitable roads, and find suitable locations to build hunting camps along the way. None of this can be accomplished overnight. Luo Yun remained non-committal. However, the most important thing right now is whether or not the herbivorous dragons can be tamed. As for other things, he wasn't so urgent. Furthermore, Luo Yun hadn't yet figured out a good way to involve the fire dragons. Chapter 140. The key issues had been settled, and Luo Yun wasn't particularly interested in the remaining discussions, so he left it to the fire dragon deter leader to discuss freely. Perhaps because he was finally able to discuss the fire dragon deter leader face to face, Carlos's spirits were high, and for a moment, no one else could get a word in. The somewhat bored swordsman master glanced back, and saw the logistics leader calculating with a pen. Finally, he paused and frowned. The swordsman master calmly nudged the grand commander beside him, signaling him to look at the logistics leader. "What's wrong?" the grand commander asked quietly, walking over. The logistics leader shook his head, interrupting the animated conversation between Carlos and the fire dragon deter leader. "Sorry, Commander-in-Chief, to interrupt. I have a few questions for this deter leader." The logistics leader was a mustachioed, serious-looking man. Although not a professional in logistics, it was precisely because of his meticulous approach that he was discovered by the research team leader, the young dragon scholar, and appointed the head of the logistics team. Carlos looked at the head of the logistics team with some surprise, but upon seeing his serious expression, he nodded and gave him his place. "Hello, leader of the fire dragon deter. I am the head of the logistics team of the investigation team. I would like to know more specific data regarding the breeding we just discussed." After Tonkatsu's translation, leader of the fire dragon deter glanced at Luo Yun, who was eating and unresponsive, then turned to the head of the logistics team, nodded, and began to talk. "First, have you considered the herbivorous dragon breeding cycle? Herbivorous dragons grow very quickly, just like domestic pigs in the previous life. Given ample forage, they often reach subadulthood in just over a year. Furthermore, adult female herbivorous dragons can undergo multiple pregnancies a year, laying 2 or 3 eggs, each batch containing 8 to 10 eggs. It is precisely this incredible reproductive capacity that allows them to supply such a large number of large carnivorous monsters in this world, becoming their staple food. We have considered the breeding cycle, meow. According to our current estimates, the fire dragons won't face a true food shortage for at least 6 months. What's wrong, meow? Replied the fire dragon detail leader. The problem lies in the breeding cycle. The supply team leader adjusted his words. He believed the fire dragon details, having no prior experience with animal husbandry, didn't understand it, so he planned to explain it in detail. It's true. Breeding herbivorous dragons is a long process. Starting with the first batch of captive herbivorous dragons, even if no young ones were lost along the way, it would likely take at least 3 years to reach a sufficient number to support the entire fire dragon herd. And this is only possible under the ideal scenario, where no herbivorous dragons are lost. The supply team leader said this, looking at the fire dragon leader, Detail, who remained expressionless after the pig bones translation, and thinking he didn't yet understand the seriousness of the problem, he continued. From what I understand, your tribe probably has nearly 100 adult fire dragons, and if you include the young ones, the number would be even greater. To support such a large number of fire dragons, the number of herbivorous dragons would be enormous. With so many herbivorous dragons, the daily fodder consumption in the enclosure alone would far exceed your tribe's capacity, not to mention the countless monsters that would impact such a large herbivorous herd during the captivity process. Therefore, in my opinion, it is almost impossible to free the fire dragon group from the food shortage by breeding herbivorous dragons. The supply squad leader spoke bluntly. He had just calculated that feeding so many herbivorous dragons would require a massive amount of fodder daily, a feat even the current survey team might not be able to afford. Furthermore, the details lacked the sophisticated fortifications of the survey team, nor could they protect their farms. Relying on herbivorous dragon farming to support the fire dragons for the next few years was simply impossible. After Tonkatsu's translation, the fire dragon detail leader murmured in silence. Tonkatsu also opportunely expressed his own opinion, believing it was unrealistic. The fire dragon detail leader didn't immediately respond. Instead, he wore an expression of bewilderment, as if he had received an explanation, and looked at Luo Yun with admiration. I hadn't expected that Luo Yun, who had never encountered or understood farming, could share the same understanding as the survey team. It was as if they had all grown up in this remote and primitive countryside, yet the leader, a fellow countryman, had never been to the city, yet shared the same perspectives as the city dwellers. This shocked the cat. That's right, meow. You misunderstood, meow. Leader Fire Dragon Detail began to explain. We're not aiming to supply the entire fire dragon population. We only need to raise enough to meet the needs of our ancient tree fire dragon clan, and most of the fire dragon cubs. That's enough. And it doesn't need to last too long. 3 years will be enough. On the way here, Luo Yun had instilled some of his ideas into Leader Fire Dragon Detail. The fire dragon herd faces immense food pressure, driven by the need to provide for themselves, their pups, and their kittens. This supply relationship, when prey becomes scarce, will be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, leading to the disintegration of the fire dragon herd. However, if the kittens and most of the pups no longer pose a burden to the fire dragon couple, then even if food becomes scarce, given the strength of the ancient tree fire dragons, they will always find a way to survive, whether by hunting together to reduce risk or by taking more time to expand their hunting grounds further afield. If even then, a fire dragon couple still cannot survive, dying in the hunt or choosing to leave the herd, Luo Yun will have no regrets. What does it mean that they cannot survive even without worries? It means that the fire dragon couple in this situation lacks a strong resilience to risk and lacks strength. Since their strength is insufficient, they are unworthy of becoming part of the ancient tree fire dragon herd and enjoying the cat services that come with that status. Luo Yun believed that the vast majority of the ancient tree fire dragons possess sufficient strength. Given such strength, without having to worry about the survival of the cats and their cubs, a total collapse would naturally be avoided. After all, the ancient tree fire dragons were known for their pride. Without any worries, if you can survive and continue to enjoy the conveniences of the cats, then naturally I can too. It's just a matter of flying farther and fighting more. Chapter 141. According to the original idea of Fire Dragon Leader Detail, he did intend to take the food supply of the adult fire dragons in the group into consideration. However, in Luo Yun's view, the ancient tree fire dragons were already the most elite group of fire dragons in the New World. Since the fire dragon cubs and kittens had become a heavy burden for the fire dragon couple during this critical period, causing the pressure on their survival to exceed the maximum threshold, he sought to reduce this pressure to a normal level. He was now the leader of the ancient tree fire dragons, but he was no babysitter. He would not, like the Howl fire dragon, take on everything himself, thus reducing the survival competitiveness of his fire dragons. The competitive mechanism at the top of the ancient tree fire dragons was the foundation for the ancient tree fire dragons to maintain their strength, not a place to rest in peace after achieving success. Thus, after considering breeding, Luo Yun did not consider the adult fire dragons, nor even the young fire dragons that could already fly. A greenhouse can't produce resilient flowers. Luo Yun's constant consideration was the cats and the promising future, the offspring born from the union of high-quality genes. Additionally, the cats were currently too weak, and the fire dragon's niche was too high. Their symbiotic relationship with the dragons was too fragile, limited to just laundry, cooking, and odd jobs. As is happening now, if food becomes scarce, this symbiotic relationship could be severely impacted. Therefore, the cats could cultivate their own food and even help alleviate the pressure on the dragon couple during times of food shortage. This would further enhance the cats' importance to the dragons, further deepening their bond. Because the cats can use breeding to support themselves and their cubs, the fire dragon's resilience to risk is enhanced, and they will become more identified with the cats. This strengthened fire dragon's sense of community is further strengthened, creating a virtuous cycle. Do we only need to consider the details and the fire dragon cubs? Excuse me, could you give me a rough estimate? Realizing his misunderstanding, the supply squad leader didn't hesitate, but instead took out a pen and began to calculate again. Finally, he concluded that with the cat's current abilities, breeding is indeed possible. The supply squad leader was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that the ancient tree fire dragons had always been an ally of the investigation team, and perhaps he could offer them a small favor. So he paused and began to calculate again. The fire dragon detail leader wasn't in a hurry, and the members of the investigation team didn't say much either, quietly waiting for the supply squad leader to write furiously. Finally, Luo Yun finally ate his fill. After politely declining Zeta's offer to demonstrate his newly developed fire dragon special cat food, he looked towards the tables at the weapons and cat pavilion. He didn't know why the place had suddenly become quiet, but he knew nothing serious had happened, otherwise the fire dragon leader, Detail, would have come to consult him. After more than 10 minutes, the supply team leader finally paused, a faint smile playing on his face as he put down his thick notebook. You just said that your current settlement has an abundant water supply, right? If so, perhaps you would be interested in hearing about my new proposal. After saying this, the supply team leader handed the notebook to a somewhat doubtful Carlos. This new breeding and aid plan still needed the approval of the commander-in-chief, who was responsible for making the final decision. Raising herbivorous dragons is indeed a feasible option, and can indeed meet the food needs of the deaders and the fire dragon cubs. However, in terms of human resources and risks, raising herbivorous dragons alone is not a good choice. Therefore, I have a new solution for you. The supply team leader said confidently, herbivorous dragons can be bred, but not in large numbers. To fill the food gap, I recommend several new breeding products for combined breeding. First, the bite fish. These fish are between 1.5 and 2 meters long and are very aggressive, but they are not very dangerous to trained attendant cats. They are highly adaptable to their environment and have strong reproductive capacity. They are omnivorous fish, whether they are meat or aquatic plants. Even monster feces can serve as food for them, and the breeding cycle is approximately 80 days. The second type is porcupines, such as mushroom pigs. Needless to say, these require a 60-day breeding cycle. Finally, there are the mushroom cultivation methods we currently possess. Combined with these, and with the establishment of transportation routes between the subsequent base and your settlement, the supplies we can provide should be sufficient to supply the Detail tribe and the fire dragon cubs. After all, you just said, most of the cubs, not all of them, right? The fire dragon Detail leader nodded. The most of the cubs Luo Yun referred to were those from weaker families, who might not be able to provide for their own cubs. Powerful fire dragon families, like the Kangyingwo couple, simply don't neglect their own cubs. Even with the Kangyingwo couple's current attitude towards the cats, they might as well continue to provide food for the cats caring for their family. The same applies to the battle-hardened fire dragons, the mighty fire dragons, and Luo Yun and his companions. This is the confidence that comes with strength. Faced with this new proposal, the fire dragon leader, Detail, was delighted. I hadn't expected the investigation team to even have methods for raising snapper fish and mushroom pigs. Sure enough, the Rathalos still had much to learn. Although the Fire Dragon leader was impressed by the new proposal, out of caution, he decided to consult Luo Yun. It believed that with its knowledge, it wouldn't have considered everything thoroughly, while the all-powerful Fire Dragon leader would have no problem. That's really the case. I was overthinking it. Every profession has its own specializations. The investigation team needs to think more carefully. Cats are omnivorous creatures. They can eat mushrooms, which can be used to feed mushroom pigs. The feces of mushroom pigs and herbivorous dragons can be used to feed snapping fish. While Luo Yun believed that the investigation team had more than just these items were easy to raise, and had strong survival potential, perfect for cats without any breeding experience. After receiving Luo Yun's approval, Fire Dragon leader Detail beamed, meowing, and using Tonkatsu to translate, he and the supply team leader began to discuss the details of this new plan. At this moment, Luo Yun's sixth sense suddenly detected that a dangerous creature was staring at him. Chapter 142. Over the years, Luo Yun's enhanced sixth sense, enhanced by his inner eye, had never failed him, nor had it ever been wrong. Therefore, upon sensing that gaze, Luo Yun immediately became alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. He stood up and scanned his surroundings, his powerful vision capturing not a single movement. But as he looked again and again, even from a distance, he saw nothing amiss. Furthermore, the gaze that had given him the impression of danger vanished as quickly as he had become alert, leaving him no chance to rely on his inner eye for a thorough search. Luo Yun's unusual movements also caught the attention of the Grand Commander and his companions. As seasoned hunters, they naturally understood the meaning of the male Rathalos' searching gesture, and they too began to explore. Commander-in-Chief Carlos even released his guide insects. The guide insects merely circled around Luo Yun before flashing red and being frightened back into their cages. Carlos's face froze at the guide insect's disappointing performance. He silently pulled the insect cage back to his waist and coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. He was thinking to himself that these guide insects needed further training. The atmosphere at the scene was tense for a moment, and it remained so for 5 minutes. After no longer feeling that gaze, Luo Yun gradually relaxed. After all, while that gaze had given him a sense of danger, it didn't carry any malicious intent. Perhaps it was just a passing dangerous creature, curiously glancing at him. At that moment, on the cliff, Xiaolong withdrew his gaze and retreated back into the cliff, lying quietly and concealed. He hadn't expected the male fire dragon to possess such acute perception. He noticed it even after merely watching it for a moment too long. After all, as a mist dragon that had lived in the New World for centuries, its invisibility was practically perfect, even maintaining its invisibility in torrential rain. Hiding its presence was a feat it mastered to perfection. Just like over a decade ago, when the Steel Dragon and the Darkwave Dragon were battling, he found a suitable spot nearby and spent 3 days watching the battle, acting as a war correspondent. Even after the Steel Dragon and the Darkwave Dragon had decided the outcome, they remained oblivious to its presence. Perhaps the Steel Dragon and the Darkwave Dragon were so engrossed in their battle that they hadn't deliberately opened their senses. But it was still an ancient dragon from the ancient dragon crossing, not just any other ancient dragon. By comparison, Luo Yun's perception was truly unique among non-ancient dragons. Even as Luo Yun relaxed, the members of the investigation team remained somewhat concerned, arranging for a detailed investigation. The Grand Commander and the Sword Master reflected on their ongoing investigations. But seeing Luo Yun's current demeanor, they felt they might have underestimated him. Once Luo Yun had completely calmed down, the Grand Commander immediately inquired. With Tonkatsu's translation, Luo Yun explained what he had just perceived. Danger, but no hostile gaze? There are many creatures that could strike a fire dragon as dangerous, but this is the investigation team's base. After the second team arrived, they had further strengthened the base's security measures, adding not only traps, but also new checkpoints and other facilities. Aside from flying dragons, few monsters could traverse the numerous obstacles without alerting the hunters. Perhaps it was just some dangerous flying creature passing by. After all, the coloration of a male Rathalos is quite conspicuous here, Carlos reluctantly explained, constantly signaling to the Grand Commander and the others. Since the other party harbored no ill intentions, it was best not to make any drastic moves before confirming their identity. Provoking them and causing unexpected losses would be more trouble than it's worth. The Grand Commander and the Sword Master understood and called back the search crew, returning the scene to its usual bustle. While Luo Yun didn't understand the investigation team's actions, he certainly didn't sense any malice, so he didn't take it too seriously. The Fire Dragon leader and the Supply Squad leader huddled together again, discussing the plan they had just presented. Achieving breeding in the New World, even for species like biting fish and mushroom pigs, presents numerous challenges and is not easily solved. Even in the early days of the research team's breeding efforts, they experienced numerous failures, either due to improper methods or damage from forest monsters. It took them years to develop a suitable method. However, applying this method to detail presented numerous problems, which needed to be addressed one by one. One couldn't just blindly and impulsively attempt it. Such an approach would ultimately lead to nothing, without exception. Luo Yun had no say in this matter. Furthermore, his presence caused the Fire Dragon Detail leader to consult him on everything, which annoyed Luo Yun immensely. Later, to allow the Fire Dragon leader, Detail, to unleash his powers without restraint, Luo Yun decisively took off, intending to survey the nearby forest. Under the gaze of the entire investigation team, Luo Yun flew over the star and headed deeper into the forest. At that moment, the Mist Dragon, who was lying on the cliff, leaning against the bottom of the boat, intending to take a nap, glanced at him and closed his eyes. He was still very confident in his invisibility. Even in his sleep, no creature could detect his presence. After all, in the hundreds of years since he arrived in the New World, no creature had truly discovered his presence. If it weren't for that foolish egg from his previous batch of eggs, which had hatched early and unleashed a massacre in the middle of the forest a few years ago, the creatures of the New World would likely have been unaware of the Mist Dragon's existence. Therefore, he was deeply angered by the little Mist Dragon's behavior. With such a weak family bond, he didn't even care about the dragon's fate. Whether it lived or died was its own fault, and he felt no sadness or pain. Mist dragons, like lightning dragons, lay eggs, bury them in the ground, cover them with rotten branches or leaves, and then leave them alone. They don't care whether their young survive or what happens after birth. They let them be raised freely. However, Mist dragons have an advantage over lightning dragons. Their young can instinctively become invisible and dispel fog from birth. Lightning dragon pups, on the other hand, cannot and can only rely on their camouflage to survive. Mist dragons' diet during their childhood mostly consists of insects and wild delicacies, as their habitats are high-humidity forests and swamps, where these things are readily available. With the ability to become invisible, the Xiaolong could rely entirely on itself, safely surviving its vulnerable childhood. Perhaps this childhood experience imbued the Xiaolong with a lifelong sense of caution, fostering a peaceful disposition and a reluctance to confront powerful creatures. Thus, in the eyes of this adult Xiaolong, the young Xiaolong that had committed the massacre was absolutely insane. In his long life, this wasn't the first Xiaolong he had sired, but he had never seen any Xiaolong as high profile as he was, eager to be killed. That was a good thing, wasn't it? After that incident, he hadn't seen the Xiaolong again. The thought of the Xiaolong's existence had crossed Luo Yun's mind, but since the investigation team hadn't requested his assistance and had indeed found nothing amiss, Luo Yun didn't dwell on it. Moreover, given the current configuration of the investigation team, unless they were facing incredibly powerful ancient dragons, or those who chose not to fight and were simply using natural disasters to specifically target them, the safety of the Starry Stronghold was of little concern. Those dismantled dragon-slaying spears were more than just a sight to behold. As Luo Yun flew over the forest's conditions came into view. The conditions surrounding the Starry Stronghold were similar to those of the Fire Dragon's current habitats. Large monsters were increasing, and battles were frequent in the various hunting grounds. Even flying thunder dragons had begun to appear in the hunting grounds, engaging in combat with giant thief dragons. As Luo Yun advanced deeper, the air gradually became thick with miasma. At the sight of the drifting miasma spores, Luo Yun stopped. The investigation team was much closer to the depths of the ancient tree than the Fire Dragon's current settlement. After only a few hours' flight, they could already see the presence of miasma spores. There was no need to go any deeper. After a brief circle, they could roughly assess the situation deep within the forest. Luo Yun hadn't expected that. With this pervasive miasma and spores filling the entire depths of the forest, there were still creatures surviving. A group of herbivorous dragons, covered in a blanket of grayish-white spores, looked gravely emaciated. But they continued to feed and drink despite their weakened bodies. The larger herbivorous dragons would use their horns to clean the spores from the smaller ones. After the smaller ones finished feeding, they would push them into the grass. Several larger herbivorous dragons would surround the smaller ones, blending their bodies into the tall grass, covering them as much as possible and minimizing their exposure. The less intelligent herbivorous dragons didn't realize they could escape the spore zone by simply continuing along the river for about half a day. To them, the spores and miasma were omnipresent. After their initial migration, they still couldn't escape the spore's reach. They subsequently abandoned their desire to migrate and instead began using their bodies as shields, giving the young herbivorous dragons a fighting chance. This was the best solution their limited intelligence could devise. It was unknown how many lives the Mist Hazret had slain during this round of wandering, but under this natural disaster, the creatures unable to escape were each striving to survive in their own ways. After flying 2 circles and feeling he couldn't see anything further, Luo Yun began his return journey. Deep in the forest, the venturing Mist Hazret was finally captured by the Flame King Dragon. In the Flame King Dragon's fury, the entire forest was ablaze. A fierce battle raged for half an hour, clearing the entire area of miasma and its spores. But in the end, a gust of miasma obscured the Flame King Dragon's vision. By the time he cleared it, there was no trace of the Mist Hazret. In the previous battle, the Mist Hazret had unleashed its full force, its immediate, all-out attack leaving the Flame King Dragon somewhat bewildered. Since when have ancient dragons fought without a preliminary test? Going all out right from the start? Are all the ancient dragons of the New World so crazy? Thankfully, the Flame King Dragon was no pushover and quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battle. But when he ripped the Mist Hazret's hide apart, revealing the silvery white scales beneath, it unexpectedly escaped. Though he hadn't been able to completely defeat it, Flame King Dragon had understood its weakness. From the very beginning of the battle, he had noticed that one side of the Mist Hazret lacked the hide, and that it had been trying to protect that area. This showed that attacking the silvery white scales was the only way to truly injure the opponent. With this information, the next time they met, he would repel the Mist Hazret. Having figured this out, Flame King Dragon resumed his pursuit. Due to the battle, the area cleared by Flame King Dragon was too large, and the burning flames also blocked the miasma from re-entering. After a rain, the flames died down, and the miasma spores took a long time to recover the area, giving some creatures that had stumbled into the area a chance to recover. Luo Yun stayed in the Star Stronghold for 3 days. For 3 whole days, apart from eating, he spent his days flying around. He deeply missed that leyline branch. The feeling of being enveloped in life energy, which filled every corner of his body daily, felt like a sauna, a comfort that could truly become addictive for dragons. Thankfully, thanks to the efforts of the investigation team, the departure personnel, and the necessary supplies were ready. After calming the pterosaurs, which had become quite restless due to Luo Yun's presence, the group finally set off. Besides the tonkatsu, who had been returning to help them find their way, the 2 technical advisors, who had conducted the preliminary survey, 2 hunters, and some Phalanx carrying supplies all flew precariously, their pterosaurs strapped to their bodies. Luo Yun grew impatient with the pterosaur's speed, but after some persuasion from the fire dragon leader, Detail, he finally slowed down. Thus, a journey that normally would have taken him a day and a night took him 2 full days. Upon returning to his settlement, Luo Yun unhesitatingly called Yaji and headed for the tributary of the Earth Vein. Chapter 143. Bathed in this environment brimming with life energy, Luo Yun exhaled comfortably and slowly lay down. It was as if his physical fatigue had been greatly relieved at that moment. Just as Luo Yun closed his eyes, immersing himself in it, he faintly picked up some movement, thanks to his heightened hearing. It was like lying in bed in the dead of night, eyes closed, and faintly hearing what sounded like someone renovating their house in the same building. But when he focused his attention, the sound of lava drowned it out. Because this sound was mixed in with the sound of flowing lava, Luo Yun didn't pay much attention to it, subconsciously thinking it was a normal phenomenon. After absorbing the energy and relieving the discomfort that had accumulated over the past few days, Luo Yun left the tributary, but he didn't see Yaji at her usual spot. Luo Yun's first reaction was that Yaji had left for something, not that something had happened. The cave entrance where Yaji had been staying wasn't far from the tributary of the Earth Vein. According to Luo Yun's hearing, since he hadn't heard any sounds of fighting, it was likely nothing was wrong. Yaji's unusual absence still made Luo Yun's heart tighten. He hurriedly flapped his wings and headed for the cave entrance. Just as he was about to call out, he saw Yaji lingering at the fork in the road above the cave entrance, trembling slightly like a frightened quail. Luo Yun instantly became alert and quickly flew to Yaji's side. Just as he was about to see what was happening, Luo Yun, like Yaji, froze in place, not daring to move or make a sound. Looking from this fork in the road to the far side, he saw that the path beyond, which could easily have allowed several fire dragons to fly side by side, was now blocked by something. Although it was still a considerable distance from where Luo Yun and Yaji stood, at that distance, Luo Yun could only see the creature's reverse-growing bluish-white dragon scales, each one as large as Luo Yun's wings. The solid rock beneath those scales was like a piece of tender tofu, easily cut through with a mere brush, without even making a sound. The pressure emanating from the ecological niche from just a glimpse of the creature's body was enough to force high-niche monsters, like Luo Yun and Yaji, who had faced ancient dragons, to remain quietly in a corner, waiting for it to leave. It was hard to imagine what kind of being this was. Like a snake, it passed through the ground, until the final blade tail disappeared from the passage, and the absolute pressure from its ecological niche began to slowly dissipate. Luo Yun and Yaji's tense muscles finally relaxed. In a confined environment, a monster dozens of times their size passed right before their eyes. The pressure even impacted their physical bodies, and they gasped for air incessantly, trying to ease their nerves. The sheer pressure gave them the illusion of a fierce battle with a higher niche creature. It's easy to imagine whether they could muster the courage to fight if they were to truly face the other creature head-on. After confirming the other creature had truly left, Luo Yun spread his wings to cover Yaji's still slightly trembling body. Yaji clung to Luo Yun, as if finding support, seeking a glimmer of safety. At this moment, Luo Yun's mind kept flashing back to the terrifying blade tail and bluish-white scales he had seen in the last moment. A name gradually emerged in his mind, Ophidosaurus. This is one of the world's truest creatures, at the very top of the ecological chain, closest to being forbidden. Many even consider it a non-forbidden creature, possessing powers comparable to those of the forbidden. The Hunters Guild records the smallest Ophiuchus to be 440 meters. This size alone is enough to place it at the top of its ecological niche, not to mention its sheer power. Luo Yun has always been convinced of the existence of Ophiuchus in the New World. Several areas of the Miasma Valley were built upon the remains of Ophiuchus, permanently altering the valley's landscape. He knew it, but Luo Yun never imagined he would actually see a living Ophiuchus one day. The distance just now wasn't close for Luo Yun and Yaji, but for Ophiuchus, even turning over was more than that. For an ancient dragon this massive, its mere passage could drastically alter the ecosystem. To describe it as adapting to it, as with ancient dragons, is hardly accurate. Its existence is an ecosystem. After Yaji had fully recovered, Luo Yun turned around. Amidst Yaji's worried growls, he spread his wings and flew towards the tunnel the Snake King Dragon had just passed through. The already wide passage had transformed into a tunnel extending deep into the earth, over 50 meters in diameter. Along the way, the rocks cut by the Snake King Dragon had long been crushed to dust by its massive body. Where this passage led, Luo Yun had no idea. However, for a monster of this niche, only a few places in the New World could attract it. Restraining his curiosity, Luo Yun didn't attempt to fly deeper into the tunnel. Instead, he feigned composure, as he returned to the fork in the road. Seeing Yaji sighing with relief, he and Yaji left the area. Back on Earth, the dry air of the wasteland washed over them. After soaring for a long time under the vast sky, Luo Yun and Yaji finally relaxed completely. The oppressive environment beneath the earth, and the sight of such a being, weighed like a huge rock on their chests. Luo Yun had never imagined that, having become a giant beast in his previous life, he would one day experience a fear of giants again. The waters of this world are truly too deep, so deep that at any moment, a creature beyond your imagination might emerge. Luo Yun and Yaji quickly completed their hunt, driving off the slashing dragon and the barbarian dragon that were trying to steal their food. They didn't eat much and returned to their settlement with the food. The King of Snakes was quite a shock to them in that environment, and it would probably take several days for them to fully recover. The days passed one after another, and Luo Yun took a 3-day break before re-entering the Earth Vein branch to absorb life energy. Even then, while absorbing energy, he remained extremely vigilant, alert to any slight movement. This attitude was completely different from his previous attitude, which had treated the Earth Vein branch like a sauna, fearing that a dangerous monster would suddenly emerge from the depths of the earth. The engineers of the investigation team had been at the Fire Dragon's residence for several days. After the initial trepidation, fearing that they might accidentally do something that would cause a misunderstanding and the Fire Dragons would take offense and attack them, gradually, they adapted. After surveying numerous locations under the protection of hunters and their followers, they finally found a relatively secluded area suitable for breeding. Mushroom pigs are small, so they can be raised under the cover of trees, and with the construction of some appropriately camouflaged structures. Snakefish aren't a problem either. They're like catfish from a previous life. Without proper handling, their taste makes most monsters shun them. Not to mention, fish are aquatic creatures, inherently quite safe. Finally, they faced a dilemma with the herbivorous dragons. This settlement lacked the natural defenses of the Star Stronghold, and without sufficient terrain to deter monsters, herbivorous dragons simply couldn't be bred. This gave Detail and the engineers a headache, and for a while, they put the herbivorous dragon breeding on hold. They began preparing for the mushroom pigs and bitefish, cultivating them in a mushroom-growing environment. They would consider the herbivorous dragons after the arrival of additional personnel and supplies. Time flew by, and 2 months later, a transport route between the investigation team and the Fire Dragon settlement was finally established. The Fire Dragons had also contributed to this effort. Of course, it wasn't that the Fire Dragons would proactively help develop the route, but Luo Yun had instructed the cats to move as much as possible along that route, and he would occasionally spread the word among the Fire Dragons about a good hunting ground in that direction. On this point, Luo Yun wasn't exaggerating. There was indeed a good hunting ground in that direction. The only drawback was that it had become a frequented spot by a group of 1,000-blade dragons. To better secure prey and combat the 1,000 blades that disrupted the Rathalos hunts, several Rathalos often joined together to conduct a hunt. The cats were pioneering transport routes there. When they encountered hostile monsters, they dealt with them on their own if they could. If they couldn't, they would calculate the time and blow the rescue horn. The passing Rathalos would then, in a rage, beat up the monsters bullying the cats and drive them away. Each time the cats blew the rescue horn, they felt deeply guilty. Fortunately, the survey team provided them with a plentiful supply of star meat jerky as a reward, and after each battle, the Rathalos left satisfied. Sometimes, after returning from hunting, the Rathalos would even visit that route to see if they could rescue any cats that had been bullied. That day, the survey team's fellow cats were driving a herbivora, pulling a cart, transporting supplies along the road. As expected, they were attacked by a large monster. As the hunters were led away by the monsters, a brute Jaws appeared out of nowhere and attacked the transport team again. Without the hunters' protection, the weak phalanx in the transport team had no choice but to abandon their supplies and flee. At that moment, a Rathalos, on its way to a distant hunt, noticed the situation below. Of course, it was primarily interested in the herbivore pulling the cart. Just as the herbivore was about to be killed by the brute Jaws, the Rathalos swooped down from the sky and repelled the brute Jaws in a fierce battle. Just as they were about to enjoy the herbivore, they suddenly spotted the phalanx hiding under the cart. The male Rathalos, originally intent on driving the fake cat away, noticed the scale hanging from its neck, a symbol of identity provided by the ancient tree dragons to protect the survey team's transport team from accidental harm, and his attitude shifted from ferocious to a somewhat suspiciously friendly one. When the somewhat unusual cat didn't offer its star meat quickly like the other deterrer, the male Rathalos assumed it had forgotten to stock up on it. This wasn't the first time this had happened, so after sniffing the fake cat closely to memorize its scent, the male Rathalos, seeing the fake cat's piteous expression, thought it was about to die, left behind one of its scales, then snatched up the herbivore's corpse and flew away. Later, when the hunters returned with the deterrer, who had come to meet them, and heard the poor fake cat's description, they finally understood the Rathalos' intentions. The fire dragon's details carry a limited amount of star meat when they travel. Sometimes, more than one dragon arrives to support them, leaving them short on dried meat. Thus, a process has evolved whereby the dragons memorize the cat's scent, and the cats, in turn, leave behind a dragon scale. Upon returning to their settlement, they use the scale to replenish the missing star meat. This particular fake cat, with its fur coloring resembling that of Detel's, and its unique identification scale, was mistaken by the male dragon for a member of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, leading to its subsequent actions. After learning of this process, the investigation team hit upon an idea. Every time a transport team departs, they will specifically select fake cats with fur coloring similar to that of the ancient tree fire dragons, carrying their identification scales. Furthermore, after receiving support from the dragons, hunters, who also wear identification scales, will offer them star meat as a reward, gradually accustoming the ancient tree fire dragons to the hunter's presence. Gradually, as time passed, the ancient fire dragons would sometimes stumble upon hunters while hunting, but they wouldn't attack them. If the hunter wore a special identification scale from the ancient fire dragons, they might even ignore their presence. However, this sometimes led to some frustrating situations for the research team. Sometimes, when they encountered a fire dragon in the wild, they weren't sure if it was one of the ancient fire dragons, and they would accidentally approach it, alerting the dragon and forcing them into a fight. However, despite this significant risk, the research team remained receptive. After all, the ancient fire dragon's friendly behavior had significantly advanced the researchers' research into the fire dragon ecology of the New World. Thus, with the combined efforts of the Starry Sky Stronghold and the settlement, they not only successfully opened up a transportation route within 2 months, but were even able to successfully defend it when they were slightly short-handed, relying on occasional assistance from the ancient fire dragons. Chapter 144. To the fire dragons of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, these hunters were essentially neutral entities. In other words, what the investigation team considered friendly, in the eyes of the fire dragons, were merely creatures to be ignored. Those friendly, adaptive behaviors were merely a way for the fire dragons to become familiar with their presence. It's like encountering a golden retriever. Everyone knows it's aggressive, so they're wary at first. But when the golden retriever actively shows its friendliness and retreats, when the person clearly becomes annoyed, over time, even those who fear danger will begin to let down their guard. At most, they might simply be wary of the golden retriever carrying something unclean, and therefore won't allow it to get too close. The fire dragon's current attitude toward the researchers and hunters on the investigation team is similar. As long as those without status scales don't get too close, and don't display any behavior that could confuse the dragon into thinking they're in danger, the fire dragons won't target them. Those with status scales can allow the other party to get a little closer, even if they do something the dragon wouldn't understand, and they can tolerate it a little. But if one wants to get really close to the dragon, like deter, or even take over its food, treat its wounds, or care for its young, the dragons won't mind showing the other party their true dignity. At this point, even the dried star meat won't help. Time slipped by in this strange way of getting along. Thanks to the established transportation routes with the investigation team, the breeding plan for the cats of the ancient tree fire dragon clan began. Each breeding site and facility was carefully selected by the investigation team. Some unsuitable terrain was even renovated, and protective measures were established. Soon, the first batch of experimental creatures was released. After some adjustments and risk assessments, the first batch of cultivated mushroom pigs and biting fish successfully survived over time. The protective measures established under the guidance of the investigation team are also fully effective, successfully blocking some undesirable snooping. Although these achievements are still small and only in the early stages, they still give the cats great confidence. After a period of time, after the first batch of cultivated creatures are released, a large number of cats will be self-sufficient. If the herbivorous dragons are also successfully breeding, there will be surplus food stored to deal with future food shortages. That day, Luo Yun squatted on a platform in a tributary of the earth vein as usual. Suddenly, the illusory panel suddenly appeared before him. The trade extraction progress bar surged to 99%, and the life energy above the tributary of the earth vein suddenly became active. Over a month ago, the reward for defeating the battle-scarred black wolf bird had long been used up. During this time, Luo Yun had been relying on his ability to actively absorb life energy. To compensate for the somewhat reduced energy absorption rate, he even stayed here for a few extra hours each day. Who would have thought that familiar feeling would suddenly reappear, leaving him completely bewildered? He hadn't done anything during this time, hadn't he? Meanwhile, the ancient tree forest was near the Grand Canyon. The scorching heat had distorted the air. Numerous limp animal carcasses, slumped in the heat, emitted a foul stench of decay, and the air was devoid of any miasma. Even the creatures that inhabited the Grand Canyon had fled the area, avoiding the two ancient dragons playing a game of chase. The Mist Barrier Corp's hood dragon was truly depressed, deeply depressed. Ever since being captured by the Sunfire Dragon that day, it had been chasing it relentlessly like a cat scouting its prey. Often, the Mist Barrier Corp's hood dragon would barely catch its breath before the other dragon caught up, forcing it to gather its miasma once more and fight. But this great cat was completely different from the Yongyan dragon couple back then. It was actually a truly intelligent cat. Its fighting style was completely different from the young couple. In terms of combat experience, energy control, and even its reserves of life force, it far surpassed that of the male Yongyan dragon. And most infuriatingly, after just one battle, it had determined that the area of its armor damaged by the strange fire dragon was its weak spot. Each attack was directed towards that area, zeroing in on that single spot. This made the Mist Hood Dragon extremely frustrated. Although each injury was not serious, and it could plunder the vitality of those infected by the miasma to repair itself, the pain was unbearable. This wasn't a life-or-death battle, and the Mist Hazret was feeling rather frustrated at being suppressed. One constantly fled and healed its wounds, while the other, whenever it saw an opportunity, attacked its weakest points. The intensity of the battle was far less intense than when they first met. Finally, as time went on, the Mist Hazret grew tired of being chased. It didn't even have time to properly repair the spore sacs on its body, and its armor, stored for years, became tattered. The initial joy of coming up to relax and unwind was gone, and now they were being chased all the way to the Grand Canyon. The Mist Hazret, tired of playing this game, simply left the ancient forest, crossed the Grand Canyon, and, shrouded in miasma, jumped directly from the Coral Plateau back to the Miasma Valley. Amidst the deathly miasma of the Miasma Valley, Flame King Dragon was completely unable to sense the location of the missed Miasma Corpse Dragon, and the nagging urgency that had been lingering within him vanished. Mission accomplished, Flame King Dragon, who disliked the humid climate of the Coral Plateau, yawned, gathered his might, and soared unsteadily towards the other side of the plateau, the highest point of the entire New World, the Dragon Crystal Land. From then on, the entity that had caused the miasma crisis in the ancient tree forest departed. Without its host, the miasma's activity began to decline. Once the corpses of the current creatures were decomposed, it would vanish over time. And the white spores that reproduced and spewed miasma would also begin to dissipate as the climate changed. Deprived of the environment they needed to thrive. At that time, thanks to the ancient tree forest's terrifying self-purification ability, everything in the forest would return to its original state. During this catastrophe, while a few areas suffered significant vegetation destruction due to the fighting between the ancient dragons, vegetation in other areas will flourish due to the abundant fertilizer and nutrients it receives. Herbivorous creatures will be the first to return, followed by carnivorous and omnivorous monsters once the populations of the lower-level creatures have recovered to a certain level. This process will take 2 or 3 years. This period will also be a difficult one for the ancient tree fire dragons to endure. What transpired in the forest was unknown to any creature other than the monsters in the Grand Canyon, who witnessed the chase between the ancient dragons. The ancient tree fire dragon settlement at the border of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland and the forest has also undergone many changes. First, there's the issue of food. The food shortage, originally expected to occur a year later, has unexpectedly begun after only 7 months. The fire dragons, including Luoyun, are spending significantly longer hunting hours each day. This isn't a matter of strength, it's simply because there's not enough prey left in the nearby hunting grounds. Even when they occasionally encountered a herbivore, it was only a small group of armored herbivores, most of them young. If such a small group preyed on a larger armored herbivore, the young would have no chance of survival. Whether it was due to biological instinct or the monster's inherent intelligence, these small groups were never attacked by any large monsters. None chose to exhaust the resources. Instead, they set their sights on hunting grounds farther and deeper. Fire dragons are on the safe side. Their ample flying stamina allows them to often venture deeper into the Great Anthill Wasteland to hunt in specialized areas when they can't find prey in the forest. For example, the territory of the Ceratopsis. Yes, that Ceratopsis, equally famous as the fire dragon, known as the king of the earth. Despite being a flying dragon, it lacks flight, possessing unparalleled burrowing abilities. This creature possesses the largest size of any flying dragon, with an adult often reaching over 24 meters in length. It also possesses immense strength commensurate with its size. Even the renowned Dynamo Dragon rarely engages in a power struggle with the Ceratopsis. However, belying its hideous, earth demon-like appearance, its flaming temper, and its extreme territorial awareness, which can even hunt stray creatures to death, is its apparent vegetarianism. Because the horned dragons spend their years in the underground caves of the wasteland, their hearing has been greatly enhanced, but their vision has been slightly affected. Because of these horned dragons' habits, some herbivorous shelled dragons choose to inhabit and breed on the fringes of their territory. Land monsters, fearing the noise and attention of the horned dragons, would choose not to hunt these shelled herbivores. However, the flying male fire dragons are less fearful. Even if they occasionally miss, it only loses the prey, not the victim itself. At dusk, Luoyun stood on the edge of a cliff, observing the fire dragons returning from afar. Even when hunting in groups, they rarely bring back prey. Most of these were low-meat prey, like crested dragons and clamorous pterosaurs. Thankfully, after training with the survey team's wilderness survival experts, some cats mastered fishing and trapping small creatures. Combined with the first batch of newly released farmed animals, they were finally able to achieve self-sufficiency before food supplies ran low. This brought relief to those fire dragon families with cubs, allowing them to feed their cubs all their hunted prey. Over on the cat side, herbivorous dragon farming, which had lagged behind other farming projects by several months, was finally getting underway. The delay stemmed from the fact that the biggest challenge with herbivorous dragon farming wasn't the presence of other monsters in the area, but rather the ancient tree fire dragons, which made site selection extremely difficult. Unlike the thief dragons who had acquired the fire dragon identity scales, even if a herbivorous dragon was given several identity scales, the fire dragons would still refuse to recognize it. In fire dragons' minds, there was no such thing as farming. Thief dragons aren't a staple of the fire dragon's diet, and since they're the cat's mounts, they can be recognized by the fire dragon after being adorned with a status scale. Herbivorous dragons, on the other hand, are simply food, but after being adorned with a status scale, they become tribute food to the cats. Originally, they thought that with only a few herbivorous dragons, they might be spared extermination. However, after being adorned with a status scale, their nature changed, and the fire dragons were not going to be polite. This caused the investigation team and the cats considerable headaches. Finally, during one of their field trips, they discovered a cave hidden beneath a waterfall. After some renovations, it was finally possible to raise a small number of herbivorous dragons. Although the number wasn't as high as expected, for cats these days, having one was good enough. They couldn't be more different. A phantom panel slowly emerged before his eyes. When the progress bar reached the final 100%, a new trait appeared. However, upon seeing this trait, Luo Yun was somewhat puzzled. It seemed to him that it deviated from his previous understanding of the pattern of trait appearance and didn't significantly improve his strength. Symbiosis. When weak creatures remain in the same environment with a stronger being for a long time, they often undergo unexpected changes, becoming more like the stronger being. Column slot 1. Column slot 2. Column slot 3. Unlike the straightforward descriptions of previous traits, this time the description of the symbiosis trait was less detailed, simply adding 3 empty slots under the trait. Out of curiosity, Luo Yun opened an empty slot and found only one option. Option 1. Fire Dragon Detail. Yes, it was Fire Dragon Detail, not the ancient tree Fire Dragon clan. And there was no Yaji or a single individual listed. Luo Yun speculated that this symbiosis might be linked by tribe, and related to intimacy and the degree of connection between the two parties. Otherwise, if it was based solely on tribes, then the ancient tree fire dragons should also be counted. Since there was only one option, Luo Yun didn't hesitate and simply entered the fire dragon detail. But then, the column simply turned gray and white, and nothing else happened. This puzzled Luo Yun. That's it? Out of curiosity, Luo Yun called over a fire dragon detail and asked if it had noticed anything unusual. But after searching for a long time, it couldn't find anything wrong. Finally, with a pair of puzzled eyes, it looked at Luo Yun with a wronged look. Chapter 145. Really nothing's different? Luo Yun spun the fire dragon detail warrior around. From the outside, the cat looked exactly the same as before. Therefore, Luo Yun could only ask it a few more times, letting it feel its body carefully. Perhaps the changes brought about by the symbiotic nature weren't necessarily visible on the surface. Meow. The fire dragon detail warrior sighed. It had already carefully felt its body, and it truly hadn't changed at all. But Luo Yun couldn't resist his repeated questioning. Out of trust in Luo Yun, perhaps something had truly changed within it, something it wasn't aware of. The fire dragon boss wouldn't attack without a clue, so the problem must be with itself. Sorry, boss, meow. I really don't feel anything. Sensing Luo Yun's disappointment at hearing this, the fire dragon detail warrior nearly burst into tears. It had actually disappointed the fire dragon boss. It's okay, if you don't feel it, then you don't feel it. Luo Yun frowned, and let the fire dragon detail warrior leave. Perhaps, he was a little impatient. This time, the symbiotic trait wasn't targeted at him, so the cat's transformation would take some time. Changes in population size, or adaptive evolution, always take time to settle. Regardless, since it was an extracted trait, it was bound to be a disaster. He just needed to observe it more closely, and he would surely figure out what was going on sooner or later. Seeing Luo Yun frown and let him go, the fire dragon detail warrior lowered his head dejectedly and turned away sadly. A single hair had fallen out from the black cat paw pattern on its snow-white belly, and the new hair that had grown was surprisingly a dark red, similar to the male Rathalos' shell. But the cat's fur was so dense that a few strands of hair wouldn't have been noticeable. After the fire dragon detail warrior left, Luo Yun felt a little resentful. After enduring for a while, he summoned another fire dragon detail, but still received no answer, and the cat began to doubt itself. Finally, Yaji couldn't stand it anymore and bit Luo Yun's wing and dragging him out hunting, to prevent him from staying in the nest and causing trouble for the cats. After several days of this, with no results, Luo Yun gave up and gradually put the matter behind him. Habits, some strong, some weak. Perhaps one day, they would suddenly give him a surprise. Time flew by, and winter arrived in the new world. Although due to the geographical environment, the temperature in the wasteland was cooler than in the forest. Fire dragons hate winter the most, even though it hasn't snowed or frozen yet. However, the activity of prey has begun to sparse, and the harvest in the major hunting grounds has visibly decreased. Sometimes, Fire dragons would fly over 2 or 3 hunting grounds in a row without seeing a single prey, only monsters heading there to hunt. In such an environment, the role of cats in nurturing has begun to be realized. Some cubs, left hungry by their fire dragon parents' long hunting trips, have been saved from starvation by the cat's food aid. Seeing this, some weaker fire dragon couples' affection for cats has rapidly increased. Without having to care for their cubs, they have begun to choose to hunt in more distant hunting grounds, sometimes even going all day long. During this period, some weaker fire dragons did attempt to seize the cat's food, but under Luo Yun's intimidation and the other fire dragons' disdainful looks, they abandoned these plans and instead pursued their joint hunts. Sometimes, when starving, they would even initiate battle with beast dragons whose ecological niches were less prominent. This was primarily because most beast dragons lacked anti-air capabilities, and, compared to other monsters, had more meat. Although the meat was of poor quality, almost unpalatable, these fire dragons forced themselves to swallow it despite the bitter taste for survival. Of course, hunting other large monsters was still a rare occurrence. Even beast dragons without significant anti-air capabilities could still injure a fire dragon if they fought tooth and nail. Sometimes, a few mistakes, or unsuitable terrain, could result in a one-for-one trade between the opponent and the fire dragon. This severe winter also impacted Luo Yun and Yaji. The number of prey along the route between their settlement and the tributary of the earth vein had also decreased significantly, forcing Luo Yun to sometimes expend more time and energy hunting elsewhere. Additionally, nearly every hunt now involved a battle with other, predatory monsters, further impacting their hunting progress. His daily schedule was extremely tight, and even the time for patrolling his territory had been significantly reduced. Even with their strength, Luo Yun and Yaji would feel a hint of fatigue after a long time. Furthermore, Luo Yun and Yaji's current strength was only at the peak of ordinary monsters, not that they were without rivals. The horned dragons lurking in the sand, the slashing dragons also roaming due to lack of food, the absolutely formidable blast dragons, the thousand-blade dragons, and lightning dragons adapting to the new world, all of these creatures also possess powerful individuals. Even if they were no match for Luo Yun and Yaji, they could certainly cause some trouble. The most difficult part was that Luo Yun had entered his third period of rapid growth. Not only had his appetite increased significantly, but he also became very hungry easily. Food that could normally last 2 or 3 days was often devoured by Luo Yun that very evening. To ensure stable growth and avoid hunger, Luo Yun could only set out early each morning to absorb life energy from the earth vein branches. He then spent the entire day either hunting or on the hunt. During this period, Luo Yun became extremely dangerous, his temper much more volatile than before. When he encountered monsters seeking food, he didn't hold back, unleashing a saturation attack without regard for energy, simply to vent his anger and quickly drive them away. As a result, monster injuries in the several hunting grounds Luo Yun frequented became more severe. An investigator, who happened to witness Luo Yun in combat, wrote a new warning in his notebook: "Never provoke a hungry dragon, especially a male fire dragon." Of course, Luo Yun's aggressive tactics also met with failure. That time, the monster that came to snatch his food was actually a golden lion. After Luo Yun brazenly exploited his air superiority and launched an attack, the creature recklessly entered Dochi mode. The mane on its back shone with a golden glow, and its speed was so fast that Luo Yun could only see afterimages, his mind barely able to keep up. Furthermore, the exaggerated breaths of lightning forced Luo Yun to fly higher and higher. He watched helplessly as the golden lion single-handedly lifted the corpse of the crested dragon and disappeared into the yellow sand. Luo Yun felt that this golden lion had absolutely no moral principles. How could he go into high gear right at the start of a fight? Luckily, he could fly, otherwise, with that level of attack frequency, ordinary monsters would have been bludgeoned to death. In the end, Luo Yun had no choice but to accept defeat. He resolutely endured his hunger and rushed to the next hunting ground, where he snatched an elf deer from a thousand-blade dragon. Deep in the great ant mound wasteland, in a desert area, a team of fire dragon deter warriors, wearing thunder wolf dragon attendant cat gear, rested beside a huge rock. Based on the detail totem we found earlier, the detail tribe we're tracking in the wasteland should be in this area. Meow. Without a thief dragon, which stood out in the wasteland, the fire dragon detail warrior uncomfortably cleaned the sand from his paws. This 4-cat team had accepted a mission from the investigation team. To earn a reward and reduce the tribe's resource burden, they were heading deep into the wasteland to search for the detail tribe living there. They were representing the investigation team to discuss cooperation with them regarding cat carts and other matters. However, unlike their fire dragon detail, the detail of the wasteland seemed more timid and cautious. Even upon seeing a fellow detail, the fire dragon detail chose to dig a hole and escape before even initiating communication. The fire dragon detail team tracked the area, guided by the totem, and finally found the area where the detail tribe of the Wasteland Guardians resided. What's wrong, Meow? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to rest a little longer, Meow? After cleaning the sand from his feet, the team leader gently inquired of the distressed fire dragon detail warrior in the corner. Now that the approximate location of the Wasteland Guardians had been determined, there was no need to worry too much. The health of his companions was more important. They had penetrated deep into the great anthill wasteland, and if they weren't in good condition, they could be in danger. It's okay, Meow, it's just Meow. As he spoke, the fire dragon detail warrior began to sound aggrieved. Seeing this, his companions rushed forward to comfort him, asking what had happened, but the fire dragon detail warrior hesitated and refused to speak. Finally, with no other options left, the fire dragon detail warrior, with no other options left to avoid, had to remove his armor. Only then did the other cats notice that the area on its abdomen, which should have been black with cat paw patterns, had now turned mostly dark red. This unique pattern and color was no less striking than a handsome, usually well-behaved young man in his previous life, who suddenly got a full back of colorful tattoos and dyed his hair yellow. Amidst a crowd of otherwise normal people, it stood out like a sore thumb. How did you get this way, Meow? Yeah, how did you get like this, Meow? I remember you were pursuing a female cat, Meow? How can you pursue someone like that, Meow? The cacophony of chatter from his companions caused the fire dragon detail warrior to droop his ears, crouch on the ground with his head in his hands, and whimper pitifully. I don't even dare take off my protective gear in front of her, Meow. It felt like if it didn't find a way to fix the patterned color of its fur, it might be single forever, Meow. Did I eat something wrong, Meow? Or did I accidentally rub against something red? Or maybe it's some strange illness. As the fire dragon detail warrior finished his words amidst the inquiries, the scene fell silent. Meow, meow. Well, the poor cat burst into tears. It was afraid it had contracted some strange illness. If it did, it wouldn't just be single forever, but might even be forced to leave the pack. It would either recover and return, or die outside. There was no other way. For the detail, with their limited medical resources, any strange, unprecedented illness would ultimately be dealt with in this way for the sake of the pack. Okay, meow, maybe it's not as bad as you thought. Look, aside from the change in color of your paw prints, there haven't been any other issues. So don't worry too much. When we get back, we ask the tribe leader, or even seek out the fire dragon boss. He'd definitely have a solution. Reassured by his companions, the fire dragon detail warrior thought of Luo Yuan, sniffed, and nodded firmly. That's right, the fire dragon boss will definitely have a solution. Kill Meow. Kill those pesky giant bees. Just as he finished consoling his companions, he suddenly heard detail shouts of killing in the distance. The fire dragon detail warriors exchanged glances, quickly donned their protective gear, and sprinted toward the source of the sound. Soon, after crossing a sand dune, they saw 7 details battling a swarm of giant bees, approximately 1.4 meters long. In front of them stood 4 large shield warriors, holding large shields and meowing provocatively to the bees, drawing their aggression. Behind them, 3 details, each armed with a bone spear, and under the cover of their teammates, continuously stabbed at the low-flying bees. Soon, with the coordinated efforts of the Wasteland Guardians, nearly 10 bees fell to the ground. Some of these small monsters were stabbed to death, while others fell after their fragile wings were broken. The fire dragon detail warriors thought the battle would soon be over. Suddenly, a humming sound of rapidly flapping wings was heard, clearly audible even from their distance. At this sound, the expressions of the Wasteland Guardians below suddenly changed, and they began to retreat. Retreat, retreat, meow. Too late, meow. Fight them, meow. They tried to retreat, but their route was blocked by the giant bees. Soon, a female giant bee, a full 7 meters long, with a crown-like chest structure and a more developed abdomen, flew out from a crevice in the rocks. The queen bee released a corrosive hormonal toxin, instantly amplifying the strength and fighting spirit of the infected giant bees. The previously calm Wasteland Guardians became flustered, sometimes even unable to defend themselves. Seeing the Wasteland Guardians at a disadvantage, and with the queen bee still unable to attack, the fire dragon deter warriors rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. Don't be afraid, we're here to help, meow. A large boomerang flew out, slicing the wings of a giant bee that was attempting a sneak attack on a Wasteland Guardian warrior before returning to the hands of a fire dragon deter warrior. Great swords, long staffs, and long knives lashed out at the giant bee. With the fire dragon deter warriors joining in, the tide of battle suddenly turned. The weapons they wielded were no simple pieces of polished bone. They were finely crafted from a blend of minerals by the survey team. Their sharpness and damage were enough to easily penetrate the giant bee's defenses. Chapter 146. Giant bees, one of the smallest monsters at the bottom of the world's monster ecosystem, are only slightly stronger than those powerless environmental creatures. Even an ordinary person, armed with a sharp weapon, can defeat many alone. But just like the wasps of their previous lives, these creatures rely on numbers and their unique paralyzing toxins to inflict damage. Their fragile bodies and meager strength pose no threat to the monsters of this world. Even the scales of a small monster like a thief dragon can perfectly defend against a giant bee's attack. But for creatures like cats or humans, whose defenses can be broken, giant bees still pose a significant threat. Batch after batch of giant bees succumbed to the cat's attacks, and the queen insect gradually became restless. Its colorful wings fluttered rapidly, emitting waves of melodious bass. Soon, another swarm of giant bees appeared, overwhelming the sky. Meow. Lots of mosquitoes meow. It's a giant bee, you idiot meow. Everyone, retreat first, don't stay outside meow. The leader of the fire dragon deter warriors slashed a giant bee's waist with a single blow and directed the cats to retreat towards the cave entrance. Because the fire dragon deter were armored, the giant bee's attacks struggled to reach them despite their careful protection. But the cats of the wasteland guardians were no match. Their fur was no match for the giant bee's attacks, and they had no way of protecting themselves from the growing swarm. Thinking of their purpose, they had to get them into the cave first. Without any worries, their team could truly unleash their might. Upon receiving the order from the fire dragon detail warriors, the cats of the wasteland guardians quickly retreated into the cave, shielded by the cats holding their shields. No longer needing to worry about the wasteland guardians, the pressure on the fire dragon detail warriors was greatly reduced. Working together, they decisively attacked the queen worm. Although she was the queen of the giant bees and boasted an impressive length of 7 meters, this still didn't change her low ecological niche. Her strength was that of a small monster. With the fire dragon detail warriors working together and providing mutual protection, they fought their way through the giant bee's defensive line and reached the queen worm. Before the fire dragon detail warriors could react, the queen worm turned and fled, showing no intention of personally engaging in the fight. We can't let her leave, meow. Her hive is right above ours, meow. The wasteland guardians, who had been hiding at the cave entrance, using their geographical advantage to block the giant bee's pursuit, shouted loudly, and rushed out without regard for their own safety. Their expressions seemed to indicate that even if the fire dragon deter warriors refused to attack, they would capture the queen worm, no matter the cost. The fire dragon deter warrior, who had been intending to hold back, heard this without hesitation and decisively intercepted the queen worm. Fortunately, while the queen worm could fly, it wasn't very fast. The fire dragon deter warrior drew his boomerang and, under the cover of his teammates, aimed at the queen worm. At that moment, a sudden warmth spread from the cat's paw pattern on his abdomen, and his body suddenly felt a little hot. Meow! With a powerful cat's meow, the boomerang was thrown. However, the sharp-eyed cat noticed that the boomerang, originally off-white, had unexpectedly taken on a crimson hue. As it flew through the air, it suddenly burst into flames. With a scorching heat, the attack, catching the queen bug completely off guard, precisely severed its wings, slicing across her back. A shower of sparks sent the queen bug plummeting in agony. Meow meow meow! For a moment, the fire dragon deter warrior was stunned. What was going on? Especially when it saw the flaming boomerang flying back at it, it leaped in terror, successfully dodging its own boomerang. The returning boomerang, like a slice of cake, neatly bisected a giant bee blocking its path and plunged into the sand. After a puff of green smoke, the orange-red flames dissipated. The opportunity was fleeting. Seeing the queen bug shot down, the other fire dragon deter warriors didn't dwell on the issue with their boomerangs, but quickly rushed forward to finish off the enemy. Then, before the frantic swarm of giant bees could encircle them, they retreated again. The queen worm had been attacked, its life or death uncertain. The giant bees instinctively began to swarm around it, but all they saw was its still burning corpse. One by one, fearlessly swooping down, using their bodies to withstand the scorching flames, they extinguished the sparks from the queen worm's body. But the queen worm was already dead, and even extinguishing the flames would be of no use. Leaderless, the giant bees flew around without command, quickly disappearing into the desert. Win. We win, meow. After a moment of tension, the details of the wasteland guardians exchanged bewildered glances, finally realizing they had won. God knows how much trouble this sudden influx of giant bees had caused them. They had originally been determined to fight to the death, even at the cost of a great price. Unexpectedly, with the help of these 4 strangely clad details, they had managed to defeat the queen beetle without a scratch. Without the queen beetle, the bee colony was in disarray. They wouldn't even return to their nests, but scattered aimlessly across the wasteland in search of new queen beetles. And the smaller monsters of the wasteland, in this season of food scarcity, wouldn't easily pass up this food that came their way. Now, the Wasteland Guardians' troubles were completely resolved, and they planned to express their gratitude to these 4 strange fellows. But at this moment, the Fire Dragon Detail Warriors were not paying attention to the Wasteland Guardians, and didn't even register the giant bee's departure. Hiss, that's hot, meow. Trying to pull out the boomerang, the Fire Dragon Detail Warrior was burned by the residual heat. He hissed and blew on his paws. Hot? Not hot, meow. Having recovered and watching his companion get burned, the Fire Dragon Detail Warrior named Egg Roll quickly pulled out his boomerang. The instant he pulled it out, a wisp of white smoke, barely dissipating, escaped from the gap in the sand. He was stunned. I said, I don't know anything. Do you believe meow? The cats shook their heads in unison. Sniff. At this moment, the cats from the Wasteland Guardian clan approached, suddenly sniffing and looking at the Fire Dragon Detail Warrior in confusion. I think I smell something, meow. Smell? The Fire Dragon Detail Warrior sniffed along, somewhat puzzled, before their gazes fell on Egg Roll. What's wrong, meow? Flustered, Egg Roll, feeling a bit hot, removed his helmet and, imitating his companions, sniffed. Nothing, meow. Egg Roll looked up, only to see the cat's eyes wide open, staring in one direction, as if they had seen some wonder of the world. And that direction was Egg Roll's long, pointed ears. What's wrong, meow? Why are you looking at me so strangely, meow? As Egg Roll spoke, he instinctively reached for his ear, and suddenly felt a burning pain in his paw. Egg Roll instinctively retracted his hand. At that moment, the voice of a Detail Warrior, who was staring at his ear, reached him. My ear is burning, meow. Egg Roll shuddered, instantly realizing what was happening. His pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly. The next second. Meow! Help! Help! Meow! Screaming as he ran, Egg Roll saw his companion's indifference. He didn't care to panic anymore. He leaped up and slammed his head into the sand. His claws scraped at the yellow sand, which continued to splash towards his ear. After a while, the Fire Dragon Detail Warriors finally reacted and pulled him out of the sand. Egg Roll blew out the sand from his nose, not caring about his dusty appearance, and asked hurriedly. Is everything alright, meow? The Fire Dragon Detail Warrior nodded hesitantly, then thought for a moment, deciding he shouldn't hide it from Egg Roll. So he whispered, the tips of your ears, meow, have turned red. Meow? Egg Roll didn't know what to say. Not only had the markings on his paws turned dark red, but even the tips of his ears had turned the same color. And he had just caught fire. Could he be seriously ill? The leading Fire Dragon Detail Warrior patted Egg Roll on the shoulder, and he didn't know what to say. Special individuals had never appeared in the detail, so the cats preferred to believe they were ill, rather than some strange evolution caused by a certain dragon. Since the matter was settled, they didn't know how to comfort Dan 1. They could only complete their mission first and then, upon returning to their habitat, explore a solution. Ancient Tree Fire Dragon Residency. Luo Yun watched another Fire Dragon Detail leave his lair with a sigh of relief. He slowly exhaled and looked toward the lair, occasionally rubbing his paw against the pig bone on his belly. Recently, many Fire Dragon Details had come to him, all with essentially the same reason. The claw markings on their bellies had turned from black to dark red. The Fire Dragon Detail leader didn't know how to resolve this matter. Ultimately, he could only ask Luo Yun for judgment on such a major matter concerning the changes affecting his tribe. So, in addition to spending a significant amount of time hunting, Luo Yun also had to carve out some time for psychological counseling for the cats. The cats didn't know why such a change had occurred, so how could he not know? At that time, after constant persuasion from the Fire Dragon Detail leader, Tonkatsu finally came to Luo Yun for help. His resigned expression made it seem as if he was prepared to be expelled from the group by Luo Yun. But after hearing Tonkatsu's description, Luo Yun not only didn't expel it out of disgust, but instead excitedly captured it and questioned it, like a child about to receive a new toy, brimming with anticipation. But after so many days, reality dampened Luo Yun's spirit. Including Tonkatsu, all the mutated Fire Dragon Details remained unchanged, save for the dark red markings on their bellies. This made Luo Yun suspicious. Could this so-called symbiosis simply change the details for color, completely differentiating them from the others? What good would this trait do then? His hopes were in vain. Fortunately, after some self-adjustment, he kept reminding himself that biological mutations take time. Even though it had been so long, the cats had only changed their fur color, but that was only a matter of time. He believed this trait would surprise him. And so, that day, when he and Yaji returned from hunting and saw the apprehensive fire dragon death warrior named Egg Roll, a surprise arrived. Come on, don't be afraid. Try to recall that feeling and show it off. Amid Luo Yun's intimidating dragon roar, Egg Roll took a deep breath, tightly gripping the boomerang, and constantly recalling the moment, focusing his attention on the pattern on the cat's paw. Soon, the feeling returned. Its body temperature began to rise from the pattern on its paws, the originally dark red pattern suddenly turning a bright red. When its body temperature reached a certain level, Egg Roll's heartbeat quickened, blood circulation increased, and the soft pink pads on its paws began to secrete sweat profusely, which then clung to the boomerang it held. Now, meow! Egg Roll instinctively threw the boomerang. With Luo Yun's sharp eyesight, he noticed that the sweat on the boomerang began to heat up as it flew, taking on a crimson hue. Then, the temperature suddenly broke through a critical point, and the sweat instantly ignited. From the outside, it looked as if the entire boomerang was ablaze with flames. This scene instantly reminded Luo Yun of the characteristics of his own flame body. Thanks to the transformation of his flame body, not only did he secrete a large amount of flammable and sticky substances from the gaps between his scales, but even the toxins in his claws had transformed into sticky flame toxins. Isn't what this fire dragon, Deter, exhibited similarly? It's just that cats sweat on the pads of their paws. At this point, Egg Roll's body temperature stabilized, and the tips of his ears, also dark red, suddenly ignited with flames, as if dissipating heat. The boomerang flew back, and seeing that Egg Roll seemed afraid to catch it, Tonkatsu nimbly drew out the giant hammer on his back and intercepted it. However, the force with which the boomerang struck the giant hammer was unexpectedly beyond his imagination. After a crisp sound, it bounced high into the air and finally landed on the ground. Seeing this, the cats responsible for sanitation in Luo Yun's lair immediately rushed over with tools and extinguished the flames on the boomerang to prevent it from accidentally setting the lair on fire. Luo Yun glanced at Egg Roll, who had finished his work, and then at the giant hammer held by Tonkatsu. A flame still burned where the hammer had collided with the boomerang. Now Luo Yun was certain that the flammable liquid secreted by Egg Roll was the same type as his own. Not bad, not bad. Luo Yun nodded in satisfaction and happily praised Egg Roll. After Egg Roll's fear subsided, and he smiled with deep enjoyment, Egg Roll's body temperature began to drop, and the flames on his ears dissipated. Luo Yun hurriedly asked how he felt. Feelings, meow? A little tired, and feeling empty, but not hungry, meow. Egg Roll rubbed the markings on his paws. At this moment, it felt empty, as if something was missing. Luo Yun blinked in understanding. He knew this feeling. He experienced the feeling of his flame sac being drained dry before, fighting the Devilges. It was truly empty. It seemed the changes in the fire dragon's deterrence, caused by their symbiotic nature, began at the cat's paw pattern. He didn't know the mechanism. Was it a new organ or a change somewhere else? Regardless, the cat's transformation had finally satisfied Luo Yun's expectations. He wondered if their evolution would stop there, or if they could still advance. Luo Yun felt it would be the latter, but it would take time, and he couldn't say for sure how far it would go. After clarifying the situation, Egg Roll, receiving Luo Yun's praise, meowed and giggled as he left Luo Yun's lair, ignoring the pigeon bone that had been following him. It wasn't until Egg Roll returned to the camp that he noticed the expressionless pigeon bone. As the son of the Fire Dragon Deter chief, the only hunting cat in the entire Fire Dragon Deter tribe, and the captain of the Fire Dragon boss's guard, Pigeon Bone was arguably the designated next leader of the Fire Dragon Deter. So, when Egg Roll saw Pigeon Bone following him all the way, he was completely confused. He was just a small follower cat. What could Pigeon Bone have to do with him? As for whether there was any malicious intent, don't be ridiculous. Fire Dragon Deter cats don't have such complicated plans. If something upsets the other party, they usually speak it out immediately, and then both sides begin to talk it out. Apologies are made, and forgiveness is forgiven. It never drags on for so long. Brother Tonkatsu, what's up, meow? Tonkatsu remained silent. Instead, he circled around the now armored Egg Roll, pinched its arm, and, facing Egg Roll's puzzled gaze, made a request. Arm wrestling, meow? Why, meow? Egg Roll, though confused, agreed to arm wrestle the now larger, muscular tonkatsu amidst the boisterous meows. The result, as expected, was crushing defeat. But Tonkatsu was delighted. As Egg Roll rubbed his wrist and stared in bewilderment, he bluntly stated that Egg Roll had the potential to become a hunter cat. This left Egg Roll completely stunned. Meow? Me? Egg Roll thought Tonkatsu might be joking. Wasn't it a follower cat because it had been judged incapable of becoming a hunter cat during its initial training? How could Tonkatsu now claim it could become a hunter cat? It wasn't that it didn't trust Tonkatsu, it was simply that the investigation team was the authority on cat training. Of course, if Fire Dragon Boss had said this, Egg Roll wouldn't have had the slightest doubt. Watching Tonkatsu excitedly shouting about reporting to Fire Dragon Boss, Egg Roll, despite his doubts, couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. If that person became a hunter cat, not only would their strength grow stronger, allowing them to better contribute to the pack, they could also join Fire Dragon Boss's guard, guarding the best Fire Dragon Boss. Just thinking about it made the cat happy. Chapter 147. When he heard Tonkatsu excitedly return and tell him that Egg Roll had met the basic requirements to become a hunter cat, Luo Yun felt that perhaps he had underestimated the changes that the symbiotic trait would bring to the cats. He hadn't expected that besides their flames, their physiques had also been enhanced. You know, all the Fire Dragon Deterr's warriors had been tested before, but aside from Tonkatsu, none of them possessed the qualifications to become hunter cats. Egg Roll was the first cat to experience the symbiotic mutation, but he certainly wouldn't be the last. Perhaps, with time, the Fire Dragon Deterr's would experience a population-wide increase. Luo Yun was quite happy about this. But amidst this joy, there were also some concerns. From the looks of it, the symbiotic trait had brought sufficient gains to the cats, but not to himself. While the long-term improvement of his fanatically loyal cats was a good thing for him, it still felt like something was missing. Luo Yun had a nagging feeling that there was more to this trait than meets the eye, but he simply had no clue what was going on. Time passed, and like a door finally opened, Egg Roll's transformation spread. Fire Dragon Detels gradually underwent the same transformation, now comprising a full third of the Fire Dragon Detel population. The remaining cats, though their paw prints had only turned dark red and their stamina had increased slightly, were still distinguishable from the ordinary cats of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. After some publicity, the Fire Dragon Detels, with their coloration changes, rose even higher in status among the cats of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, even gaining first dibs on mates. Luo Yun didn't fully understand these changes. After his initial excitement about the cats' transformations, he became somewhat indifferent to subsequent news. They didn't have the same initial enthusiasm to see everything and hear their feelings. Compared to Luo Yun, the investigation team was much more enthusiastic, from the scholars, who wanted to know why the Fire Dragon Deter had mutated and what new features it had acquired. The higher-ups on the investigation team were in urgent need of reinforcements and had been eagerly awaiting the increase in the number of ancient Tree Fire Dragons, allowing them to establish a cat employment agency. They were extremely enthusiastic about the sudden increase in the number of Fire Dragon Deter, who possessed the talent to hunt cats. Amidst this atmosphere, a group of cats from the Wasteland Guardian clan, deep in the wasteland, arrived at the Fire Dragon's habitat. After watching the Fire Dragon's movements with trepidation, they witnessed how the ancient Tree Fire Dragons interacted with the Fire Dragons and how the cats were raised. The Wasteland Guardians, originally intending to meet with the investigation team to discuss cat cart support, somehow shifted their focus to seeking a meeting with the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan's leader, Detel. Upon hearing this news, the Fire Dragon leader, Detel, gazed at the somewhat emaciated cats, his eyes narrowed slightly. The Detel of the Wasteland Guardians seem to have their own unique way of surviving and fighting, meow, and our clan hasn't had any new members in a while. Looking at the wise Detel, the Fire Dragon leader said with a smile. The wise Detel immediately understood and nodded. 1/3 of the Fire Dragons still lack Detel's care, meow. We're truly short-handed, meow. Furthermore, food in the wasteland is different from that in the forest. A new companion will surely know how to prepare those prickly cacti to taste good. Thus, 2 of the most intelligent and experienced cats of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan effortlessly intercepted a group of ignorant, barren country cats. Great Anthill Wasteland, deep in the desert. Luo Yun swooped down and killed a fleeing female crested dragon, sending the remaining crested dragons scattering in all directions. Luo Yun skillfully and nonchalantly used his sharp claws to tear off the scales and skin from the crested dragon's abdomen, devouring it with hearty mouthfuls. Soon, the female crested dragon was completely devoured. The remaining parts were mostly covered in a hardened cuticle. Even if they brought it back to their nest, The cats wouldn't be able to scrape out much meat. Better to conserve their energy and hope for better luck catching new prey in the area. Fluttering their wings, they returned to the spot where they had spotted the crested dragons. Having just captured one, Yaji stayed there to enjoy it, while Luo Yun continued his pursuit. When Luo Yun returned, he found Yaji soaring through the air, roaring at the sand below. Luo Yun's sharp eyes spotted the barely gnawed corpse of a female crested dragon lying quietly in the center of the sand below. It was clear that Yaji had barely taken a few bites when something overtook her. Seeing Luo Yun's return, Yaji growled at him, signaling her intent to fight. She then dived towards the crested dragon's corpse, as if intending to seize it and fly away. But then, as Yaji drew closer to the ground, the sand below trembled, and a massive, ochre-colored figure burst forth from the sand. The terrifying pair of horns slammed straight into Yaji. Prepared, Yaji dodged the attack and dodged, flying sideways onto the sand. The attack missed, and the Ceratosaurus roared angrily. Faint red lines appeared on its horns, and a hint of black smoke emanated from the corners of its mouth. This was the Ceratosaurus entering combat mode, unleashing its full strength. Looking at the Ceratosaurus, which had noticed him but roared at him and Yaji without a trace of retreat, Luo Yun finally understood why, despite Yaji's strength, she couldn't carry off the corpse of the crested dragon alone. Although the Ceratosaurus occupied the same ecological niche as the male fire dragon, it was only in its flightless state. In this world, the gap between flying and flightless is enormous. The fact that a flightless flying dragon could occupy a similar ecological niche speaks volumes about the Ceratosaurus' strength. This is indeed the case. The simplest example is the black ceratops, a horned dragon completely black. It's not even a subspecies of ceratops. It's simply that the female ceratopsian is pregnant, her coloration turning black, her temper becoming more aggressive, and her fighting style becoming even more frantic. This, however, can intimidate even a gluttonous ecological destroyer like the Deinonychus, causing them to avoid conflict and retreat. This alone reveals the true strength of a ceratopsian. However, at this moment, Luo Yun, whose temper was even more volatile than usual, showed no hesitation. Without warning, Luo Yun unleashed a fireball, obscuring the ceratopsian's vision while closing the distance. Another short, swift burst of flame swept across the ceratopsian's body. As the Ceratosaurus instinctively dodged, his sharp claws lashed out, grabbing its wings and lifting them with a force that felt like lifting a heavy truck, the weight beyond Luo Yun's imagination. The Ceratosaurus was nearly thrown to the ground, stumbling sideways and back several steps. Before it could regain its balance, Yaji's dragon card charged towards it. The wing spines collided with the Ceratosaurus's keratinous scales, which felt like sand and gravel, making a sharp sound. Tilting his head to avoid the horn's blow, Yaji bit the disc on its neck. With a powerful pull, the Ceratosaurus fell to the ground. Luo Yun seized the opportunity with his flaming claws, and with a swipe of his massive wings, he unexpectedly lifted the behemoth into the air, flammable liquid immediately flowing down his claws. With a roar of explosion, the Ceratosaurus slammed heavily into the sand. Before Yaji could rush forward to finish it off, the Ceratosaurus, lying on the ground with visible marks from the explosion, surprisingly didn't lose its ability to move. Instead, it quickly recovered. Before Yaji could reach it, its massive wings swiftly scraped up a vast expanse of sand, obscuring their view. While braving the explosive fireball spitted out by Luo Yun, it burrowed into the ground. Without Luo Yun's warning, the experienced Yaji decisively took flight, clearing the ground and denying the Ceratosaurus a chance to attack from below. The earth fell silent, but Luo Yun knew the Ceratosaurus was lurking in the sand. It had taken the blows from Luo Yun and Yaji, yet it still had enough strength to burrow back and launch a counterattack, not even attempting to flee. This was the Ceratosaurus's vitality. Yaji flew to Luo Yun's side, and together they gazed at the tranquil sand below. She let out a low cry, intending to use herself as bait to lure the Ceratosaurus out, allowing Luo Yun to then attack. But Luo Yun paused for a moment and stopped Yaji. "You like burrowing underground, don't you?" In order to launch attacks from underground, the Ceratopsian's hearing has been enhanced over time. Therefore, hunters often use sonic boom bombs when hunting Ceratopsians, designed to force them out after burrowing. While Luo Yun doesn't have sonic boom bombs, he has a way to achieve the same effect. A continuous stream of small fireballs was expelled by Luo Yun, landing on the sandy ground below. In an instant, the sand was blasted open one after another amidst the continuous and dense explosions like firecrackers. Yellow sand flew all over the sky, revealing the rocky wasteland beneath the sand. The fireballs Luo Yun exhaled were not powerful, but the explosions were loud. To a Ceratopsian, The sound of them exploding on the wasteland was no less than that of a person being locked in a dark room and then thrown into it with a string of firecrackers. The horned dragon, with its keen hearing, could no longer endure the noise. It burst out of the ground with a roar, roaring furiously at Luo Yun. Luo Yun didn't bother to pay attention to the roar. Now that he had forced it out, he naturally attacked again. Who would have thought that after the roar, the horned dragon's pupil shrank, and it actually buried its head in the ground again, seemingly showing no intention of fighting at all. Just as Luo Yun was about to repeat his trick, he keenly noticed a slight undulation in the yellow sand, and it was moving away at a rapid speed. The horned dragon actually stopped fighting and chose to retreat. Luo Yun sensed something was wrong. In the past, the horned dragons he had encountered would only leave after being exhausted or injured beyond expectations, but this time, it had just arrived and was gone. Luo Yun didn't dwell on it, and simply left. After letting go of his hostility, the acceleration that followed its dissipation proved that the horned dragon was truly leaving, not just a bluff. He called out to Yaji, asking her to descend and see if the prey was still edible. He remained airborne, constantly scouting the ground to prevent any approaching danger. Yaji landed and dug the carcass of the crested dragon from the yellow sand. She lifted it with her claws, took off at low altitude, and shook it vigorously, shaking off most of the grit clinging to the carcass. Then, without a trace of disgust, she began to devour it. With a fire dragon's digestive capacity, even some or could be digested, let alone this mere grit. Just then, 3 bronze-scaled thousand-blade dragons flew out of the distant clouds. As they emerged from the clouds, they immediately spotted Luo Yun and Yaji below. The leading thousand-blade dragon swooped down without hesitation, flinging several blade scales at Luo Yun. At this moment, Luo Yun's sixth sense frantically warned him, and his acceleration ability immediately triggered. He subconsciously flapped his wings and twisted his body vigorously, narrowly avoiding several blade scales. However, he never expected that the blade scales were too dense, and several still fell on him. Then, without warning, they exploded, and the scattered sharp scales actually broke through his defenses, leaving streaks of blood. Something's wrong. Having just finished the battle with the ceratopsian, the scales strengthened by the burnt fragrance body had not yet completely softened to their normal state. His defense shouldn't be able to withstand the secondary damage caused by the blade scale fragments after the explosion. Luo Yun didn't hesitate a moment, descending swiftly to avoid the approaching thousand-blade dragons. As he neared the ground, he arced, stirring up a gust of wind and dust as he soared back into the air, coldly gazing at the 3,000-blade dragons. Even with his current mental fortitude, Luo Yun couldn't help but be shocked by this sight. Not only were these 3,000-blade dragons significantly larger than normal, reaching approximately 25 meters in length, but more importantly, their scales, which should have been bronze, now had a silvery metallic hue. The shades of color varied from individual to individual, and except for the one on the left, the other two had only just begun their transformation. But this appearance meant that in just 2 short years, these 3,000-blade dragons that had migrated from the old world had not only thoroughly adapted to the new world's environment, but had even absorbed sufficient life energy to become battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons. This incredible growth rate truly worthy of a monster that could migrate to the new world. To achieve such a breakthrough in such a short period of time after adapting to the environment? Of course, if it were just the battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons, Luo Yun wouldn't have much to fear. With Aji, they could easily take on 3. But the problem was, the thousand-blade dragon in the center was more than just a battle-hardened monster. Although it was only just beginning to become a battle-hardened monster, it was larger than the other 2. Most importantly, an ominous black mist swirled around its chest, the joints of its wings, and its massive, broom-like tail, covered in sharp blades. At this moment, the feeling this battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon gave Luo Yun could only be described in 2 words. Frenzy! Unlike the frenzied thousand-blade dragon that had been infected with the Mad Dragon virus and ultimately overcome it, becoming an ultimate form, the thousand-blade dragon before Luo Yun possessed a remarkable calm amidst its fury, even observing Luo Yun's burning state. Ferocity! Luo Yun pondered carefully, finally realizing the true state of this special thousand-blade dragon. The ultimate formation was caused by the Mad Dragon virus and the Tenkai dragon, but ferocity was completely unproven, appearing quite abruptly, and widely found in monsters across various ecological niches. Unlike the Mad Dragon virus, which depleted vitality and even robbed sanity of its sanity, ferocity monsters, while becoming more violent and hyperactive, their tempers becoming explosive, retained a certain level of rationality. Compared to this insignificant side effect, the ferocity monster's amplification was truly dramatic. It felt like unlimited stamina, increased muscle activity, greater vitality, and more abundant energy. It was as if the monster had been completely and drastically enhanced from head to toe. And now, this thousand-blade dragon, which has become ferocious, and can even fight across ecological niches, has once again been strengthened by its life energy. Combining its battle experience and ferocity, it can actually hold on. This is truly incredible. Chapter 148. Almost immediately, Aji sensed something was amiss, and quickly soared into the air. But this wasn't some fair and square arena, it was a life-or-death battle in the wild. It wasn't for food or territory, it was simply due to the inherent hostility between thousand-blade dragons and fire dragons. This situation was common among fire dragons, lightning dragons, and thousand-blade dragons. Whenever one of these three types met, they would attack the other for no apparent reason, until one was defeated or even dead. This was also why fire dragons face so many rivals sharing the same ecological niche, territory, and habitat, but only thousand-blade dragons, lightning dragons, and the sea dragons of the sea dragon species were considered fire dragons' nemesis by the guild. Without any command, the two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons immediately flew towards Aji below. The thousand-blade dragons had ample experience bullying female fire dragons, and knew exactly how to best target one. Moreover, having been in the new world for so long, they themselves had undergone a transformation, and were well aware of the symbolism of the metallic scales on Luo Yun and Yaji. Furthermore, the male and female fire dragons worked in perfect harmony. Although they believed they had no chance of losing in a 3-on-2 situation, they decided to defeat Luo Yun and Yaji separately for an easier victory. On the other hand, this also reflected their confidence in the strength of their leader, the ferocious thousand-blade dragon. Luo Yun, sensing the battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon's intentions, immediately attempted to intercept it and reunite with Yaji. However, as soon as he made his move, the dragon's blade scales pierced the air with such speed that they left only shadows of them. Flames erupted from Luo Yun's body, his scorched body rapidly strengthening its scales. With a flap of his wings, he created a gust of wind, attempting to deflect the incoming blade scales. The thousand-blade dragon's blade scales appeared large and weighty, but in reality, they were incredibly thin, even drifting away with the air currents. It was precisely this lightness that made the thousand-blade dragon's seemingly enormous body so light. Sadly, Luo Yun had underestimated the thousand-blade dragon leader's strength. These bronze blade scales were incredibly sharp, tinged with a hint of black mist. After breaking through the wind pressure, the remaining force left white marks on Luo Yun's scales. Luo Yun roared, scorching flames leaking from the corners of his mouth. The thousand-blade dragon leader, undeterred, let out a piercing screech like a rooster, flapping its wings and sending gusts of air whistling. Riding the raging wind, the thousand-blade dragon leader sped with incredible speed, reaching Luo Yun in the blink of an eye. Its zygomatic legs, unlike those of a fire dragon, seemed to tear through the sky, tearing at Luo Yun mercilessly with a black mist. Luo Yun spun, his flaming tail dodging the blow. He spun above the thousand-blade dragon leader, like a rapidly spinning fireball. The massive spines on his wings resembled sharp daggers, harnessing the momentum of his rotation to viciously pierce the thousand-blade dragon's head. This counterattack was extremely extreme and swift. Any ordinary creature would have been almost certain to be hit, but the thousand-blade dragon leader was able to react, using the airflow created by Luo Yun's rotation to impart a similar arc of rotation to himself. The blades on his head, which had been retracted, suddenly sprang up. Clang! The collision of the thorns and blades produced a metallic sound, the sharp creaking sound even creating a visible wave of sound that radiated in all directions. A common hunter caught in the midst of this wave, without those magical earplugs, would likely cover their ears, perhaps even experiencing nausea and vomiting from the high-pitched sound. Luo Yun was deeply surprised by the outcome of this attack. Luo Yun hadn't expected this creature to react, not only to react, but to even launch a counterattack. Besides, the thousand-blade dragon wasn't a powerhouse. Don't forget, Luo Yun was currently in the 3rd stage of his fire dragon development. With his Hercules trait, he could even withstand the struggling Ceratopsian, flipping it over, or even carrying it for a distance. The wings are the fire dragon's strongest feature. Combined with the added force of its rotation, this attack could normally knock back a flying dragon, or even knock a weaker one directly out of the air. Yet, this thousand-blade dragon, with a simple arc of rotation, managed to block the attack. Is this the amplification brought on by the dual transformation of ferocity and battle-hardened experience? Little did the thousand-blade dragon leader, like Luo Yun, anticipate this outcome. The sharp pain from its blade horn, as if it were about to break, rattled the thousand-blade dragon's nerves. During the brief collision, it could no longer sense the organs connected to the blade horn. Accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound, the thousand-blade dragon leader's brain went haywire. That was his own blade horn. Back in the old world, it could even easily sever the bony blade wings of a swift dragon's forelimbs, absorb a dragon slash's head-on, and even forcibly slice through the dragon slash's sharpened tail blade. It assumed that after Luo Yun's spines collided with its blade horn, Luo Yun's spines would be easily severed, and it could then swing down with the momentum, severely injuring the opponent with a single blow. Miscalculated? In a daze, this was the only thought in the thousand-blade dragon leader's mind. The next moment, the familiar yet terrifying feeling of muscle tearing spread throughout his body. A surge of black energy hidden within his flesh and blood frantically plundered the vitality the thousand-blade dragon leader had worked so hard to restore since arriving in the new world. No! Instantly, this vast amount of vitality transformed into an unknown energy, robbing the thousand-blade dragon leader of his sanity, while barely allowing the severely damaged blade horn to return to normal. Luo Yun was unaware of all this. He only saw the thousand-blade dragon leader's body, which had been tilted and uncontrollable, suddenly return to normal. Almost the moment after the collision, its counterattack followed. Fortunately, Luo Yun, aided by his mind's eye, also reacted quickly. A large amount of flammable liquid ignited, and the force of his wings sent him hurtling towards the thousand-blade dragon leader. From a distance, the vast shower of sparks coalesced into a stream of flame, as if Luo Yun's wings had suddenly extended, showering the thousand-blade dragon leader with flames. Instantly, the thousand-blade dragon leader was engulfed in the orange-red flames, transforming into a second fire dragon. Having struck with success, Luo Yun, who had intended to seize this unexpected advantage and launch a new attack, suddenly felt a sudden jolt. His spine swiftly tilted, slicing across the thousand-blade dragon leader's blades with a sharp, grinding sound. As he dove backward, shielding his head with his wings, he curled up into a ball and fell. The next second, the thousand-blade dragon leader's scales instantly exploded, like expanding pine cones. Amidst its frenzied crimson eyes, a vast array of lightweight blade scales shot out in all directions, sweeping across the sky in all directions. With a piercing roar, carrying Luo Yun's flames, it flew a distance before exploding, shattering the already densely packed blade's scales, and completely transforming the area around it into a field of shattered blades. Luo Yun felt a stinging pain all over his body, and the outside of his wings. He knew it was the result of the blade scale fragments slicing through the surface scales, but he paid no heed. As his body strengthened during this period of growth, his regenerative capacity had also increased. Although it hadn't been tested, the information on the dashboard indicated that his regenerative capacity was 3 times that of a male Rathalos of this level, and this was a permanent state, maintaining this effect even during combat. Thus, with his immense vitality, far exceeding that of an average male Rathalos, an injury of this magnitude would heal completely in 5 minutes at most, without even affecting his combat abilities. The airflow driven by these blade scales even created an airburst, unleashing a terrifying impact like a fragmentation grenade, even briefly suppressing the flames burning within Luo Yun. Suddenly, thanks to the heightened senses granted by his mind's eye, he sensed the thousand-blade dragon leader's rapid approach through his body's perception of the airflow, though he couldn't see it. Without hesitation, a large amount of flammable liquid rapidly seeped out of his body. After determining the thousand-blade dragon leader's current position, he found a critical moment and detonated it with a bang. Fragmentation grenade, huh? Then how will you counter my liquid bomb? An even louder explosion echoed in the air. The thousand-blade dragon leader was already close, its claws on the tips of its wings about to snatch the falling Luo Yun, when a searing impact struck, unleashing a spectacular explosion upon the unprepared creature. The air temperature began to rise, with the heat wave following the explosion. The battlefield, previously chilly, now felt like a scorching summer day. A massive orange-red ball of fire spread across the sky. From higher up, the impact of this attack blew a massive hole through the clouds. Immediately, the sand on the ground, buffeted by the fierce wind, whipped up waves of sand centered around the exploding ball of fire. Even the airburst still slightly altered the battlefield's environment. The battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon, accustomed to utilizing air currents to fight, was caught off guard by this dramatic surge of air. Originally, through tacit coordination, they had firmly pinned Yaji down, but the turbulent winds briefly affected her, giving her an opportunity. Despite her injured wings, she forcefully knocked one of the battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons away, successfully taking flight. Although the female fire dragon's flying ability wasn't as good as the Thousand Blade Dragon's, taking flight meant Yaji wouldn't be pinned to the ground. Overall, the ensuing battle would be much easier, at least enough to hold out until Luo Yun's reinforcements arrived. Little did they know, the two battle-hardened Thousand Blade Dragons shared the same sentiment. Instinct made them realize from the start that Luo Yun's strength was beyond their reach. Even 2 against 1, they were no match. They were simply not on the same level. That's why they proactively accepted the fight with Yaji, hoping to quickly eliminate the female fire dragon and prevent her from interfering with the Thousand Blade Dragon leader's battle. However, they unexpectedly discovered that Yaji's strength was beyond their wildest dreams. What they had thought was a soft target turned out to be a formidable opponent. While they could still survive at this cost, their tribe was already in the midst of migration due to food shortages. If they sustained unexpected damage from fighting Yaji, they would likely be left behind. This was a difficult situation for the highly gregarious Thousand Blade Dragons. Thus, Yaji was able to withstand the attacks of 2 battle-hardened Thousand Blade Dragons despite being cut off from combat space, and even being cut off from flight. It could be said that the battle between Luo Yun and the Thousand Blade Dragon leader already determined the outcome of the battle. Thus, during their battle, Yaji and the 2 battle-hardened Thousand Blade Dragons would also pay close attention to the situation at high altitude. Luo Yun was the first to fall out of the post-explosion smoke and dust. He quickly spread his wings to stabilize himself in the raging wind, then, without a moment's pause, unleashed a breath of fire, dispersing the incoming blade scales and piercing through the smoke. The Thousand Blade Dragon leader soared up and down, its broom-like tail carrying gusts of air, constantly shifting its direction. Using the currents, it executed one incredible and difficult aerial maneuver after another. While dodging the flames, it even followed their path, rapidly closing in on Luo Yun. Even though Luo Yun's acceleration trait already gave him considerable speed, this unnaturally ferocious, battle-hardened Thousand Blade Dragon, completely aroused, and its muscles flexing dramatically, displayed a speed no less impressive than his. The damage from the explosion was indeed considerable. Even though the Thousand Blade Dragon leader's newly regenerated blade scales helped to shield it from the blast, its body still sustained considerable impact after being thrown into the air. A large area of its chest was shattered, and even the regeneration of its blade scales in that area was affected. But so what? This injury not only did not frighten the Thousand Blade Dragon leader, who had lost his mind, but instead completely invigorated him. The ferocious black mist that entwined his body surged continuously, drawing upon it streams of life force mixed with vital energy, transforming into special energies that further strengthened it. This special energy was like a large dose of stimulant, allowing it to break through the limitations of its flesh and begin to overload its strength. The pain in its joints and muscles made it increasingly frantic. However, the unknown substance in the black mist was difficult to stop once it started, constantly draining its life force to repair the damage inflicted on various parts of the Thousand Blade Dragon leader's body by its violent rampage. Seeing his breath power ineffective against the Thousand Blade Dragon leader, Luo Yun promptly seized his breath as the enemy drew closer. He turned, spread his wings, and soared high, spewing fireballs like a flaming Gatling gun, blocking the Thousand Blade Dragon leader's path. He sought every possible means of ascent. In battles between flying dragons, the one at higher altitude often possessed the greater advantage. Clearly, instinctively, the Thousand Blade Dragon leader had the same intention. Undeterred, he unleashed a stream of blade scales, which sliced through the fireballs and, in turn, slowed Luo Yun's ascent. This scene left Luo Yun somewhat incredulous. Although the Thousand Blade Dragon's blade scales were incredibly sharp, that didn't change the fact that they were lightweight. Not to mention that the high temperature of the fireball itself could affect the airflow, thereby reducing the power of the blade scales. The impact of the fireball being sliced and exploded by the blade scales would certainly offset the blade scales' power. But the fact was, not only was his fireball sliced, but it also failed to significantly affect the blade scales. What's going on? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Before, the wind pressure created by simply flapping his wings could weaken the blade scales' power. But why couldn't he do the same with the fireball? Dodging the blade scales' attacks with great difficulty, Luo Yun's figure, blazing with orange-red flames, constantly shifted direction in the air. The agility afforded by his four-wing bones, combined with the insight gained from his enhanced mind's eye and the high temperature generated by his flaming body that affected the airflow, allowed Luo Yun, though slightly disoriented, to dodge the blade scales' attacks with remarkable agility, even finding time to observe. Soon, with a seemingly thrilling evasive turn of the head, Luo Yun finally discovered a clue. The tails of these blade scales were surprisingly stained with black lines. This was the same substance as the ferocious mist emanating from the thousand-blade dragon leader, and Luo Yun sensed a dragon-attributed aura within. The ferocious mist actually contained dragon-attributed elements. Luo Yun had witnessed the power of dragon attributes before. When he had previously attacked the Devilja Rex, he had been deeply impressed by the dragon sealing force that even a touch of it could affect the flow of energy within it. Although the fierce clawed dragon's dragon attributes were not fully displayed under the suppression of the Devilja Rex, it was undeniable that every dragon-attributed monster was truly formidable. What Luo Yun couldn't understand was that, aside from the ancient dragons, who could perfectly harness dragon energy, other creatures essentially had to expend nearly their lives to utilize it. This thousand-blade dragon remained in extremely high form even after the fight, as if possessing limitless stamina. That black fog definitely contained substances other than dragon attributes. Which outrageous ancient dragon could have created this thing? Luo Yun was indignant. Only an ancient dragon could create such an outrageous thing. And judging by the fact that the side effects weren't as severe as the Mad Dragon virus, the ancient dragon that created the ferocious black fog wasn't just any ancient dragon, it might even be a restricted-level ancient dragon. Using the power radiated by the ancient dragon came at a price, and Luo Yun didn't know what that price was. But at this moment, the thousand-blade dragon leader, having entered a frenzy, possessed combat power comparable to his own. In a sense, their power was currently at the same level, standing at the top of the battle-hardened monsters in the same ecological niche, yet weaker than police monsters like the Golden Lion and the Explosive Dragon. While ferocious transformation was powerful, it was still significantly weaker than the ultimate transformation achieved after overcoming the Mad Dragon virus and fully unleashing its full potential at great cost. A thousand-blade dragon at its ultimate transformation posed a danger comparable to that of an ancient dragon. The ferocious transformation, coupled with the newly achieved battle-hardened status of the thousand-blade dragon leader, hadn't yet reached the strength to break through its ecological niche, and the same was true for Luo Yun. With no clear distinction in strength, the battle between the two sides, initially focused on delivering a fatal blow, turned into a stalemate. The thousand-blade dragon leader possessed immense physical strength through ferocious transformation, while Luo Yun possessed regenerative power, and the synergy between their abilities significantly reduced energy loss. The two sides flew and collided repeatedly above the wasteland. Flames, scales, blood, and flesh became the dominant colors of this battlefield. This prolonged battle also attracted the attention of a certain creature. Chapter 149. Luo Yun was feeling extremely annoyed and frustrated. This thousand-blade dragon was on the same level as him. Neither of them had much of a chance to defeat the other, and neither could kill the other with a single blow. Of course, Luo Yun's biggest headache wasn't this. In his opinion, the thousand-blade dragon had gone completely insane. Its ferocity not only gave it a constant surge of excitement, but also minimized its pain. Charged flames would be dodged at high speed, and the vast sky provided ample evasive space. Ordinary flames, when they passed over the dragon, would only scratch the surface. While the pain was minimized, the slight sting would actually irritate the dragon's nerves, further arousing it. It was a combination of a berserker with a strange predilection, which truly disgusted Luo Yun. Additionally, Luo Yun began to worry about Yaji. Although he had full confidence in her strength and believed she could definitely hold out until his arrival, he didn't expect the fight to turn into a stalemate. Frankly, Luo Yun wasn't content with the current situation. The timing of the three battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons' appearance was unbelievably coincidental. It happened right after he and Yaji had driven off the horned dragon, when their vigilance was at its lowest. Furthermore, they attacked from high above behind him, then divided the battlefield, preventing Luo Yun and Yaji from reuniting. Even during the brief reunion, there wasn't enough time for Yaji to recharge her energy. Otherwise, even if he hadn't entered the fierce flame state after recharging, even the fierce flame, pseudo, would have been enough to defeat this battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon, which had fully entered its ferocious state. All he lacked was a chance to recharge. Time flew by, and Luo Yun had no idea how long he'd been battling the thousand-blade dragon. He only felt that his initial injuries had long since healed, and even the minor injuries he sustained in subsequent battles had healed. Yaji, meanwhile, had also sustained numerous wounds, and was completely at a disadvantage. However, since Luo Yun had no intention of retreating, and his female fire dragon partner wouldn't retreat until the very last moment, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Seeing this, Luo Yun suddenly had the urge to just call it a day and retreat. He was already at a disadvantage, and continuing the fight would only increase his losses. Just as this thought was forming, a loud and drawn-out sound echoed from the horizon. Ah! It's coming! It's flying in, carrying a speaker. The battle here at Luo Yun's place had been raging for quite some time, and the noise was so loud that it attracted the explosive scale dragon, which had also migrated to the wasteland. It evenly saturated the explosive liquid across the exploding scales, then spread its massive wings and glided toward them. The massive, heavy body soared through the sky, rumbling with waves of muddy sound, like a low-flying bomber, charging toward Luo Yun and the thousand-blade dragon leader with a powerful sense of oppression. If Yaji's dragon cart was a truck and the Ceratopsians a semi-trailer, then the exploding scale dragon's dive was like a self-destructing heavy fighter jet. Even an ancient dragon wouldn't want to be directly confronted by such a suicidal dive, like a miniature nuclear explosion. Thus, both Luo Yun and the thousand-blade dragon leader immediately took evasive action. The exploding scale dragon, like a missile, passed between them amidst a sonic boom. Roar! Luo Yun took advantage of the situation to distance himself from the thousand-blade dragon leader, and roared at Yaji below, warning her to dodge quickly. The explosive dragon failed to collide with either Luo Yun or the thousand-blade dragon leader as it had hoped, and in frustration, it hurled down a stream of exploding scales that began to glow red. Fortunately, Yaji was well aware of the explosive dragon's attack pattern. Without a second thought, she unleashed a fireball to force the entangled, battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon away. With a flap of her wings, she didn't fly around like a headless fly, but instead soared upward in a circular motion, tackling the falling exploding scales. If the explosive dragon's exploding scales aren't struck by an external object, there's a delay in their explosion. With careful timing, there's actually ample time to react. But if you panic and don't choose to ascend, you'll be met with endless, back-and-forth bombardment. A series of small explosions shattered the terrain below. The impact of the blast prevented the two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons from catching up to Yaji, allowing her to reunite with Luo Yun. Just as they, enraged, attempted to ascend to rejoin the thousand-blade dragon leader and continue the battle, the explosive dragon returned. This time, it targeted the two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons below and swooped down decisively. However, the thousand-blade dragon, sensitive to air currents, predicted its descent and narrowly avoided the explosive dragon's attack. Boom! Instantly, the ground shook. The wasteland, already utterly transformed by their battle, was now completely reshaped. As if struck by a missile, the ground erupted, and from the sky, a massive crater appeared in its place. The already fragile sandstone dissipated in the explosion. A fierce wind, accompanied by a shockwave, swept in. Even after ascending to the heights of the clouds, the intense force of the wind still affected Luo Yun. Flapping his wings rapidly, he stabilized his form and flew above Yaji, warily watching the thousand-blade dragons, who were also climbing to avoid him. Ah! The resounding voice had an ambiguous tone. Although it wasn't the same roar, Luo Yun instantly understood the meaning of the explosive dragon's roar. That's a foul curse. Even Luo Yun, who had calmed down, felt the urge to charge down and beat him up. But that was just the urge. He was self-aware. Although the explosive dragon was the weakest of the police, it still possessed the ecological control expected of a predator of its caliber. Especially after activating its red heat state, the temperature of its exploding scales, and the explosive power of its blasts increased further, making it a match for the ancient dragon. But here's the kicker. Luo Yun knew the explosion scale dragon's ecological niche and strength, but the thousand-blade dragons had only been in the New World for a short time, and had primarily been active in herds in the wastelands, or on the outskirts of the ancient forest. Therefore, they had never seen an explosion-scale dragon before. The thousand-blade dragon leader, already losing his mind due to his ferocity, had become incredibly violent and agitated, and his mind wasn't quite clear. After hearing the explosion-scale dragon's foul language, comparing it to the danger it had just displayed, it made a profoundly wrong judgment. That is, it should deal with this more dangerous creature first, and so, Luo Yun and Yaji were forgotten by the thousand-blade dragon leader. Without warning, it swooped down and charged towards the explosion-scale dragon, which had already begun to spread its explosive scales. The other two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons were helpless. Now that Luo Yun and Yaji had reunited, and their leader had shifted their focus, they wouldn't be so foolish as to continue to harass Luo Yun and Yaji, knowing they were no match. It would be better for them to reunite with their leader and first take out the creature that caused the massive explosion. As for the reason and whether Yaji would leave, they no longer cared. What a warrior! Seeing the thousand-blade dragon's actions, Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The explosive scale dragon below was delighted. It had only let out a routine howl, displaying its ecological status, and covering up the embarrassment of having missed 2 attacks. To its surprise, these creatures, whom it had never seen before, actually launched a counterattack. It was a pleasant surprise. Flying dragons often fight for high altitude, and the one in the upper position has a significant advantage. But this only applies to ordinary flying dragons. For an explosive scale dragon, being in the upper position has no bearing on its battle. Exploding scales flew out like celestial flowers, meeting the 1,000-blade dragons and ushering in the third battle in this area. Seeing the 1,000-blade dragons clashing with the exploding scale dragons, Luo Yun relaxed slightly. He felt a stinging pain throughout his body, and a few traces of blood oozed from the cut scales, though the flames of his flaming body hid it well. "Let's go!" Just as he was about to say this to Yaji, Luo Yun suddenly realized that the reason he hadn't gained the upper hand just now was not only because they had been separated and unable to coordinate, but also because he hadn't benefited from his fire-inducing ability. There had been no chance before, but now, with the explosive scale dragon and the 1,000-blade dragon engaged in a fight, neither of them had time to pay attention to Luo Yun and Yaji high in the sky. Wouldn't this be the perfect time to recharge? He was unwilling to leave in disgrace like this. Perhaps it was due to her youthful vigor and short temper, but after Luo Yun made this request, Yaji agreed without hesitation. She had never suffered such a loss before. Even when she was seriously injured by the Devil Jano Rex last time, she had never felt so frustrated. The 2 battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragons showed no respect for martial ethics. Not only were they 2 against 1, they also constantly tried to break off their flight, suppressing her from above. Every time Yaji tried to trade wounds, the 1,000-blade dragon she was targeting would immediately break away. This constant tug-of-war had left her paralyzed. In short, she couldn't swallow this humiliation. Even if she didn't beat them up herself, Luo Yun's attack would have been the same. Unnoticed by the explosive scale dragon and the 1,000-blade dragon, the 2 fire dragons climbed higher, and Yaji began to mobilize all the remaining combustible material in her flame bag. After continuously charging her energy, she released a breath of orange red, tinged with purple, that erupted violently, pouring down upon Luo Yun. Yaji's flames weren't as ferocious or lethal as the great fire dragons, but even after charging their energy, those tiny specks of purple flame still caused a stinging sensation upon contact with Luo Yun's wounds. There was no way around it. Without the barrier of scales and inner skin, even with Luo Yun's flame resistance, the pain would still be felt under such stimulation. Yaji's flames were continuously absorbed by the kindling fire, and Luo Yun's previously depleted fire energy was rapidly recovering, and the flame's temperature was rising in tandem. Soon, the flames wrapped around his body began to glow bluish-purple, and Luo Yun transformed into a fireball, blazing in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a second sun, and the surrounding environment began to heat up. However, the 1,000-blade dragon and the explosive dragon, engaged in a fierce battle below, were unaware. The explosive dragon's scales were inherently extremely hot, so they were naturally less sensitive to temperature fluctuations at a distance. At this stage, for some unknown reason, the explosive dragon had not chosen to activate its red heat transformation, remaining in its normal form, calmly responding to the 1,000-blade dragon's attacks. Perhaps due to a compatibility issue, the explosive dragon's continuous exploding scales not only easily neutralized the 1,000-blade dragon's ranged attacks, but the chaotic airflow created by the scorching heat and explosions also affected the 1,000-blade dragon's flight. As masters of airflow, the 1,000-blade dragons instinctively relied on it to perform a variety of incredible combat techniques, generating their own if airflow wasn't available. However, during the battle with the explosive dragon, the airflow became utterly chaotic, and the explosive dragon's unreasonably powerful blasts transformed the surrounding area into a turbulent zone. The 1,000-blade dragon leader was fortunate. The boost from his ferocity allowed him to maintain sufficient combat effectiveness amidst the turbulence. However, unlike the previous battle with Luo Yun, his blade scales could pierce the explosive dragon's scales, but only the first layer. Subsequently, his power would be greatly weakened, but given the explosive dragon's scale regeneration ability, this wasn't a problem at all. Thus, under these circumstances, the 2 sides reached a strange stalemate. Above, Yaji stopped exhaling. She'd been exhaling for so long that she was a little breathless. Luo Yun's flames had already greatly increased, but they still hadn't reached the point of breaking through the limit. Luo Yun spread his wings, and the flames on them extended, as if stretching his wings twice as much. "Roar? Can you do more?" Luo Yun's meaning was clear. Yaji gasped, gritted her teeth, and began to inhale deeply. She had seen Luo Yun in that form before, within the tributary of the earth vein. His dazzling silver scales captivated Yaji's attention. If the great fire dragon could do it, so could she. She squeezed her flame bag again, and another breath poured out. Time passed, and gradually, the 4 dragons battling below noticed something was amiss. It was winter, yet it felt like the scorching heat of summer. The clouds that had been gathering again suddenly broke apart, and a beam of light descended. The hole in the clouds began to widen, and a silvery sun, radiating endless light, slowly descended from it, like a deity from heaven, casting its purifying light upon this filthy mortal world. Sunshine, pseudo 659, yes, only 7 minutes. With Luo Yun's current strength, it should normally take 11 minutes. Unfortunately, in the previous battle, Yaji had depleted a great deal of her stamina and flame reserves. After constantly straining them, even more time was wasted, yet Luo Yun still couldn't reach his limit. Thankfully, Yaji's flames contained hints of purple. This was a higher energy flame possessed by Yaji, who was also in the transformation stage. It was this high-level flame energy that allowed Luo Yun to successfully break through to this level without reaching his limit. 7 minutes, plenty of time. Luo Yun was fully aware of his current combat power. It was no exaggeration to say that unless the explosive scale dragon switched its target to Luo Yun and immediately engaged in a desperate battle, 7 minutes would be more than enough. But given the explosive scale dragon's nature, it simply wouldn't choose to engage in battle with a silver fire dragon when there was no benefit to be gained. Chapter 150. This was indeed the case. The moment the exploding scale dragon saw Luo Yun appear in the form of a silver Rathalos dragon, its pupils, tiny and hidden within its rough scales, shrank. Wow! I actually seen a silver Rathalos dragon in the wasteland. And it was an unusual silver Rathalos, its entire body engulfed in calamity flames, its wings blazing for a long distance. The temperature soared, and under the sunlight's brilliance, the 3,000 blade dragons were the first to feel discomfort. Then, without a moment's hesitation, the exploding scale dragon decisively charged forward, taking off, and departing without a backward glance. It had simply come to join in the fun, to vent its restless spirit. If it had the chance, it would kill 1 or 2 of the fighters, ideally to taste the flesh of these 3 rarely seen flying dragons. But now, an abnormal silver Rathalos had appeared, clearly interested in this battle. Only a fool would choose to fight a silver Rathalos. Putting aside the question of whether it could win, this was a completely unprofitable business. Besides risking its life and getting beaten up, what else could it gain? The cruelty of reality is vividly displayed in nature. The explosive scale dragon's decisive departure unnerved the 1,000-blade dragons. They wanted to leave, but the silver wrath dragon, upon its appearance, locked its sights on them, mindlessly exposing its back to the formidable foe. Didn't it think its own demise wasn't swift enough? Flames streaked through the air, making a whirring sound. The rising air currents in the area suffocated the 3,000-blade dragons, as if they were facing not a silver wrath dragon, but an unknown ancient dragon in its guise. The 1,000-blade dragons tried to escape, but Luo Yun, racing against time, wouldn't give them a chance. Although he had only reached the silver fire dragon's level at the flame level, his speed and stamina hadn't changed much. At this distance, the ferocious, battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragon might have a chance of escaping. But the 2 battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragons couldn't. So Luo Yun set his sights directly on the 2 battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragons and launched his attack. The next second, the 1,000-blade dragon leader, having already turned and flown a short distance, suddenly turned around and, without hesitation, charged at the battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragon Luo Yun had targeted. As expected, unlike fire dragons, 1,000-blade dragons don't have a strong sense of family, but their sense of community is among the top 3 among flying dragons. Their sense of hierarchy is strong, and with it, a strong sense of responsibility. The 1,000-blade dragons had only been in the New World for a few years, and only these 3 had already reached a critical point in their strength. They had come to the New World in search of a breakthrough, and thus had quickly transformed into battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragons. The other 1,000-blade dragons, however, seemed to have remained largely unchanged, aside from adapting to the New World. Under these circumstances, the loss of a battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragon was a devastating loss for the entire 1,000-blade dragon population. Thus, despite being extremely reluctant, and even though their ferocity had clouded their composure, they still chose to provide support. While this action complied with Luo Yun's wishes, was it truly qualified to provide such assistance in the face of this silver fire dragon's current form? As if replicating a scene, Luo Yun spun, to avoid the 1,000-blade dragon leader's sharp claws strike, his long wings flapping as he spun, his spines colliding with the blades once again. Luo Yun's strength hadn't changed much, but the temperature of the flames enveloping him was on a completely different level. The thousand-blade dragon's scales resembled light metal, hard and sharp, yet highly conductive to heat. The dragon's sense of pain had been greatly reduced after its ferocity, but the intense heat emanating from Luo Yun's body could even soften the blades, which then transmitted heat through them to its skull. In that instant, the thousand-blade dragon leader felt an intense heat surge through his brain, as if it had been placed in a steamer, and briefly lost consciousness. His head jerked to the side, the softened blades unable to withstand the immense force, breaking before the other two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons' incredulous gazes. They hurriedly flung their blade scales, attempting to block Luo Yun's next move. But Luo Yun had no intention of dodging the attack. The blade scales struck the scales ablaze with calamity, leaving only faint white spots before being deflected away. An attack of this magnitude wouldn't even be enough to tickle an itch. His sharp claws grasped the thousand-blade dragon leader's tail, still unconscious, and forcibly lifted it from its descent. The black mist from its ferocious transformation flowed along its grasped tail, attempting to corrode its claws. However, under the relentless pressure of your tribulation flame, the mist was suppressed. With a flap of his wings and a lift of his claws, he unleashed a charged fireball, poised to strike the thousand-blade dragon leader's tossed body at close range. At this point, the battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons that had been circling nearby were unable to rescue it, and could only recklessly crash into Luo Yun. The force of the attack caused Luo Yun's head to tilt, and the fireball whizzed past the thousand-blade dragon leader, striking its wing claw. Almost instantly, its claws sustained severe burns, the sharp tip carbonized. The damage left the thousand-blade dragon leader's wing numb, and then a wave of pain washed over him. Minimizing pain doesn't mean it's completely gone. When the injury reaches a certain level, pain still exists, just not as intense. At this moment, the battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon, which had deflected Luo Yun's attack, suddenly cried out in pain. The area where it had collided with Luo Yun and the contact was ablaze with blue-purple tribulation flame, continuously transmitting through its blade scales into its body. Yes, this was one of the terrifying aspects of Luo Yun's current state. For an ancient dragon or a similarly rare species, the damage from tribulation flame might not be so dramatic, but for ordinary monsters, the mere burning from tribulation flame was enough to devastate them. To some extent, it's not wrong to say that Luo Yun is an ancient dragon in the guise of a silver fire dragon. At least, like the ancient dragon, he now faces the same ineffectiveness of human wave tactics. Don't forget, his flammable liquid can be flung out like a meteor of skyfire, covering a large area. Goo! A rapid cry rang out. Without hesitation, Luo Yun grabbed the struggling thousand-blade dragon leader, and, using it as a club, swung it around. The thousand-blade dragon leader collided with the charging, battle-hardened thousand-blade dragon. A second after the crash, Luo Yun's claws lightened, and the thousand-blade dragon leader was flung away. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't Luo Yun's grip that weakened. It was the thousand-blade dragon leader's bladed tail, scorched by the calamity flames of Luo Yun's claws for so long that its flesh and scales had become brittle. Consequently, the powerful impact tore off the very tip, like a broomstick. In short, the tail was torn and severed. Having had enough fun, and having let out a lot of the frustration, it was time to call it a day. With wings spread, Luo Yun soared into the sky in a stance unbecoming of a flying creature. A large amount of flammable liquid seeped frantically from his wings. Already a dragon of fire, the flames on his wings now intensified, like two miniature suns. With the flapping of his wings, driven by the raging wind, the ignited flammable liquid poured out, ablaze across the entire sky with blue-purple flames. This was a technique Luo Yun had developed, based on his flaming body, that could inflict a burning effect on a large area. The only regret was that he couldn't currently control wind pressure over a large area, relying solely on brute force to generate a localized gust of wind, effectively dispersing the flammable liquid. However, given the current situation, the fan-shaped molten stream of catastrophe flames was more than enough to engulf the 3,000-blade dragons. The overwhelming rain of fire began to drastically reduce their range of movement. With no escape possible, they could only rely on constantly regenerating blade scales amidst the blazing flames, then activating them, constantly shedding and recycling their scales in an attempt to escape the catastrophe flames. But the burning was at the level of catastrophe flames. How could such a method be used to resolve it? Even if the black mist swirling around the thousand-blade dragon leader, imbued with dragon attributes, could offset some of the power of the calamity flame sparks, it would be a drop in the bucket. Even it couldn't do it, let alone the two battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons. A rain of fire descended, and the 1,000-blade dragons fell one after another, lying on the ground ignited by the falling, continuously burning calamity flame, seemingly breathing more out than in. The blade scales on their bodies had long since ceased to regenerate. The flames burned through the scales, carbonized the flesh, and seeped into their bodies. The 1,000-blade dragons could only lie powerlessly on the ground, bearing their final moments amidst the flames. The 1,000-blade dragon leader's pupils gradually turned white. In the final moments of its life, scorched by the flames, it actually felt a sense of relief. It had migrated here to find a solution to the side effects of its ferocity. The abundant life energy of the new continent proved to be somewhat alleviated. It even began to look forward to the future, hoping for the day when it could fully transform its ferocity into its own strength. However, it did not expect to escape death. Still conscious? Luo Yun saw the 1,000-blade dragon leader's body tremble, thinking it could still hold on. The next second, a ball of black mist, brimming with life energy and nearly liquefying, surged from the 1,000-blade dragon leader's severed tail. As if possessing its own consciousness, it was about to fly off in a certain direction. Alas, the surrounding area was blazing with calamity flames. Even though its energy level was inferior to the black mist, the sheer number of flames still incinerated it completely. Instantly, a strange and intense ball of life energy began to spread. Luo Yun's eyes lit up, and he swooped down at high speed. Before the ball of life energy could fully dissipate, he rushed into it and actively absorbed it. Without the slightest obstruction, this concentrated life energy effortlessly merged into Luo Yun's body without any loss. He even felt his capacity for life energy seemingly rising slightly. Isn't this incredible? Thinking back to the strange phenomenon of the black fog, Luo Yun had a hypothesis. Perhaps the ferocious transformation was a deep pit. While seemingly harmless, it was actually using the parasitic organisms to extract this special life energy. The so-called berserk transformation was actually squeezing the organism's vitality to accelerate the concentration of life energy. During this period, a small amount of the refined special life energy could be appropriately allocated to temporarily restore some of the host's stamina, creating the illusion of endless stamina. Thus, the monsters that became powerful due to the ferocious transformation were actually just some unknown ancient dragon breeding goo. This kind of gameplay was indeed something some ancient dragons could do. Ouch. At this moment, the exploding dragon's signature sound reappeared, surprising Luo Yun. Could it be that this creature really wanted to clash with him? Or had it sensed this ball of life energy and wanted a piece of it? That didn't make sense. Exploding dragons shouldn't be able to sense life energy. The next second, Luo Yun noticed a black speck trailing behind the exploding dragon. His pupils subconsciously focused, finally making out what the black speck was. What a giant hedgehog! I hadn't expected it to be Nergigan. No wonder the exploding dragon ran away in panic, looking as if it had seen a ghost. Without hesitation, Luo Yun quickly channeled his sunlight properties, resembling a somewhat unique silver fire dragon, rather than an ancient dragon in a silver fire dragon's guise. After all, a silver fire dragon was fine. Its own immense strength and life energy reserves far surpassed those of an ancient dragon, so even Nergigan wouldn't easily provoke it. But an ancient dragon in a silver fire dragon's guise was different. Nergigan could even consider the molten dragon. Suddenly spotting an unknown ancient dragon, regardless of whether it could defeat it or not, it was a sure thing to target. If Nergigan targeted him, just look at that Flame King dragon, and you know there would be no peace in the future. Luo Yun didn't want to be haunted by a powerful tail. He hurried, swiftly absorbing this special life energy. Soon, Nergigan, crowned with a pair of demonic horns, arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the calamity flame still blazing across the ground, it froze for a moment. He immediately sensed the dense mass of special life energy, and saw Luo Yun rapidly absorbing it. Nergigan felt strange. He was nearby and suddenly sensed an unusual change in the environment, along with the faint presence of an unknown ancient dragon. Therefore, he dropped his food and quickly rushed over. Unfortunately, he didn't see the ancient dragon, but instead discovered a silver fire dragon actively absorbing life energy. That was extremely refined life energy, typically found only in the ancient dragon's special dragon jade. While the amount was small, it was equivalent to what he had consumed in several months of ordinary monsters before catching an ancient dragon. Roar! Nergigan roared, rapidly sprouting a large number of thorns from his body, and swooped down. Although Luo Yun didn't quite understand, from what he understood, Nergigan seemed to be asking him to stop absorbing it. Haha, Luo Yun didn't stop his movements. Instead, he spread his wings and sucked even harder. Finally, before Nergigan arrived, he successfully absorbed all the life energy. Chapter 151. Seeing this, Nergigant's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that even after his intimidation, the silver Rathalos not only didn't hold back, but actually, right in front of him, sucked up every last drop. This was too much, truly too much. Even though he hadn't initially considered engaging the silver Rathalos, at this moment, Nergigant couldn't hold back. Using the speed of his dive, his palm, covered in black thorns, fiercely slammed towards Luo Yun. Bang! Charge in place and take off. This extremely practical takeoff technique, capable of both blocking an opponent's attack and accelerating one's own takeoff speed, was one of Luo Yun's favorites. With a single palm strike, the exploding flame shattered the thorns on his arms and wings, and the scorching fire energy that followed shattered the shattered thorns. Nergigant's massive body, caught off guard, was actually thrown back several steps by the impact of the explosion. But the next second, those thorns sprouted again under the influence of the regenerative shell. Against its exaggerated self-healing abilities, this little damage was practically negligible. Nergigant stared up at Luo Yun, but Luo Yun had no desire to fight. The countdown for this state was clearly displayed on his dashboard. Moreover, this was Nergigant. Once it set its sights on him, there was no way to shake it off. Roar! Nergigant roared loudly, suddenly exerting force with its hind legs, charging towards Luo Yun at full speed. Without hesitation, Luo Yun instinctively distanced himself and engaged in a grappling battle. As a rare melee-oriented ancient dragon, only a fool would engage it in close combat without absolute dominance. And so, in a remarkably short time, the black and white figures engaged in a relentless pursuit in the air, spewing forth balls of scorching fire. Some were avoided by Nergigant, others blocked. New thorns sprouted before the old ones were even completely shattered. During this time, the two sides had a brief clash, unavoidably. The result was that Luo Yun was struck several times by the incredible force, and Nergigant was similarly nauseated by the burning sensation of the calamity flames. The stubbornly sticky calamity flames forced him to use his regenerative abilities to actively detach from the spines. And for the parts without regenerative shells, he could only forcibly wipe them away with his hands or rely on his regenerative power to withstand them. Soon, after several collisions, Nergigant calmed down and ceased attacking. He flapped his wings, calmly brushing off the calamity flames that had accidentally touched his chest. Luo Yun also stopped attacking, flapping his wings and slowly exhaling. This Nergigant was truly putting a lot of pressure on him, but why did he feel as if he was evenly matched with the other one in that brief, minute-long battle? The thought flashed through his mind before Luo Yun dismissed it. Although Nergigant's attack had been powerful, it lacked the Blackthorn spray or the Mad Dog style of trading injury for injury. He even consciously dodged his attacks, as if he wasn't exerting his full strength. And the truth was, Nergigant was merely angry, but not insane. The matter was done, all his life force absorbed by Luo Yun. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't fight a silver Rathalos desperately for such a small amount of energy. Even if the silver Rathalos was somewhat weaker than those he had seen before. Although Nergigant was brutal, he valued his own energy. Silver Rathalos possessed combat power comparable to that of an ancient dragon, but lacked the same energy reserves. For Nergigant, fighting a silver Rathalos would be a loss, regardless of victory or defeat, unless he could instantly kill it upon first sight, but this was unrealistic. If he had the power to instantly kill a silver Rathalos, why would he bother chasing after an ancient dragon? Furthermore, after this brief battle, he realized that he couldn't defeat the silver Rathalos without using his full strength. Even if he defeated it, he wouldn't necessarily be able to stay alive. The energy consumed in the battle would be completely wasted, making it a losing proposition. His energy was crucial to the reproduction of his offspring. Breeding a new Nergigant required a vast amount of energy, which only an ancient dragon could provide. Therefore, in normal times, Nergigant would conserve as much energy as possible. So, when the cost far outweighed the reward, even if the target was an ancient dragon instead of a silver Rathalos, he would abandon his goal without hesitation. Finally, based on his past experience, a silver Rathalos would always be accompanied by a gold Rathalos. Therefore, he didn't want to fight, lest he be entangled by the golden fire dragon once it arrived. Not only would he be defeated, but his energy would also be greatly depleted. It would be better to just leave. With this thought in mind, Nergigant prepared to retreat while guarding against a possible attack from Luo Yun. Similarly, as the countdown ticked, Luo Yun also began to think of a way to escape the enemy. He couldn't afford to waste time. At this moment, in Nergigant's sight, far in the sky, a metallic figure, reflecting gold in the sunlight, loomed faintly. Although the color seemed off, he couldn't see the details due to the distance. But because he already had some ideas in mind, he preconceived the idea that it was the golden Rathalos approaching. So, with a roar, Nergigant spiraled upward, his muscles flexing, and a flood of spines erupted in unison. As Nergigant made his move, Luo Yun quietly began to gather his strength. As the spines erupted, a compressed fireball erupted. The spines and fireball collided in midair, the resulting explosion obscuring both sides' vision. Without hesitation, Nergigant and Luo Yun executed the same movement simultaneously. A tactical retreat in opposite directions. Luo Yun flew swiftly towards Yaji, not even bothering to pay attention to the aftermath of the explosion, his focus solely on escaping. Even after exiting the sunlight state and his mind's warnings fading, he didn't stop, carrying the bewildered Yaji with him, flying a great distance in one breath. Meow, this is exciting! Luo Yun and Yaji landed on a hilltop. Only then did Luo Yun breathe a sigh of relief, lying down to relieve his fatigue. Yaji didn't care about her image either. First, her flame bag was drained, then she hovered in the sky. Before she could recover, Luo Yun called her up and started flying at high speed. This whole process exhausted her. They huddled together on the hilltop, feeling the gentle breeze, their wounds still aching slightly. Now Luo Yun could finally calm down and savor the gains from this battle. It had to be said that the effect of that special life energy was incredible. Not only did it increase the upper limit of life energy, which required much effort to build, but it also significantly alleviated post-battle fatigue and seemed to increase physical strength. The only thing that was bothering him was that he was hungry again, and Yaji was even hungrier. So, after recovering, they looked at each other and made a simultaneous decision. Hunting. Chapter 152. The hunt went relatively smoothly. Even though they weren't in top form, they had no major problems. They easily drove off the original predator. Luo Yun and Yaji ripped open the carapace of the massive herbivore and devoured it whole. This trip had left them utterly starving. Even the less tender parts of the herbivore were swallowed whole. Soon, they had devoured 2/3 of a full-grown herbivore. They only stopped when their stomachs were full. They found an area with a wide view to rest, recovering their strength while digesting the food. Eating so much in one go would have made flying uncomfortable. Luo Yun hadn't expected to encounter Nergigant in the wasteland. Logically, with Mist Hazard making such a commotion in the forest, and Flame King Dragon also appearing in the forest area, shouldn't Nergigant be heading to the forest? Why was it in the wasteland? Could there be an ancient dragon in the wasteland? Luo Yun could only think of this possibility. Nergigant must have discovered the ancient dragon's tracks and stayed in the wasteland, looking for an opportunity. Otherwise, why would a dignified ancient dragon slayer like him go to the wasteland, a place with limited resources, instead of chasing Flame King Dragon or Mist Hazard, or staying in the Dragon Crystal Land to drool over its powerful neighbors? Regardless of his reason for staying in the wasteland, now that he had come face to face with Nergigant, he didn't know if he would be targeted. Although the probability was small, Luo Yun disguised himself as a regular silver Rathalos before Nergigant discovered him. But if he didn't do something, he felt uneasy. When we get back, use Cat to tell the investigation team about the Nergigant. The Grand Commander had been tracking Nergigant. Now that there was a sighting in the wasteland, he was sure to be restless. The investigation team would surely not miss the opportunity to observe an unknown ancient dragon. With this in mind, Luo Yun and Yaji rested and then found their way back to their settlement. The fire dragon detail, guarding the lair, noticed that Luo Yun's hunting trip had taken much longer than usual and was disheveled. Yaji even had visible wounds. While somewhat shocked by how difficult the world outside had become, he was also concerned that Luo Yun hadn't been able to find suitable food. He planned to quietly gather the fire dragon's detail to leave their share of food for the day and give it all to the fire dragon boss. When Luo Yun saw Tonkatsu and several cats approaching with a cart filled with mushroom pigs, the entire dragon was stunned. When did cat farming allow them to provide for themselves and their pups, and still have such a carload of excess meat? However, upon hearing that the cats had misunderstood their failure to catch prey and were spontaneously contributing their own rations, Luo Yun flatly refused. What a joke! Not to mention that he and Yaji had successfully hunted. Even if they hadn't caught any food, they wouldn't have let the cat starve and offered him their own rations unless they were seriously injured and unable to hunt. After righteously explaining that they had completed the hunt and only encountered some formidable enemies, they didn't bring back any extra food, and sternly refusing the cat's offer, the Detels then pushed the food back, but before leaving, they left behind 2 mushroom pigs, explaining that they hadn't offered tribute in ages, and that this was their token of appreciation, hoping the fire dragon boss wouldn't refuse. Having come this far, Luo Yun couldn't refuse. Let it be a misunderstanding, time would reveal everything. The next day, just after dawn, Luo Yun had finished eating the leftover mushroom pork from the previous day, when Yaji called him over and rushed to the tributary. And then, under Luo Yun's astonishment, Yaji, despite her injuries, which hadn't fully recovered yet, flew to the tributary's passage, braving the scorching heat and stopping there. You have to remember that Yaji had always stopped at the entrance above this cave. She couldn't stand the heat in the cave, let alone the tributary's passage. Somewhat confused, but after persuading her to no avail, Luo Yun put aside his doubts and flew to his usual spot in the tributary to begin absorbing energy for the day. Yaji opened her eyes and looked at Luo Yun, who was perched on the lone platform in the center of the lava. She felt her scales heating up in the intense heat, and a tingling pain spread throughout her body. The wounds, still barely healed and merely scabbed, throbbed with pain. But when she thought of her own powerlessness during yesterday's battle, and the realization that since that encounter with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she hadn't been able to be Luo Yun's reliable support as before, she had even fallen behind his pace of growth. This sense of loss brought Yaji to a sudden realization. How long had it been since she had properly improved herself since Luo Yun's growth? She contentedly enjoyed Luo Yun's care and protection, knowing that staying closer would bring her significant benefits, but due to her physical discomfort, she had never considered following him down. Yesterday, she saw Luo Yun in that form for the first time. Although she had heard he was powerful, she hadn't expected him to be that strong. 3 battle-hardened 1,000-blade dragons, yet they were defeated in such a short time, a complete, effortless crushing defeat. Furthermore, facing Luo Yun in that form, she felt unworthy of him, as if a significant ecological generation gap had opened up between them. This made Yaji extremely flustered. The bond between a fire dragon couple is pure and precious. In the harsh natural world, frequent battles often affect their appearance, significantly diminishing their beauty. Even so, the fire dragon couple never harbored any disdain for each other. But Luo Yun's form made her feel guilty about self-harm, and even about leaving. This was highly unusual. Yaji had never seen a silver fire dragon, but she had seen the solitary Kanjing fire couple and their cubs within the group. The Songyinghua couple laid eggs after migrating here, and they hatched only a few months ago. 3 eggs hatched from one batch, but only one was a Ying fire dragon cub. The other 2 were just ordinary fire dragons. If the cats hadn't been kind enough to feed the 2 fire dragon cubs promptly, they might have starved to death. Aji had experienced this generation gap between species with the Song fire dragon before, though due to their strength, the gap wasn't as strong. Thus, Aji reasoned that she avoided Luo Yun in that state because she was too weak, lacking in strength. As long as they could keep up in strength, they wouldn't have such a feeling. Thus, fearing the loss of Luo Yun, Yaji dragged Luo Yun here early in the morning, even though her injuries hadn't healed yet. They even entered the cave for the first time, even reaching the lava tunnel. She began to imitate Luo Yun, enduring the pain and bathing herself in the scorching life energy. In a way, Yaji's idea was not wrong. The only difference was that Yaji possessed the qualifications to transform into a gold fire dragon, something other dragons rarely achieved. Even in a place with abundant life energy like a tributary, it would only become slightly stronger, with a higher ceiling. This was indeed the case. Yaji's natural talent was high, and in a place with abundant life energy, her growth rate was much faster. Furthermore, spending extended periods in the harsh environment of a tributary would also unleash her potential. Luo Yun didn't dwell on this. He simply felt that since Yaji had made this choice, all he could do was respect and support her. After all, spending extended periods in a place with abundant life energy certainly wouldn't hurt. He was also incredibly delighted. He hadn't expected the life energy he absorbed yesterday to not only increase his daily maximum, but even allow his body, already in a period of rapid growth, to achieve a breakthrough. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The monsters in this world, even without doing anything, could possess incredibly powerful bodies. Furthermore, due to their miraculous life energy and the harsh nature of survival, exercise was not only a luxury for them, but often yielded only half the results with twice the effort. After the growth period, they essentially rely on life energy and constant combat to passively improve their physical strength. In this mode, ancient dragons, naturally gifted with the ability to absorb and store large quantities of life energy, possess physical strength and vitality far exceeding that of ordinary monsters. Thus, the boost provided by that special life energy was Luo Yun's upper limit. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Yun calmed down and absorbed the life energy. In the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, at the investigation team's hunter camp, due to their growing closeness with the details of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, the investigation team established a hunter camp not too far from the fire dragon's habitat. It serves as a base for a permanent fire dragon investigation team. In addition to investigating the fire dragons and communicating with the details in real time, they are also responsible for stockpiling trade supplies and providing timely information updates. Thus, during the period when the investigation team temporarily stopped exploring the forest, they had a more adequate staff and had been rotating a senior member of the First Corps stationed there. And today, it just so happened that the Grand Captain had arrived to take over. What? There's a trace of Nergigant? After the unknown ancient dragon's information was sent back to the old world, it was confirmed to be a previously undocumented ancient dragon. A new record was created, and it was named Nergigant. Due to its dangerous nature, the Nergigant investigation mission is currently open only to the Grand Captain. Yes, meow. The fire dragon detail said so. They saw Nergigant in the wasteland, meow. And Elyakat, who was serving as an interpreter in the camp, replied with certainty. With Feline's confirmation, the Grand Captain immediately grabbed his written sighting report, determined the location, and, with the weapons he had just removed, departed. He had originally intended to chat with Tonkatsu, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and see if he could run into his aloof fire dragon friend and get any information from him. Unexpectedly, he had just arrived for his rotation when he received such unexpected news. After that battle, Nergigant became the Grand Captain's lifelong pursuit. Furthermore, the investigation team and the Old World Guild believed that the attack on the ancient dragon ferry by the Flame King Dragon might reveal some information about the ferry. So, without even a break, the Grand Captain summoned a pterosaur, set a rope, and took off, heading for the area listed in his sighting report. That's right. Even with a catapult and a grappling hook, the Grand Captain still used a rope, apparently because those weren't as convenient as throwing a rope. In reality, he and the Sword Master were the only ones in the investigation team who shared this illusion. Luo Yun had no idea that the information he had the cats reveal had actually reached the Grand Commander, but even if he had, he would have been relieved. Sometimes, he truly didn't want to deal with someone as enthusiastic as the Grand Commander. As for whether tracking Nergigant would be dangerous, it certainly was. However, having previously fought Nergigant, and knowing more about the situation, the Grand Commander, a veteran and top-tier hunter, wouldn't rush in rashly. Furthermore, as a melee-oriented ancient dragon with no obvious signs of natural disaster, finding Nergigant in this vast wasteland was certainly impossible for the Grand Commander alone. Therefore, upon arriving there, the Grand Commander found only the corpses of the 3,000 blade dragons, and the thorns left behind by the brief clash between the Nergigant and Luo Yun. Old World, East Dorma, Scribe Corps Archives. According to the report provided by the New World Ancient Dragon Investigation Team, they have sighted multiple thousand-blade dragons in the New World. We compared some of the relevant materials, and found them to be highly consistent with previous guild records of thousand-blade dragon sightings. Scholars speculate that thousand-blade dragons may be native to the New World. For unknown reasons, a small number of them migrated here, leading to related sightings. This explains why there have been no further sightings of thousand-blade dragons since that one record. The dragon scholar put down his notebook. The scholar in charge of recording and archiving beside him wrote down every word and carefully placed it in a new bookshelf, which was specifically used to store all ecological information about the New World. What's the accuracy rate of this conclusion? Around 70%, or even higher. There are different opinions because our sightings of the thousand-blade dragon occurred much earlier than those from the New World, and there are also issues with exploration, so the accuracy is only around 70%. The short, gray-bearded dragon scholar nodded. 70% is already very high. If the New World could send back a specimen of the thousand-blade dragon's corpse, this conclusion might even be final. Chapter 153. What happened to the Old World scribes is a unique case of data misrecording in this world. Ever since the ancient civilization vanished and the ancient city of Shurad was utterly annihilated by a black dragon overnight, the Monster Hunter world's technology has been constantly under the microscope, leading to flaws in the documentation of various monsters. Additionally, due to the limitations of information communication, many things rely on subjective eyewitness reports, making errors and discrepancies in records normal. This applies even to ordinary monsters, not to mention the extremely rare and elusive ancient dragons and other rare species, which, to most humans, are merely legends. New World, Great Anthill Wasteland. Time passed, and the weather grew colder. The cats donned the plush coats they had traded from the investigation team, each deterra bundled up like a furry ball. The changes in the fire dragon deterra have essentially settled, with only a small number of fire dragon deter gaining the ability to harness fire energy. Although their newly formed energy storage organs are so weak that they can only be used once a day, for cats lacking combat power, this is a significant improvement. All of these cats with the potential to become hunter cats were sent to the investigation team, paying a hefty training fee that nearly depleted the team's reserves. After all, the pork bones were a special case. They represented the investigation team's gesture of friendship towards the fire dragon deter and served as a symbol of alliance. However, subsequent cats would have to pay a price. Training and nurturing a hunting cat is a very resource-intensive endeavor. Luo Yun wasn't particularly concerned about this matter. The cats would handle it on their own. But he once heard from the fire dragon detail that the cats sent over this time weren't particularly skilled in hunting cat training, but rather possessed a high aptitude for cat cooking. It was said that Chef Sita had taken the fire dragon detail, named Egg Roll, as his apprentice and was currently teaching him the techniques for making fire dragon cat food. He also claimed that Egg Roll was an excellent chef capable of taking the cat cooking profession to a higher level. While the other cats didn't possess Egg Roll's talent, they all possessed excellent qualities as cat chefs. With diligent study, they could even become head cat chefs in smaller locations across the old world. Honestly, this turn of events was somewhat unexpected for Luo Yun. The mutated cats actually possessed a talent for cooking. Could it be that after these cats returned from their training, the fire dragons would also have their own meals? Speaking of fire dragons, perhaps due to having spent too long in the ancient forest, the males weren't used to the daily temperature fluctuations of the wasteland. The females, on the other hand, seemed relatively unfazed. Thus, warming the nest and caring for the cubs fell entirely to the females, while the males preferred to join them on extended hunting expeditions. The elevated body temperature from hunting made them feel more comfortable. Life had originally flowed peacefully. Although food was a bit difficult to obtain, no fire dragon chose to leave their home. The males even began to adapt to this hunting method, their social nature gradually emerging through these hunts. But unexpectedly, despite being a wasteland, a torrential downpour suddenly descended, lasting 3 days. Even the drainage ditches dug by the cats, considering the area's drainage capacity inferior to that of the ancient trees, began to fail. Water rushed out in torrents, forcing the fire dragon families to relocate their nests several times. Such inclement weather irritated the fire dragons, and Luo Yun sensed something was amiss. This was a wasteland, and it was winter. Even if there was rain, it couldn't last this long. Luo Yun couldn't think of anyone else who could cause this except an ancient dragon. Just as Luo Yun had suspected, this 3-day downpour was indeed caused by an ancient dragon, one he knew. The water level at the outermost edge of the great ant-mound wasteland, and the ancient tree forest rose significantly, engulfing some low-lying areas. However, the level wasn't as extreme as it had been 13 years ago. Perhaps the beings responsible were being more restrained. Above a reef island not far from the New World, 3 massive figures collided amidst thunder, lightning, and raging storms. Tornadoes, electric shocks, and torrential rain dominated the area. Nergigant, resembling an abyssal demon, its body covered in black thorns, seemed unaffected. Relying on its brute strength and self-healing abilities, it forged through the chaos, forcing its way in front of Steel Dragon and Abyss Dragon, engaging in close combat. Steel Dragon and Abyss Dragon were helpless. They were not ancient dragons strong in melee combat, and while battling each other, they also had to deal with this equally powerful disruptor. Even they were exhausted. Moreover, the fight had been going on for 3 days, and with no clear winner, they were all considering retreating. Mingbo Dragon was fine. His fight with Steel Dragon was simply due to the Steel Dragon's provocation. He already fought, so there was no need to dwell on it. But Steel Dragon felt a bit mortified. Over 10 years ago, his ancient dragon fairy had been destroyed by this Mingbo Dragon. Filled with resentment, he chose to venture into the frozen tundra near the New World, spending years recuperating and even molting, replacing his shell with a tougher one, all to avenge his previous loss. Who could have known such a troublemaker would appear, refusing to let him go once he caught him, forcing his way into the fray. If it weren't for his absolute inability to deal with Nergigant, Steel Dragon would have wanted to finish him off first. With the intention of retreating, the battle didn't last long. After another clash of energy between the wind and the current, Mingbo Dragon found an opportunity to escape first, disappearing into the sea. This made Nergigant extremely anxious. The ocean was so vast, there was no way he could find Mingbo Dragon. Thus, the Steel Dragon, already under his watch, was targeted even more fiercely. So, as they headed towards the new continent, the Steel Dragon, much like the Flame King Dragon before, and Nergigant engaged in a chase and escape game. The battle on the ancient dragon's side was over, but the impact they had left remained. The torrential rain in the wasteland continued. Although it seemed to be abating, the thick dark clouds still hung in the sky, leaving the fire dragon's habitat in ruins. Even Luo Yun began to feel the strain. Gazing at the dark clouds above, large drops of rain rustled against his scales. Luo Yun looked at the great fire dragon, flying toward him against the torrential rain. After roaring at him and Yaji, the three dragons, under the gaze of their leader, Fire Dragon Deter, spread their wings and ascended toward the clouds. Soon, as the altitude grew, the temperature dropped. With a roar, the great fire dragon and Yaji simultaneously released their stored breath, spraying Luo Yun with a blazing blue-purple flame. The moment Luo Yun plunged into the thick cloud, a fiery blue-purple flame ignited. Vasts of mist rose, breaking through the clouds amidst lightning and thunder. Gazing at the dark, swirling clouds below, Luo Yun took a deep breath and began to ignite his flames with all his might. A massive fireball, like a blue-purple sun, shattered the clouds below, its light and heat piercing through them and raining down upon the earth. The unbridled fire energy continued to expand, and as Luo Yun dove, it shattered a massive breach in the clouds. From that opening, the dark clouds quickly dissipated, the rain ceased, and sunlight once again appeared over the area where the fire dragons lived. The silvery sun towered above the sky, ensuring the clouds had shifted before extinguishing its flames and swooping back. Amidst the dangers of the great anthill wasteland, Nergigant, who had been pursuing the steel dragon, suddenly sensed the reappearance of the new ancient dragon it had sensed some time ago, causing it to pause for a moment. And in that moment of hesitation, the steel dragon, previously entangled by it, seized the opportunity to unleash a tornado of breath, sending the unsuspecting Nergigant flying far away. When Nergigant freed itself from the raging winds, it discovered that the steel dragon had vanished from the sky, leaving only the dark clouds that had lingered. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, expending so much energy, they achieved nothing. Unable to accept this outcome, Nergigant roared to the heavens, his roar filled with grief and indignation. Unknowing that he had ruined Nergigant's plan, Luo Yun gathered his strength, returned to normal, and returned to his settlement to reunite with Aji. Using the properties of sunlight to dispel the clouds had been a fleeting thought for Luo Yun, but he had unexpectedly succeeded. Although the clouds only dispelled a small area, for ordinary creatures, it was still an incredible feat. Upon landing, he saw Aji gazing at him with radiant eyes, as if in deep admiration. At that moment, Luo Yun's vanity reached its peak. As for the look of astonishment from the nearby Rathalos, Luo Yun decisively ignored it. Before Luo Yun could say anything, fire dragons flew out of their nests and circled the settlement. Their roars resounded through the air, startling all nearby creatures into hiding. The mushroom pigs and herbivorous dragons, raised by the cats, crouched on the ground like quails, not daring to look up. The fire dragons had witnessed Luo Yun's recent performance. Having a powerful being within their tribe capable of influencing the celestial phenomena was a truly astonishing event for the ancient tree fire dragons. They couldn't contain their excitement, and could only vent in this way. This state of mind continued for a long time, until Luo Yun flew up into the sky and joined in, howling a few times. Only then did they gradually calm down. The fire dragon's behavior baffled the hunters from the nearby survey team. They had taken shelter in their tents during the downpour. Later, when the rain subsided, Luo Yun returned to normal. It was the roaring of the fire dragons that alerted them to something unusual, prompting them to emerge from the tent to investigate. Some members of the investigation team were bewildered and couldn't understand the fire dragon's sudden excitement. In the final analysis, the fire dragons had been cooped up in the torrential rain for too long, and when the sky suddenly cleared, they came out to vent their emotions. Even hunters, when they were impatient, would run around to relax, let alone the energetic fire dragons. Thus, the investigation team missed Luo Yun's form. This multi-day natural disaster had a significant impact on the environment of the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. The wasteland, already unable to retain water, had been altered by the heavy rain, causing many changes in its terrain. The water level of the underground undercurrent had risen dramatically, and it was unknown when it would recover. In the swamps, large numbers of sand dragons were forced to migrate to less humid areas. Without their mortal enemies, the mud dragons began to multiply rapidly. Some of the low-lying areas near the sea, at the outermost edge of the wasteland, have formed shallow waters, attracting large schools of marine fish. Since that day, the wasteland has gradually returned to its former state. Luo Yun hadn't expected the investigation team to actually discover traces of Nergigant in the wasteland. According to the fire dragon leader, Detail, for unknown reasons, Nergigant's activities in the wasteland has suddenly increased. By chance, the investigation team discovered Nergigant's predatory tracks, and the Grand Commander has begun tracking them. This news made Liu Yun's heart tremble. He wondered if it was because of that day's incident that Nergigant began to track him down. It must be said that Liu Yun's sixth sense was quite accurate. After losing track of the steel dragon, the Nergigant, in anger, chose to return to the great anthill wasteland. He had consumed a great deal of energy in the battle, and since the great anthill wasteland was the closest, he planned to stay there for a while to replenish his energy and explore, hoping to find any trace of the unknown ancient dragon. It was precisely because of this frequent hunting that the investigation team found its predatory traces and caught it. After receiving the news, Liu Yun remained vigilant for several days, but nothing unusual happened. Gradually, he put the matter aside. Recently, he noticed that a group of fire dragons had been suffering more injuries after their outings, and most of these injuries were caused by electrical damage. In addition, those fire dragons seemed to have no shortage of food. Often, they not only brought back prey, but also provided it to the cats as before. However, most of the prey they brought back were large, unknown fish, up to 6 or 7 meters long. This surprised Liu Yun. When did such a large fish appear in the great ant mound wasteland? And as fire dragons, they actually started fishing? How did they do it? You know, fish this big usually only appear in deep water, and fire dragons hate water and can't swim well, so they wouldn't normally go out of their way to catch them. But seeing how frequently these fire dragons bring back large fish, it seems like catching them isn't difficult. Could it be that these fish have moved to shallower waters? With this puzzlement, Liu Yun finally understood what had happened after the fire dragons, almost all of them injured and, with the exception of a few, with nothing to show for it, returned that day. Dragon roars echoed throughout the settlement, and the fire dragons were summoned to a meeting. Chapter 154. This was the first meeting of the fire dragons since arriving in the great ant mound wasteland. Lacking a suitable venue, each male fire dragon could only gather around the clearing. The injured ones, like angry wives, huddled in the clearing with their wings folded and heads lowered, helplessly enduring the other male fire dragons' fleeting glances. After all, returning from a group fight to seek help was a new experience for all the fire dragons present. If the ancient tree fire dragons hadn't already unknowingly developed a certain clan-like nature, they wouldn't have paid any attention to such trivial matters. With this time, why not visit a few hunting grounds and see if we can bring back more prey? After the male fire dragon's descriptions, the fire dragons present finally understood what had happened. The truth was simple. After several days of heavy rain and a slight rise in sea levels, the terrain at the edge of the wasteland, near the sea, had miraculously formed a unique bay. Above was a high cliff, below a vast shallow beach. That day, a group of fire dragons, returning from a failed hunt, coincidentally spotted a large school of sea fish swimming into the shallows to absorb heat. The starving male fire dragons rushed in without hesitation, easily capturing enough prey. Having not eaten properly in a long time, the male fire dragons immediately designated the area as their hunting ground. But where food gathers, how can there be a shortage of predators? And so, within a few days, predators other than the fire dragons began to appear in the bay. At first, it was only water beasts and some aquatic animals. Although these creatures occupied a relatively low ecological niche, their ability to move in groups allowed them to compete for food with higher niche monsters. However, they were eventually driven out by the small group of male Rathalos. But gradually, water dragons began to appear, and these higher niche monsters also caused some trouble for the Rathalos. It was from that time that they began to show signs of injury. Additionally, water dragons also tend to hunt in groups, and gradually, the initial group of Rathalos began to be outnumbered. Consequently, they cleverly changed their strategy. Adeptly utilizing their flight advantage, they often avoided direct confrontations with the water dragons. Instead, they would fire a few weak fireballs, forcing the water dragons away, then swoop down, grab their prey, and flee, leaving the water dragons helpless and furious, spewing water frantically. I thought things would end like this, but unexpectedly, a few days ago, a group of sea dragons arrived in the bay. As sea dragons, their ecological niche rivals that of male Rathalos. They average over 25 meters in length. They can not only fight in the water, but also perform well on land, worthy of their niche. What's more, sea dragons are experts in electricity, with astonishing power generation capabilities, not to mention their ability to move in groups. Thus, the bay became a hunting ground for male Rathalos, sea dragons, and water dragons, supplemented by other monsters of lower ecological niches. At first, The three sides engaged in a chaotic battle, with no one gaining an advantage. Furthermore, the abundance of sea fish there meant that, despite occasional conflicts, everyone was well fed. But over the past 2 days, problems have arisen. For unknown reasons, the number of sea dragons has suddenly increased significantly, forcing the water dragons to retreat in the water. On land, their numbers have also reduced the hunting efficiency of the male Rathalos. In the end, the male fire dragons, starving for food, engaged in a direct battle with the sea dragons, and the result is what we see now. They lost. This meant that, without further intervention, the bay would become a predominantly sea dragon hunting ground, potentially even being claimed by them. Without this hunting ground, not only would the male fire dragons lack a food source, but they would also have to rejoin the hunts in their existing hunting grounds, causing the previously slightly relaxed hunting pressure to intensify once again. It was just a hunting ground. When food was plentiful, it was gone, but now it couldn't be abandoned. Of course, due to its remote location and the fact that it was home to aquatic monsters, it wasn't realistic to turn it into a hunting ground exclusively for the fire dragons, but it was possible to allow them to maintain a presence there. So, with Luo Yun's nod, a new group of male fire dragons would accompany the injured male fire dragons to seize the hunting ground, while the remaining fire dragons dispersed to pursue their own pursuits. It's just a hunting ground, and one that's definitely impossible to completely occupy. It can't support so many fire dragons, so it's not worth sending everyone out. Just send enough fire dragons there to ensure they can dominate. If the other fire dragons can't find prey, they can try their luck there. After the meeting, Luo Yun returned to the nest and immediately spotted Yaji, who had returned from her patrol and was lying in the den, gently flicking her large, thorny tail. After these years of growth, Yaji's growth rate has slowed significantly. Compared to before the migration, her length is now only 22 meters. Of course, among female fire dragons, this size is incredibly close to the limit for a battle-hardened female. Compared to the slender figure of a young girl just reaching adulthood a few years ago, Yaji is now considerably more robust. The dark green scales, with a golden metallic hue adorned her flowing tail, impeccably smooth. The distinct spines on her shoulders, and neck draped like a noblewoman's shawl, draped perfectly around her body. The long back rose and fell slightly with Yaji's rhythmic and steady breathing. At this moment, seemingly feeling a little uncomfortable lying down, Yaji slowly turned sideways, tucking her long tail to her side, and shifting to a sideways position. For some reason, Luo Yun felt that Yaji looked absolutely stunning in this state, like a noblewoman adorned with gold and silver, adorned with jewelry, and taking a nap at home after carefully dressing herself. He unconsciously lowered his voice, slowed his pace, and slowly approached Yaji's side. Instantly, the tip of her nose was filled with the scent of Yaji. Perhaps sensing Luo Yun's scent as well, Yaji slowly opened her bright eyes, and subconsciously prepared to stand, offering her warm nest to Luo Yun. To her surprise, Luo Yun suddenly opened his mouth and bit the top of Yaji's neck. The scraping of his teeth against her scales made a rustling sound. As if struck by fate on the back of the neck, Yaji, initially startled and ready to struggle, suddenly stopped, lowering herself obediently, allowing Luo Yun to gently nibble at the scales above her neck. But her tail, whether out of unhappiness or some other emotion, quietly rose, tapping Luo Yun again and again. Feeling Yaji's restless little tail gently tapping against him, Luo Yun fought back, biting harder and attempting to entangle his tail with Yaji's restless tail. Their entanglement and intertwining made their shadows occasionally form a heart shape. Woo! A sound like a cub's whimper escaped Yaji's mouth. Luo Yun spread one wing and covered her with his, pressing their faces tightly together, rubbing gently. In this small nest, they cuddled together, feeling each other's affection. 2 more years, almost. Perhaps due to his approaching adulthood, Luo Yun, now in his 3rd period of rapid growth, had not only surpassed Yaji in size, reaching nearly 23 meters in length, but he was also experiencing some psychological urges. In the past, he had enjoyed this kind of close contact with Yaji, and he had greatly enjoyed this atmosphere during his free time, but he had never felt such urges. Now, the psychological part was there, but the physical part was still a little off. But it was almost over. Only 2 years, it flew by in the blink of an eye, time passed, and a few days passed after that meeting. When the male fire dragons who had gone to support returned, they encountered the same situation as the previous batch, which made the fire dragon group excited. You have to remember that this time, including the initial batch, there were a total of 14 male fire dragons, and all of the support males were capable of residing in the middle of the ancient tree. As mentioned before, the strength of the ancient tree fire dragon group is an irregular pyramid structure, with a small number of fire dragon families occupying the top and middle parts, and the majority of fire dragon families residing in the lower parts. But even so, they were still beaten back. The slap was truly resounding. This was a herd of ancient tree fire dragons, comprising the strongest fire dragons of the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland. Even with 14 male fire dragons deployed, they were miserably beaten back. Were the opponents police-level monsters or some other special individuals? Luo Yun, somewhat restless, and the other fire dragons, who happened to be in the settlement, took off, flying towards the bay. Wow! What a spectacular sight! Should we follow? Inside the hunter camp, the editor lowered her binoculars and excitedly pleaded with her fellow hunter. Follow from a distance. It's dangerous to get too close. Faced with such an unprecedented scene, even this hunter, known for her composure, could not contain her excitement. Amidst the editor's cheers, she called over 2 pterosaurs with fire dragon scales on their necks. The hook claw launched, accurately catching the pterosaur. With that, the 2 pterosaurs, along with the 2 members of the investigation team, carefully followed the fire dragons, flying in the same direction. On the cliffs by the sea dragons devoured their catch. Ever since the water dragons and the male fire dragon were driven back by them, this bay had become their territory. Aside from aquatic beasts and the meager daimyo shield crabs that ate the scraps, no other predators dared to hunt here, so they lived a very comfortable life. One of the white sea dragons, in particular, occupied the prime position, raising its head and surveying the surroundings. No sea dragon dared to approach within 10 meters of it. Chapter 155. This subspecies of sea dragon, the white sea dragon, boasts a white and light blue quartz carapace. Beyond its carapace, its physique is virtually identical to the original species. However, its length reaches a staggering 31 meters, making it a truly behemoth. The ordinary sea dragons beside it look like stunted vegetables. As a subspecies of sea dragon, its ecological niche is comparable to the blue wrath dragon, a subspecies of male wrath dragon. However, in terms of power, the white sea dragon possesses even greater strength. Without any external aid, it can unleash a voltage even more terrifying than that of a thunder wolf dragon in its supercharged state. This stronger physique and more violent temper make the white sea dragon significantly more dangerous than ordinary sea dragons. Its superior muscle activity and electrical cell activity make its combat capabilities on land just as powerful as those in water. That's right, the white sea dragon, a monster resembling a Chinese dragon, is actually an amphibious creature. It breathes using lungs, and the bumps on its back aren't spines, but hollow structures housing its electrical cells called the dorsal shell. When the white sea dragon's muscles tense, its electrical cells activate. Through its dorsal shell, which is highly conductive, far exceeding even that of ordinary species, it can create a lightning coiling pattern similar to the supercharged state of a thunder wolf dragon. However, the amount of lightning a white sea dragon can gather is far greater than that of a supercharged thunder wolf dragon, and such lightning can even injure itself. To prevent this and provide a more durable armor, the white sea dragon's shell is infused with insulating quartz, which explains its predominantly white color. To protect its fragile head, the scales on its head have hardened after accumulating a large amount of quartz, making the white sea dragon, which originally had few weaknesses, even more formidable. This subspecies has therefore earned the title Overlord of Two Worlds, far superior to the original species' land-dwelling salted fish. Luo Yun slowly descended from the cliff, observing the leisurely sea dragons below. It must be said that the food in the New World is excellent. Even the sea dragons are much larger. A rough count revealed only about 20, not a large number. So Luo Yun was puzzled. Even with the white sea dragons leading the charge, why were those powerful fire dragons so badly beaten? It's true that sea dragons are powerful, but firstly, they're not particularly agile on land, and secondly, they can't fly. Furthermore, their electric discharge range isn't very large. Simply put, sea dragons, even white sea dragons, lack the ability to launch long-range electric discharge attacks. At best, they can only deliver medium-range electrical currents. Therefore, as long as the male Rathalos didn't charge down to engage in short to medium-range combat, or even opted not to engage at all, and instead sent a few to attract attention, then dived at high speed, snatched up their prey, and fled, what other options did the sea dragons have besides staring blankly or sending out a few token bolts of lightning? Look at those large fish floating on the surface, stunned by the sea dragons. How difficult could it be to capture such immobile, stationary targets? Luo Yun surveyed the group of male Rathalos that descended immediately after him. He couldn't fathom how they had gotten themselves into such a state. Roar! A still wounded male Rathalos growled, glaring fiercely at the sea dragons below the cliff with its blazing pupils. Finally, he looked at Luo Yun with a determined look. Well, without further ado, Luo Yun understood why they had retreated, wounded and defeated. Luo Yun's thoughts were on survival and hunting, while these male fire dragons were focused on occupation and conflict. With just a dozen male fire dragons, charging head-on against the sea dragons led by the white sea dragon, and with no numerical advantage, Luo Yun suspected that with their pitifully small fire bags containing only a small amount of combustible dust, they would likely resort to low-altitude flight and engage in hand-to-hand combat in the final moments. This was indeed the fire dragon's standard combat pattern. In this situation, even the advantage of flight was useless, they would still be beaten. With a light sigh, Luo Yun spread his wings and took off, leading the charge as he dove down towards the bay. As if this were a signal, over 20 male fire dragons took flight, and, led by Luo Yun, they charged at a rapid speed. The fire bags began to generate power, and the area from their chests to their necks began to glow a bright crimson as the temperature rose, and fire energy continued to accumulate in their mouths. The creaking sound of the male fire dragon's wings whipping through the air was detected by the white sea dragon below. It looked up warily, and let out a roar. The sea dragons, previously leisurely basking in the sun, instantly rose to battle stance, their muscles tensing and their dorsal shields lighting up like diodes, a striking blue. Closer, closer. Sensing Luo Yun's combat intent, the male fire dragons gathered their strength, sending explosive fireballs raining down in unison, bombarding the sea dragon herd. Not to be outdone, the sea dragons unleashed a massive electrical current on their dorsal shields, unleashing a massive discharge. These currents were highly conductive. Over a dozen sea dragons combined their discharges to form a vast electric grid. The blinding light collided with the fireball, not only prematurely detonating it but also negating most of its damage. Luo Yun didn't join the other fire dragons, but instead targeted the white sea dragon. When he reached the right spot, Luo Yun's long-accumulated flames erupted in a massive, raging breath. Thick smoke billowed, and a heat wave instantly engulfed the entire beach. Orange-red flames, tinged with bluish-purple, cascaded down in a fan-shaped pattern. For the white sea dragon, there was nothing but flames. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the sand beneath his feet, and the flames pressing down like a dark cloud overhead. The heat-bearing wind pressure stung him, so strong it even drove back the nearby waves. It had seen the breath of many male fire dragons. In the ancient forest's outer river, due to the overlapping territories and hunting grounds, it often encountered male fire dragons, even the blue fire dragon, a subspecies of male fire dragons. But no male fire dragon's flaming breath could reach the power of the seashore. Could it possibly contain such abundant flammable dust? The white sea dragon didn't know. It only knew that it had to take action, or this single blow would be enough to seriously injure it. The electrical shells on its back glowed, and electricity overflowed, continuously cascading between them. The white sea dragon's muscles tensed, and with all his might, he unleashed all his lightning, converging in the air above. The immense currents attracted and converged, even forming a massive spiral vortex. The flames and lightning met, arcs flickering at the ends of the flames. The collision of electric and fire energies produced a cacophony of sounds. The lightning was completely engulfed after barely half a second. How could the hastily gathered lightning of the white sea dragon block this flaming breath, already bearing the initial signs of a calamity of fire after Luo Yun's long accumulation of energy? Unless it was a subspecies of sea dragon, the nether sea dragon was still a reasonable threat. If it was that creature, Luo Yun would have turned and fled. Any hesitation would have been disrespectful to the nether sea dragon. After all, it might even be stronger than a silver wrath dragon. Of course, that was true, but the nether sea dragon, a rare species of sea dragon found only in the deep sea, could never have appeared in shallow waters. The flames burst through the lightning, enveloping it, as the white sea dragon stared in astonishment. The raging flames, with their powerful thrust, toppled the 31-meter-tall beast, sending it plummeting into the water and carrying it dozens of meters away. Even so, Luo Yun showed no sign of stopping. His flames continued to spurt, the tail reaching over 10 meters high and even spreading outward for nearly 50 meters before dissipating. It was rare to encounter a slow target, so Luo Yun simply wanted to blast away as much as he could. But this powerful breath made the male fire dragons anxious. It didn't matter if he burned the white sea dragon, even better, it would be to burn it to death, but the creatures in the shallow waters were innocent. Without them, the fish wouldn't flock to the shallows. Ouch! Brother, stop! Our hunting grounds are about to be destroyed. The male fire dragon's rapid roars likely conveyed this. They abandoned the battle with the sea dragon and anxiously called out to Luo Yun. Realizing the purpose of his voyage, Luo Yun paused his blasts, still unsatisfied. A puff of white mist rose, revealing the surface of the water, bathed in Luo Yun's breath. Fish of varying sizes floated on their stomachs, belly up. An unfortunate sea dragon, caught in the blast, drifted alone, its eyes rolling back. It looked as if it hadn't been able to duck underwater in time, having ingested Luo Yun's breath. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. At this moment, the white sea dragon, its quartz carapace largely melted by the flames, slowly emerged from the water. It exhaled a long breath of hot air, and gazed skyward with lingering fear. The male fire dragon, its entire body ablaze with flames, roared without hesitation and quickly dived into the sea, its injured body dragging itself back down. Had it not been swept into the water by the fiery breath and quickly dived against the wind, it would have been completely incapacitated by the single blow. So, after surfacing and kindly warning the other sea dragons, the white sea dragon made no further move and simply slipped away. Even without the white sea dragon's warning, after seeing Luo Yun's performance, the sea dragons present had already given up on the fight. If it had been just Luo Yun, the male fire dragon, perhaps, relying on their numerical superiority and their experience fighting male fire dragons, they might have put up a fight. But in reality, besides Luo Yun, there were many other male fire dragons present, and their defeat was obvious. The sea dragons were feral, but not without intelligence. Therefore, they quickly turned and dove back into the water. From the sky, dark shadows could be seen moving away from the beach, swimming towards the depths of the ocean. Chapter 156. On the cliff, two men, stealthily observing the battle below through binoculars, gaped with their mouths wide open. They had originally thought that with so many male fire dragons out in force, a fierce battle was bound to ensue. As they had expected, this time the fire dragon's opponents were unexpectedly a herd of sea dragons. These rare monsters were generally only seen by hunters stationed in coastal villages. Hunters primarily active inland could only learn about them from the guild's monster atlas. But, of course, as an elite member of the first group, this hunter naturally possessed a wealth of monster information and was well aware of the sea dragon's ecological niche. At first, they had believed this would be a close fight, with the fire dragons ultimately relying on their numerical superiority to secure victory. But what happened? The fire dragon leader unexpectedly unleashed a volley of flames of such magnitude, defeating the sea dragon, a subspecies of unknown species, with a single blast. Even from this high cliff, they could feel the heat. Honestly, the hunter wondered if he ever faced Luo Yun, he wouldn't even be able to withstand his breath. By the way, he was a katana warrior, without a shield. Is this the power of the ancient tree fire dragon king? Just watching from afar is breathtaking. The editor pulled out a small notebook and quickly sketched Luo Yun's current appearance, recording his fighting style. Fire Dragon King? The katana hunter looked at the incredibly excited editor with a puzzled expression. What is the Fire Dragon King? Hadn't their investigation team always called this male fire dragon the leader of the ancient tree fire dragons? The sword hunter, who had been about to warn the other party, shut up after noticing the editor was completely lost in his own world. What's wrong? Sensing the sword hunter's strange gaze, the editor paused, turning to ask in confusion. The sword hunter thought for a moment, then shook his head, indicating nothing was wrong. Never mind. Everyone in the base calls her fire dragon leader, so let her write as she pleases. The sword hunter thought, raising his telescope and continuing his observation. The editor shrugged, not giving it much thought. His eyes sparkled, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at his notes, and nodded with great satisfaction. Below the cliff, the roars and cheers of the male fire dragons echoed through the bay, celebrating this incredibly easy victory. They circled Luo Yun, expressing both admiration for his strength and respect for him. Amidst this atmosphere, Luo Yun raised his head slightly, gazing at the distant horizon, and let out a roar that was no longer childish. He then swooped down first, snatched up a sea fish over 7 meters long, and returned to shore. As the male fire dragons watched, he bit into the fish's belly with a fierce rip, tearing off a large chunk of bloody flesh. Seeing this, the male fire dragons roared with excitement, rushing towards the fish floating on the surface, their white bellies turned up, drifting with the current. This gluttonous feast, symbolizing victory, began with Luo Yun's first move. The male fire dragons knew that the sea dragon's defeat did not mean they had abandoned this hunting ground. This is a bay, after all, and the sea dragons have a natural advantage. They return sooner or later. However, the fire dragons, victorious this time, will dominate this hunting ground. Unless a sea dragon emerges capable of repelling Luo Yuan, just as the male fire dragons did this time in revenge, this will remain a hunting ground dominated by fire dragons until the fire dragons leave. This is, of course, the default behavior of monsters living in groups, a natural phenomenon. Admittedly, the abundance of sea fish in this bay surprised Luo Yuan somewhat. He hadn't expected the sea fish of this world to share similar habits to those of some in his previous life, gathering in the warmer shallows to absorb heat and regulate their hypothermia. This, therefore, created the existence of this hunting ground. With this hunting ground, the fire dragons can safely survive this winter without worrying about food. Furthermore, Luo Yuan successfully helped the fire dragons seize the hunting grounds at virtually no cost during this battle. He seemed to be gradually solidifying his position as the leader of the fire dragons, rather than just one of the leading dragons. As the sun set, the male fire dragons returned with a bountiful harvest, nearly every one catching 2 large fish. These fish, whether fed to their young and kittens or preserved as food reserves, were the envy of the other fire dragon families. They had been hunting normally today and had not participated in the battle. Therefore, as they watched the massive sea fish, tears of envy welled up on their lips. After resolving the matter in the bay, Luo Yuan's life returned to a peaceful state. The fire dragons, seemingly orchestrated by some unknown process, began rotating their forces. Every day, a different battle-hardened fire dragon couple, or the Kanjiing fire dragon couple, would lead the charge to the bay, precisely to prevent a counterattack from the sea dragons. During this period, the sea dragons occasionally engaged in skirmishes with the fire dragons. Even with the presence of the white sea dragon, the fire dragons, always fighting alongside the unruly fire dragon couple, were completely subdued. Outnumbered, and even inferior in quality, the bay gradually became the fire dragons' home turf. During their hunting season, no other monsters would come to contest their prey, and a harmonious and peaceful existence began to coexist there. At the starry stronghold, the Grand Commander returned, exhausted, carrying a small animal skin bag. It contained the thorns shed by the Nergiganes that he had collected during this period. As expected, he had lost them again. After searching the great Ant Mound wasteland for a while, finding no trace of the ancient dragon, Nergigant reluctantly left the wasteland and crossed the Grand Canyon back to the land of dragon crystals. The Grand Canyon's sheer cliffs, like a natural barrier, blocked the investigation team's path. The Grand Commander, for the time being, didn't want to waste too much time and energy in such a desolate place, where even few living creatures existed, so the pursuit of Nergigant was ultimately abandoned. Nergigant's thorns were inventoried and stored in the warehouse. After everyone had departed, a phantom figure loomed. After glancing at the thorns stored in the box with a touch of fear and disgust, the long tongue darted out with remarkable dexterity, expertly scooping up today's supply of secret medicine and star roast from a prominently displayed tray. Miss Dragon's figure vanished completely from the warehouse. Chapter 157. Let me tell you, the breath of that ancient tree fire dragon king is truly powerful. It can make the entire ocean surface boil. Not only that, I heard the flames wrapped around its body alone can turn an entire area into a high-temperature zone, no less intense than the Flame King dragon we were chasing earlier. Yes, yes. It can kill an entire group of sea dragons with a single breath. Even an ancient dragon would be capable of this kind of performance. The sword hunter drank juice in the gathering hall, listening to the increasingly exaggerated rumors around the table, feeling incredibly exhausted. Why hadn't he corrected the editor in time? Not only had the name of the fire dragon leader been completely changed, but even the stories about his achievements became increasingly exaggerated. If this continued, wouldn't it become a legendary figure capable of igniting the entire new world with a single wave of its wings? Though he wanted to stop this from happening, and even publicly stated more than once that the investigation team's records must be factual, neither exaggerating nor devaluing, but in truth, he had truly underestimated the gossipy nature of humans. It was unknown what the editor's notes contained, but the legends about the fire dragon leader continued to grow more and more exaggerated. His words carried little weight, and after explaining it that day, they seemed to have forgotten it the next day and continued to exaggerate their achievements. In the end, he had given up. I'm tired. Let it be. I'm just a hunter anyway. Recording data and researching reports isn't my job. It's wrong, so what? This wasn't a good outcome for the normally reserved Tachi hunter, so he chose not to engage in the conversation. Hey, what's up? Why are you here alone? The Grand Commander sat down next to the Tachi hunter. Soon, a fey cat came running over with a large plate filled with grilled meat and fruit. The special grilled meat set you requested, details Fire Dragon Meow. It smells delicious. I heard this specialty tells meat is not only effective for hunters, but even for fire dragons, it can increase their stamina recovery. Would you like some? The Grand Commander sniffed a large piece of grilled meat smothered in a secret sauce on the plate. The mere sight of it was incredibly appetizing. No, I tried it. This slightly spicy flavor isn't really my cup of tea. The Tachi hunter shook his head. The Grand Commander nodded without pretense, then picked up his knife and fork and began to devour the food. The first bite, a slightly spicy flavor, exploded on the taste buds. Then, as the meat was swallowed, a warm current began to spread from the tail end to the entire body. It felt like being in a lava field, burning hot, and beads of sweat formed on the forehead. It wasn't particularly spicy, but it felt like being transformed into a fire dragon, breathing fire with just the opening of its mouth. Hiss, refreshing. As expected of the cat chef of the fire dragon detail clan, praised by even the Sita, the Grand Master felt his strength and energy surge as the heat flowed through his body. It was said that these mutated details seemed to have developed a special organ, significantly improving their tolerance to high temperatures and fire energy, and consequently, their sensitivity to energy. Perhaps this is why they're such excellent cat food cooks. The Tachi hunter noticed the Grand Leader's performance. While the Tur's special recipe wasn't quite to his liking, he had to admit that the cat food they prepared was truly exquisite and of great benefit to the hunters. Captain, The Tachi hunter seemed to regret his words after speaking, as if he felt it would be impolite to interrupt the Grand Leader while he was eating. What's wrong? The Grand Leader chewed on the barbecue and looked at the Tachi hunter with confusion. This hunter was a member of the first group, and they had known each other for over 10 years. The Grand Leader knew the Tachi hunter well, cautious and calm, but with a weakness for being indecisive and a bit reserved. If he didn't take the initiative to respond, he probably wouldn't say what he wanted to say. It's like this. The rumors circulating in the base these past few days about that fire dragon leader aren't entirely true. Oh, you mean the fire dragon king of the ancient tree? I heard about that, too. My goodness, these guys just love to stir up trouble. They're simply exaggerating. The Grand Commander shook his head, picking up some nearby fruit to cleanse himself. Why are you also? Although the Grand Commander's words indicated that he knew the rumors were somewhat false, wasn't it you who coined the title Fire Dragon Leader? How come you become the Fire Dragon King now? However, since the higher-ups of the investigation team knew that the current battle records were exaggerated, it was just a title, and there was no need to dwell on it. The Fire Dragon King is the Fire Dragon King. The sword hunter gave up. Since everyone was calling him that, he just went along with it. As long as the scholars don't mess around, it'd be fine. But since the Grand Commander knows it's an exaggeration, there shouldn't be any problems on their side either. The sword hunter thought, raising his glass and gulping down the juice. On the first floor of the Star Stronghold, the scholars sorted through the notes brought back by the compilers, recording some key points. The king of the ancient tree fire dragons, whose flames rival those of the legendary Flame King Dragon, utterly annihilated a swarm of sea dragons, including a suspected special subspecies, with a single flaming breath. This individual of such strength has only been reported in the New World, and may possess the destructive power of an ancient dragon. The scholar finished recording and closed the book with great satisfaction. He would submit it back to the old world upon the next contact ship's arrival. A unique ancient dragon-level individual. My old colleagues in the old world would surely be envious. As for whether the record is authentic, this is excerpted from the compiler's notes. And with so many hunters in the base spreading the story, how could it be false? In the back mountains of the Starry Base, in the medicinal plant cultivation area, 2 fey cats were diligently watering their medicinal plants, unaware that beyond the fence, a transparent figure gazed with satisfaction at the flourishing herbs, mushrooms, and insects growing within. Having lived here for so long, with the high intelligence of the Mist Dragon, he understood many things simply by looking. He knew very well that both the snacks he often ate and the barbecue with special effects were inseparable from the things grown here. Therefore, after Xiaolong strolled around, he would come here to take a lunch break, except for staying under the boat on the cliff. What stood out was a life of idleness. At this moment, the perceptive Xiaolong suddenly sent something flying towards them. He immediately stood up and looked in that direction, only to see a poisonous demon bird passing by. He then noticed that the plantation contained plants unique to the New World, such as popping walnuts and cotton spore grass. Furthermore, the plantation was located in the back of the mountain, with no significant defenses nearby, save for 2 small fella cats. So, he decided to come down and have a good meal. This left Xiaolong somewhat torn. His large eyes glanced at the 2 fella cats, who were still happily watering and pruning branches, oblivious to the situation, and then at the poisonous demon bird that was beginning to descend at a low altitude in the distance. He shook his head, and a thick mist began to form in the air. Soon, the mist enveloped the entire star stronghold, along with a large area surrounding it. What's going on? Why is the fog suddenly rising? The hunters were puzzled. The New World's climate was usually relatively stable, and it wasn't even morning, so why was there such a thick fog? Sensing something amiss, the hunters became alert and released their guide insects. But for some reason, these guide insects seemed to be affected by the fog, constantly flying around, as if they had lost themselves. As the Mist Dragon, having lived in the New World for many years, undiscovered even by any ancient dragon, his poisonous fogs were even more diverse. Creating a less dangerous fog that could affect vision and perception was a piece of cake for him. So, while the investigation team could only remain vigilant, the Mist Dragon quietly took off. Upon reaching the right position, its tongue darted out, tightly wrapping around the dazed poisoned bird's neck like a vine, silencing it as a gust of poisonous breath instantly struck its face. With a cracking sound, the poisoned bird's neck was easily snapped, its horrific poison seeping through its body, instantly taking its life. Carrying the poisoned bird's corpse in his forelimbs, Xiaolong quietly slid through the dense fog, crossing the sky above the stronghold, flying to the coast, and tossing the poisoned bird's body into the sea. Then, calmly and confidently, he flew back to the bottom of the star ship, yawning with boredom. If he hadn't sensed the goodwill shown to him by the investigation team, he wouldn't have bothered to take action. Speaking of which, why not just renovate that slightly raised platform on the back of the cliff and build a nest there? It seems like a good place for a lazy fishing life. Xiaolong pondered silently, feeling a bit undecided. Without Xiaolong's control, the dense fog quickly dissipated, and the scattered guide insects quickly calmed down and returned to the insect cages on the hunter's waist. The two felines in the medicinal plant cultivation area looked at each other. The fog had dissipated, still unsure of what had happened. The entire investigation team searched the area and found nothing unusual, save for the usual missing star barbecue and secret medicine from the warehouse. Thus, the incident passed with pensive expressions on the team's leadership. Besides the team's leadership, only the fire dragon Rathalos, who had come to the star base, breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances of lingering fear. Their companions must have known what the inexplicable thick fog had meant. As cats who had witnessed such a situation before, they were nearly terrified. Thankfully, this time, he seemed to have no ill intentions. It was merely a simple act of dispersing the fog. It was unknown which unfortunate individual had been targeted by he. Chapter 158. Winter passes, spring arrives. The cold snap begins to recede, life revives, and plants sprout new buds. Various herbivorous creatures leave their nests. After a winter of rest and recuperation, many herbivorous dragons, whose numbers had been drastically reduced, recover, and carnivorous monsters, which had been dormant for the winter, begin to become active. It's unknown how many creatures died during the winter, but with the arrival of spring, the fire dragon's hunting situation has significantly improved. That day, Luo Yun flew over the swamp. The swamp's lush grass and lack of large carnivorous monsters make it a habitat for many herbivorous creatures. After the fire dragons migrated here, male fire dragons became common large carnivorous monsters, in addition to the swamp's mud dragons, and the female fire dragons that inhabit the great Ant-Mound wasteland. Luo Yun's body glided low over the area. Below, the herbivorous dragon's egg, leisurely returning to its nest, was startled by the huge shadow and, in its panic, threw the egg into the air. It shattered with a clatter as it fell to the ground, the egg liquid flowing into the swamp. The scratching bird stared blankly at its empty paws, then at the egg liquid being absorbed by the swamp. It croaked with tears in its eyes, then dejectedly returned the way it had come. It was going to steal eggs again, but it wasn't sure if it could avoid the crown dragon's pursuit this time. After teasing the scratching bird, Luo Yun was in high spirits. Just as he was about to gain altitude, a red distress signal suddenly lit up in the distance, followed by the faint cries of a fire dragon cub. Clearly, the hunters of the investigation team and the deter cats of the fire dragon clan had run into trouble, and as a last resort, they had sounded the distress signal and the rescue horn. Having just finished his meal and feeling bored, Luo Yun turned and flew in that direction. In the swamp, for cats from the ancient tree fire dragon clan were pushing a wooden plank. A severely wounded hunter lay on it, clutching his wounds. His face was pale, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the wounds between his waist and thighs. Another editor, guarded by the cats, continuously drove away the young mudfish dragons, attracted by the smell of blood. However, their sheer number slowed their progress. Not far away, 2 sand dragons were tumbling in the swamp. Just as they had shaken off an entangled mudfish dragon, they were immediately entangled by a new mudfish dragon, like a python's coils. A swarm of mudfish dragon juveniles now surrounded the battlefield. Seeing a sand dragon fall, they would immediately swim over, seeking an opportunity to penetrate its nose or wounds. During the winter, the swamp's rising water level caused the migration of the shoal dragons, leaving the shoal dragons without a predator. During that period of continuous heavy rain, the shoal dragons began to reproduce in large numbers. Even though their cannibalistic nature and the presence of some fish-eating creatures reduced the survival rate of their young, the absence of shoal dragons meant that the number of shoal dragon larvae surviving after the spring was still astonishing. This hunting team had come to investigate the anomalies in the swamp, but they hadn't expected to encounter a fierce battle between shoal dragons and shoal dragons. Out of curiosity, they inadvertently ventured deeper into the swamp and were attacked by multiple shoal dragons. Caught off guard, the hunters were injured. Logically speaking, even if there were multiple mudfish dragons, a mesosaur-like monster, a surprise attack wouldn't have been enough to injure a seasoned first-class hunter like this. The trouble lay with the young mudfish dragons hiding in the mud. Mudfish dragon juveniles were small, about the size of ordinary small aquatic fish, but they were born with a strong carnivorous nature. Besides cannibalism, they survived by consuming the scraps left by their prey. They also parasitized creatures by burrowing into their mouths, noses, wounds, and other openings, devouring their host's internal organs. To this end, the young mudfish dragons even had numerous barbs on their gills to prevent their hosts from throwing them out. Thus, attracted by the scent of blood, hunters had to contend with the attacks of the mudfish dragons while simultaneously defending themselves against the stealthy attacks of numerous young mudfish dragons. In this situation, even though the hunter was highly experienced, he misjudged the current situation in the swamp and found himself surrounded. As the saying goes, a long defense leads to a loss. Ultimately, the hunter was caught by the juvenile ichthyosaur, which bit him and snared him with its gill barbs. To avoid further harm, the hunter and the editors fought their way to a dry patch in the swamp. Enduring the pain, they forcibly tore the juvenile ichthyosaur free. After drinking the wound medicine to sustain themselves, they not only called for assistance from the cat cart, but also sounded a distress signal. To their surprise, even though the cats pushed the cart over, the ichthyosaurs in the swamp had been awakened and were constantly stalking the area. For a time, even the cats were unable to evacuate. Hence the scene Luo Yun witnessed. From high above, Luo Yun easily spotted 2 mud dragons lurking in the mud, poised to attack at any moment, along with the swarms of mud dragon cubs constantly surging around them. Luo Yun couldn't tell the exact length of the 2 mud dragons, but judging by the shadows, they were approximately 16 meters. Combined with the terrain's advantage, even the cats and the editor couldn't escape their encirclement. Roar! A resounding roar echoed as Luo Yun lowered his altitude, flying low over the cats. The pressure from his higher ecological position, accompanied by this roar, frightened the mud dragons in the mud below. The cats' faces lit up at Luo Yun's arrival, and they quickly dragged their wooden planks through the mud. Luo Yun, however, watched them intently from above, taking in every detail. Unfazed by the harshness of nature, the young mudfish dragons lost their composure first, daring to swim towards the cats right under Luo Yun's nose. Luo Yun wasn't about to give them any scorn. With a flick of his wings, a flood of flammable liquid, laced with flames, descended, directly covering the area where the young mudfish dragons were advancing. The mud quickly dried in the intense heat, and a group of young mudfish dragons, unable to escape in time, crackled as they were burned by the flames. A mudfish dragon's scales weren't particularly defensive in themselves, and drying under the scorching heat made them incredibly fragile. Even adult mudfish dragons, without their mud armor, wouldn't dare to be burned by the flames, let alone these young ones. Despite the instant destruction of a large number of young, the 2 mudfish dragons showed no sign of emotion. However, faced with Luo Yun's pressure, they surprisingly showed no sign of fleeing. One even raised its upper body and blew a mouthful of mud mixed with a special fluid in its water bag, spraying it at Luo Yun. Perhaps the changes in the swamp over the past few months have made life too easy for the mudfish dragons, and their numbers have increased, causing them to lose some of their fear of high-pitched monsters. Moving aside, he saw out of the corner of his eye that the cats had already fled with the hunters. Luo Yun took a deep breath and then exhaled a breath, covering the 2 mudfish dragons as they watched in panic. The mud on their bodies quickly solidified, and then the extremely high temperature quickly penetrated them. With no other choice, they burrowed into the mud and rolled around, trying to mitigate the damage with the water in the mud. Unfortunately, In the area covered by the flame's breath, the moisture in the mud evaporated rapidly due to the high temperature, and the swamp turned into arid land in an instant. The two mud dragons were wrapped in the fixed mud in pain, and as the land solidified, they were completely buried in it. Chapter 159. What an astonishing power of fire! The injured hunter lay on the plank, seemingly near death. But after Luo Yun easily dispatched two mud dragons with a single breath of fire and transformed a swamp into dry land, he found strength from nowhere, propping himself up on one hand, eyes wide open and letting out a cry of amazement. You have to remember that they were in the lower middle part of the swamp, where abundant groundwater resources meant a layer of water covered the entire surface. It was no simple muddy swamp. Under such circumstances, a single breath of fire not only evaporated the water in the swamp, but also dispatched two mud dragons burrowed into the mud. The difficulty and visual impact of this were far beyond his comprehension. As a hunter in the first group, he had at least been an elite hunter who had hunted thunder wolf dragons alone and faced the absolutely powerful boom dragon head-on, even though his previous injury prevented him from participating in the Flame King Dragon investigation. But Luo Yun's performance, in his opinion, while not as impressive as that of the Flame King Dragon, was still a display of absolute strength at the top of ordinary creatures. Is this the might of the ancient tree fire dragon king? Just a breath of fire. For hunters, who haven't had extensive experience with monsters above the level of ancient dragons, in their worldview, the overall combat capabilities of ordinary monsters are primarily melee, supplemented by elemental damage. Speed between monsters is usually decided by melee. How could a breath of fire alone defeat an opponent? This perspective isn't entirely wrong. After all, it's true. Ordinary monsters below the ancient dragon level, with the exception of a few exceptional individuals, typically fight in melee combat, with breath damage and attribute damage often serving only as supplementary means. Only a very small number of legendary hunters, or those with good fortune, have ever participated in or observed the combat methods of monsters above the ancient dragon level. Except for a few melee-focused monsters or rare ancient dragon-level species, the combat style is essentially reversed. A volley of breaths of various attribute energies, the clash of energies representing the proper combat style at that level. Thus, the power of Luo Yun's breath alone reshaped the worldview of both the hunter and the editor. To hunters from the old world, the naive new world monsters, uninitiated by the various monster hunter technologies and the hunter's hunting methods, truly resemble those of country children. But equally, for hunters who haven't yet come face to face with an ancient dragon, who only felt its aftermath but never witnessed high-energy combat, aren't they just country kids? For a Grand Captain, or even a hunter who tracked the Flame King Dragon and participated in that battle, Luo Yun's breath would at best elicit a gasp of admiration. A worthy admiration for a special fire dragon capable of forcing back a swarm of sea dragons with a single breath. How could this hunter be completely stunned? The flame burned out, leaving the dry, cracked earth with puffs of smoke rising from the cracks. On the surface, nothing remained except the partially carbonized fin. In the distance, the mudfish dragons and sand dragons, previously engaged in a lively fight, halted their movements, as if by agreement. The mudfish dragons retreated, swimming swiftly towards the deeper waters. Meanwhile, the two sand dragons, their eyes red, roared in the direction the mudfish dragons had left. Without even a moment's thought to catch their breath or soothe their wounds, they quickly retreated towards the shallows. Luo Yun's fire had saved their lives, otherwise, they would have perished from the mudfish dragons' deathly clutches, or from the juvenile mudfish dragons invading their bodies. After the cats paddled their planks to the shallows, a whistle evoked a crested dragon lurking in the surrounding reeds, allowing the cats to cast a rope and drag the planks ashore. Yes, these cats were the Wasteland Dettels, newly recruited members of the ancient Treefire Dragon clan. Because of their familiarity with the wasteland and their knowledge of crested dragon taming, they had been singled out to this hunter camp, some distance from their settlement, to oversee the rescue of the cat cart. This wasn't a case of exclusion. The ancient Treefire Dragon clan's cats were indeed underrepresented, but the wasteland cats, having grown up in such a barren environment, struggled to care for fire dragon cubs or clean nests. Furthermore, the survey team had long hoped the ancient Treefire Dragon clan's cats could spare some manpower to assist with the survey work in the wasteland. So, after much discussion, the wasteland cats were finally assigned the responsibility of guiding the hunters and providing cat cart rescue services. Seeing the hunters successfully dragged ashore, the rescue mission considered complete, Luo Yun didn't hesitate, not even leaving behind a scale as identification, as the fire dragons of ordinary groups would, so the survey team could deliver their reward later. Instead, it turned and flew away, passing over the heads of the hunters and cats. This startled the pterosaurs that had received the distress signal and were rushing towards them, nearly forcing the hunters, who were hanging by their feet, to perform a high-altitude forced landing. It doesn't leave its scales? The editor had been prepared to accept Luo Yun's scales, but unexpectedly, he defied the rules and left without hesitation. Well, we don't know either, meow. The cats of the Wasteland tribe were also somewhat puzzled. They had only been members of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan so recently that they hadn't even recognized all the fire dragons in the group. Of course, they knew Luo Yun's appearance, which was inseparable from the fire dragon deter's propaganda about him. It seemed that these cats were trying to spread their teachings to the entire ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. They wanted the great fire dragon boss to be worshipped not only by fire dragon deter, but also by all the cats of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan. As for why Luo Yun didn't keep his scales, that's a joke. Putting aside the fact that he didn't need the reward, let's just talk about his scales. Because the swordsmanship master was now a special hunter directly under the commander-in-chief, he stayed at the base every day. When he had nothing else to do, he loved polishing his blazing wings great sword. Now, the entire investigation team knew that the weapon, made of materials comparable to fantasy, was forged from the scales of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon boss. Later, they successfully purchased some of Luo Yun and Yaji's recently acquired scales from Fire Dragon Deter at a great price. The swordsman's weapons and armor were upgraded with these new scales. Looking at the swordsman's armor, embellished with green and gold, and the greatsword's patterns, red and silver, while Zhanwei steadily maintained his white slash, the hunters drooled with envy. From then on, equipment crafted with Luo Yun and Aji's materials became the most coveted item among the investigation team's hunters. It's not that the investigation team doesn't have better materials than Luo Yun and Aji's scales. For example, the materials from the Golden Lion and Devil Rex currently stored in the warehouse are superior to Luo Yun's scales. But that's all just empty talk. That little bit of material isn't even enough for research. So how could it possibly be given to the hunters? In contrast, Luo Yun and Aji's materials could be obtained from the Fire Dragon Deter for a reasonable price, which is far easier than actually hunting a Heinisch monster. Therefore, in this situation, the star-roasted meat, secret medicines, and specially formulated venoms that other fire dragons coveted, they were merely daily offerings to Luo Yun from the Fire Dragon Detel cats. This was also why he completely disregarded the unspoken rule of leaving behind his scales. Chapter 160. The three hunters who arrived to support the pterosaurs struggled to steady themselves amidst the panicked pterosaurs. Watching the male fire dragon retreat with no intent to attack, cold sweat formed in their hands. If attacked from this height, they would be in great danger. Although there had never been a record of a hunter dying from a fall, that was because the places where the hunters fell were generally deep in the mountains and forests. If they died from a fall, they would become food for the monsters, their bodies never to be found. This was why there were only records of hunters dying in battle, not from falling. At the edge of the swamp, the hunters landed safely. Watching Cat loading the injured hunter onto a cart, and the four tamed crested dragons nearby, they felt a mixture of envy and a certain warmth. It was said that the animal taming class established jointly with the Fire Dragon Detel had begun to show results. The first batch of thieves, trained with medicinal herbs and showing significant improvements in all aspects, were about to be released. This would significantly reduce the risks for the hunters' ground activities and hunting expeditions. Then I won't have to envy that dog-riding kid anymore. How did you manage to escape? Was it that Rathalos' help? And why are you two so dejected? It was just a small investigation mission. If you failed, you failed. We're all veterans. You don't need my help adjusting your mindset, right? The hunters who came to support saw the editor, head bowed and dejected, lying on the cart, clutching their wounds and remaining silent. They assumed they were having trouble accepting the mission failure. Since the investigation team arrived in the New World, the number of failed missions could fill a counter. These two are veterans, so why couldn't they handle it this time? Dragon scales. What? The editor's voice was a little soft, and the hunters who came to support him were momentarily stunned. I said, we didn't get the Fire Dragon King's scales. What? The supporting hunter explained, subconsciously looking in the direction Luo Yun had left. The male fire dragon was no longer in sight. The one who just supported you was the ancient Tree Fire Dragon King? And he didn't even leave any scales behind? The editor nodded and sighed deeply. The hunter's expression suddenly became strange. No wonder he looked lost. If that person had left his scales behind, not only could they use them as equipment, or keep them as heirlooms, or even exchange them for supplies, they would be very useful. You know, The scales of the ancient tree fire dragon king are not only rare in the New World stronghold, but even in the Old World, they would still be extremely valuable. My condolences. The hunter patted the editor's shoulder, an uncontrollable smile on his face. As expected, people fear their friend's sudden wealth more than their own success. While they knew their current mindset was wrong, they couldn't help but laugh at the thought of these two people missing out on a piece of material worth a significant amount of research points. Get lost. Even though they knew these guys meant no harm, seeing the smirks on their faces, the editor couldn't help but punch them. Ready, meow. Let's go, meow. The cats rode on the back of the Spur of the Moon dragon, which had been tied with reins, one end of which was a cart. Having received the warning, the few who had immediately taken their guard. As for the injured hunter's injuries, having already taken a secret potion and a severe wound potion, aside from a slight weakness and limited mobility for a while, there were no other issues. They only needed to return to camp to recuperate. Luo Yun spread his wings and soared through the clouds. With the departure of winter, the sky was no longer so chilly. Finding a group of rattle-pterosaurs beginning their daily migration, he rushed in, grabbed one, and, with his claws, snapped its neck. Then, Luo Yun began his return journey. At the junction of the wasteland and the forest, the ancient tree fire dragons lived. From afar, the temperature above their habitat was noticeably higher than elsewhere. It was early spring, yet it felt like the scorching heat of summer. Luo Yun landed in his nest, and casually tossed the rattle-pterosaur's corpse aside. He didn't see Yaji inside. She must be out patrolling her territory. At that moment, there wasn't a single dead grass around Luo Yun's nest, and the trees seemed to be growing well. The temperature throughout the nest remained around 35 degrees Celsius. Even at night, when the temperature fluctuated significantly, it could dip to 30 degrees. The mixture of life energy and fire energy in the air began to slowly increase, invisible to the naked eye, with Luo Yun's return. Symbiosis. Slot 2. Ancient Tree Fire Dragon Swarm. It was quite remarkable that the second slot had successfully included the Fire Dragon Swarm. Luo Yun had thought that symbiotic relationships only existed between different species. But it turns out that even organisms of the same species could be considered symbiotic. Indeed, Luo Yun had underestimated the concept of symbiosis. The relationship between organisms is called biological symbiosis, and within the same species, there are also social symbiosis and other relationships. Perhaps due to their similar ecological niches, the moment the fire dragon swarm was placed in the symbiosis slot, he felt it almost instantly. The entire fire dragon swarm, ranked by status, resembles a pyramid, forming a vast network between life energy and fire energy. The higher up the pyramid, the more benefits it reaps within this network. Just as it is now, the life energy and fire energy within Luo Yun's lair have both experienced a miraculous increase, and he himself has forged a connection with the fire dragons that can only be understood but not explained. His physique has grown at an accelerated rate in this symbiotic relationship. With the dual blessing of the Earth Vein tributary and the symbiotic relationship, his transformation rate has reached 37% in just one winter. 6% a quarter, that's a full 24% a year. In just a few years, he could transform into a silver fire dragon. That's a rare species that surpasses ordinary ancient dragons. It's no exaggeration to say he's ascended to heaven in a single step. Thus, Luo Yun felt a surge of excitement, and even now he hasn't recovered. As for the reason for his sudden symbiotic relationship with the fire dragon swarm, Luo Yun believed the trigger must be the bay that was the source of the dispute with the sea dragons. Because they required long periods of leadership from a powerful fire dragon couple, and often engaged in group battles with sea dragons, the fire dragon group's sociality rapidly improved, ultimately becoming fully formed. Luo Yun, as the most powerful, youngest, and most promising male fire dragon, combined with his past performances, successfully conquered all the fire dragons of the ancient tree fire dragon group. Thus, their sociality was complete, and he became the undisputed leader of the fire dragons. Chapter 161. It must be said that sometimes opportunities arise unexpectedly. Originally, Luo Yun viewed the battle with the sea dragon as simply a call to arms. Winning would improve the lives of the less powerful fire dragons, while losing wouldn't be a major problem. But he still underestimated the fire dragon's inner pride. Is that bay hunting ground truly just a place where dragons can eat their fill? No, that bay hunting ground doesn't just mean starvation. As before, these fire dragons can bring back their excess prey, using it as a gift to support their cubs and cats. For the fire dragons of the ancient tree fire dragon group today, strength is no longer the sole criterion. The ability to hunt for food, to feed themselves and their families, while also providing for the cats that care for them, is also the criterion for determining whether a male fire dragon is strong enough. During that time, they often went hungry, and their young even had to rely on the cats, whom they had always considered their vassals and captives, for food. This was undoubtedly a torment for the proud fire dragons. Under these circumstances, the fire dragons once again had a hunting ground where they could occasionally bring back prey and enjoy the services of the cats with peace of mind. This made the lower-class fire dragons extremely valued. Coupled with the group struggles, the concepts of class, status, and tribe gradually deepened over time. Seeing the benefits of group activities, they also began to accept them from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, the fire dragon's previously very loose tribe concept was successfully established. For fire dragons in the past, becoming the leader of a pack was a thankless task. Fire dragons, especially males, have a very narrow ecological niche. As long as they don't venture into dangerous places like the Dragon Crystal Land, where they require a strong foundation, they can thrive anywhere. They can live well without a pack and raise their own small families. Thus, without sufficient external pressure and internal connections, fire dragons within a pack, regardless of their strength, often only pay lip service to their status rather than truly obey orders. Furthermore, fire dragons in the New World value strength and choose mates based on strength rather than status. Consequently, a mate's priority is negligible. Thus, the position of leader was truly useless in the past. But now, thanks to the symbiotic nature of fire dragons, the position of fire dragon leader has finally become useful, and quite useful. Looking at this abundant energy and feeling the efficiency of its circulation within my body is an experience I never experienced before. Furthermore, within this pyramid of energy, Luo Yun could also sense the status of each fire dragon within the ancient tree fire dragon group. While status might not fully represent a fire dragon's strength, it was still a good reference. Currently, Luo Yun was the only one at the top of the pyramid. Then, in the next tier, there were 8 fire dragons, and surprisingly, Yaji was also in this tier. You have to remember, Yaji is a female fire dragon. The others in this tier were battle-hardened male fire dragons, the mighty fire dragon, and the blue fire dragon, which had been completely assimilated into the current tier, and had no intention of leaving. Of course, Luo Yun's surprise wasn't due to doubting Yaji's fighting prowess. You're kidding. As a battle-hardened female fire dragon with the potential to transform into a golden fire dragon, she was already in the process of transformation when Luo Yun and Yaji left the great Ant Mound wasteland to settle in the ancient tree. Even then, Luo Yun was only beginning to have that potential. This was evident from the scales the investigation team had unearthed in their nest. Thus, Yaji's strength was undoubtedly top tier among the fire dragons. But the key point was, she was a female fire dragon. Although both were fire dragons, female fire dragons occupied the same ecological niche as the barbarian dragons. While they shared the same tier as male fire dragons, they were actually half a level lower. Therefore, for male fire dragons, female fire dragons were considered vulnerable and in need of protection. According to this concept, even if she were the chief's consort, her status wouldn't be so high. All I can say is that during her initial battle with the Thunder Wolf Dragon tribe, and her subsequent daily performance, Aki's strength had already won over many fire dragons, leading them to believe that she was worthy of such a position within their tribe. As for the great fire dragons of the same rank, they were simply subjected to subjective indifference. Those 3-winged bones are still considered anomalies by some fire dragons to this day. Otherwise, in terms of strength, as a fire dragon of the great fire species, the great fire dragon's true strength was such that, with the exception of Luo Yun, who possessed a special attack against fire, no other fire dragon could rival it. As for those below them, there were only the Sakura fire dragons, the veteran females, and those exceptionally strong males with the potential to become veteran males. Overall, this energy pyramid network is truly misshapen, with too much at the bottom and too little in the middle and upper layers. Thankfully, this characteristic is symbiotic, not exploitative. The benefits are shared by both sides, but just like the cat back then, the tangible changes brought about by symbiosis require time to develop. Then, the energy pyramid will begin to grow, becoming a perfect pyramid with unimpeded flow. Just as Luo Yun was happily looking forward to the future, a gust of wind came. Without even looking up, Luo Yun knew it was Yaji's return. After more than a decade of daily companionship, they were so familiar with each other that even the sound of wind caused by flapping wings could tell if it was caused by the other. But Yaji's wings were a little loud today. Was she feeling down? Luo Yun looked up at Yaji, and sure enough, it was just as he had expected. Yaji looked a little irritated. After landing, she even scratched the ground twice, leaving a long trail of claw marks. She swayed, as if her back was in severe pain. Upon discovering Luo Yun had returned and was still looking up at her from her den, Yaji was instantly overjoyed. She trotted over and nuzzled Luo Yun's cheek. With a soft growl, she turned her back to him. Okay, Luo Yun finally understood why Yaji had been so downhearted upon returning. It turned out she was replacing her scales. As mentioned earlier, female fire dragons tend to preserve their scales when resources are scarce and there are no important matters to attend to, rather than replacing them frequently. But since Yaji had always had no shortage of food, and her powerful talents allowed her to develop at a rate far superior to her peers, replacing old and new scales was a common occurrence for her, sometimes 2 or 3 times a year. Of course, she didn't replace them all the time. The sheer volume of energy was unbearable for most dragons. This time, after arriving in the wasteland, due to the lack of food and having spent so long at the tributary, she had gradually become accustomed to the scorching temperatures. As a result, Yaji had been wanting to replace her scales for a long time, but had put it off until now. At this moment, the scales Yaji was replacing were the roughest and hardest ones on her back. Perhaps it was because they hadn't been replaced in ages, or perhaps it was because her life force had been so abundant recently, but some of them remained lingering. The itchy, uncomfortable feeling was making Yaji extremely uncomfortable. So, upon seeing Luo Yun return, Yaji immediately trotted over and asked Luo Yun to help her remove the scales. Chapter 162. Helping to replace back scales was a familiar task for Luo Yun. When replacing a fire dragon's scales, the most troublesome part is the scales on its back. Not only are these the thickest and hardest scales under normal conditions, but their structure differs from that of the scales on other parts of the body. They are much larger, and the areas where they meet are less flexible. To replace scales, a fire dragon grows new scales beneath the old ones, then replaces them through movement or scraping. This is why fire dragons are sometimes seen scratching against trees, leaving behind old scales. Luo Yun and Yaji are relatively clean fire dragons, so when they encounter scales that are difficult to remove and out of their reach, they often help each other. As for why the cats weren't asked to help, during the dorsal scale replacement process, the new scales are extremely soft and fragile. Any sharp object could easily break through them, damaging the inner core. Therefore, aside from the dragon itself, only its closest companion is allowed to be near during the replacement process. Yaji obediently folded her wings and lay flat on her back. Luo Yun approached and observed, quickly finding 2 older, slightly misaligned scales on its back. He grasped the protruding corner of one scale with his mouth and rocked it back and forth rhythmically, much like pulling a child's teeth. Finding the right direction, gradually increasing the pressure, and finally, once the dragon has adjusted, pulling it out in one go. The same process applies to rescaling. Pulling it out forcefully can easily damage the new scale and cause pain. Luo Yun paused. For some reason, hearing Yaji's perfectly normal moaning aroused him, and for a moment, he even forgot what he was doing. Perhaps because Luo Yun had paused for too long, and Yaji was genuinely uncomfortable with the old scale stuck there, her tail swung around and tapped Luo Yun in frustration. The pounding sensation on his wings brought Luo Yun to his senses. He dismissed any unhealthy thoughts and continued to apply pressure. Soon, with a click, the old scale was completely yanked off. The new scale was curled up. Freed from the restraint of the old one, the still somewhat transparent new one began to rapidly unfold. Upon contact with air, it quickly hardened, its color changing from light to green. Watching this scene closely, Luo Yun watched as the scale, once richly metallic, gradually turned green as it hardened. The new scales were remarkably smooth, appearing quite alluring under the light. Comparing Yaji's new scales with his own, Luo Yun finally determined the extent of her transformation. It was around 35%, slightly lower than his own, but not significantly lower. This was normal, after all, as Yaji had already entered combat 5 years before him, and had been steadily improving ever since. Calculating the timeline, if the transformation progressed by 35% in 10 years, wouldn't it reach 100% in 30 years? Even if the actual transformation wasn't so smooth, with fewer breakthroughs to her life limit, Luo Yun wouldn't be so optimistic. But it would only add a few years at most. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that if things had unfolded normally, according to the timeline of the investigation team, Aji would have completed her transformation around the time of the 5th core? Then, wouldn't the Gold Rathalos, the couple from the Gold, Silver, and Fire duo who robbed the Nergigan's lair in the Dragon Crystal Land, be Aji? As soon as this idea arose, Luo Yun immediately dismissed it. The Gold, Silver, and Fire duo weren't trying to show affection by stealing the Nergigan's lair. They were old enough to have the next generation, and so they came to the Dragon Crystal Land to build their nest. If Aji had completed her transformation around that time, not to mention how difficult it would be to find the other side, the fact that she would have to find a place with abundant energy like the ancient dragons to reproduce would reveal the immense energy expenditure the gold, silver, and fire duo would have put into producing offspring. That simply wasn't something a newly transformed gold Rathalos could endure. Seeing Luo Yun remain motionless for another long time, Yaji, with her eyes closed, felt like she hadn't plucked a scale. She felt a little uneasy, and let out a low growl. That aggrieved little voice seemed to be accusing Luo Yun of not taking her seriously. It must be said that since Luo Yun's strength and size surpassed Yaji's, this female fire dragon, who had always been warm, mature, and steady, like a silent companion and constant support for Luo Yun, finally began to act coquettishly in the most unsuspecting moments of her life. This shift from the weak to the powerful, along with his occasional bouts of weakness, truly consumed him. His already restless heart was now even more agitated. He stretched out his tail and patted Yaji's. Seeing Yaji still curling up her tail in a fit of tantrum, Luo Yun's heart warmed. He opened his mouth and gently bit another scale, while his tail continued to tangle with Yaji's. The two dragons' tails chased each other, as if playing some fun little game, never tiring of it. Soon, with the last dorsal scale plucked out, Yaji stopped her temper and let Luo Yun's tail entangle hers. She lay quietly on the ground, occasionally rubbing Luo Yun's cheek. The love between the fire dragon couple is pure. Love is a lifelong commitment. Even though the male fire dragons of the New World have transformed from innocent young men into scumbags, this sentiment, etched in their genes, remains. It's only because of the instinct of reproduction that they are forced to make this choice. After all, who says the ratio of male to female Rathalos in the New World is an absurd 1:9? Even now, of the over 20 newborns in the past 2 years, there are only 3 male Rathalos. But I don't know if it's because of Aji's dominance and a bit of jealousy, or if Luo Yun is more conservative in this regard. Even though he's starting to feel attracted to her, Luo Yun still can't muster any interest in female Rathalos other than Aji. Just like the Sakura Rathalos, while Luo Yun finds its cherry blossom-like color scheme quite beautiful, he can't muster any emotion other than admiration. It's only with Aji that he experiences these impulses and fantasies. Chapter 163. Luo Yun and Yaji's little flirtation was just a small part of their lives. Over time, the fire dragons gradually began to notice something amiss. They discovered that when multiple fire dragons gathered together, their energy consumption seemed to be lower, and they were less likely to tire during group hunting. After engaging in combat, the power of their flames was also stronger. It was as if they were nodes. When there were enough of them, and they were close together, they could weave a web, and within that web's radius, these improvements could be achieved. There were only a few things that the ancient tree fire dragons cared deeply about, and strength was paramount. Thus, after discovering these benefits, even the somewhat aloof Kangyingwo couple, and even Hao Fire Dragon, began to occasionally join the Fire Dragon group hunts, simply to experience the feeling of breathing fire with the power of 1.2 points, even though they only used 1 point of force. Regarding this, Luo Yun once encountered several fire dragons in a hunting area while passing by. He sensed a surge of fire energy in the small area surrounding them, amplifying the power of their flaming breath. Does this count as a group opening? This thought occurred to Luo Yun. Regardless, it was a good thing for the fire dragons. Spring, with all things resurrecting, should have been the season for the fire dragons to breed. Unfortunately, it wasn't the ancient tree right now. So, while the fire dragons were feeling a bit restless, no couples chose to bear new offspring. Even the concubines and female fire dragons, who had learned of the fire dragon's migration, had tactfully abandoned their original plans, and simply came to reunite with their mates and ease their longing. Near the ice sheet of the New World, in a vast canyon overlooking the sea, a massive four-legged, two-winged dragon crashed onto a cliff face. Its entire body was covered in a protective black carapace. Its head, eyeless and serpent-like, bore a pair of foldable tentacles. Its wings, with an extremely wide span, bore enormous, blood-red claws, a ferocious sight. Its long tail was covered in thorns. The dragon looked utterly miserable, as if experiencing unspeakable pain. Its pitch-black carapace, combined with its hideous appearance, gave it the appearance of a filth from this world, a terrifying sight. Roar, roar, roar. A trembling, muffled roar emanated from its mouth. Gradually, as it exerted all its strength, the scales covering nearly the right third of its body began to creak harshly. A large amount of black scale powder continuously emanated from its wings as it exerted its strength, gradually forming a vortex that enveloped it. Time ticked by, and from this desolate, lifeless cliff face, a constant low howl of agony, like that of a beast from the abyss, echoed. Followed by a continuous series of crisp sounds, the black vortex finally subsided. From the black mist formed by black scale powder, a platinum-colored forelimb stepped forward. Then, the right side of its body and wing membranes transformed into platinum, and the monster slowly stepped out. Its single eye gazed emotionlessly at the other side of the cliff. For the black erosion dragon, every painful molting is a life or death test. A successful molt not only significantly increases its strength, but also undergoes a qualitative transformation in its size and the amount of virus in its body. Of course, if he failed to molt, death would be the only thing that awaited him. He needed energy and a sufficiently safe, secluded, and complex environment to ensure the successful completion of his next two crucial molts. Born successfully from the corpse of that weak monster, he had a much weaker starting point than his peers, and therefore was inherently more cautious. He would not appear during the day, when he could hunt under cover of darkness. He would not pursue intact prey, when he could pursue seriously injured prey. Even when spreading the virus, he carefully chose a less vulnerable area, so as to ensure a safe passage to the final stage. Who would have thought that someone of his kind in that area had the good fortune to reach the final molt? He perceived that their success rate was very high. Thus, to escape the suppression that would prevent him from further growth, he decisively followed the scorching energy source and left his home. Like a headless fly, he drifted on the sea for so long. Finally, relying on his perception of life energy and guided by an unknown attraction, he finally arrived here before this molt. The overwhelmingly abundant life energy in the air made every cell in the black dragon, no, more like the chaos black dragon, jubilate with joy. Resisting the urge to rapidly spread the mad dragon virus, he slowly approached the cliff's edge. At this point, he had successfully transformed one eye, and thus no longer relied so heavily on scales to sense his surroundings. Every molt in a black dragon's youth was extremely dangerous, and the last 3 or 4 molts as it transformed into a heavenly dragon were crucial. At this moment, the terrifying power of the heavenly dragon had begun to emerge within the black eclipse dragon. Therefore, even if a black eclipse dragon did nothing during this period, it would suffer immensely due to its inability to perfectly control this power. Years of cautious living had taught the chaos black eclipse dragon that impatience was crucial at this stage. Even though the power within him was already immense, he could not afford to relax. For any black eclipse dragon, simply completing the final transformation was considered a success. Many of its kind often failed during these final steps, their vigilance lost by the terrifying new energy within them. Shedding its skin was already dangerous. It could not do anything that would attract the attention of powerful enemies and strangle it in the cradle. Mentally prepared, enduring the discomfort caused by the raging energy within its body, the Chaos Black Eclipse Dragon retracted the Mad Dragon virus released during its shedding, spread its massive wings, and flew towards the distant coral plateau. There, perhaps, was a place where it could safely pass its final year. If the transformation succeeds, he will become the new Tianhui dragon. If the transformation fails, his corpse will, by chance, fall into the miasma valley beneath the coral terrace, his immense life energy fueling the growth of the new world. Unbeknownst to all creatures on the new world, this terrifying, uninvited guest arrived. But whether it was the Black Eclipse Dragon or the Tianhui Dragon, his fate, whether in the new world or the old world, seemed predetermined, his end sealed from the outset. Chapter 164. Time passed, and another year passed. At a tributary of the earth vein, a massive dragon, a full 26 meters long, retracted its blazing flames. Its long, slender, and powerful tail casually hammered the lava, sending up a shower of sparks. The dripping lava, however, left no trace on the red scales with a silvery metallic feel. Current transformation progress. 62%. Over a year, Liu Yun's transformation progress had reached a very encouraging level thanks to the blessing of symbiosis. However, it seemed that because his body was at the end of its growth phase, the transformation was not as rapid. Of course, Liu Yun faced this situation with no anxiety, for he clearly sensed that the energy within him had reached a critical level and was beginning to accumulate, completing a transformation from quantity to quality. Finally, this transformed energy would completely transform his body, completing the final leap in his life's level. This period was crucial for him. It could be said that anyone who desired to complete a transformation in their lifespan, whether striving to become stronger like Liu Yun or pushing the limits of their lifespan like the Black Flame King, had to take the step. Success would naturally bring joy to all, but failure would be a price they could not easily bear. It could be said that once this hurdle was overcome, the subsequent transformation would not only be swifter, but would also be free of any obstacles. All that was needed was to wait for time to unfold naturally. In the past year or so, Luo Yun had actually been on the alert twice. He hadn't even used up his previous rewards, and unexpectedly, he even received a mission from his boss. This was a novel experience for Luo Yun. Perhaps knowing that his energy sensing experience card hadn't expired, neither mission felt rushed, as if it didn't matter whether he went or not. For the monsters in the Monster Hunter world, these missions might be mere obligations, but for Luo Yun, they were truly beneficial. So, even without feeling rushed, he immediately rushed to the destination with Aki and Rathalos to resolve the incident. Perhaps because his strength had greatly improved, or perhaps because these two missions were easy, he didn't need Aki and Rathalos' help. Once he found his target, he easily dispatched them, expending little effort. Ong ong ong! An annoying noise echoed along the leyline branch, triggering fluctuations in the leyline energy and causing ripples in the previously calm lava. 2 years ago, the noise was so subtle that Luo Yun briefly attributed it to the Serpent King Dragon, which had only briefly appeared while digging. But as time went on, the noise grew stronger, even resonating with the Earth's ley lines. Luo Yun then recalled a major noisemaker in the New World, the mighty Earth-crying dragon. 10 years earlier, it was the noise and ley line shifts that had caused that young rosy dragon to leave its original habitat, indirectly leading to the mass extinction of life in the ancient tree region. I didn't expect that after all these years, he would actually start making noise again. Luo Yun seriously suspected that the Earth Vein corridor in the New World, which started at the Miasma Valley and connected all the ecological zones of the New World, was artificially created by this guy, so that he could use his authority to cause crustal movement to arbitrarily control the entire New World and make it change according to his will. Don't think it's impossible. As an ancient dragon of the unrestricted level, above the ancient dragon, his existence is like that of a god, and his wisdom and strength can support such an idea. The vibrating noise made Luo Yun a little irritated. What happened today? Not only did the flow of the Earth Vein branch begin to slow, but even this underground space began to tremble. This startled Luo Yun. Although his current strength has greatly increased, this is underground. If it collapsed, he would have no chance of survival. Since he had absorbed all the energy for the day, there was no need to stay here any longer, so he planned to call Yaji and leave quickly. At that moment, the rock wall not far away suddenly turned a brilliant crimson. Even with Luo Yun's current resistance to high temperatures, he could still feel a surge of heat hitting him. Then, the wall, having endured years of intense heat from the tributary, melted into a stream of lava, flowing directly into the tributary. Then, a shimmering golden mountain emerged from the lava flow, sliding seamlessly into the tributary like a slide, creating a vast expanse of crimson spray. The golden skirt swept through the lava, sending up a splash that forced Luo Yun to dodge. At this moment, the 45-meter-long behemoth finally noticed the presence of another creature. The golden spiral horn swung, nearly blinding Luo Yun. Its cape-like golden battle skirt gleamed in the light reflected from the lava, and its entire body exuded an aura of nobility. Of course, this was merely an appearance, but as a massive, wingless, four-legged ancient dragon, the power of the brilliant dragon was truly incredible. Simply standing there, the sheer dominance of its ecological niche urged Luo Yun to leave quickly. This was an unleashed ancient dragon. Even if it was far inferior to the Serpent King Dragon he had seen before, it was still unleashed. Now, up close, the overwhelming energy aura that washed over him felt even more powerful than this tributary of the Earth Vein. Fortunately, aside from the initial shock, Luo Yun calmed down and didn't do anything drastic. After calling out to Yaji, who was about to charge in, he looked at the gold nuggets scattered around Xianhui Dragon due to its high-speed gliding. He wondered if he should pick up a piece to decorate his lair. This wasn't Luo Yun being arrogant or having a big heart, it was simply because this dragon was Xianhui Dragon. This dragon was the most gentle and kind among the ancient dragons, as long as it didn't attack him, or even if it did, but didn't feel its life was in danger, it would ignore it. Only when it felt its life was in danger would it become enraged and retaliate. At that moment, its enemies would witness just how terrifying a good-tempered creature could be when angry. Even an ancient dragon wouldn't want to be hit by a breath of superheated heat that could easily melt the earth and rock. This hyper-liberated state, capable of reaching a body temperature of 1,400 degrees, could even render most ancient dragons incapable of physical combat. This is the Lord of the Golden Country, the wealthy woman who has established a symbiotic relationship with numerous smaller creatures, including the Golden-Faced tribe, and the Earth Mother Goddess, the Magnificent Dragon. Chapter 165. In the end, Luo Yun still didn't take out the scattered gold nuggets. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but the situation at the time didn't allow it. Just as Zuan Wulong ignored Luo Yuan and Yaji at the entrance, intending to continue digging along the tributary, a clearer vibration noise came from the tributary. Having lived underground for years, constantly searching for metal to craft his golden battle skirt and dig holes everywhere, Zuan Wulong could be said to be one of the ancient dragons with the most acute ley line perception in the world. Most of the deepest ley lines in the entire Monster Hunter world are connected by the tunnels they have dug, distributing life energy to every corner of the world. Thus, the noise emanating from the ley line immediately made this good-tempered wealthy woman furious. Not bothering to pay attention to the two fire dragons beside her, she violently unleashed a super high temperature heat wave, melting the thick rock wall where the tributary ley line originated. She stepped on the fiery red magma that had not yet solidified and rushed in. Perhaps the structure of this area was becoming unstable due to the burrowing of the Xianhui dragon, and coupled with the earth-crying dragon's constant tremors in the earth's veins, this previously solid space began to vibrate. Unsure if the underground structure could withstand such tremors, Luo Yuan and Yaji immediately fled the area. Using Luo Yun's new ability, he created vortices of wind in the windless underground. These vortices acted like boosters, bringing Luo Yuan and Yaji back to the surface amidst the increasingly intense tremors. Yes, a new ability. In the past year or so, he had completed 2 missions. While both missions were simple, they were only for his current abilities. He had now completed the last period of rapid physical growth in a fire dragon's life, and was only a month or 2 away from becoming a full-grown male fire dragon. Even without factoring in the energy boost from his evolutionary level, his physical fitness was unmatched. Thus, after completing 2 missions, he not only extracted a new trait, but the progress bar for the next trait was almost full. Swift Wind Wings significantly strengthens the wings, making them wider and more in line with the body structure. This enhances the wing membrane's ability to sense airflow, improving its precise control of it. It was a very simple description, and even from the mere description, one would think that this special effect would provide a modest improvement. But it wasn't until the wings were completely transformed, and he soared through the sky, that he realized this trait far exceeded his expectations. The wider wings gave him greater power in flight, slightly increasing his speed, while also increasing his agility. Crucially, his ability to sense and manipulate air currents allows him to easily perform numerous incredible aerial maneuvers. Furthermore, he can even disrupt airflow over a wide area, thereby affecting his opponent's flight capabilities. Of course, this alone isn't enough. The most important thing is that when this characteristic is combined with flames, it greatly expands his combat capabilities. Using his swift wind wings, he can meticulously control the direction of air currents, creating wind pressure and vortexes with minimal effort, then channeling his flames within them for targeted, wide-ranging diffusion. Alternatively, while activating its flaming body, it could flap its wings to create wind pressure, boosting the firepower and increasing the flame's power and destructive area, much like the Flame Queen Dragon, which continuously unleashes high-temperature heat waves, achieving a comprehensive, wide-area destruction. Or, after emitting a blasting fireball, it could direct the wind generated by the explosion, creating a spiraling wind pressure that redraws the previously shattered flames into a sustained fire tornado, inflicting long-lasting fire damage. This was Luo Yun's current greatest satisfaction. The back jump and charged fireball takeoff was the male fire dragon's most common aerial move, but with the added airflow control provided by the swift wind wings, it could not only form a fire tornado to further hinder the opponent's attacks, but also leverage the tornado's wind power more quickly, easily reaching high altitudes in a shorter time. The combination of wind and fire could accomplish countless things. Currently, he had only developed these relatively basic uses. While he had some initial ideas in mind, they still needed in-depth practice, finding the right balance, and mastering them before they could be considered successfully developed. Breaking out of the cave, soaring high. From the sky, the vast view could be seen as a large number of birds from all over the wasteland took to the sky. But this time, the tremor was deep underground, so the ground was only slightly trembling. Aside from the vibration-sensitive birds and the ancient dragons, which were keenly aware of the Earth's energy, this tiny vibration wouldn't even register with any creatures above. It was unknown what the current situation was with the Earth's tributary. Just as Luo Yun was flying out, he felt a noticeable tremor even within the long passage. However, the tremors were still frequent, and Luo Yun didn't want to take the risk. Outside the medicinal plant planting area at the Xingqian stronghold, Xiao Long, who was stealthily moving among them, occasionally nibbling a bitter insect or two when no one was around, felt the noise from the Earth's energy and shook his head in a very human way, expressing a hint of disgust. He knew he would probably have trouble sleeping for a while. Just as he lost interest in patrolling, and was about to return to his secret lair to catch a good night's sleep. While the noise subsided, he suddenly heard a cry. In that direction was the Coral Plateau. Although he had lived in the New World for hundreds of years, Xiao Long was unfamiliar with places outside the ancient tree forest. As a steady homebody, if his destination was the ancient tree forest, he would probably choose to go and watch the excitement. Of course, that was just for fun. It was impossible to do anything. Not only did he have countless years to waste, but the food in this stronghold was delicious, and the creatures were incredibly friendly. He loved it here. With living conditions like this, why would he risk his life for no reason? He lived like this for so many years. If he didn't go, another ancient dragon would, so he'd just be content to be an invisible dragon. With this in mind, the mist dragon strode on all fours, happily returning to his new lair. He curled up in his simple nest, slowly closing his eyes and falling asleep. Soon, guide insects emitting a blue glow arrived through the water curtain. Carlos, along with the swordsman master, cautiously entered the simple cave. They gazed at the empty cave, then at the guide insects circling chaotically in the air, having lost their target. Carlos gestured, retracted the guide insects, and retreated again. It looks like this is it. Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, and the swordsman master nodded in agreement. Perhaps because they spent so much time together, he inadvertently left footprints in the woods outside the plantation. Scholars finally confirmed his identity through analysis. The most elusive, difficult to track, and once even thought non-existent, the Kasumi hidden dragon. The Kasumi dragon. Build a small platform here, and deliver the daily quota here. Hopefully, this will reduce the frequency of this guy picking locks and breaking into the warehouse. The swordsmanship master, upon hearing this, recalled the helpless and furious expression on the supply squad leader's face whenever a new lock was picked, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 166. The situation underground was just as Luo Yun had imagined, a worst-case scenario. The downward passage collapsed at the fork in the road. Considering that the space where the tributary vein lay might collapse due to Zhuan Wolong's digging, Luo Yun recalled that King Snake Dragon had also dug a nearby tunnel. Compared to Zhuan Wolong's more gentle digging, King Snake Dragon's rough digging seemed to be more destructive to the underground structure. As expected, the tunnel fork collapsed immediately. After a few attempts at digging, they found it was completely blocked. To prevent a second collapse, Luo Yun had no choice but to accept the situation and leave with Yaji. Of course, a collapse alone wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the fork in the road wasn't too far from the surface tributary, so the concentration of life energy would still be higher. But Luo Yun sensed that the concentration of life energy here had noticeably decreased. Considering the apparent slowdown in the lava flow in the tributary, as well as the direction Zhuan Wolong had taken when it left, Luo Yun suspected that this tributary had likely changed its course due to the combined intervention of the earthquake and Zhuan Wolong. While somewhat regretful, it had helped Luo Yun make his decision. It had indeed been over 2 years since they arrived in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, and over time, many monsters had migrated back to the ancient tree forest. Luo Yun and the other male fire dragons deliberately flew a distance toward the ancient tree and discovered that the miasma and spores had completely disappeared. They also spotted traces of herbivorous dragons and various other creatures near the water sources along the way. After this news spread, the ancient tree fire dragons became agitated, but because Luo Yun hadn't expressed his opinion, the matter had been delayed until now. Luo Yun hadn't spoken out earlier, firstly because he felt that although the ancient tree forest had returned to normal, the ecosystem needed time to recover. The fire dragons had already established themselves in this settlement, with a stable food source. Therefore, rather than returning to the ancient tree so early and gamble on the recovery of the prey below, it would be better to stay here for a few more days. Secondly, it was out of his own selfish motives. This tributary vein had indeed provided him with great assistance over the past 2 years. Although its assistance had diminished as his energy increased, it was still greater than that provided by other sources. Now that this tributary vein no longer existed, he no longer had to worry about it, and could begin preparing to lead his tribe back to the ancient tree. Flying out of the cave, its silver-gray, red carapace gleamed in the sunlight, its ferocious thorns jutting from its vast wings. The patterns on the thin, tougher wing membrane, transformed by the properties of the swift-wind wings, were even more distinct, with a faint silver sheen. Its 26-meter frame exuded a powerful sense of oppression. While clearly a male Rathalos, a closer look clearly distinguished it from any other male Rathalos. If I had to describe it, Luo Yun's appearance at this moment was more like a male Rathalos, a different species, from a previous life's non-canon game than a male Rathalos. Of course, this was just an appearance. With the return of numerous high-niche predators to the ancient tree forest, hunting in the wasteland has become much easier. After eating and drinking, and returning to his settlement with the remaining prey, Luo Yin gathered the cats and announced the upcoming migration back to the ancient tree. The cats then relayed the news to the Rathalos. For a moment, the fire dragons, already impatient, became excited. Gazing at the fire dragon soaring over their settlement, Luo Yin lamented the fleeting passage of time. Unknowingly, over 2 years had already passed. In those 2 years, not only had he undergone significant changes, but even the ordinary fire dragons, influenced by the symbiotic nature for over a year, had undergone some changes in their physical form. First, their appearance. The male fire dragon's coloration had changed from bright red to a dark red, the spines on their backs and tails had thickened, and their pupils had transformed from sky blue to the golden yellow of the great fire dragons. Luo Yun had not expected this transformation. He had assumed that the fire dragons would change, much like the cats, inheriting some of their abilities. He hadn't expected that even the great fire dragons in this pyramid network would share some of their characteristics. Incidentally, during this year or so, the great fire dragon had actually managed to grow a 4th wing bone. Although it was still very short, it had grown at least. Besides their appearance, the male Rathalos flame sacs have also been enhanced. During a hunt, Luo Yun discovered they could actually fly, unleash multiple fireballs, and then, after only a brief pause, continue breathing. As for their downside, it's that they need to replenish their diet with more flammable materials. Like the male Rathalos, the females have also undergone some changes. The spines on their backs have become denser and longer, significantly increasing the toxicity of their venom. The scales in previously vulnerable areas have also undergone slight changes, resulting in fewer vulnerable areas. Furthermore, the carapace of ordinary female Rathalos appears to have a faint reddish tint. Unlike the male Rathalos whose fire breath is enhanced, the females increase their strength. Their common tail swing attack can sometimes even shatter rocks in the wasteland, sending up rubble. When they land midair, they trample the ground, causing small-scale collapse and tremors. However, this improvement is not as significant for the battle-hardened female Rathalos, led by Aji. Compared to these increases in strength and toxicity, the greatest improvement for the battle-hardened females is the increase in energy circulation efficiency and energy storage. Based on Aji's current performance, her evolution level is probably between 40 and 45. Unlike Luo Yun, whose flight specialization stems from the swift wind wings, Aji has always pursued a comprehensive improvement. This is arguably the path that all battle-hardened female Rathalos qualified to transform into gold Rathalos must take. Being all-around enhanced also means having no strong points, and being proficient in everything also means being proficient in none. This is why, despite being just a male and female fire dragon, the female is significantly weaker. But all this changes drastically with the Golden Wrath Dragon. Once its life level transformation is complete, it becomes a master of all abilities. Whether in air combat, ground combat, fire, poison, strength, speed, or anything else, the Golden Wrath Dragon, possessing no weaknesses, will prove even more formidable and difficult to target than the Silver Wrath Dragon. Yaji's transformation progress, however, also makes Luo Yun somewhat anxious. It's well known that subspecies will only mate with subspecies, as they perceive a significant gap in life level between them and the original species. Some extreme subspecies even deny they are a single species. Luo Yun wasn't sure if this feeling was physical or psychological. If it was psychological, he was confident he could overcome it, but what if it was physical? After receiving Luo Yun's notification, the entire settlement began to bustle with activity. The cats began slaughtering their captives for storage, gathering supplies, and repairing and weaving the large baskets. The fire dragons, on the other hand, increased their hunting frequency. Those with cubs took advantage of this time to train their cubs in independent hunting, providing basic instruction through verbal instruction and personal example. Indeed, some of the cubs that had migrated with the fire dragons were already 5 years old, having completed their first rapid growth spurt and possessing the ability to survive and hunt independently. These cubs would not migrate with the fire dragon herd, but would remain here to grow up on their own. Don't think it's cruel. This is a necessary part of every fire dragon's growth. Moreover, due to the changes in the fire dragon herd, these cubs also develop the awareness of cooperative hunting, making their growth much less dangerous than that of their parents. Secondly, as cubs born from the ancient tree fire dragon herd, their symbiotic relationship has undoubtedly given them a higher starting point than ordinary fire dragon cubs. Furthermore, this settlement still retains the aura of the fire dragon herd, providing them with a safe haven for at least a considerable period of time. If they still can't survive under these conditions, then it's safe to say this group of cubs is doomed. The current ancient tree fire dragon herd has developed a gregarious nature, but it hasn't developed to the level of the thunder wolf dragon, where cubs are raised to adulthood and then naturally become the mainstay of the herd. The survival of the fittest remains the dominant principle of the ancient tree fire dragon herd. This hasn't changed, and it won't change in the future. Therefore, the fire dragon couple can only teach them more hunting techniques and how to interact with the hunters on the survey team. As for the cats, including the newly joined Wasteland clan, they will all return to the ancient tree together. As they're called, the Ancient Tree Fire Dragon Clan. Chapter 167. The commotion at the Fire Dragon settlement naturally caught the attention of the investigation team. The Fire Dragon's frequent predations had even caused minor ecological disturbances, making some large monsters nervous and prone to reaction at the slightest sign of trouble. This also caused some trouble for the hunters conducting investigations nearby. Fortunately, the investigation team had a good relationship with the Fire Dragons, so they didn't need to resort to half-guessing to reconstruct the events. They simply needed to find the cats and ask them. The cats had no intention of concealing this fact. Even if the investigation team didn't ask, they would still find the time to inform them. When they learned that the Fire Dragons were planning to migrate back to the ancient tree, the news quickly spread back to the Starry Base. The team's top brass immediately convened a meeting and quickly finalized a plan to restart the ancient tree forest development plan, which had been suspended several years ago. They also began deploying additional personnel along the original route, ahead of the Fire Dragons, to transport supplies to the abandoned camp that had already been built, thus reopening the camp. This time, the Fire Dragons' preparations took a while, primarily because the exact degree of ecological recovery in the ancient tree area was still unclear. To prevent the Fire Dragons from returning to the ancient tree only to starve, they went all out this time. Both male and female Fire Dragons went out hunting, making such a fuss that the Sea Dragons in the Bay hunting grounds, at one point, thought the Fire Dragons were trying to drive them out completely, and they even made desperate attempts to fight them. But the Fire Dragons had no time to bother with them now. They simply snatched their prey and left, showing no interest in engaging them. Fortunately, the Fire Dragons had some sense, and didn't foolishly engage in an extinction-level hunt. Instead, they left enough room for survival, causing only minor disturbances in the surrounding ecosystem without truly harming the food chain. At least this left a way for the creatures here to survive, though life would likely be a bit difficult for a while. Because they needed to carry more food, even if some of the cubs didn't leave with them, the cats had to weave more baskets and assign people to pre-process the prey brought back by the dragons to slow down spoilage. After a frantic half-month of preparation, all preparations were finally complete. The cats nimbly jumped into the large baskets and joined the dragon cubs. The female dragons gathered around the large baskets, transporting the food, while the male dragons waited at the outermost edge of the clearing. Up on the waterfall, the members of the investigation team excitedly watched the astonishing spectacle of hundreds of fire dragons converging below, while the editors frantically drew and recorded something. Over 100 fire dragons, as numerous as a hill, gathered together, their rich fire energy causing the temperature in the clearing to soar. With the exception of the mutated fire dragon detail, the other cats panted and panted from the heat. Luo Yun's massive figure appeared on the cliff, instantly enveloping the entire area with an overwhelming sense of oppression, shocking the people on the other side of the waterfall, and the noisy group of fire dragons and cats below. In an instant, the clearing below fell into complete silence. The entire clearing seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of a massive, ferocious, silver-gray metallic male fire dragon. Oppression, your powerful and ferocious presence, combined with the immense aura created by leaping half a step into a higher ecological niche, will inflict immense pressure from deep within your genes on all creatures below you. This will intimidate hostile creatures and put them under immense pressure during combat, increasing their stamina. Note, when fighting creatures in the same ecological niche, you can lock onto your opponent through combat, exerting a certain amount of psychological pressure. This trait is ineffective against monsters in higher ecological niches. After 2 weeks, the trade bar, which was already nearing full capacity, finally reached its limit. Luo Yun's long-for-new trait finally arrived. This trait is quite metaphysical, yet it is a very real thing in this world. The vast difference in ecological niche between creatures inherently creates this mysterious oppressive feeling, a fear ingrained in their genes of monsters in higher ecological niches. Thus, for ancient dragons, who are no longer considered normal creatures, this absolute disparity in life level allows them to exert a similar oppressive effect on almost all ordinary monsters. This is also why, when an ancient dragon appears in an area, ordinary creatures in that area will instinctively flee. Even monsters that have surpassed their lifespans and possess ancient dragon-level combat power cannot do this. Now, with this trait, Luo Yun can do the same. Even more satisfying is that this trait can be activated and deactivated automatically, freeing him from the worry of disrupting his life. At this moment, looking at the silent swarm of fire dragons below, Luo Yun was extremely pleased with the result. With a flap of his wings, an exaggerated wind pressure spread out, and Luo Yun soared high into the sky. After a calm dragon roar, all the fire dragons roared in response. Over 100 fire dragons soared into the air, and the cats, inspired by the atmosphere, also raised their paws and meowed. Beside the waterfall, watching the fire dragons soaring in the sky toward the ancient tree, the soaring fire energy even dyed the surrounding white clouds red, and the calm yet shocking dragon roar echoed in my heart. A female editor wiped tears from her eyes, and quickly sketched the scene of the fire dragons flying away in the clouds. So beautiful. This is the charm of nature's ecology. Editors are different from hunters. Hunters become hunters for a myriad of reasons, but for editors, they choose this high-risk profession because they deeply love everything about nature. They want to be on the front lines, recording what they see and hear with their pens. In the wild, the casualty rate of compilers is even far higher than that of hunters, yet they have no regrets about it, and even enjoy it. Thus, the few present did not react strangely to the female compiler's actions, instead nodding in agreement. I decided. When I returned to the base, I applied to participate in the Ancient Tree Forest Exploration mission. I believe it won't be long before I see them again. The few present simply listened to the female compiler's words. The Ancient Tree Forest Exploration mission wasn't something that a second-term group like them could fill in. The weakest teams couldn't easily participate. After all, there were so many people interested in participating, and they weren't sure they could outcompete those who had spent years preparing. Chapter 168. This return to the ancient tree took significantly less time than the initial migration to the Great Ant Mound Wasteland. After all, the collective strength of the ancient tree fire dragons was much higher. Furthermore, the fire dragons already had experience with a collective migration, so this time, they didn't need Luo Yun or the battle-hardened fire dragons to coordinate. They could divide the work among themselves. Also, during the initial migration, there wasn't a precise destination, and choosing a new place to live was necessary, which took considerably longer. But now, with a target as large as the ancient tree right there, they could simply fly directly there and be done. During a midnight rest stop, Luo Yun's sense of pressure lifted, and with over 100 fire dragons descending simultaneously into one area, the chef cats, returning from their training at the Starry Stronghold, along with a large group of helpers, quickly prepared a simple fire dragon cat meal to replenish the fire dragon's energy. The next morning, all the fire dragon's energy was replenished. With thorough preparations, they returned to the ancient tree area in just a week. The towering ancient tree, its branches brimming with sunlight, loomed before them. The fire dragons sped up, eager to return to their lair and fully absorb the ancient tree's aura. Luo Yun didn't stop them. They were already at home, so what could possibly go wrong? Furthermore, Luo Yun had noticed during their flight that the ecology within the ancient tree forest had recovered quite well. While he didn't know the status of the original hunting grounds, he assumed the fire dragons wouldn't starve. With all the stored meat, they were pretty much guaranteed to be safe. But sometimes, things go unexpectedly wrong. Roar! An angry roar shook the fire dragons that hadn't yet returned to the ancient tree. The male fire dragons guarding the female fire dragons carrying supplies flapped their wings without hesitation and rushed forward at a faster pace. The roar was clearly the prelude to battle. Whether it was some unexpected situation within the ancient tree or the sense of community the fire dragons had developed after long periods of hunting, the male fire dragons instinctively rushed forward. With 2 years of experience fighting in groups in the wasteland, the male fire dragons firmly believed that there was nothing a group of male fire dragons couldn't solve. If there was, then a whole group of male fire dragons would be deployed. If that still didn't work, then the entire group would attack. The key point was that more dragons meant more power. But what would happen to the ancient tree? The fire dragons hadn't lived in the ancient tree for just a year or two, but for hundreds, thousands, or even longer. So, even if the ancient tree's fire dragons had migrated for more than 2 years, no other monster would dare to move in. Furthermore, the upper levels of the ancient tree lacked resources, so a non-flying monster would be completely helpless there, and those that could fly weren't particularly foolish. As for the monsters that might take advantage of the fire dragon's departure to occupy the upper levels of the ancient tree, Luo Yun considered the poisonous demon bird as the only possible option. Out of curiosity, Luo Yun also sped up his flight. But just as he approached the ancient tree's canopy, a massive fireball barreled towards him. The fireball was incredibly fast, but at such a distance, Luo Yun easily dodged it. But the next second, it was Luo Yun who roared. On the platform in front of his former lair, a sturdy azure fire dragon, its scales thick but rough and even somewhat tattered, was facing off against an azure fire dragon from the ancient tree fire dragon herd. As the only azure fire dragon among the ancient tree fire dragons, and only a young one at that, it would normally be no match for this azure fire dragon. However, in the symbiotic relationship between the fire dragons, relying on the energy circulation within the herd, it managed to withstand the attacks of the battle-hardened azure fire dragon, despite its size disadvantage, and forced the fight to a draw. From Luo Yun's perspective, he could just see part of his former lair. The azure fire dragon scales scattered on the ground, and the claw marks on the walls and branches all indicated that his lair had been taken over by this azure fire dragon of unknown origin. Suppressing his rage, Luo Yun turned to look at the battles in other areas. As expected, it was all civil war among the fire dragons. However, aside from the battles between the battle-hardened male fire dragons, the rest of the battles were almost exclusively fought by the male fire dragons of the ancient tree fire dragon clan, steadily suppressing their opponents. Even the ordinary fire dragons, who had taken advantage of the fire dragon's absence, wouldn't even be strong enough to compete with the lowest tier of the ancient tree fire dragon clan. Besides the battles between the two azure fire dragons, the only ones that caught Luo Yun's attention were the battles between the battle-hardened fire dragons. Where did these battle-hardened fire dragons come from? Even azure fire dragons are showing up. Luo Yun was somewhat puzzled, but listening to the beaten fire dragons roaring furiously, accusing the ancient tree fire dragon clan of lacking martial ethics by brawling in groups, and refusing to abide by the ancient tree's rules of choosing their own positions, he grew increasingly annoyed. Suddenly, two dragon roars echoed from afar. A pair of azure fire dragons flapped their wings and charged toward the ancient tree. The azure fire dragon, among them, shone with a metallic sheen, and its length reached the normal maximum size of 24 meters for an azure fire dragon. It was clearly a battle-hardened azure fire dragon. This roar reached not only Luo Yun, but also the other fire dragons that had been beaten. They even responded with excitement, their previously flagging spirit instantly revived. It was obvious that this battle-hardened azure fire dragon was the most powerful of these useless fire dragons that had usurped the nest. Luo Yun's eyes flashed with ferocity, and Yaji arrived at his side just in time. She had also seen the situation within her own nest, and knew exactly what Luo Yun was planning. Her scales shone with a golden sheen in the sunlight, and her eyes glared coldly at the Sakura fire dragon following behind the battle-hardened azure fire dragon. The ownership of the ancient trees is sealed with blood. When Luo Yun decided to return to the ancient trees, he anticipated the possibility of a fight. He even anticipated the possibility of fire dragons returning prematurely to the ancient forest, only to find the ancient tree fire dragons absent, and seize the opportunity to take up residence in the ancient trees. But Luo Yun's initial plan was to forcefully expel those with less strength, and even recruit those with more. But he never expected the existence of a battle-hardened azure fire dragon. A fire dragon of this power wouldn't necessarily respect the rules of the current ancient tree fire dragons, which, after all, have established a clear hierarchy. Even if the opponent recognized the rules of the ancient tree fire dragons, given the nature of the challenge and the fire dragon's pride, their opponent would still be Luo Yun. Furthermore, Luo Yun sensed a certain scent from this dragon. No, rather, from these battle-hardened fire dragons, the azure fire dragon below, and the azure cherry fire couple. That was the scent of the dragon crystal land. Luo Yun had sensed it before from the battle-hardened fire dragons that had returned from the dragon crystal land. While it was unknown what had transpired in the dragon crystal land that had led them to the ancient tree forest, this battle was inevitable. Conveniently, the ancient tree area also needed a battle of sufficient strength to announce the return of the ancient tree fire dragons. Roar! With a roar declaring war, Luo Yun's oppressive sense was fully activated, not only placing immense pressure on the fire dragons battling the ancient tree fire dragons in the canopy, but also directly attracting the attention of the battle-hardened azure fire dragon. The battle-hardened azure fire dragon stared warily at Luo Yun, a figure shimmering in a metallic silver-gray hue. It hovered in the air from afar, feeling as if locked in the grasp of a bloodthirsty beast. The mental pressure caused its heart to race wildly. Even its breathing became heavier, unconcerned, as the Sakura fire dragon beside it flew off to engage in a battle with Aji. Luo Yun's wings began to ignite with flames, and the four wing bones flexibly stretched upwards and downwards, the wing membranes forming a wave pattern. The acceleration characteristic began to activate. As his physique strengthened, it could initially reach double speed, and over time, it could even quickly reach 2.5 times. However, further increases would take too long. By this time, the battle would have been long over. But now, he had a better plan. For vortexes of wind appeared at the tail end of the wing membrane as Liu Yun flapped his wings, continuously sucking in air, compressing, finally, injecting flammable fluids, ignition. With a sonic boom that resounded through the sky, Liu Yun instantly trailed a trail of flames behind him, and the entire dragon burst towards the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Instantly, the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon saw a massive ball of flame flying towards it like a comet. It tried to dodge, but its body couldn't react in time. For a fire dragon with terrifying motion-sensing vision, this was a typical case of the brain reacting, but the body hadn't yet. Is the speed of sound fast, and not so fast? Fast, because few creatures can reach such speeds without external forces. Within a certain distance, it's almost like teleportation. Not fast, because this speed is still too fast for the naked eye to detect. At this distance, the pressure from the pressure hampered the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon's reaction ability. It watched, defenseless, as a sharp claw grasped its head. Then, with a piercing pain piercing its neck, it flung itself backwards, its entire body swaying like a tattered plastic bag in the wind. It tried to resist, but the sheer force, unbelievable from a fire dragon, not only crushed its head, but also rendered its body unable to react under such pressure. With a resounding bang, the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon's body ripped a spiderweb-like crater into the ground. The battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon's wings shattered irregularly, its shell, transformed by the concentrated life energy of the dragon crystal land into an incredibly tough shell, shattered into pieces. Blood flowed profusely from the corners of its mouth, and its gentle breath swished with blood foam. Liu Yun managed to avoid the tree he was about to collide with, flying a long way before finally coming to a stop. Using this move for the first time, he miscontrolled the force, causing a slight tear in his wing membrane. Even so, he calmly flapped his wings and soared above the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon. Such a tenacious vitality. If you can survive, the ancient tree welcomes you. Ignoring the Sakura Fire Dragon that flew close to the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon and bared its teeth at him, Liu Yun growled and turned back to fly higher up the ancient tree. Chapter 169. When Liu Yun returned to the ancient tree, the battles there were nearing their end. Those fire dragons clearly lacking in strength had left in disgrace, while the battle-hardened fire dragons and the Azure Fire Dragon, while still strong enough, were extremely dissatisfied, but did not continue the fight. Instead, they resigned themselves to their fate and gave up their current abode after Liu Yun's return. However, they did not leave either. After all, the previous battle had been ended by Liu Yun's pressure, and after witnessing his crushing victory over the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon, they lost their desire to continue fighting and chose a temporary home on the other side of the ancient tree, a more secluded area. The ancient tree's fire dragons did not expel them for their actions. The current battle was merely to determine the main body of the fire dragons. After reclaiming everything from them, a reckoning would begin later. Liu Yun's defeat of the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon had redefined the ownership of the ancient tree's upper levels. Therefore, given their tact, the fire dragons were in no rush. They still had much work to do. Large baskets were lowered, and cats scrambled out, armed with various tools, and clearly divided into groups, as they began cleaning the fire dragon nests from high to low. Some of these nests were dilapidated from being uninhabited by dragons for so long. Others had been occupied by the expelled fire dragons, so they needed to expedite the cleaning of any traces left by the dragons. The fire dragons, seeing that Liu Yun's nest was covered in traces of the Azure Fire Dragon, were furious and clamored for renovations. Scales were cleaned off, and any odorous matter was washed away. The nest the Azure Fire Dragon had slept in was dismantled and thrown directly down the small passage inside the lair that led directly to the lower levels of the ancient tree. Claw and bite marks were quickly patched with other materials, and those that could not were simply scraped away with a knife. For a moment, the entire lair was bustling with activity. The fire dragon leader, Detail, personally took charge, not even paying attention to the cat's habitat, determined to restore the lair to its former state as quickly as possible. The cats were busy, and the fire dragons were not slowing down either. Just after settling their cubs, they were eager to start fighting again outside. 2 years in the wasteland, because the cat's habitat had become smaller, they could take care of it, and because of their teamwork, they hadn't established a new ranking for 2 years. Now, Having returned to the upper levels of the ancient tree, the cats couldn't manage such a large settlement. Therefore, whether driven by a desire to elevate their status or to adjust their settlements to benefit from the cat services, the challenge, which had been suspended for 2 years, resumed. The powerful and securely placed fire dragons devoured their stored food, while watching with great interest the fierce battle between the fire dragon couple in the sky. Their cubs meowed happily, cheering their parents on. Even though the fight was a casualty, the chaos of dozens or even hundreds of fire dragons clashing near the ancient tree still caused a considerable commotion. Many monsters that had returned to the ancient tree area were startled by the commotion, and they all knew that the fire dragons, once the dominant force in the ancient tree area, had returned. Their survival strategies and trade-offs would have to change again. Luo Yun was also part of the meat-eating group, but unlike the other fire dragons, who were just watching the show, he was currently reflecting on his recent acceleration. First, he shouldn't have accelerated like that without any preparation. The pressure of the return force from breaking the sound barrier caught him off guard, causing a slight tightness in his chest, and nearly losing his balance. It could be said that Luo Yun relied entirely on his current physical strength to maintain his composure. Some of his muscles were still sore. Second, his control of the airflow wasn't precise enough. The immense thrust even damaged his wing membranes, a dangerous situation for a flying dragon in combat. Besides, there were still some minor details that were not addressed. Luo Yun was deeply self-reflecting, while Yaji quietly licked his wounds beside him. The other dragons didn't notice Luo Yun's abnormality, but they couldn't hide it from her. However, Yaji knew Luo Yun's exceptional recovery ability, so she didn't react with any urgency. The fire dragon ranking battle lasted until the evening. This prolonged battle allowed the previously defeated fire dragons, who remained in the ancient tree, to witness the collective combat power of the ancient tree's fire dragons. During this period, some fire dragons eventually chose to leave. They had a clear understanding of their own strength and were initially resentful that they had been beaten by a group, but now, after seeing these and making the comparison, they wisely flew away. The remaining fire dragons secretly selected their targets, waiting for the ancient tree fire dragons to recover their strength, and then challenge them as soon as possible. As for the humiliating expulsion from their lair after having previously occupied the upper reaches of the ancient tree, they largely ignored it. A week had passed since returning to the ancient tree. All the challenges had been completed, and new members had successfully joined the pack. However, without the nurturing influence of cats, they had yet to adapt to the habits of the ancient tree's fire dragons. During this week, Luo Yun had also learned about these battle-hardened fire dragons and blue fire dragons. Just as Luo Yun had suspected, they had indeed come from the Dragon Crystal Land. It was said that a large earthquake had occurred in a region near the Grand Canyon in the Dragon Crystal Land for unknown reasons, and a powerful pressure had lingered there for a long time, as if searching for something. For a time, the activity of the ancient dragons in the Dragon Crystal Land even slowed down. Later, the owner of that pressure left, and these battle-hardened fire dragons, having grown older, some could no longer withstand the pressure of the Dragon Crystal Land, so they chose to leave and return to the ancient tree. Yes, these battle-hardened fire dragons had once been part of the ancient tree, but that was many years ago. To put it bluntly, they ventured out in their youth and ultimately chose to return to their homeland in their old age. As for the Azure Cherry Fire couple and the lone Azure Fire Dragon, they were different. The Azure Cherry Fire couple had returned to raise offspring in the less dangerous ancient tree. The Azure Fire Dragon, on the other hand, simply couldn't find a suitable mate in the Coral Plateau and, forced to flee by the unpredictable changes there, planned to stay in the ancient tree for a while to see if any other Sakura fire dragons would choose to mate there this year. As for the rest, they were simply the fire dragon couple, who wanted to complete their challenge and settle down in the ancient tree. However, they didn't expect Luo Yun to return a little too late with the ancient tree fire dragons, so they decided to move indirectly. Chapter 170. Okay, Luo Yun understood all of these reasons, but what intrigued him was that a sudden change had occurred in the Coral Plateau. Even this Azure Fire Dragon, a flying dragon that held an absolute superior position among ordinary monsters, had to flee, demonstrating the danger of the change there. Who knew which ancient dragon was responsible? If there was a change, it was absolutely right to look for the ancient dragon. Of course, Luo Yun was merely curious. A vast canyon separated the Coral Plateau from the ancient tree forest. Normally, the change there wouldn't affect this area, so Luo Yun had no concerns. But speaking of that Azure Fire Dragon, it was also unlucky. In its pride, it chose not one of the Azure Fire Dragons from the ancient tree fire dragons, but instead the Great Fire Dragon. The Great Fire Dragon was stunned. It wasn't clear if it sensed the great fire dragon's strength after it had gathered its flames, or if it simply thought it would be easier to deal with. The battle ended swiftly, though brutally. The azure fire dragon, capable of navigating the lava belt with ease, and easily enduring the intense heat of the magma, felt the power of fire for the first time. Facing the highly specialized great fire dragon, the azure fire dragon was blasted with volcanic breath until it doubted its life. In the end, a good hand was wrecked, and it could only find a temporary nest in the middle of the tree canopy, licking its wounds in silence, waiting to recover before seeking a new opponent. After a week of reorganization, the ancient tree was finally cleared up and back on track. However, after a busy day, the cats often gathered together for cat meetings, and it was unclear what they were up to. The hunting grounds in the ancient tree area remained much the same as before, save for the fact that the herbivorous dragon population had yet to fully recover. However, with such lush vegetation, it was expected to return to its peak in no time, and even further was possible. The battle-hardened azure fire dragon had surprisingly survived, though it hadn't yet regained its mobility, relying entirely on its companion, the Sakura fire dragon, for protection. That night, the sky was dotted with stars, and a crescent moon was rising. The fire dragons had returned to their roosts, enjoying the quiet of the night. The cats, aside from the necessary patrols on the perimeter, had retreated to their small tents in their former habitats to rest. In the upper reaches of the ancient tree, near the cliffs in the middle and upper reaches, in the vine-covered hollows, the fire dragon detail warriors were, for once, not on patrol. The fire dragon detail guards, who usually never left their lair, were nowhere to be seen. Moonlight streamed into the new lair, revealing two figures, one gold, one silver, one red, one green, slowly approaching in the moonlight. In the newly made nest, Luo Yun's body was a little stiff. The intimate gestures he usually performed with such ease were now completely absent, his mind blank. Taking in the scent of Yaji, he instinctively moved closer to her. When he touched her scales, the scorching heat froze him again. Yaji tilted her head to look at Luo Yun, who had raised his head. She took in his angular head, the short spines on his jaw, the shapely muscles wrapped in silver-red scales, a body even larger than her own, and broad, reliable wings. Tonight, her male fire dragon had finally reached adulthood, successfully growing into the look she loved best. Woo! A soft, melodious moan emanated from Yaji's nose. Luo Yun's body shuddered, and his head, held high, subconsciously lowered. His gaze met Yaji's gentle, spring-like eyes, and his heart trembled. He unconsciously leaned forward. Just like when they were little, he placed his chin on top of Yaji's head, the cuticle of his chin rubbing gently against her scales. The only difference was that when he was little, Luo Yun was on the bottom. Yaji closed her eyes, feeling the warmth from the scales above her head, and her heart gradually settled. Her young dragon had grown up, and from now on, he was her support. Gradually, Luo Yun's body began to relax, and a fire burned within him. This fire was different from the flames that usually erupted from his fire bag. Even Luo Yun, with his extremely strong heat tolerance, could easily sense the heat of this flame. Burning dragon blood surged through his body. Luo Yun bit down on the thick carapace around Yaji's neck. As she lowered her head slightly, Luo Yun exerted a slight force with his wings, easily flipping her over and wrapping his tail tightly around her, which swung freely. His wings slightly spread, powerfully covering Yaji, trapping the warmth of both within. Gold and silver intertwined, red and green overlapped, and the scales shone in the moonlight. It was all so beautiful and harmonious. On the cliff beside the ancient tree, a golden bud slowly blossomed in the silvery moonlight. The next day, the female fire dragon, its scales gleaming golden in the sunlight, flew out of its nest full of energy. Her strong and graceful figure soared through the sky, her graceful movements seeming to convey her master's joy. Luo Yun folded his wings and paced out of the nest, feeling the warmth of the sun on his scales, as if it could dispel the faint chill deep within his body. A passing male fire dragon saw Luo Yun's slightly dulled scales and faltering steps, and instantly understood everything. After a sympathetic glance, he turned and headed back the way he come. Meow, fire dragon boss, meow? Are you okay, meow? Tundut sensed something was amiss. Although outwardly, he looked the same, mentally, his fire dragon boss seemed to have a sense of seeing through everything, a sense of inner peace. Luo Yun ignored Tundut and took a deep breath, facing the rising sun. The emptiness after eating into the marrow was so deep that even the fire within couldn't ignite. Last night, he witnessed a terrifying moment. A female fire dragon, formidable in strength, incredible physique, and exceptional talent, on its way to becoming a golden fire dragon, who had endured for 5 years since adulthood, finally letting loose completely after gently completing her first act. Gazing at the azure sky, Luoyun felt a sense of peace. It was not a day for killing. At the starry stronghold, the elderly dragon scholar adjusted his glasses and, with trembling hands, handed the notebook back to the expectant female editor. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't too old to handle it. He simply felt he had a bit too much of a temper. Besides the Grand Commander's uncivilized humanoid tusk-like creature, someone else had actually given him such a bizarre record to compile. Girl, I want to ask, are you in a clear state of mind? Chapter 171. Awake? Of course I am. The female editor scratched her head and glanced at her notebook, somewhat puzzled by the old dragon scholar's meaning. If you're awake, why are you making up stories? Don't you know that ecological research and speculation are a rigorous process? Look at what you wrote in your notes. I could have accepted such a bizarre thing with any other monster, but you chose a fire dragon. Can't you use your little brain to think carefully? Are these things even possible for a fire dragon? The old dragon scholar was almost laughing with rage. He pushed his glasses up with a glare and spoke seriously. The female editor was still very young, and he hoped she would recognize her mistakes and not go astray at such a young age. Therefore, his words were a little harsh. Otherwise, given the common quirks of dragon scholars, he wouldn't bother to say a word. But the old dragon scholar was wrong. The female editor clutched her notebook, her eyes wide. She wasn't stupid. The old dragon scholar had explained it so clearly, so of course she understood. But this statement infuriated her. As an editor, you could call her a burden, say she didn't understand the situation, or even call her a fool who couldn't wait to die. But you absolutely couldn't call her records false, even if her descriptions contained some subjective thoughts. That wasn't grounds for denial. So, even though the old dragon scholar was highly respected within the investigation team, the female editor still broke down and grabbed him, opened his notebook, and demanded an explanation. Finally, after the other staff members of the Biological Research Institute at the star base began to be affected, the old dragon scholar, completely overwhelmed, took the notebook, intending to thoroughly teach this seemingly confused editor a lesson on his mistakes. First, your description of the fire dragon population. The fire dragon populations of the New World are indeed different from those of the Old World, seemingly developing a subtle sense of community. But look at what you wrote. The figure of the fire dragon king emerged from the cliff, an endless pressure descending upon the world. The fire dragons of the entire great Ant Mound wasteland lowered their proud heads and pledged their loyalty to the supreme fire dragon king. Look, are you sure you're writing about fire dragons? Even ancient dragons wouldn't have such exaggerated descriptions, right? The old dragon scholar's tone was calm, yet a hint of authority lingered in his voice. He was like a stern teacher, constantly correcting students' mistakes with a notebook. Faced with the old dragon scholar's attitude, the female editor calmed down and muttered timidly, "Embellishments, just embellishments." But those fire dragons really did stop making any sound when the fire dragon king appeared. And that pressure was real. My fellow hunters and I felt it. It was truly terrifying. The old dragon scholar's gaze lingered on the female editor for a long time. As a senior scholar in the Hunters Guild, he had not only made outstanding contributions to ecological research, but was also a veteran teacher who had mentored many students. After confirming that she was not lying, he opened the book beside him and began to write. The ancient tree fire dragon king appears to possess the ability to completely command the ancient tree fire dragons. His years of leading the fire dragons have given him an aura of superiority, even influencing hunters. After finishing, he turned the page in the female editor's notebook and pointed to a spot under the stick figure, continuing, "Here, the fire dragons gather together, causing the temperature to rise. The ignited flames can even ignite the sky and disperse the white clouds." Sigh. The old dragon scholar sighed. They're fire dragons, not ancient dragons, and they don't have the ability to influence celestial phenomena. The female editor blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. That's embellishment, but when fire dragons gather together, the temperature does rise. When the fire dragons are present, the settlement in the great Ant Mound wasteland never gets cold in winter. I know that. This unusual manifestation has long attracted the attention of our base. Through the soil we collected, we discovered that it contains far more fire energy than normal. We originally thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that some unknown changes have occurred to the ancient tree fire dragons. Ancient tree fire dragons are suspected of attracting fire energy, thereby modifying the environment in their permanent habitats to a certain extent. The specific reason is still unclear. Okay, let's take a look at this. The fire dragon king's body has recently undergone special developments. Its wings, apparently mutated from absorbing excessive ley line energy, have become more suitable for flight, and have also acquired the ability to control airflow. Its scales are also turning a silvery white color. Based on recent investigations, it's speculated that the Fire Dragon King is transforming into a rare species, specialized for flight and fire, a unique, battle-hardened individual posing an ancient dragon-level ecological threat. Or perhaps it's an unknown ancient dragon species, with a similar appearance to fire dragons, and capable of leading them. The old dragon scholar read the rest of the text word by word, finally looking up into the female editor's eyes. Are you sure this isn't describing an ancient dragon? Furthermore, the Fire Dragon King's scales are also found on the stars. In every way, it's a fire dragon, not an unknown ancient dragon. Isn't this about making independent assumptions about ecology? The female editor trailed off, clearly feeling that her last sentence was redundant. I asked you to speculate, not to make up stories. You? Never mind. The first half is a reasonable guess, so I write it down. As for the second half, you should look more closely at the notebooks of your predecessors to see how they recorded their observations. The old dragon scholar didn't want to say any more. He handed the notes back to the female editor without saying anything harsh. Everyone has a time to grow. Since she's still young, she should probably read more of other editors' notes to understand how a qualified editor should approach ecological documentation. The female editor took it, quickly put the notebook away, blushed, bowed to the old dragon scholar, and scurried off, eager to find a way to slip through. The old dragon scholar shook his head, carefully wrote down the notes, and reread them from beginning to end. The more he read, the more something seemed off. Why does this extracted information feel a bit far-fetched? Is this really something a male fire dragon could do? Could it really be an ancient dragon, similar in appearance to a male fire dragon, capable of commanding a group of fire dragons? Chapter 172. The old dragon scholar's mind raced with such thoughts, and he couldn't stop thinking. He quickly had someone retrieve all the eyewitness records regarding Luo Yun. After arranging them according to a timeline, he finally discovered a startling fact. Luo Yun's growth trajectory defied normal biological evolution, and wasn't even considered a normal mutation. The record of the initial encounter was that of the Grand Commander, who possessed specialized abilities for fire. The scales subsequently obtained also displayed the ability to absorb fire energy to increase their hardness. If the second core leader hadn't used a forging method specifically for ancient dragon material, temporarily blocking the scale's energy circuits, the scale would likely have been unusable. It possesses a stable and peaceful mind, possesses the wisdom to communicate with humans, lives in a symbiotic relationship with the Deter, and is revered by them as a god, commanding a clanless group of fire dragons. It has now even specialized in flight. Its energy circuits are complete, and its scales have characteristics that completely defy biological laws. If you ignore its appearance and habits as a male fire dragon, it could be considered an ancient dragon that has not yet fully matured. Perhaps it's really as that girl said, an unknown ancient dragon with a striking resemblance to a male fire dragon. Unconsciously, the old dragon scholar had filled half a page of his large notebook. In nature, many creatures that are not good at raising offspring will secretly place their eggs in the nests of similar-looking young creatures, allowing them to incubate and raise them. These creatures often go to two extremes after birth. One is that young dragons brutally kill their siblings one by one to ensure adequate food and care. Once they reach adulthood, they will even eliminate their parents and leave the group. Representative creatures include the black wolf bird and the giant monster bird. The second is that they forcibly bind to the group by relying on their appearance and abilities that surpass those of their own kind, becoming its leader. However, this typically occurs only between subspecies and the original species. Therefore, it is possible that unknown ancient dragons, similar in appearance to fire dragons before reaching maturity, may reproduce in this way, allowing fire dragons to raise their offspring. This explains why the New World's fire dragon populations have begun to form nearly complete populations in recent years. Satisfiedly rereading the notes, the old dragon scholar felt as if he were transported back to his days as a field ecological surveyor. Incidentally, field ecological surveyors are also a precursor to editors. It was precisely because of this experience that he, and not someone else, was appointed director of the Ecological Research Institute. Accurately extracting the corresponding truth from the notes of editors and hunters is not something everyone can do. Put the notes away and submit them at the next meeting to draw everyone's attention. This might be the only ancient dragon friendly to the survey team. After completing his daily inspection of his new plantation, Xiaolong, intending to try to open the newly locked warehouse, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. With immense self-control, he easily suppressed it, and walked towards the warehouse with a reckless gait. He must compete with that new lock today, ancient forest. 3 days had already passed. For Luo Yun, these 3 days had been a mixture of pain and joy. If I had to describe it in one sentence, it would be that Yaji had single-handedly managed all the hunting trips during those 3 days. He had never imagined that his stamina would one day be so exhausted. The good news was that fire dragons, as creatures of a high ecological niche, weren't like their predecessors, where the stronger they were, the shorter their hunting time. If they were like tigers, where hunting was over in just over 20 seconds, Luo Yun would probably have collapsed long ago. Every time he came to bask in the sun by his lair, he would often receive glances like veterans. After all, the male fire dragons of the New World had harems, and they knew the feeling well. "Boss Meow, we have something we'd like your permission for." The fire dragon leader, Detail, approached Luo Yun and reported on the recent discussions at the cat meeting. There were 2 things going on. One was to open a cat cafeteria atop the cliff next to the ancient tree, adjacent to the treetops. They planned to name it the Seat of Fire Dragons and Cats. The chefs from Deter would be the head chefs, and the fire dragons and their spouses, who wanted to try cat food, would provide the main ingredients. As for the other ingredients needed for the cat food, the cats would cultivate them themselves or forage in the forest. If they couldn't find them, they could entrust the research team with the task. There was nothing much to say about this matter. The fire dragons finally had their own cat cafeteria. It was a natural thing to do, and Luo Yun had no reason to disagree. As for the second thing, the cats had discussed a plan called the Ancient Tree Transformation Plan. Of course, while it's a plan, the reality is that at this stage, the cats' numbers are barely enough to cover most of the newly ranked fire dragon families. However, due to the ancient tree's terrain, simply walking would tire the cats and limit their coverage. Thus, inspired by the Star Stronghold's cable car, the cats envisioned building a cable slide within the ancient tree's canopy. Yes, a cable slide, not the Star Stronghold's elevator-like automatic cable car. There's no other way. Not only do the cats lack the technology, but the ancient tree's geography simply doesn't support it. The Star Stronghold's cable car is powered by a massive water wheel at the center of the waterfall, harnessing the water's power to power the entire stronghold. The ancient tree forest's water supply relies on stored water. Therefore, without a power source, the only option is to use a cable slide from top to bottom to shorten the cat's initial walking time. Because this involved modifying the ancient tree's environment, Luo Yun's approval was needed, leveraging his authority to ensure the other fire dragons wouldn't object. There was no need to discuss this, and Luo Yun, with his open mind, readily agreed, leaving the cats to figure it out. As they were talking, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Curious, they went outside to see that the battle-hardened azure fire dragon had recovered from its injuries and was now challenging someone. And its target was, surprisingly, the magnificent fire dragon. I had no idea why both azure fire dragons had chosen the magnificent fire dragon among so many males. It had to be said that this battle-hardened azure fire dragon from the Dragon Crystal Land was quite capable. Thanks to the benefits of symbiosis, its explosive flame bag had been significantly enhanced, allowing the magnificent fire dragon to stabilize its volatile flame energy. As long as there wasn't any emotional excitement or intense fighting, it could generally suppress it. But this battle-hardened azure fire dragon was indeed quite powerful. It was simply caught off guard by Luo Yun's supersonic pressure, resulting in its instantaneous death. Had it been prepared, it would likely have needed several more moves to end the battle. After all, monsters from the Dragon Crystal Land aren't particularly strong in attack, but their vitality and defense are top-notch. As the fight progressed, the magnificent fire dragon's flames could no longer be suppressed, and it re-entered its magnificent fire mode. With a few concentrated breaths of flame, the battle-hardened azure fire dragon immediately surrendered. There was no other way, it was only here to reproduce, not to recuperate. Chapter 173. In the Grand Canyon north of the ancient tree forest, hidden within a crevice in the rubble, a massive corpse, pitch black and with severely atrophied muscles, lay wedged within the debris. Upon closer inspection, it strangely resembled the remains of a thunder wolf dragon. Flocks of abominable birds circled in the sky, but the chaotic debris below prevented them from finding the corpse. Crack, a tiny sound, like a shell cracking, emanated from the corpse, and then a strange scene unfolded. Cracks appeared on the thunder wolf dragon's pitch-black body. Then, like a zombie emerging from a graveyard, a blood-red claw suddenly burst through the cracked black skin, emitting a crisp, grinding sound of bones scraping through the air. Then, the thunder wolf dragon's corpse seemed to split open, like a discarded silkworm chrysalis. The black eclipse dragon crawled out from within, its bones limp. It struggled feebly, bit by bit, and slowly squirmed. During this process, the membranes on its wings began to unfurl, and the scales all over its body gradually hardened. Its body expanded rapidly like a balloon. In less than half an hour, a newborn black dragon, barely 15 meters long, stood firmly amidst the rubble, supported by its 4 legs and wings. The black dragon's spines had not yet fully grown, and with the flutter of its wings, black scales flew everywhere. Eyeless, until its own perception developed, it had to rely on these scales, infected with the mad dragon virus, to perceive its surroundings. Turning towards the carcass of the Thunderwolf dragon, which was reduced to a shell, the black dragon opened its bloody maw without disdain, and devoured the remains of the corpse. For the Black Eclipse dragon, still a newborn and weak, unable to compete with larger monsters, not a single ounce of nutrients from this corpse, which served as a breeding ground for its growth, could be wasted. Some of the scale powder sprayed by the Black Eclipse dragon was held near its body to serve as eyes, while a small amount, carried by the powerful winds of the Grand Canyon, drifted toward the ancient tree forest below. Time flew by, and more than half a month had passed. That day, a meeting was held at the Starry Stronghold, ultimately declaring a long-term observation mission, titled Red and Silver Scorching Flame, open only to hunter teams with a New World Special Assessment level of 6 stars or higher. 6 stars. This was a mission level only achievable by ancient dragons or monsters with regional destructive power. Furthermore, this was a long-term observation mission, meaning at least 6 months of field research. However, the scope of the investigation was simple: to remain stationed outside the ancient tree and conduct ecological observations of the entire ancient tree fire dragon population and the Fire Dragon King. With the Fire Dragon's detail and his companions watching over them, the danger level wasn't particularly high. The problem was that the ancient tree area was far from their base, meaning the hunter team heading there would be isolated and helpless, surviving deep in a forest teeming with powerful creatures. Strictly speaking, the danger wasn't low. But as soon as the mission was announced, numerous teams applied. There was no other way. The investigation team's main task now was to explore a safe route, avoiding the territories of powerful monsters with high ecological niches. The hunters' most frequent encounters were primarily with thieves and pterosaurs. Those in high ecological niches generally encountered the reckless man along. Thus, for these elites with a strong pioneering and adventurous spirit, a mission like observing a herd of fire dragons was truly a dream, no matter how dangerous it might be. Haha, these guys are really energetic. Very good, but if this keeps up, I'm afraid there'll be a conflict over this mission. The Grand Leader folded his arms and grinned at the noisy crowd at the mission counter. As elite hunters from the first group, most of them were eligible to accept 6-star missions, and the few outstanding talents from the second group were also eligible. As a result, half of the hunters from the survey group suddenly arrived at the counter, causing some distress to the task-issuing poster girl. You're right. This mission was indeed issued rather hastily. Everyone's been hunkering down nearby for years, and the Great Anthill Wasteland has been maintaining the safety of the transport route. They're all frustrated. We should have considered this beforehand. Carlos rubbed his forehead. As Commander-in-Chief, he bore the blame for this situation. It seemed he still had a lot to learn. Yes, but it's too late to regret it now. So, in my opinion, to prevent any potential conflict, I should take over this mission. I'm sure with my skills, I can convince them. Carlos's mouth twitched. He knew this guy wasn't idle. He dragged him to the starship to see the scene with this very intention. With a light sigh, Carlos didn't refuse. After all, given the current situation, this was indeed a solution. Besides, even if he disagreed, given the Grand Captain's temperament, he would eventually go out on his own to investigate. Besides, the situation within the Starry Stronghold is becoming increasingly stable thanks to his presence. Most monsters dare not approach the pass, and there's no need to worry about being overwhelmed by large numbers of monsters. A hunter of the Grand Captain's caliber shouldn't be confined to the stronghold. Having a swordsman master is more than enough to handle most situations. Thinking this through, Carlos nodded gently. Then I leave it to you. Remember to bring your equipment. If you're up there, explore the ancient tree area as well. Ideally, set up a small camp near the ancient tree. The Grand Captain didn't refuse Carlos's request. In other words, he would have done it even if Carlos hadn't mentioned it. But when we reach the upper levels of the ancient tree, should we ask Tonkatsu to join us? Sometimes it's hard to get used to it without the hunting cat. This thought occurred to the Grand Captain. Tonkatsu was Zeta's disciple, and he had an obligation to help it grow. What's more, Tonkatsu is one of the higher-ups in the investigation team. Although he's currently on leave, he shouldn't refuse this request, right? Just as the Grand Commander announced that he would take over this mission and began to deal with the hunter's verbal attacks. Second floor forge. The supply team leader emerged with a rather morbid smile, carrying a large lock. This was a custom lock he developed in his spare time, working with the craftsman. He didn't believe it would last more than a week. In the corner of the forge, the invisible shell uncrouched quietly and emerged. This time, he had witnessed the entire process of making this lock firsthand. He didn't believe it could stop him for 5 days, like the last one. Chapter 174. The Fire Dragon and Cat Seat was officially completed. Having occasionally enjoyed the Fire Dragon's specially prepared cat food, the Fire Dragons in the group were well aware of the impact of the cat-cooked food on them. Thus, as soon as the cat food cafeteria was completed, Fire Dragons eagerly rushed over with food. Although the lack of ingredients made the food somewhat less effective, the unique taste and the continued increase in stamina still drew the Fire Dragons in droves. Finally, driven by the Fire Dragons' enthusiasm, the new Fire Dragons from the ancient tree also tried it out of curiosity. The cat's exquisite cooking skills accelerated their integration into the group. For a time, the Fire Dragon's daily routine had another task: queuing for cat food. The Fire Dragon's appetites were enormous, far beyond the reach of hunters. Even though the chef cats, led by Egg Roll, worked at full speed, they could never keep up. This led to a daily exhaustion for the cat cooks. Until one day, the veteran Blue Fire Dragon, the last to join the ancient tree and currently the least advanced in the cat's strategy, finished its meal and, seeing the expectant glances from the cats, offered a rare compliment. It had secretly observed the reward system used by other Fire Dragon families, and left behind one of its intact scales, much to the cat's excitement. Many Fire Dragons seemed to have grasped the key point. Whenever they brought food for the cats to prepare, they would prepare some rewards in advance. Some were their own scales, some were leftover materials from monsters defeated during hunts, and sometimes even the carcasses of slain large monsters. In short, these rewards were varied, and the cats accepted them all. After all, they weren't expecting any reward, they were simply a token of the Fire Dragon's recognition of them. Whatever it was, it made the cats very happy. However, on this day, the rewards given by the female Fire Dragons after their hunting trip seemed a bit questionable. That day, Yaji went to the hunting grounds north of the ancient tree for her usual hunting trip. Perhaps because her temper had improved recently, she didn't mind the other female Fire Dragons following her. After a relatively methodical hunt, each female Fire Dragon had secured her food. As Yaji bit down on the herbivorous dragon and placed its claw-pierced upper body into the river to expel its blood, 2 figures lurked in the dense forest, their eyes crimson, their purple saliva dripping unconsciously, and their heavy breathing tinged with a faint black smoke. Zizi! The sound of electricity instantly alerted the female Fire Dragons, and they all looked up and around. Aki instantly locked onto the target and, without hesitation, exhaled with a single breath. The 2 Thunder Dragons nimbly dodged the massive fireball and, roaring, charged at the female Fire Dragons without hesitation. This scene enraged the female Fire Dragons. 2 Thunder Dragons, mere low-level monsters among the large monsters of the ancient forest, actually dared to charge at the female Fire Dragons in an open area, and at a whole group of them. Were they insane? Feeling severely provoked, the female Fire Dragons flapped their wings and charged forward. The 2 closest female Fire Dragons immediately sent the Thunder Dragons flying with a poisonous tail swipe, sending them flying. Immediately, a barrage of flames followed, sending the Thunder Dragon, still struggling to find its balance, flying back again, their area blanketed by fireballs. But then, something unexpected happened. Ordinarily, these 2 Thunder Dragons, faced with such an attack, would have fled in panic, given the disparity in strength and the lack of numbers. But instead of advancing, the 2 Thunder Dragons retreated, charging forward as if unharmed. Even though one of the Thunder Dragon's front legs was weakening from repeated fireball strikes, it continued to charge forward with an unnatural posture, appearing completely frantic. The female Fire Dragons were somewhat surprised, but they didn't stop, charging towards the Thunder Dragons as well. At that moment, a roar was heard. Aki's roar caused the female Fire Dragons to stop and take flight. Furious flames gathered in their mouths. Having lost their other targets, the Thunder Dragons shifted their focus to Aki, charging towards them in a crisscross pattern. With perfect timing, a massive fireball, dotted with blue-purple flames, erupted. Though frantic, the 2 Thunder Dragons still retained their fighting instincts, using their agility to evade the impact. Unexpectedly, the massive fireball exploded right in front of them, instantly sending them repelling the impact. The aftermath of the impact blanketed the ground in the Thunder Dragon's path, with residual flames. Aki spread her wings, ready to take flight. The two thunder dragons, naturally, would not let her slip. They stiffly resisted the impact of the explosion, twisting their bodies, and carelessly stepping onto the flame-strewn ground. The next second, Aji spit out another small fireball, still aiming for the ground. The two thunder dragons roared, easily dodging it. The fireball successfully made contact with the ground. Instantly, a blazing flame engulfed the land, completely engulfing the two thunder dragons. The pain inflicted by the flames caused the thunder dragons to howl miserably, but their vaguely visible forms, submerged in the flames, continued to struggle forward. It was as if they were desperately trying to crawl out. Even if it meant death, they would bite Aji. The abnormal fighting desire and aggressiveness displayed by these two thunder dragons completely defied biological reason. Knowing they were no match, they continued their frantic suicidal charge. Aji had never seen a creature so mad, so oblivious to even the fear of pain. So, to be on the safe side, Aji discouraged the other female fire dragons from engaging in close combat, allowing herself to deal with them with ranged attacks. The secondary detonation of the flames was a technique she had only recently discovered. With her transformation, her charged fireballs could barely sustain this move. However, according to her initial thought, this move should have been performed in conjunction with Luo Yun. After her fireball attack, Luo Yun's flame seamlessly followed, triggering a secondary explosion, thereby blocking the enemy's range of movement and creating the perfect opportunity for attack. Unexpectedly, she would actually use it here today. After the flames died down, the two thunder dragons remained silent. Concerned about wasting resources, the female fire dragons deliberately took the bodies of the two thunder dragons with them upon their return. And so, the corpses of the two thunder dragons appeared before Mao Mao, their reward. At the same time, the Grand Master, along with the scholars and compilers assigned to prevent him from writing any more bizarre records, returned to the ancient tree after over 2 years to visit the fire dragon deter. Chapter 175. So it's the body of a thunder dragon? Aside from some severe burns on the surface, there seems to be nothing unusual elsewhere. How could you possibly be unable to handle it? In a natural cave in the center of the cliff beneath the fire dragon and cat seat, the Grand Commander, before he had time to catch up with Luo Yun, was drawn by the cat's reports and volunteered to lead his team there, using a makeshift cableway constructed from vines. I remember that stripping monster materials is a must for every follower cat, right? And as a fire dragon deter, stripping materials should be a piece of cake. As the Grand Commander spoke, he drew his hunter's dagger and prepared to continue cutting down along the incision made by the cats. At that moment, a small area on the belly of the thunder dragon suddenly dented. Everyone present had already focused their attention on this area, so they immediately noticed the clue. The Grand Commander narrowed his eyes slightly, swung his hunter's knife, and with exquisite precision, inserted it into the weak spot between the scales. He peeled the area away effortlessly, following the scales. Instantly, a thin stream of dark purple blood flowed to the ground. How many hits did it take? Even dead, there's still so much poison. The Grand Commander muttered subconsciously. No! This isn't just any poison. The scholar scrutinized the pool of poisonous blood, squatted down, stirred it with a small wooden stick, and after scooping up the blood, he carefully examined the sticky threads that trickled down from the stick and retorted. This isn't the effect of a fire dragon or poisonous bird's toxin. It must be a new toxin. Drawing on his vast experience, the scholar lowered his stick and gazed intently at the thunder dragon's corpse. This was new, unknown experimental material. Grandmaster, please stop damaging the corpse. With this, the scholar was about to pounce on the Grandmaster to stop him from cutting into the wound. Such excellent research material needed the best possible preservation. Unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable location for research here, or else the scholar would have immediately demanded the body be moved over so he could perform the autopsy himself. Okay, I won't. Don't rush. The Grandmaster obediently withdrew his knife. He knew these scholars' personalities well. Although they appeared to be good-natured nerds clutching books all day, they were a completely different character when it came to research. If he continued to operate, he feared the man would pounce and fight. Deaders, you've seen what this guy looks like, so why not trade these 2 thunder dragon carcasses to the investigation team? Of course, we pay a premium for these special items, so you won't be shortchanged. What do you think? The scholar, a little overexcited, had forgotten that the carcasses belonged to the cats, but the Grand Master hadn't forgotten and cheerfully sought Egg Roll's opinion. Tonkatsu remained silent. These 2 thunder dragon carcasses were rewards for the cat chefs, their personal belongings, and even he wouldn't interfere without permission. Meow, That's fine, meow. But we don't understand their value, meow. So Grandmaster, please give them as you see fit. Although all of these were rewards from the fire dragons, for Egg Roll and the others, the rewards were categorized into different levels. The highest quality items were naturally the fire dragon's scales, broken claws, fallen teeth, and the like. Among them, Luo Yun and Yaji's were the most valuable. The cats treated these items as heirlooms, and generally wouldn't give them away easily. Next in line were the fire dragon's own spoils of war, materials left behind by monsters in high ecological niches that fought the fire dragons. The cats would collect these items, but they could also be traded to the survey team for a price. The lowest quality items were materials or carcasses from weaker ecological niches, such as thunder dragons and great thief dragons. The cats would strip these items of their materials and store them in a warehouse, specifically for trading with the survey team. Incidentally, the cats were still living in a communal environment, so theoretically, Tonkatsu was also entitled to handle the 2 thunder dragon carcasses. However, due to the unity of the clan, he held back. Haha, alright, since you said so, don't worry. Shinchan will definitely give a generous reward for these 2 thunder dragon carcasses, right, Tonkatsu? Meow. Tonkatsu nodded. The Grand Commander's intention was clear, to have Tonkatsu act as a witness, so that Egg Roll and the others would be completely assured. Plop! A black lump of flesh fell from the wound the Grand Commander had just incised. No one present paid much attention. The lump was only the size of a fist, pitch black like a blood clot. To a large monster, it was nothing more than a small drop of oxidized blood. Hunters and cats, who had personally skinned countless materials, didn't care for such a common occurrence. No! What is this? The scholar exclaimed in surprise. Only the scholar, who had been observing the purple-black blood on the thunder dragon's corpse, noticed something amiss. The blood clot that had fallen was actually slightly undulating, and the blood on the ground was slowly decreasing. It wasn't decreasing by seeping into the ground, but rather being absorbed by the blood clot. What's going on? Although he knew that scholars tended to get excited when they saw something new, the loud noise still caught the Grand Master's attention. As a hunter, the Grand Master's observation skills far surpassed the scholars. What he could spot, the Grand Master could also spot. This thing. The Grand Master glanced at the slashed corpse, then at the other, seemingly intact thunder dragon carcass. His hunter's intuition told him that this was more than he thought. Grand Master, why don't we quickly return these 2 bodies to our base? Also, shouldn't we get some hunting information on these 2 bodies? The editor suggested at the right moment. The Grand Commander nodded and looked at Tonkatsu. I trouble you for your assistance with the transportation. I also like to see Fire Dragon Boss. The Fire Dragon Details had autonomy over transportation, but information regarding Fire Dragon hunting could not be circumvented without Luo Yun. Regardless, this invitation was essential. Tonkatsu nodded in understanding and immediately began arranging for Cat to transport the 2 thunder dragon corpses. As for Fire Dragon Boss, he would also check on a suitable time. After all, since that night, the relationship between Fire Dragon Boss and his partner had become even more strained. Chapter 176. Inside the ancient tree nest, Luo Yun pondered Yaji's description of the 2 flying thunder dragons after returning from their hunt yesterday. When he first heard the beginning, Luo Yun thought the thunder dragon's attack on the group of female fire dragons was the biggest joke in recent memory. Could they possibly win? But when he heard the rest of the story, he realized that even after being poisoned and bombarded by fireballs, the 2 thunder dragons continued to charge forward recklessly. Even in their final moments of death, they still had a terrifying desire to attack. In this situation, Luo Yun's mind immediately shifted to the Mist Barrier Corpse Dragon. Those pterosaurs, completely bereft of reason by the miasma, had similarly dared to attack Luo Yun and Yaji while they were on duty. That battle-scarred black wolf bird, likewise, fought 2-on-1, charging forward to meet their duel. How similar were the Thunder Dragon's situation to that of the battle-scarred black wolf bird? So, when Luo Yun raised this question, Yaji dismissed it again. Because both the pterosaur and the battle-scarred black wolf bird shared a common trait, pale skin and a faint miasma emanating from their bodies. But these 2 thunder dragons didn't have that. Furthermore, unlike the battle-scarred black wolf bird, which, despite its fury, still retained its rationality and fought with a methodical approach, these 2 thunder dragons attacked with a complete determination to fight to the death. As Yaji's description became increasingly detailed, Luo Yun felt she wasn't describing a mad thunder dragon, but rather some mad dog from a previous life. Mad dog? Luo Yun's eyes widened. No way. There's a mad dragon virus in the New World too? Black Eclipse dragons or sky dragons? It's no wonder Luo Yun was surprised. Both Black Eclipse dragons and sky dragons were creatures despised by the world. In a stable ecosystem, Black Eclipse dragons generally couldn't invade other areas. Under normal circumstances, the Tianhui dragon only appears in its homeland, the Forbidden Land. Even if a Black Eclipse dragon successfully transforms into a Tianhui dragon in another region, it will return to the Forbidden Land. Unless the ecological stability of another region is disrupted, allowing a Black Eclipse dragon to successfully invade and reproduce, and no ancient dragon intervenes to stop or eliminate it. The Tianhui dragon will leave the Forbidden Land and travel to that region to spread scale powder that inhibits the Black Eclipse dragon's transformation until the Black Eclipse dragon is completely eliminated by the monsters in that area. So, this is what surprised Luo Yun. Although the ecological stability of the new world is not as stable as that of the old world, its abundant life energy, coupled with the existence of the Miasma Valley and the Dragon Crystal Land, makes the new world a place where ancient dragons gather. With so many ancient dragons, if a Black Eclipse dragon accidentally stumbles across the ocean and arrives here, it will be targeted by the natural consciousness, and will likely call upon the ancient dragons to deal with it. Unless an ancient dragon is so lazy as to ignore the call of nature's consciousness, missing the perfect moment to kill, and allowing the Black Eclipse dragon to survive, there's a chance the Mad Dragon virus could spread to the new world. But isn't that probability too small? An ancient dragon that can survive in the new building must have some ambition. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to be so indifferent. Xingshan stronghold, outside the warehouse door. Xiaolong, biting the new lock, intending to bite through the weak spot in one go, suddenly felt an itch in her nose, and her neck involuntarily lifted up. Oh my god, the lock didn't break, but the handle was pulled off along with it. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiaolong reluctantly spat the door lock on the ground and trotted out of the area. It's the 7th day. I mastered the angle and strength, and I was so close to opening this rotten lock. But a tickle in my nose ruined my efforts. He was so angry. As soon as Xiaolong left, the supply team leader arrived at the warehouse door. Seeing the intact lock on the ground, with only a row of teeth marks on it, and the door that had been violently torn apart, he forced a relieved smile, not caring whether the items inside were lost. Leader, everything's still there. The secret medicine, the star pure meat chunk, and the large recovery potion are all still on the tray. Hee. The supply team leader nodded smugly, picked up the lock, and walked happily towards the forge. You guys fix the door first. I go forge a new one, haha. The supply team leader was in high spirits. As for why the items inside weren't lost, it was obvious that the guy couldn't open the lock, so he was so angry that he tore the door apart, but he was too embarrassed to steal food. So, this round finally saw the victory for the supply squad leader, on the ancient tree. While Luo Yun thought it unlikely to be the Mad Dragon virus, the new world was vast, with so many bizarre creatures. The original game only revealed the tip of the iceberg through the hunter's perspective. That tiny investigation area was just a drop in the ocean for the new world. There were still many unknowns left undiscovered. For this reason, Luo Yun became slightly wary, even planning to go in that direction himself when he had time. After all, it was something that could affect large monsters. If it affected the fire dragons, that would be quite serious. As for why not go now? Aki has been a bit of a dragon haunt lately, even going hunting on her own. So those who understand will understand, and those who don't will have to imagine it themselves. He really wasn't motivated. His wings and legs felt weak, and he felt a little empty. He really wanted to find a tool or a dragon to do this. Hey old friend, I'm bothering you again. Hearing this familiar greeting, Luo Yun sighed inwardly. Troublemakers are here again. Just then, the Grand Commander walked in, followed by Tonkatsu. When he saw Luo Yun's appearance, his eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that forcing himself to take on this observation mission was a perfect decision. Speaking of which, the Grand Commander hadn't seen Luo Yun in a while. The last time they met was in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, and they had just met when news of the Nergigant led them away. It had been over a year, almost 2 years. I hadn't expected Luo Yun to have changed so much in such a short time. This could definitely be considered a subspecies of a male fire dragon, and it must be said, Luo Yun's ferocious appearance at this moment truly embodies the aura of the Fire Dragon King. Just why do I feel a little weak? Luo Yun, feeling lazy and languid, was just about to think about how to deal with this annoying humanoid golden lion and quickly send him away, when he heard Tonkatsu say that the Grand Commander had come to him seeking help regarding the 2 flying thunder dragons that the female fire dragon had encountered. At these words, Luo Yun's eyes lit up. That's right, The Grand Commander is a hunter. Investigating ecological and biological changes is his job. His wish had come true. And here he was, the perfect tool. Chapter 177. In the ancient forest, the Grand Commander crouched on a branch, quietly waiting for something. He had clearly come to observe the fire dragons, but somehow, after a conversation with Luo Yuan, his intention had shifted to investigating unusual phenomena in the area north of the ancient trees. However, the unusual behavior of the thunder dragons, as Luo Yuan had revealed, was indeed concerning. The thought of a creature from a lower ecological niche fearlessly attacking a higher ecological niche, especially one as cautious as the thunder dragons, was truly unbelievable. The Grand Commander keenly sensed a problem. If this were an isolated incident, it would be fine. However, if it weren't, it would likely cause significant damage to the ecosystem. So, while arranging for the scholars to accompany Mau Mau back to the Starry Sky base, he also wrote a letter to Carlos, hoping that the base could send some personnel to assist. It wasn't about combat power, but rather that the forest was so vast that the Grand Commander alone couldn't conduct a large-scale observation. 3 days had passed since he arrived in this area. For 3 whole days, using guide insects and various traces, he had finally found the trace of an unusual monster. At this moment, the guide insects that had been flying around him suddenly turned red, instantly alerting the Grand Commander. After a quick glance, he finally spotted a cricket bird hidden among the leaves and weeds. Yes, the trace the Grand Commander had found was only that of a cricket bird. But now, the cricket bird slightly opened its mouth, purple saliva dripping slowly. Its red, pained eyes stared intently at the Grand Commander on the branch. Its usually bright feathers were now disheveled, and the entire monster was filled with endless murderous intent. Staring at the scratching bird, the Grand Commander grinned and flung a stone provocatively, watching as the scratching bird howled frantically as it charged toward him. The Grand Commander spun around, nimbly leaping, weaving, and gliding through the trees. Thanks to the various branches and vines blocking its path, the scratching bird could only follow the Grand Commander, unable to truly catch up. Following the route he had planned for the past few days, the Grand Commander skillfully navigated through the various vegetation. Soon, he reached a cliff and leaped. While seemingly dangerous, he had actually carefully managed his distance, dodging the scratching bird's talons and landing on the other side. Turning around, he made a sly, provocative gesture toward the mad dragon-like scratching bird. Without hesitation, the scratching bird unleashed its hind legs, leaping over 10 meters and landing in a high-altitude stomping motion on the Grand Commander. Hee hee. The Grand Commander nimbly rolled, sending the scratching bird tumbling. Then, the bird's feet slipped, and it fell into a pre-dug hole. A woven vine trap bound the bird tightly, its struggles futile. Amid the bird's frantic roar, Tonkatsu and his 2 followers, Deader, ran over with explosive barrels and placed them next to the bird's head. They lit the fuses and quickly ran away. Boom! After a burst of explosions, the bird drooped its head helplessly. The 3 explosive barrels had dealt a decent amount of damage. Not lethal, but just enough to stun a monster the bird's size. With the Grand Commander's strength, he could single-handedly take down even a fully grown bird, let alone a mad dragon-like bird. But this time, the goal was to capture the mad dragon-like bird as intact as possible without damaging it. Therefore, even though they had already found the bird's tracks 3 days ago, they had dragged on for 3 days to familiarize themselves with the terrain and set traps, all for this moment. The Grand Commander pulled out a tranquilizer ball, covered its mouth and nose with one hand, and threw 2 at the unconscious scratching bird's face. After a moment, the sound of scratching bird's sleep could be heard. The Grand Commander squatted in front of the scratching bird, scratched a wound with his hunter's dagger, glanced at the dark purple blood stain on the dagger, and nodded. It's probably the same virus as the Thunder Dragon. Next, I leave it to you, Dettels. Meow. The 2 Dettels jumped up, raising their paws to indicate they were all right. They took the small bag of tranquilizer balls from the Grand Commander's hand, pushed the cart over, and laboriously moved the scratching bird onto it, tying it up and securing it securely with ropes. Noticing the scratching bird stirring, they immediately threw another tranquilizer ball at it. After confirming it was all right, they pushed the cart, escorted by the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu, towards the temporary camp. At that time, the Grand Commander's hired fire dragon detail will take possession of the mad dragon-transformed scratching bird at the temporary camp and transport it back to the camp near the ancient tree, awaiting the handover from the hunter sent by Starry Sky. It seems something seriously wrong in this forest. Even a timid creature like the scratching bird has shown such exaggerated aggressiveness. Until we know the cause, you must be on the lookout, the Grand Commander said to Tonkatsu while munching on some dry food. Tonkatsu nodded calmly. I understand, meow. The Fire Dragon boss has instructed us, Detail and the Fire Dragon Masters, to avoid hunting in this area for the time being, meow. He said he would. What is this, meow? Tonkatsu was just answering the Grand Commander's words, when he noticed a streak of dark purple scale powder drifting towards them. However, as it passed the campfire, it suddenly burst into flames and vaporized. The Grand Commander sneezed at the smell. His brow furrowed, and he immediately pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Seeing this, Tonkatsu followed suit, covering his mouth and nose. They exchanged glances, then stood up immediately, ordering Deter's followers inside the camp to take protective measures. Then, one man and one cat rushed out of the makeshift camp, following the scale dust in the air toward the source. In the same area, Luo Yun and Yaji were flying low in the sky. Originally, after handing the investigation over to the Grand Commander, Luo Yun had planned to sit back and relax. But the Grand Commander hadn't had any news for several days. Following the two flying thunder dragons, the fire dragons had brought back the body of a large thief dragon with similar symptoms, and Luo Yun became increasingly uneasy. Although he had been thinking that the New World lacked sky dragons or black eclipse dragons, and that the situation with these monsters was likely a coincidence, the more he tried to stop thinking about it, the more likely it seemed. Finally, unable to calm down, and even leaving Yaji somewhat dissatisfied that night, Luo Yun ordered the fire dragons to stay away from the hunting grounds for the time being. Then he flew over with Yaji, hoping to try his luck and see for himself if there were any other monsters insane. The unknown is the most terrifying. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one find peace of mind. Roar! Roar! The roar of the savage jaw dragon reached him, but it was different from the powerful roar Luo Yun remembered. This rapid roar was filled with weakness and frustration. It felt like a tiger in plain sight being bullied by a dog. With a slight flap of his wings, Luo Yun flew towards the sound. Chapter 178. On the mountain path, a brute-jaw dragon roared as it fled at a rapid speed. Behind it, 5 thieves, their eyes red, pursued it at full speed. Yes, the thieves were actually chasing the brute-jaw dragon, but the brute-jaw dragon had no desire to fight, not even the slightest thought of turning back to fight. It simply ran forward, as if the creature behind it wasn't a thieves' dragon, but some terrifying creature in thieves' skin. Suddenly, its footing slipped, and it slipped into the grass, its weakened body failing to regain its balance immediately. Seizing this opportunity, the thieves swarmed over the brute-jaw dragon, leaping desperately onto its body, their not-so-sharp teeth biting fiercely into its hide. Though their bites couldn't penetrate it, the pain still drove the brute-jaw dragon mad. It swung its body wildly, trying to throw the thieves off, but caught off guard and tumbled down the slope. The slope wasn't steep, and the inclination wasn't extreme, but when the brute-jaw dragon came to a stop, it lay limp on the ground, eyes closed, as if dead. As the brute-jaw dragon rolled, the thralls that had been thrown from its body rushed forward again, biting and tearing at it. Just as Luo Yun, seeing this, was about to expel the thralls and check the situation, the brute-jaw dragon's eyes suddenly opened. The next second, as if in a last-ditch effort, it flipped over and decisively forced the thralls back. Catching one that had no time to retreat, it bit through its spine. At this point, the brute-jaw dragon seemed completely enraged, its back membranes flaring as it charged towards the remaining thralls. This was a perfectly normal fight between creatures, but then Luo Yun noticed that as the brute-jaw dragon pursued another raptor dragon, the remaining raptor dragons not only didn't flee, but instead pounced on the previously killed raptor dragon, unconcerned that the brute-jaw dragon had taken advantage of the opportunity to kill another raptor dragon. They proceeded to devour the raptor dragon's corpse with ravenous gulps. Cannibalism, generally speaking, with the exception of a few monsters, most would only resort to this action when starving to death. But as Luo Yun knew, the raptor dragons weren't one of those rare monsters, especially during a battle. Soon, several raptor dragons were slain one by the brute-jaw dragon. During this time, not a single raptor dragon fled, which was unusual for a raptor dragon. At this point, the brute-jaw dragon finally breathed a sigh of relief. A faint red light flashed in its eyes, as it looked towards Luo Yun and Yaji in the sky. With a low growl, it turned and walked away. However, as it moved, its mouth involuntarily opened, and purple saliva slowly dripped. No! If it weren't for the fact that the male Rathalos' facial muscles weren't as refined, preventing them from expressing much emotion, one would have noticed that Luo Yun's expression was utterly grim. Now, he was finally certain. Dragon madness, the behavior of the brute jaws, and the other raptors perfectly matched the symptoms of someone infected with the brute jaw virus. The raptors had lost their minds, their eyes glowing red, their saliva oozing dark purple, their breaths emitting a black aura. They were completely bereft of all reason, their eyes focused only on blood and flesh. This was a sign of the late stage of dragon madness, and the brute jaws, initially weak, couldn't even withstand the attacks of 5 raptors. The mad dragon virus had successfully breached the brute's immune cells, and was now attacking its nervous system and brain. At this stage, the mad dragon disease was effectively irreversible, and the brute's life was already on the verge of collapse. After falling and then rising again, its body briefly recovered. This wasn't a sign that the mad dragon virus had vanished, but rather that it had completely absorbed into its host system. To avoid damaging its nutritional value, it briefly entered a latent period, gathering strength for its next full-blown outbreak. Afterward, the brute would gradually lose its sanity. It would only have 2 distinct branches, but the ultimate outcome remained the same. 1. After transforming into a mad dragon, it would die in battle with other monsters or be ravaged by the virus. 2. After being ravaged by the virus and reaching the brink of death, it would seek survival, pushing its physical limits and becoming a limiter, delaying its own death for a period of time, while still remaining in a state of madness. Yes, the ultimate outcome was death. The difference lay in whether it died sooner or later. Extreme transformation is extremely powerful, allowing monsters to transcend the limits of their ecological niche. In the original novel, a monster like the Thousand-Blade Dragon, with a high ecological niche and little potential for physical development, even reached the ancient dragon level after extreme transformation, single-handedly scattering an entire Thousand-Blade Dragon population and forcing them to embark on a mass migration. Therefore, no matter what his motivations, Luo Yun would not let this brute jaw dragon leave, even if the extreme transformation was so rare that even if all monsters in an entire area were wiped out, there was still a chance of even one spawning. Whoosh! The wind blew past the brute jaw's body, and Luo Yun appeared in front of it. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fireball. The brute jaw dodged in surprise, a savage look in its eyes. Before the brute jaw could react, Luo Yun's wings flapped, and the exploding fireball instantly transformed into a flaming tornado, enveloping the brute jaw. Following, Yaji's fireball followed, plunging into the tornado and exploding, intensifying the already raging fire. The next second, Luo Yun descended from the sky, swooping into the tornado like a missile. Instantly, flames exploded, and a fierce wind whipped the flames in all directions. In the center of the tornado, intense heat exploded, and blinding light scattering in the chaotic wind. Yaji narrowed her eyes slightly, flapping her wings vigorously to steady herself in the turbulent wind. The corpses of several thief dragons not far away were scorched alive by the intense heat, withering the fragrant grass and leaving blackened marks on the rocks. The brute jaw dragon soared high, then landed heavily. A massive claw clamped down on its neck, preventing its extensively burned body from regaining its feet. Flames swept across its scales. Luo Yun looked down at the brute jaw dragon's crimson eyes, sensing the force of its struggle beneath his feet. Clearly, after the injury, the mad dragon virus, flowing rapidly through the brute jaw dragon's bloodstream, had prematurely transitioned from its latent phase to its active phase, instantly transforming it into a mad dragon. For monsters already transformed into mad dragons, there's no need to overthink. Releasing them quickly is the truest form of mercy. A sustained breath, delivered from close range, covered the brute jaw dragon's head. Luo Yun's power was perfectly controlled, preventing the flames from spreading excessively, while also completely carbonizing the brute jaw dragon's skull. After completing everything, Luo Yun abandoned the motionless body of the savage jaw dragon and looked around. In the distance, he spotted a flock of abominations flying toward him. Great! No need to expend further effort to cook the savage jaw dragon. A corpse infected with the mad dragon virus is generally immune to infection unless its blood is directly injected into a living organism. This is why Black Eclipse dragon reproduction is so difficult, and why, even if all mad dragon transformed monsters in an area are wiped out, no Black Eclipse dragon will hatch. These corpses, which serve as the breeding ground for Black Eclipse dragons, must be eliminated before a Black Eclipse dragon is successfully born, protected from the horrific cycle of nature. Only then can a Black Eclipse dragon be successfully born. This is perhaps one of nature's limitations on Black Eclipse dragons. Chapter 179. Flying back into the air, Luo Yun watched the flock of abominable birds madly swooping down on the bodies of the brute jaw dragon and the raptor dragon. A dense black mass, they enveloped the corpses tightly, yet he couldn't feel happy. Why is this lousy place so plagued by disasters? He grumbled inwardly, but he didn't choose to return. Instead, he planned to observe the situation nearby to see what the situation was, so he could determine whether it was the Tianhui dragon or the Black Eclipse dragon that spread the Mad Dragon virus. This was crucial. The Black Eclipse dragon, known as the shame of the ancient dragons, fluctuated between a common large monster in a mesogenic niche and a police officer before it activated its Mad Dragon transformation. Because it lacked eyes, and could only sense living and non-living things through its scales, it could even fall for obvious traps. The Tianhui dragon, on the other hand, was different. As the Black Eclipse dragon's final form, a terrifying monster symbolizing the calamity of the virus, its strength was among the highest among the ancient dragons. Like the Flame King dragon, it possessed virtually no weaknesses. Even Nergigant might not be able to defeat an ancient dragon of this strength. In the New World, unless there were multiple ancient dragons attacking, or the battle-hardened ancient dragons of the Dragon Crystal Land appeared among the ancient dragon-level monsters, perhaps only a special individual Nergigant, the world-annihilating Nergigant, could confidently kill an opponent in a one-on-one situation. That's right, kill, not repel, unlike the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon. The Sky Revelation dragon causes almost irreversible destruction to the local environment and is unaffected by the environment. Therefore, the world's attitude towards this creature is basically to kill, not repel. In a battle of that level, Luo Yun could probably only play a supporting role. After flying around in the sky, he noticed no scale powder in the air, and most of the monsters he spotted on the ground didn't seem to be infected with the Mad Dragon disease at all. Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's the Black Eclipse dragon. The concentration of the Mad Dragon virus within the Tianhui dragon was incredibly high, spreading to the point where it obscured the sky and sun, effectively creating an environment saturated with scale powder and Mad Dragon disease. The Tianhui dragon's platinum scales were the sole ray of light in the dark abyss. If the Black Eclipse dragon was a minor demon from the lowest depths of the abyss, then the Tianhui dragon was an angel elevated from those demons. A great demon in angel skin. For Luo Yun now, the Black Eclipse dragon wasn't that scary. In fact, from a combat perspective, Luo Yun was naturally better than the Black Eclipse dragon. As everyone knows, the Black Dragon is blind. Like a monster in its embryo, it has yet to develop eyes. Its senses rely entirely on feedback from its scales, a vision somewhat similar to infrared thermal imaging. The Black Dragon's scales are extremely sensitive to fire. Even those lacking life energy to activate them will ignite and evaporate when exposed to flames. Thus, when faced with a Black Dragon, the Flame Dragon couple are often the primary hunters. The Black Dragon is like a cancer in the shadows of the world. It cannot survive under the sun's flames. Luo Yun and Yaji flew around and around in this area until the sunset dyed the evening sky red, and Luo Yun finally realized what was happening. Unlike the Sky Dragon, the Black Dragon's primary goal isn't to spread the Mad Dragon virus to increase its population, but to ensure its own survival. Only by surviving can it undergo the extremely dangerous molting process and evolve into a Sky Dragon. This is its most important priority. Therefore, on a normal day, the Black Eclipse dragon resides in sparsely populated areas, only seeking to hunt in species-rich areas when hungry, and rarely clashes with large monsters of high ecological niches. The Black Eclipse dragon typically attacks only when a large monster's strength has been significantly reduced due to an unexpected event, or when it's weakened by the Mad Dragon virus. Otherwise, it will only complete its hunt after nightfall, when its camouflage takes effect. Thus, Luo Yun's flight that day, even if simply hoping for luck, was practically futile, as the Black Eclipse dragon simply couldn't possibly be there. The darkness had little effect on the blind Black Eclipse dragon, but for Luo Yun and Yaji, it significantly obstructed their vision. Therefore, although somewhat reluctant, they ultimately returned to the ancient tree before full nightfall. In the same area, in a nearly opposite direction, the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu followed the strange scale powder to an area with few species. This area looked as if it had endured a massive impact, as if two ancient dragons had once clashed fiercely here. The trees, flowers, and grass were all newly sprouting, and there were even some charred remains on the ground that hadn't completely faded. The scale powder appeared sporadically along the way, and the guide insects couldn't even find them. If the Grand Commander hadn't been so attentive and patient, they would have lost them long ago. As the sun was about to set, Tonkatsu, hungry all afternoon, was about to suggest finding a place to rest when the Grand Commander gestured. It instantly quieted down and quickly trotted over to the Grand Commander's side. What kind of monster is this? A black dragon, covered in a protective black shell, had a head like a venomous snake, eyeless, and a pair of foldable tentacles. Its massive wings draped behind it like a cape. It pawed the ground with its limbs, appearing to be in agony. The black scales that had been tracking it all afternoon were now constantly forming, shedding from its wings, and fluttering in the wind. The ferocious, blood-red claws scratched its head and neck with such force that it seemed as if it wanted to rip its skin apart, freeing the demon hidden within. What is this, meow? Just one glance gave Tonkatsu a chill, as if he had witnessed something filthy that shouldn't exist. This is a natural enemy of living creatures. Hiss, I feel like I've seen this creature's physical features somewhere before, but I can't quite place it right now. However, judging by its skeleton, it's most likely an ancient dragon. Prepare to retreat. The Grand Captain felt as if he had seen the dark creature before him in the guild's records before, but perhaps there were too few records of it, so few that even a hunter like him didn't have much of an impression. As for retreat, it was based on basic safety considerations. No matter how powerful a hunter, caution is the first and most important thing. Since the opponent was immediately judged to be a high-probability ancient dragon, regardless of whether it was stronger or weaker later, at least at this moment, with no information about the opponent, retreat was the best option. Those who blindly charged at an unknown monster would probably not even have ashes left. Chapter 180. Understood, meow. Tonkatsu whispered in response, and just as he was about to retreat, a speck of scale dust fell onto him. The next second, the black dragon, whimpering in pain, suddenly turned around. Though it had no eyes, it had pinpointed Tonkatsu and the Grand Commander's location with remarkable accuracy. It seems this guy isn't going to let us go, the Grand Commander said with a carefree smile, secretly admiring the black dragon's keen perception. Luckily, he hadn't been overconfident on this trip, and had brought all the necessary equipment. Even if this guy was truly an ancient dragon, he would still be able to fight. The black dragon was furious. Tonight was the day he shed his skin for the first time since his birth, a crucial moment. For a black dragon, the time required for molting and growth is measured in years, but there are two periods when this isn't. The first molt, and the last molt. The black dragon's first molt is related to the host that nurtured it. If it's a monster of a high ecological niche, with a body rich in nutrients and abundant energy, the black dragon will undergo its first molting within a very short time. This black dragon, born from the corpse of a thunder wolf dragon, had a strong starting point from the outset. After its full growth, all its stats had reached their targets, hence its eagerness to molt today. Shedding its skin is a dangerous and painful process. At this time, it cannot focus on restraining its scales, allowing them to drift freely in the wind. This could lead to some unlucky monsters with weaker immune systems to contract the mad dragon virus, increasing its risk of exposure while it is still weak. For monsters capable of shedding their skin, the molting period is undoubtedly the most ferocious. Therefore, upon sensing the presence of the Grand Commander and the pig bone, the black dragon made an instant decision. Even though these two creatures were small, he still had to eliminate them. The Grand Commander looked warily at the black dragon, whose limbs were tense and ready to attack. He slowly parted the grass, and positioned his shield and spear. The Grand Commander felt a sense of regret. It had been a long time since he had used his spear. This was his most proficient weapon. If his original weapons and equipment had not been severely damaged in the previous battle with the Nergigant, even beyond repair, and if the base's high-quality materials had not been prioritized for the swordsmanship master stationed there, he would not have bothered to choose other weapons. After all, for a hunter of his skill, lower-level weapons were essentially equivalent in effectiveness. The Grand Commander was currently wearing thousand-blade dragon armor, made from the carcasses of the 3 battle-hardened thousand-blade dragons that Luo Yun had vanquished. By piecing together these materials, along with the remaining materials from his research, he had finally assembled a complete set of high-level armor. As for the spear, it was crafted from various Azure Fire Dragon materials acquired at great expense from detail of the ancient Tree Fire Dragon clan, along with surplus materials brought from the old world via a commissioned liaison ship. While it currently couldn't match the weapons crafted from Luo Yun's materials, it was a truly high-level weapon in the current Starry stronghold. In the words of the second phase commander, this spear was the limit of what could be achieved with ordinary monster materials. To achieve further improvement, it would require upgrading with ancient dragon or phantom materials like Luo Yun's. Overall, the Grand Commander was quite satisfied with his current equipment. His biggest hope now was for Luo Yun to quickly replace his scales, allowing him to take advantage of the mission, and find a suitable exchange for 1 or 2, thus upgrading his weapon. Roar! A hoarse growl echoed, and a large amount of scale powder, accompanied by the black dragon's outstretched wings, rapidly spread outward, dyeing the already darkening sky even purple. The Grand Commander hid behind his shield, his eyes calmly observing the charging black dragon through its top. Tongut, like Sita before him, removed his weapon and crouched low behind the Grand Commander, similarly quietly waiting for the Grand Commander to take the monster's attack, then taking advantage of any gaps in the attack to launch a counterattack. Closer, closer and closer. Bang! With a dull sound, the Grand Commander pushed forward, accurately stopping the black dragon. Something's wrong. Why is it so weak? This was the Grand Commander's first reaction after withstanding the attack. Given the Black Eclipse Dragon's 16-meter-long frame and the ancient dragon's physical prowess, it shouldn't have been so easy to block. The Grand Commander felt as if he wasn't resisting the attack of an ancient dragon, but rather the force of a monster from a higher ecological niche, one not known for its strength. While the Grand Commander was puzzled, the Black Eclipse Dragon was completely bewildered. He had only been born a short time ago, and had yet to experience the world's harsh beatings, but the wisdom of the ancient dragon told him that a creature as large as a mountain shouldn't be easily blocked by such a small creature. Even if his strength wasn't great, his weight combined with his recent speed should have sent the creature flying. How could he be stopped so easily? The black dragon couldn't understand, but he didn't stop his attack. His wings flexibly spread out, like new arms, leveraging his size to strike from the Grand Commander's side. The Grand Commander had intended to use his strength to push the black dragon away, thus avoiding the blow. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Pig Bone leap high into the air, and he immediately changed his mind, launching a counterattack. The spear struck at a sharp angle, and Pig Bone's claws were knocked away, while the spear struck the black dragon's chin with unerring precision. The spear tip, charged with a rich fire energy, easily shattered the black mist, piercing through scales, piercing flesh, and finally lodging on the solid bone. The black dragon let out a painful wail, its wings flapping, stirring up a gust of wind as its body involuntarily rose high before blasting backward. The Grand Commander pursued without hesitation. In that brief encounter, he had already roughly assessed his opponent's strength. He admitted that he had misjudged him. This creature was weak, roughly comparable in ecological niche to the Savage Jaw Dragon, an opponent he could easily defeat. The black dragon, instantly conscious from the excruciating pain, was cautious, allowing it to make a quick decision. A large amount of black scale powder erupted from its mouth, forming a black mist. It decisively turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Thus, when the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu rushed through the black mist, they could only see the black dragon's back as it rushed into the woods. At this point, the sky gradually darkened, and the black dragon's black carapace gradually blended with the darkness. Pursuit was impossible under these circumstances. Chapter 181. The Grand Commander felt no sense of disappointment at the monster's escape. Aside from a slight surprise at how easily it could escape after being wounded, he was generally fine. Even the most legendary hunters started small, and grew through the years. Hunting a monster took months, with the monster fleeing and chasing and fleeing again, back and forth many times, before finally being killed or captured. This was perfectly normal. This monster, with its sheer size, abundant stamina, and black camouflage, was far from easy for a hunter to catch at night when it was intent on escaping. Looking at the footprints on the ground, and the blood left by the monster during the battle, the Grand Commander released the guide insect, hoping it would remember the scent for easier tracking. Unexpectedly, the guide insect, upon emerging, panicked at the sight of the scale powder, flying around as if inhaled by smoke. Only the blood allowed the guide insect to function properly. After taking out bottles and jars, and collecting all the monster remains at the scene, the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu began their cautious return to camp. The forest at night is extremely dangerous. If you're unfamiliar with the surroundings, it's best to avoid wandering around. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Luo Yun flew alone towards the area. Since he knew it was mad dragon disease, there was no need to involve Yaji in the risk. To be honest, it wasn't that he looked down on the black dragon, but the scale powder, which contained a low level of mad dragon disease, posed no threat to him. A figure shrouded in a thin wisp of flame streaked through the air, startling a host of surrounding creatures into fleeing. In the forest below, many large monsters raised their heads and growled in discontent, but their bodies retreated obediently into the trees to avoid any sudden attack from high above. After a short flight, no more frenzied creatures were sighted. The entire forest was peaceful, as if what he and Yaji had witnessed yesterday was an illusion. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Luo Yun felt. The existence of mad dragon disease was a fact, indicating that a black dragon truly lurked in this forest, and there was no telling when a larger one might arrive. Their fire dragon group had just migrated back, and they didn't want to migrate back again. Besides, with his current strength, he would have dared to challenge even an ordinary ancient dragon. He was already at the top of the food chain in this world, so there was no reason to run away. After casually snatching up the prey targeted by a velociraptor, Luo Yun slowly and methodically devoured his meal amidst the velociraptor's unwilling movements, like a black cat with its fur standing on end. Then, Luo Yun ascended again. This time, he flew toward a densely wooded area with few creatures. Generally speaking, the closer to a black eclipse dragon's habitat, the more frequent the appearance of mad dragon-transformed monsters. According to this logic, he should be able to successfully locate the black eclipse dragon's area. Unexpectedly, the black eclipse dragon failed to find it, and instead discovered the Grand Commander's temporary camp. The howling wind alerted the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu, but as Luo Yun descended, the wind instantly died down, transforming into a gentle breeze that brushed their faces. "It's Fire Dragon Boss, meow. Why are you here, meow?" Tonkatsu excitedly leaped up to Luo Yun, like a cat that grazes upon its own at the moment they open the door after get off work. The Grand Commander breathed a sigh of relief. This temporary campsite wasn't a particularly good choice. Last night, they'd been attacked twice. Although they were only by small and medium-sized monsters, they still left him deeply irritated. He had originally planned to search the area with Tonkatsu for a more suitable campsite, but he hadn't expected to see the Fire Dragon Boss so early in the morning. The Grand Commander knew without hesitation that Luo Yun hadn't come specifically for them. He likely just stumbled upon this campsite while passing by and, out of curiosity, decided to take a look. The Grand Commander's assumption was generally correct, but there was one flaw. Luo Yun had indeed come specifically for them. The campsite was discovered by chance, but the landing was deliberate. The Grand Commander, Tonkatsu, and his two followers, Deter, had been here for some time, so they probably had some information that would interest Luo Yun. High-altitude searches are highly efficient, but they can also overlook blind spots. So, after some inquiries, Luo Yun actually obtained some useful information. From the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu's descriptions of the Black Dragon, as well as their assessment of its strength, Luo Yun instantly understood that this was the optimal time to attack it. A Black Dragon that hadn't yet fully grown, and most likely had only just hatched, could be defeated by even an ordinary fire dragon. Furthermore, the concentration of the Mad Dragon virus in the Black Dragon's body was still low at this point. Unless the dragon had been inhaling the virus for a long time, or was already in a weakened state, there was no need to worry about infection. So Luo Yun immediately expressed his intention to the Grand Commander through Tonkatsu. This is a dragon of disaster. If allowed to grow, it will be a nightmare for all creatures in the world, and the entire continent might become a deadly place. Although Luo Yun hadn't revealed the specifics of the monster, the Grand Commander's contempt faded after hearing Luo Yun's description of its severity. Although he still didn't understand why a monster that looked intimidating but was actually insignificant could earn such praise from Luo Yun, out of trust in Luo Yun and a natural desire to protect nature, the Grand Commander accepted the request seriously and promised on the spot to do his utmost to investigate. Satisfied, Luo Yun divulged a little more. It is one of the sources of the monster's madness. The scale powder is the medium through which it spreads its frenzy, and fire is its weakness. Without stopping, Luo Yun spread his wings and soared towards the direction Pig Bone had pointed, the direction the Black Eclipse Dragon had fled yesterday. The Grand Commander, with a thoughtful expression, and Pig Bone, staring at Luo Yun's flight, were left behind. After some searching, Luo Yun found the area where the Grand Commander and his men had fought the Black Eclipse Dragon the previous evening. But after a night, there were few traces left, and the Black Eclipse Dragon wouldn't foolishly return. Without a choice, Luo Yun could only search this area. Under a massive ancient tree, in a hollow where roots and rock intertwined, the Black Eclipse Dragon curled up in the shadows. The wound on its chin had long since healed, but the pain from the molting period caused its massive frame to twitch slightly. Every molt is a life-or-death struggle, and the already difficult molting had been made even more taxing by the Grand Commander's prod the previous night. Thus, the Black Eclipse Dragon resolved to complete its molting here for the next few days, even if it meant starving, and not venture out to cause trouble. Chapter 182. Determined to remain in hiding, the Black Eclipse Dragon even began consciously avoiding the wind's vents. Black scales accumulated on the tail of its wings, forming a thick layer. Its desperation meant that even when Luo Yun flew over the tree, he couldn't detect any trace of it. Another day passed quickly, and Luo Yun, returning to the ancient tree, felt somewhat depressed. His intuition told him that the Black Eclipse Dragon, wounded, wouldn't wander around. It was likely somewhere hidden near the area, but he couldn't find it. The range a dragon could patrol was far too small, and it often overlooked many things. So, after a night of careful consideration, Luo Yun made a decision. Before daybreak, he reluctantly retracted his wings, which had been wrapped around Yaji. Leaving his warm nest, he flew over the ancient tree, took a deep breath, and let out a resounding roar. Damn it, everyone! Get up and have fun! It's time for a meeting! For a moment, the entire upper level of the ancient tree was filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. Yes, the howling of ghosts and wolves. The roars of discontented fire dragons, the meows of startled cats, and the panicked screams of some of the creatures that inhabited the ancient tree. In short, Luo Yun's resounding roar had ruined a beautiful early morning dream. Thankfully, while the fire dragons were angry, they immediately recognized the source of the howl. After Luo Yun's second roar, which carried a hint of oppression, they instantly perked up. Leaving behind the somewhat dissatisfied female fire dragons, the male fire dragons flew towards the ancient tree's highest crown. This was the first meeting Luo Yun had convened since confirming his position, and no male fire dragon dared to take it lightly. The male fire dragons, already highly intelligent, had learned a great deal independently after developing their own tribe. They couldn't always follow orders, but they certainly followed them. Luo Yun naturally landed at the very top of the treetops. The great fire dragon, still acting like a lazy fish, landed on a branch half a body length below Luo Yun. Then, the battle-hardened male fire dragons, led by the battle-hardened azure fire dragon, all descended to the same branch at the same height Luo Yun had once been. The other male fire dragons quickly took their positions. Silver-gray scales tinged with red shimmered in the rising sun. At that moment, Luo Yun was bathed in the light, the sun, half penetrated in the distance, serving as his backdrop. Feeling the warmth of the first rays of sunlight on his back, Luo Yun looked down at the sea of male fire dragons below, a wave of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. He didn't waste any time, simply stating his order. He needed to nip everything in the bud, while the Black Eclipse dragon was still weak, and the Mad Dragon virus couldn't pose a significant threat to the fire dragons. This wasn't out of any concern for preserving nature, nor was it a sense of responsibility. He simply felt that the Black Eclipse dragon's presence would hinder his, and the fire dragon's lives, so he had to eliminate it beforehand. As the order was issued, except for a few fire dragons undergoing a major molting period, their defenses weakened, the remaining male fire dragons quickly took off, calling their mates, and flew towards the rising sun in the direction designated by Luo Yun. For a moment, the ancient tree grew surprisingly quiet. Aside from the necessary female fire dragons, who stayed behind to guard their young and those fire dragons, who couldn't go with them, the remaining main inhabitants of the ancient tree were the bewildered cats. At the northern edge of the ancient tree area, at the Grand Commander's newly found temporary camp, a signal flare soared high into the sky. Soon, a team of 4 hunters, hoisted down by a pterosaur, descended. The Grand Commander looked at these familiar faces, surprised to see Starry Sky sending a full team of hunters. You know, the current investigation team's manpower is barely adequate, and the number of hunters barely meets the strategic plan's needs. Yet, without him even requesting a request, a team of hunters had been dispatched to support the Starry Sky base. Apparently, the Starry Sky base had discovered something remarkable on the bodies of the 2 Thunder Dragons. Grand Commander, we're here to support you, Falcon said excitedly. He had learned a great deal from the Sword Master over the years, and had received much guidance from the Grand Commander. In his heart, these 2 legendary hunters, the Sword Master and the Grand Commander, were the people he admired most. He hadn't expected to be able to team up with the Grand Commander on a mission now, and it excited him immensely. That's right, although 4 hunters were sent as reinforcements this time, Falcon would be separated from the original team and team up with the Grand Captain and Tonkatsu. The remaining 3 hunters would provide support and handle field logistics. This was truly extravagant, employing elite hunters to handle logistical support. But when the Grand Captain learned from their conversation what had been discovered from the 2 corpses brought back to the base, he understood why Carlos had sent 4 hunters. The researchers injected the virus extracted from the Thunder Dragon's corpse into the experimental organisms, driving them all insane. No matter how docile they were, once infected, they would be plunged into an endless frenzy. Even if only one survived, it would perish from the torment of the virus. Current analysis by researchers indicates that this virus has a 100% mortality rate in monsters. Does that affect hunters or orcs? The Grand Commander asked, frowning. Falcon nodded. Although he didn't know how the scholars had come up with their findings, he had nonetheless reached some conclusions. From the current situation, this virus will suppress hunters' natural healing abilities. However, perhaps due to species differences, it's not particularly lethal. Therefore, the scholar's proposed countermeasure is to consume the dispelling fruit. The Grand Commander nodded. He had confidence in the research capabilities of the researchers at the base. After all, they were top tier. Suddenly, he remembered the night before when he and Tonkatsu had encountered the pitch-black monster. Luo Yun had also said that the monster was the source of the Flying Thunder Dragon's rampage, and that the spread of the virus was related to scale powder. So, he immediately asked Falcon and the others for 2 dispelling fruits. He and Tonkatsu each quickly consumed one. Although his body didn't experience any reaction, he felt strangely relieved. The Grand Commander was about to explain something to the astonished Falcon and the others. Whoosh! A sudden rumbling sound broke through the air from above. Looking up, they saw fire dragons flying by. A few people quickly rushed out of the camp and saw a large group of ancient tree fire dragons circling over the area. What's going on? Falcon was stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many fire dragons all of a sudden? The Grand Commander came to his senses and figured it out after a moment's thought. It seems my old friend really takes that monster seriously, to the point of making such a big fuss. The only person capable of commanding so many fire dragons was Luo Yun. Watching the fire dragons in the sky diligently circling low and searching, the Grand Commander's last shred of doubt about the hypothesis proposed by the scholars at the meeting completely vanished. These old men who only know how to make up stories have finally analyzed something real. Ancient dragons? Hee. The Grand Commander rubbed his chin, then clapped his hands and shouted with vigor, "Now that the fire dragons have started to move, we can't just sit there idle. The camp is in your hands. Falcon, Pigbone, let's go." Understood. Got it, meow. Woof. With the guide insects, fong hounds, and years of hunting experience, the Grand Commander was confident they could find the monster in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, the black erosion dragon, hiding in a tree hollow, gritted its teeth and began to shed its skin, unaware of what lay beyond. A close and meticulous search began. In the sky, fire dragons circled. On the ground, fong hounds sniffed the scent of the Grand Commander's collection, carefully analyzing it. Guide insects, unaffected by the scale powder, also began to work, finding one mark after another. Due to the large number of fire dragons gathered in this area, and the oppressive effect Luo Yun had deliberately activated, a large number of monsters began to flee. This was Luo Yun's intention. His oppressive effect worked on normal monsters, but for those infected with dragon madness, it became a draw. Black Eclipse dragons were like cockroaches. If they weren't completely eliminated, new ones would inevitably spawn due to coincidences. Therefore, the fire dragon's goal wasn't just to find the Black Eclipse dragons, but also to eliminate the dragon madness monsters. Soon, just as Luo Yun had predicted, several low to mid-range dragon madness monsters emerged from the woods and charged toward him. Before they got close, they were torn to pieces by the waiting fire dragons. The fire dragons, strengthened by their symbiotic nature, not only grew in strength, but also became more ferocious in combat. Additionally, the gathering of fire dragons surged the area's fire energy. With this environmental amplification, they dealt a devastating blow to the mad dragon monsters. As each mad dragon monster died, Luo Yun felt relieved to find no Heinisch monsters. This showed that the concentration of the mad dragon virus in the black dragon system was truly low. At least there was no need to worry about having to attack the infected fire dragons within the group after defeating it. This intensive search narrowed the area to a considerable area in just half a day. Meanwhile, the Grand Commander and his men had also arrived in the area, following the trail left by the black dragon. Under the watchful eyes of the fire dragons, the Grand Commander and Tonkatsu looked relaxed, while Falcon and his fong hound, Ya, were extremely nervous. Only after the Grand Commander's stern rebuke did he finally calm down and resume his search. Gradually, they zeroed in on the base of the massive ancient tree. The Grand Commander carefully pushed aside weeds taller than a man and stepped forward. With one step, he instantly sensed something was amiss. Looking down, he saw a thick layer of black scales. This is it. The Grand Commander's lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly remembered something. He turned and whispered something to Falcon before retreating. Falcon nodded, then walked to a relatively open area near the ancient tree, unleashed a flare, and fired it into the sky. Soon, ancient fire dragons bearing hideous thorns flew into the area. Following Luo Yun's arrival, they quietly alighted on branches. Following Tonkatsu's explanation, they set their sights on the hollow beneath the ancient tree. Chapter 183. Surprise! Before waking up, I felt the unexpected joy bestowed by the world. However, for the black dragon, just over a month old and measuring only 16 meters in length, this surprise undoubtedly left a huge psychological trauma. As the saying goes, the shadows of childhood often require a lifetime to mend. Of course, that assumes it still has a future. After a full day and night of molting, enduring excruciating pain, like a slow slicing of flesh, the black dragon finally and thrillingly completed its first molt. The strength within its body and the concentration of the mad dragon virus had significantly increased. Fueled by the abundant life energy of the new world, its physical strength quickly caught up in just one night. This, it must be said, is the racial advantage of the ancient dragon. Their naturally high potential, coupled with their efficient use of life energy, allows them to progress smoothly until they reach a certain level. Even the juvenile black dragon, the predecessor of the heavenly dragon, possesses this advantage. With its increased strength, it successfully overcame the molting crisis and took another step towards becoming a heavenly dragon. This series of good things even made the Black Eclipse dragon begin to forget the incident the day before yesterday, when that little creature nearly pierced its jaw. Collapsed into a ball, resting in a sweet sleep, with beautiful aspirations in mind, the Black Eclipse dragon was suddenly awakened by a sudden, huge fireball wake-up call. The scale dust accumulated over a day, and a night burned furiously in the flames, even exacerbating the flames. Due to the small space in the tree hole and the high dust density, a massive dust explosion was triggered. The unprepared Black Eclipse dragon, after enduring the flames, was blown away by the impact of the explosion. The entire dragon lay on the ground in a state of extreme distress, its newly shed scales crumbling one by one, and its left blood-red talon had lost a finger. The pain, comparable to the pain of shedding skin, washed over its body once again. This unusual wake-up call made the inexperienced young ancient dragon feel the deep malice of the world. Outside the ancient tree, after confirming through the pig bones that the black erosion dragon was in the tree hole, Luo Yun was about to take action. Suddenly, the fire dragon, who had always preferred a quiet life, felt the urge to assert himself. With Luo Yun's consent, it flew to the tree hole, took a deep breath, and gathered a concentrated fireball. With intense wind pressure, it landed with great speed and precision into the tree hole. The next second, a dazzling flame burst out from the cracks in the tree hole. A large amount of dirt, gravel, and broken branches dissipated in the flames, and a deafening explosion echoed. This section of the ancient tree's rhizome, which had grown there for who knows how many years, shattered in the explosion. Amidst the flying dust, flames and thick smoke began to spread. The shockwave crushed the surrounding branches, and the violent hurricane even forced some nearby fire dragons to take off into the wind to avoid it. Looking down from above, this location looked like it had been struck by a high-yield missile. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the visible shockwave whipped up a circular puff of thick smoke that spread out in all directions. The Grand Commander stood with a shield in one hand, facing his chest. Tonkatsu meowed, clinging tightly to the Grand Commander's thigh, his hind legs swaying in the wind. Falcon and his Fa-hound lay on the ground, clinging tightly to the roots of the plants, barely avoiding being blown away. Only Luo Yun immediately identified the weak spot in the gale. With a flap of his wings, he created a new airflow to counteract it. For a moment, the fire dragons near him were safe. A massive black mass flew high in the explosion, then plummeted back down. After rolling awkwardly on the ground for a few rounds, it lay motionless, looking almost dead. Gradually, the aftermath of the explosion dissipated. The fire dragon stared at the Hell Fire Dragon in disbelief, even the one Luo Yun so valued no longer paying attention. "You, man, when did the power of your flames become so outrageous?" In all honesty, Luo Yun's fireballs, in their normal state, and with such a short charge time, could never have been this powerful. The power of his fireballs lies primarily in the temperature of the flames. The explosion is merely a secondary damage component of the high temperature. But how Fire Dragon's fireball completely overturned the typical Fire Dragon's fire damage ratio. It was primarily explosive. Could it have secretly been stealing the investigation team's gunpowder? Faced with the incredulous looks of the Fire Dragons, the Great Fire Dragon was also somewhat bewildered. It didn't know either. How could a perfectly normal charged fireball cause such a massive explosion? Has it mutated again? The weak nasal sound was clearly audible in the relatively quiet surroundings. Almost simultaneously, the eyes of all dragons and humans fell upon the miserable form of the Black Eclipse dragon. Hiss! The Grand Commander gasped in disbelief. This creature's vitality is surprisingly strong. No wonder the Fire Dragon boss has taken such notice. It's truly remarkable. the Grand Commander whispered excitedly. He believed that the power of the flames just now, based on the black monster's strength at dusk the day before, would have been impossible for it to withstand even with defense, let alone without any. And yet, what he saw now was that this creature not only caught it, but also seemed to be able to stand up. The Grand Commander couldn't find any other excuse besides its tenacious vitality. It couldn't be said that this creature's strength had increased dramatically in just one day, right? That wouldn't make sense. At this moment, the black erosion dragon barely recovered from the pain. After experiencing the hellish pain of molting, its tolerance for pain had greatly improved. Therefore, although it was severely injured, it could still bear it. Slowly standing up, it reopened its senses. In an instant, even without the aid of scale powder, it was aware of its surroundings. 1, 2, 3. I can't count them, I really can't. The Black Eclipse Dragon's perception was 360 degrees, so from its perspective, it was surrounded by a sea of incredibly bright heat. There were at least 100 large creatures, densely packed together, surrounding it. It wondered if it had violated the laws of heaven to deserve such treatment. It was just a dragon, barely 2 months old, having just shed its first skin. Furthermore, with Liu Yun's oppression activated, the Black Eclipse Dragon's thermal image of Liu Yun continuously magnified in its mind, seemingly occupying its entire brain. The nameless sense of crisis constantly challenged the Black Eclipse Dragon's already fragile nerves, and the threat of death roared within it. Under extreme pressure, the instinct for survival, coupled with its animal nature, completely took over. The Black Eclipse Dragon roared with a ferocious, yet cowardly, veiled rage, secretly stimulating the mad dragon virus within its body. It invaded its nerve centers, rapidly transforming the mad dragon virus from inorganic to organic matter within its bloodstream, using its remaining life force to activate it and accelerate its reproduction. In a mere second, under the Black Eclipse Dragon's reckless drive, it finally entered mad dragon form. Chapter 184. That's right, the Black Eclipse Dragon, the source of the mad dragon virus, can also enter a mad dragon state. However, its mad dragon transformation is controllable, while that of other creatures is uncontrollable. The tentacles on the Black Eclipse Dragon's head turned from black to purple, and stood tall like normal dragon horns. Its perception was greatly enhanced. Bearing the pain, its wings spread open, and a large amount of scale powder infected with the mad dragon virus sprayed out, dispersing in all directions as purple mist. Under mad dragon transformation, its overall strength increased significantly, even directly elevating its ecological status to a higher level. Unfortunately, it was still only a juvenile that had just molted once, and even one level higher only brought it to the police level. If a Black Eclipse Dragon had molted 5 or 6 times and reached adulthood, it could even briefly possess the strength and damage of an ordinary ancient dragon after entering mad dragon transformation. Furthermore, it was still seriously injured. No need for Liu Yun's orders. The male fire dragons immediately soared high. The female fire dragons, however, began to gather their strength. Oh no! Run! The Grand Commander, upon seeing this scene, roared, lifted the dazed tonkatsu with one hand, and sprinted backwards. Falcon, sensing something was amiss, mounted his Fang Hound, and followed the Grand Commander without a backward glance. Ouch! With a long howl, the fire energy in the air surged, the temperature soared, and the forest seemed to have transformed into a drought. The charged breath of dozens of male fire dragons poured down on the Black Eclipse Dragon's position without a single drop of air. On the ground, female fire dragons spewed explosive fireballs like crazy. The entire forest was transformed into an endless sea of flames. The tall, ancient trees that had barely managed to survive the previous explosions collapsed rapidly from the roots down, their branches reduced to ash in the flames. The ancient trees snapped with a loud bang, and before they even hit the ground, they silently shattered in the sea of fire. The heat waves from the flames soared into the sky. Even the clouds above were dyed a crimson red by the flames. The Grand Commander swooped down and half-crouched on the ground, shielding the man, cat, and dog behind him. Hundreds of fire dragons unleashed their flames, leaving even him with no chance of survival. After all, this was an all-encompassing fire breath. He could block the front, but not the rear. Liu Yun spread his wings and stood in the sky, easily sorting out the chaotic air currents caused by the flames below, completely unaffected by his flight. His sharp gaze, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto the Black Eclipse Dragon at the center of the flames. He watched as it, after transforming into a mad dragon, desperately activated its scales, seeking a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, his entire body ablaze with flames, he charged down into the sea of blazing flames. Instantly, the sea of flame seemed to be drawn in, forming a massive vortex centered around Luo Yuan and the black eclipse dragon. The chaotic air currents, like tamed lambs, swirled in the direction of the vortex. The tornado intensified, and in an instant, the flaming tornado swept upward, piercing the sky as if piercing through the heavens and earth. The silver-white sun suddenly appeared in the flames. The gleaming scales reflected a dazzling light, and the flaming tornado seemed to have been specially crafted as a channel for him. With its exaggerated wingspan, it absorbed everything. 2 years later, Luo Yuan once again entered the sunshine state. Unlike the meager 5 minutes of the previous time, the countdown to his sunshine state now lasted 24 hours. The ferocious spines gleamed coldly. Unlike his previous form, not only were his wings larger, his spines more numerous, and his body more robust and perfect, but 2 short, metallic, silver-white spines had sprouted from the corners of his cheeks and mouth. Here, Luo Yuan observed intently that the nearly cooked black eclipse dragon below him still had a breath left. Even if left alone, it would likely be dead in a little over 10 seconds. But this was a black eclipse dragon, a juvenile monster symbolizing the virus. Luo Yuan couldn't guarantee that its corpse would also spread the mad dragon virus. Therefore, to be cautious, he decided to take a second precaution. He took a deep breath, and blue-purple flames began to gather. The area from his chest to his throat took on a bright red hue. The temperature was so high that it surpassed most flames in the world, a scorching heat not supposed to occur in a normal living being. The fire dragons retreated, unwilling to even attempt to withstand such intense flames, even if it was just the aftermath. Like a blowtorch, Luo Yuan's wings flapped rapidly, releasing a powerful breath that descended rapidly. He intentionally controlled the circular airflow to focus the breath, concentrating the flames and increasing their power, while minimizing damage to the surrounding environment. The breath accurately struck the black eclipse dragon's corpse, and the fire dragons watched helplessly as its exterior began to deform and crumble under the concentrated flames. The heat wave and flames that erupted from the ground were confined, preventing them from spreading far. Yet, the intense heat still ignited the already withered vegetation around them. The Grand Commander observed Luo Yuan from afar, comparing his appearance with the silver fire dragons he had seen in his memory, and ultimately came to a conclusion. Fire Dragon Boss, you still say you're not an ancient dragon. Falcon, on the other hand, gazed dazedly at the figure flapping its wings and exhaling blue-purple breath. Its silver-white scales resembled the world's most magnificent treasures, shimmering in the sunlight and the glow of the flames, appearing incomparably resplendent and holy. Beautiful. Is this the unknown ancient dragon capable of commanding a flock of fire dragons? This kind of beauty is not merely the beauty of seeing something beautiful, but rather the beauty of nature's unique ecology, the beauty of its niche and strength. At that moment, Falcon finally understood the mentality of those who madly pursued ancient dragons, worshipping them as gods and building temples to honor them. He admitted that, at that moment, he was captivated by Luo Yuan's presence. If I could just have a scale, or anything else, my life would be complete. Tonkatsu snorted, looking at the stunned Falcon in confusion. It seemed to smell a kindred spirit. Why? This exhalation lasted for a full half-minute, until Luo Yuan's throat ached, and then it stopped. The ground below, where the black dragon lay, had transformed into a deep, bubbling pool of magma. Its fragile, charred form rose and fell on the surface. Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the black dragon's resilience. Even at this point, it still vaguely resembled a dragon. He had originally thought it would simply burn to ash. It seems his flames aren't hot enough. With a single exhale, the day's worth of pent-up anger dissipated. Spreading his wings, he basked in the sunlight. The temperature in the air began to drop, eventually settling at around 38 degrees Celsius. Since his body had fully grown and the duration of daylight had reached 24 hours, he discovered that he could control the sunlight attribute to a certain degree, adjusting the temperature within its radius. When fully activated, it could raise the temperature in the affected area to 60 degrees Celsius, a temperature that neither animals nor plants could survive. This was the natural aspect of this attribute. When fully suppressed, it could maintain around 35 degrees Celsius, a temperature ideal for vegetation growth in the middle layers of the ancient forest. This would also slightly raise the temperature in the dark lower layers of the ancient forest, reaching a temperature suitable for mushroom growth. This could be said to be the natural aspect of this attribute. Thus, whether Luo Yuan, who had activated the sunlight attribute, was a natural disaster or a natural phenomenon depended entirely on his whim. As the sudden heat faded from the sky, dark clouds gradually formed, and thunder rumbled. Luo Yuan looked at the roaring fire dragons, roaring excitedly. He then led the group, maintaining his stance, and began his mighty return journey. The flame still burning in this area, as well as the roiling lava pool, would also subside in the ensuing torrential rain. Chapter 185. Bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground, and the ignited vegetation gradually extinguished in the rain. The Grand Commander wiped the rain from his face and looked at the charred object, now unrecognizable, in the magma pool, which was constantly emitting white smoke. The raindrops had pounded holes into it one after another. Soon, the black dragon's corpse was completely shattered by the increasingly heavy rain. The powder mixed with the rain was swallowed by the magma pool. The nutrients and energy it had plundered from the Thunder Wolf dragon's corpse would return to the earth in this way. Alas, what a pity. The Grand Commander shook his head. Such a rare corpse. If it were given to scholars for careful study, perhaps some unknown secrets could be uncovered. What a pity, what a pity. The black dragon's corpse hadn't turned to ash, but it was not much different. Its interior was completely hollow, leaving only a barely supported shell, which turned to mud in the rain. As for whether or not to salvage some of the larger fragments, the Grand Commander hadn't considered it. Hunters may be superhuman, but they can't swim in lava. He was still young and didn't want to die so young. Let's go back. I'm soaked and not feeling well at all. Get some rest today. We explore the area over the next few days to see if there are any more mad monsters. Then we return to the ancient tree. Then it'd be time for me to collect my reward, Hearing the Grand Commander's words, Tonkatsu, who was shaking his head and shaking off the water, glanced at him enviously. In order to get the Grand Commander to come out and investigate, Luo Yun had paid him a whole, intact, shed dorsal scale as a reward. Even the pig bone itself only has 5 dorsal scales. Luo Yun, maintaining his silver fire dragon form, led the fire dragons back to the ancient tree with great fanfare. He deliberately circled the treetops for a long time, his oppressive ability fully activated, terrifying a swarm of monsters as they fled the ancient tree area, cursing and swearing. Many of these monsters had recently returned from outside, and unexpectedly felt the pressure of the ancient dragons upon their return. Day after day, life was not easy at all. After giving the monsters of other races a show of force, Luo Yun finally released his status with satisfaction and slowly descended. Luo Yun's manipulation wasn't in vain. It was to let the monsters in the area know that an unknown ancient dragon had taken up residence in the ancient tree. Just like the clearing at the top of the ancient tree, because it was once the home of the steel dragon, monsters, including the fire dragon, dared not nest there, fearing the steel dragon's return in anger. Luo Yun used a similar method to deter the monsters in the ancient tree area. The Black Eclipse Dragon incident had come to an end, but Luo Yun wasn't letting his guard down. This creature was like a cockroach. The appearance of one meant a pack had likely already appeared somewhere. So, to be on the safe side, Luo Yun instructed the Great Fire Dragon to hunt as far north as possible. Its strength, combined with the ability to suppress scale powder in its Great Fire state, was sufficient to suppress any possible Black Eclipse dragons. As for the fire dragons, they would monitor for any frenzied monsters. If there were any, if they could be killed, remember to bring back the corpse. If they couldn't, dismember them. The nutritional supply of an unintegrated corpse, coupled with the bloody odor of dismembered bodies, is sufficient to attract a large number of scavengers. With this dual guarantee of harmony with the natural cycle, the birth of Black Eclipse dragons can be limited to the greatest extent possible. He could only do so much. The ancient tree forest wasn't their fire dragon herd's forest. Furthermore, the forest was so vast that the fire dragons would already be exhausted just covering one area, and they couldn't possibly cover the entire forest. Therefore, if containment truly failed, leading to a full-scale outbreak of the mad dragon virus in the forest, then Luo Yun and the fire dragons would have done their utmost to help kill a few more. There was no more. Another reward arrived, but perhaps because this Black Eclipse dragon was still quite weak and hadn't caused significant ecological damage, the progress bar for the new feature only rose by about 10%. It was better than nothing. Besides, as I just said, there couldn't be only one Black Eclipse dragon. Luo Yun had a premonition that he would be on frequent patrol duty sometime in the future. Nature would not forget him, the natural nemesis of the Black Eclipse dragon. In the Xingqian stronghold, Xiaolong gazed with disgust at the 2 dissected flying thunder dragon corpses. Although he was a poison expert and had nothing to do with viruses, the sticky black-purple blood and the disgusting fist-sized lumps of flesh made Xiaolong feel uneasy. This greatly dampened his mood for the day, and he even lost interest in his routine lock-picking duties. And early this morning, another inexplicable calling emerged from his heart. This time, however, it was in the forest, near the large canyon on the Coral Plateau. After summoning this lazy fellow twice, Xiaolong realized something was amiss. Since the boss had requested it, he reluctantly went to see what was going on. If it got complicated, he could just slip back. He turned around and was about to take off when he suddenly remembered something. Xiaolong trudged to the warehouse door, looked around, and seeing no one was behind him, he yanked the new lock off the door, intending to pry it open on the way. Even if he had to leave temporarily, he wouldn't allow this new lock to hold him back for 7 days. Putting the lock in his mouth, Xiaolong spread his wings and soared into the sky before anyone arrived. Sensing the commotion in the warehouse, the supply team leader quickly rushed over. Seeing the lock violently removed from the door, his face was filled with rage. This new lock had only been up for 3 days. That guy shouldn't have lost his temper so quickly. Could something have happened? Confused, the supply squad leader searched everywhere, but found no trace of the new lock. Pushing open the door, he saw the supplies still laid out on the tray inside, and his suspicions grew stronger. I don't know if it's something troublesome, but anyway, I hope everything goes well. With this thought in mind, the supply squad leader could only pray for the invisible guy's safe return, surveying the neatly organized warehouse. Since we're here, let's just take inventory. Time flew by. As the captain excitedly carried the meter-wide dorsal scale away, Luo Yun stretched his neck speechlessly. This scale had been a bit worn, and he wanted to replace it for a while. After replacing it, his neck felt much lighter. At this time, Luo Yun had no idea how special his scales would be after being made into equipment. Therefore, he also couldn't understand why the Grand Commander, a legendary hunter who had seen the world, attached so much importance to this scale. Chapter 186. The fire dragons haven't encountered any new black eclipse dragons in the past few days. However, the fire dragons have killed 2 berserker transformed great thief dragons nearby. These are likely the ones that slipped through the net during the previous black eclipse dragon siege. Overall, the forest remains relatively peaceful. With the rapid recovery of the ecological environment, the species in the ancient tree area are becoming more abundant. The cat's vine slides are still being built at full speed, already covering most of the upper levels of the ancient tree. With food now plentiful, a new round of thief dragon taming has begun. They even proposed attempting to tame crown dragons in the ancient tree area. The only thing that bothered the cats was that, unlike the great anthill wasteland, there were no suitable breeding sites here. Furthermore, the monster density was incredibly high, so the breeding techniques they painstakingly learned were rendered useless. But eventually, the clever cats found a new direction. They began cultivating mushrooms and insects, attempting to cultivate specialized species unique to the new world to supplement the survey team's trade supplies. In the ancient forest, near a canyon, a large, red-eyed, mad dragon-like bird frantically bit its own kind to death. Just as it was about to depart in search of a new target, a thick fog suddenly descended upon the land. The mad dragon-like bird had barely taken a few steps when it collapsed in the mist, succumbing to death in mere seconds. The mad dragon virus is inorganic before entering its host. Once inside, it reacts with certain substances in the host's blood, transforming into organic matter. The virus then becomes active, attacking the host's immune system and nerve centers, ultimately infecting the host. After killing several small monsters infected with the mad dragon virus, Xiaolong instinctively analyzed the differences between these monsters and ordinary monsters. He specially formulated a new toxin that targets the nerves and blood. Because the mad dragon monsters' immune systems have been damaged by the virus, their immunity is weakened, and their nerves are extremely fragile. Even a tiny amount of this highly targeted toxin is enough to achieve a lethal effect. Xiaolong carefully controlled the amount of poison. Normal monsters would only experience some discomfort upon contact with the poisonous mist, but it wouldn't be fatal. The mad dragon monsters, however, would perish en masse in the toxic mist. In this way, he created a foggy area covering half of the ancient forest. Like an insecticide, it efficiently and easily killed all the mad dragon monsters. And all he had to do was stay hidden, stroll, and find a way to pick that damn lock. He loved this kind of effortless, yet relaxing work. With the intervention of the mist dragon, the fire dragon herd hadn't seen any more dragon-mad monsters for over half a month, and life gradually seemed to be returning to normal. The moonlight was enchanting, and after so many days of returning to the ancient tree, Luo Yun, in a state of extreme emptiness, had finally restored Yaji to normal. Counting the days, it was almost time for this year's talent show. For 2 whole years, the ancient tree fire dragon herd hadn't produced any new cubs. Presumably, neither the male fire dragons nor the female fire dragons, who had long been preparing for pregnancy, could wait any longer. Luo Yun looked down at Yaji, who seemed to be having trouble sleeping. He shifted his body, and as she stared drowsily, he used his tail as a pillow. Luo Yun licked Yaji's cheek, his eyes gentle. Looking at Yaji sleeping peacefully, his heart warmed slightly. Although Yaji hadn't tried to conceive, given her physical condition, she shouldn't have any nutritional deficiencies. He wondered if she could successfully conceive this year. Turning his head to gaze at the bright moon in the sky, Luo Yun, for some reason, felt a certain anticipation for the arrival of those little lives. Meanwhile, outside the fire dragon's lair, Tonkatsu and the fire dragon leader, Detail, were quietly holding a meeting with the other cats. They knew it would soon be time for the fire dragons to breed again. They didn't care about the other fire dragons, but this year, their beloved fire dragon boss would also begin to breed. While they didn't know if Lady Yaji, who hadn't tried to conceive, could successfully conceive, as the fire dragon boss's most loyal members, the fire dragon Details, they had to be fully prepared. No scratching birds or anything else will be allowed near the nest. Tungdet's eyes blazed, and he vowed that under his leadership, the fire dragon guard would secure every spot. With their current strength, and the newly installed traps in the fire dragon's nest, the scratching birds would be completely wiped out. For the next few days, the male fire dragons were busy preparing, some expanding their nests, others stockpiling food. The cats were also busy. The close bond between cats and fire dragons meant that many of the fire dragon's chores were delegated to the cats, so during the breeding season, the cats were never idle. If anyone in the ancient tree was unhappy, it was the female fire dragon wives. Not only did they have to share their husbands, but they also had to contend with the challenges of their mistresses. No matter what, they were not happy. He could only seize the opportunity to go hunting and be in peak condition for the upcoming battle. Luo Yun watched Yaji go hunting as usual, then come back and be as friendly as ever. After resting for an hour or two, she would go out again to patrol the territory as usual. This behavior, exactly the same as usual, was extremely difficult for Luo Yun to understand. What time was it now? It was only a day or two before the female fire dragon she'd been meeting arrived. And Yaji hadn't changed at all, showing no sense of danger at all. You have to know that for the past few years, Yaji had been in an extremely tense state. Not only did she not allow Luo Yun to leave the nest at will, she never left the nest for more than half an hour. The whole dragon was like a gate god, guarding the nest entrance in her free time, and showing a stern face to every female fire dragon. But now she didn't show any sign of it. Her daily routine was extremely regular, as if she had no concerns that Luo Yun would fall for another female fire dragon. This made Luo Yun, who had been strictly restricted for several years, feel unaccustomed. He felt a bit anxious and worried. What's wrong with her? Doesn't she care about him anymore? That doesn't make sense. They can only fall asleep together every night, and they spend their free time together. So it's not like there's something wrong with their relationship. Luo Yun thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only complain that Yaji was a heartless dragoness, who didn't know how to cherish what she had. In short, he was a little angry. Chapter 187. Yaji returned from patrol, and saw Luo Yun, despite his size, turn his back the moment he saw her. Although she found it somewhat baffling, she instinctively sensed that Luo Yun was a bit angry. Instantly, her face fell, and she scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze, trying to figure out what had upset Luo Yun. The fire dragon couple were one in mind and body. To provoke Luo Yun was to provoke her, but after a quick glance, she realized there seemed to be nothing else besides the cats on patrol. Somewhat unsure, Yaji suppressed her aggression and approached Luo Yun, hoping to rub against him and ease his temper. Who would have thought that Luo Yun would simply glance at her and then turn his head away, ignoring her? Boom! A thunderbolt struck Yaji's mind. She looked at Luo Yun, who had suddenly become cold, somewhat bewildered. This was the first time Luo Yun had not reciprocated her affection. Unaware of what she had done wrong, she opened her mouth and gently bit Luo Yun's wing, aggrieved, a whimpering sound like a young animal emanating from her nose. Her large eyes looked up at Luo Yun pitifully. Oh, you thought I forgive you just like that? Okay, Luo Yun admitted, her life was tied to this dragoness. She looked so soft and wifey, he really couldn't resist. He lowered his head and viciously bit Yaji's head. Then, standing up, he used his sheer size to pin Yaji down and nibble at her neck. Amid Yaji's half-hearted resistance, they began to playfully laugh and play. 3 days flew by. Xiaolong tossed the lock he successfully picked in front of the supply squad leader's cabin. When the supply squad leader heard the noise and came out, his expression of amazement and surprise at the lock, opened with skill rather than force, made Xiaolong wag his tail in delight. This lock only held him back for 6 days, definitely not for the 7th day. The supply squad leader hung the lock around his waist, rubbed his head, and, after a sigh of relief, put on an angry expression, muttering things like, "Damn thief. It won't be this easy next time." As he headed towards the forge, Xiaolong watched the supply squad leader's back, feeling incredibly happy. He staggered to the warehouse door, deftly pushed open the unlocked door, and without even looking, he rolled the supplies on the plate into his mouth. Chew, chew. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. The candy beans tasted a little different, as if they were made with more superior ingredients. As expected, God will not let down anyone who works hard. It was worth it for him to bring that lock with him on his business trip. With a warm feeling in his stomach, Xiaolong flew to the plantation as usual and began his daily inspection of the territory. When the supply team leader brought the upgraded lock he had long ago to the warehouse door, he noticed that the ancient secret medicine he had specially prepared on the plate was missing. A slight smile curved his lips. He expertly removed a secret medicine and placed it on the tray, then closed the door and installed the new lock. This battle of dignity between them wasn't over yet. On the upper level of the ancient tree, early in the morning, Luo Yun heard the roars of the fire dragons, each one filled with longing and yearning. Arriving at the lair entrance, as expected, within their exceptional vision, they could see female fire dragons flying one after another towards the ancient tree. In addition, some young male fire dragons, eager to take advantage of the female fire dragon's arrival to show off their abilities, challenged the male fire dragons residing in the ancient tree for a place to stay. If they succeeded, they would not only be eligible to move in, but their exceptional performance would also make them the prized possession of other young female fire dragons. This kind of situation was common every year. Aside from the male fire dragons in the ancient tree who maintained harems, fully half of the male fire dragons living outside the ancient tree were unmateable. This was truly a tragic event. This kind of scene occurred almost every year before migrating to the wasteland. The cats had long since prepared, hiding in a safe place below, awaiting the battle between the male and female fire dragons, so they could use the opportunity to collect new scale materials. Aki appeared to the side, yawning loudly before taking off to hunt. Luo Yun quickly grabbed Yaji's tail. As Yaji stared at him in confusion, he glanced at the young female fire dragons glaring eagerly from the branches of the ancient tree, then back at her. The implication was self-evident. Roar? Yaji tilted her head, also looking at the group of female fire dragons. For some unknown reason, she generously growled at them, expressing her goodwill. The female fire dragon's eyes evaded. At Yaji's current level of transformation, her scales, while not predominantly silver-white like Luo Yun's, were still a mix of gold and green. The oppressive aura and strength emanated from her made the newly adult female fire dragons afraid to look directly at her. Seeing this, Yaji turned back with satisfaction, gave Luo Yun a gentle growl, and flew off towards the hunting grounds. No! Do you really trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I find you a sister? Luo Yun was stunned. Yaji could actually be so decisive. He had thought she was just feigning indifference before, but now she truly didn't care. Feeling hurt, Luo Yun glanced angrily at the young female fire dragons. Okay, he admitted, he had absolutely no interest in them. It was as if they weren't even the same species. The stark difference in their ecological niches made Luo Yun have no interest in them at all. After a cold glance, he turned and returned to his nest. But this indifference was not only unsettling to the cats watching from the side, but also to the female fire dragons, who took it for granted that Luo Yun's attitude was just right. The sense of oppression kept them away. For the entire day, Luo Yun was somewhat sullen. That night, watching Yaji trying to sleep as if nothing had happened, Luo Yun's heart flared with anger, determined to teach this female dragon a lesson, let her know that he was very angry today, and the consequences tonight would be severe. The intention was good, the process was wonderful, and the result was predictable. The next day, Luo Yun felt a little weak as he watched the radiant Yaji go hunting. Facing the rising sun, he watched the female fire dragons fighting bloody battles for the position of first wife, feeling no emotion in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. He couldn't understand why he, with such a strong physique and even a life level that was halfway through, was so weak. Sure enough, beauty has led me astray. From today on, I give up everything. Chapter 188. This was Luo Yun's most relaxing breeding season in recent years. Yaji wasn't stressed out all day, and no young female fire dragons were trying to steal her home. Every day, she hunted and patrolled her territory. In her spare time, she could watch the female fire dragons fight to amuse herself. Life was relaxing and enjoyable. Soon, as time passed, the female fire dragons that needed to find mates found them. Those that hadn't found any plan to wander the forest, looking for single male fire dragons with sufficient potential, but too young to develop their strength. If they still couldn't find one, they would have to return to the Great Anthill Wasteland and try again next year. Of course, that was assuming they could survive until this time next year. After all, they were only female fire dragons. In this world's harsh rules of survival, even monsters with high ecological niches would struggle to survive if they lacked strength. As expected, at this year's matchmaking event, the Howl Fire Dragon remained single. Its short fourth wing bone was a significant drawback. Despite its immense strength, no female fire dragon was interested in it. Of course, it didn't look down on the female fire dragons. After all, it was still an extremely special Howl Fire species, and the only ones it could possibly be interested in were the He Fire dragons, also of the Howl Fire species. What Luo Yun didn't expect was that a single Sakura fire dragon actually arrived from the Coral Plateau this year. It was truly incredible. That Azure Fire Dragon, who Luo Yun had expected to remain single for years, suddenly found a wife. This news left Luo Yun stunned for a moment. How could it be such a coincidence that this year, just when a single Azure Fire Dragon was seeking a partner, a single Sakura Fire Dragon actually arrived? It wasn't that Sakura Fire Dragons wouldn't come to the ancient tree with female fire dragons for blind dates in previous years. The birth rate of female fire dragons in the New World was far higher than that of male fire dragons, and this was also true for the Azure Sakura Fire Dragon couple. Therefore, the number of Sakura Fire Dragons was still quite large compared to the number of Azure Fire Dragons. It's just that the ancient tree isn't the primary habitat for Azure Fire Dragons, so only Sakura Fire Dragons, who couldn't find a mate, would come to the ancient tree every 1 or 2 years to try their luck. I didn't expect it to happen this year. I don't know if it was luck or something else. Luo Yun only briefly understood the couple's successful match and didn't think much of it. But one day, when Luo Yun returned from hunting, he discovered that the Azure Fire Dragon, for some unknown reason, was lingering in front of his lair. Upon noticing Luo Yun's return, it immediately let out a low growl, pleading with Luo Yun. This left Luo Yun somewhat bewildered, until he followed the anxious Azure Fire Dragon to its lair, where he finally understood what had happened. At this moment, the ancient tree's topmost forces, including the battle-hardened Azure Fire Dragon and the magnificent Fire Dragon, had gathered on the branches near the Azure Fire Dragon's lair, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfamiliar Sakura Fire Dragon curled up within. Before landing, Luo Yun could clearly see that the Sakura Fire Dragon was extremely weak, sprawled limply on the ground. Purple saliva was oozing from the corners of its mouth, and black air leaked from its nose and mouth. Aside from its eyes not yet turning red, it behaved identically to those monsters infected with the early stages of dragon madness. Now Luo Yun understood why the Azure Fire Dragon was so anxious. After all, Luo Yun's order to kill all monsters transformed into mad dragons hadn't been rescinded. It had finally found a wife, only to be infected with the mad dragon virus and facing imminent destruction. How could it not be anxious? But Luo Yun's orders were absolute. Among the ancient tree fire dragons of today, all fire dragons must obey, including this Azure Fire Dragon. Woo! The Sakura Fire Dragon, seeing its newly found mate return, forced itself to support itself, letting out a soft groan, its eyes filled with a desire to live. It had seen other monsters experience the same symptoms it was experiencing in the Coral Plateau, and it understood their ultimate fate. Before it left the Coral Plateau, the creatures on the surface were faring much better, save for the wind-drifting dragons, who lived at the pinnacle of the Coral Plateau's ecological niche and were relatively well off. Crazed monsters could often be seen fighting each other. Furthermore, a terrifying, thorn-covered monster roamed the plateau, seemingly searching for something. It had watched helplessly as a frenzied velociraptor charged forward to attack the monster, only to be easily torn to pieces. This was one of the reasons it had chosen to leave the Coral Plateau and come to the ancient tree for a blind date. But it hadn't expected such an outcome. The Azure Fire Dragon responded with a similarly painful growl. As always, the bond between a fire dragon couple is pure. Once committed, it lasts a lifetime, and this was also true for the subspecies. Even though they had only been married for a dozen days, the foundation of their relationship had already been established, and they naturally felt a certain reliance on each other. Luo Yun carefully examined the Sakura Fire Dragon. The surrounding fire dragons remained silent, trying not to make any noise, awaiting Luo Yun's final decision. Once the order to attack was given, even if the opponent could barely be considered a member of the ancient tree fire dragon group, they would be ruthlessly torn apart by the fire dragons. The Sakura Fire Dragon's condition was dire. It seemed that the mad dragon virus was still attacking its immune system, so it only appeared weak, and even its consciousness was still clear. But that was all. Now it was a tug-of-war between its immune system and the mad dragon virus. It all depended on whether it could hold out. Luo Yun had no good solution. If it couldn't hold out, it would die. Meow, Fire Dragon Boss, meow, I have something to report. At this moment, Tonkatsu, as if sensing Luo Yun's contemplation, approached Luo Yun and spoke. Boss, meow, I heard from the Grand Commander that if a hunter contracts this disease, they can cure it by eating the dispelling fruit. I wonder if it would be effective against Lord Fire Dragon. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. I hadn't expected the dispelling fruit to have such an effect. Could the mad dragon virus be cured by the dispelling fruit? But then he thought, that thing targets hunters? He wasn't sure if it would work against monsters. But he looked at the Azure Fire Dragon, anxiously hovering beside the Sakura Fire Dragon, constantly growling and cheering for encouragement, and then glanced at the Sakura Fire Dragon, who was gritting his teeth and holding on, his eyes still visibly red. Perhaps we can try. Chapter 189. At Luo Yun's command, Tonkatsu scurried off on all fours, summoning the cats to gather their stored dispelling fruit. The cats usually stockpiled some of this fruit, which could dispel abnormalities, for emergencies. After interacting with the investigation team, they learned its importance and increased their collection. Some cat warriors even habitually carried one or two. Because the investigation team's plantation wasn't large, the dispelling fruit became a key trading commodity with them. With the vine zipline, the cat's ability to communicate information became much faster. Time passed slowly as Sakura Fire Dragon endured his agony. Soon, Tonkatsu brought over a bag of dispelling fruit. At Luo Yun's signal, he handed it to Azure Fire Dragon, telling it to take it to its mate. After all, the Sakura Fire Dragon's current condition was truly precarious. If one of them couldn't hold on and exploded just as the pork bone was being delivered, what would happen if the cat was injured? As for why they sent a whole bag, Luo Yun figured that if even a hunter as small as him needed one, wouldn't the Sakura Fire Dragon, with its size, need more? Since it had no side effects, he decided to use it as an experiment, giving it a try. Soon, the Sakura Fire Dragon, having endured the pain with its eyes closed, opened them at the whisper of the Azure Fire Dragon. Bloodshot had already formed around its pupils. The male wrath dragons, with their sharp eyesight, were immediately spotted. After a slight commotion, they all became alert. The fire dragons present were well aware of the madness of a monster afflicted with dragon madness. Furthermore, this time, it was a Sakura Fire Dragon. To minimize the damage to the ancient tree, all the male wrath dragons were ready to deliver a fatal blow. Sakura Fire Dragon paid no attention to the male's unusual behavior. It was so weak it couldn't spare the energy to survey its surroundings. Urged by Azure Fire Dragon, and out of trust in its mate, Sakura Fire Dragon stretched its head, and began to swallow the dispelling fruit in large gulps. As the juice flew, it felt waves of warmth spread from its stomach as it swallowed. Where the warmth passed, Sakura Fire Dragon's immune system rapidly gained a significant boost. Though only for a moment, it stabilized its previously collapsing immune system. And with the continued warmth, it began to fight back against the mad dragon virus. In Luo Yun's eyes, the Sakura Fire Dragon was still limp after taking its first bite of the dispelling fruit. Then, with the second and third gulps, it suddenly stood up. It was like a traveler lost in the desert suddenly finding an oasis of water. After drinking the water, their entire body began to feel revitalized. In a short while, the large bag of dispelling fruit was completely consumed. The bloodshot in Sakura Fire Dragon's eyes faded, and the black aura in his breath disappeared. However, his entire body remained extremely weak. Watching it gaze longingly at the empty bag, even lowering its head to search for and swallow the scattered bits of dispelling fruit, Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Another bag. Tonkatsu nodded in understanding. It seemed the dispelling fruit would work on Lord Fire Dragon too. This made things easier. Soon, 2 more bags of dispelling fruit were placed before Sakura Fire Dragon. Without Song Fire Dragon's prompting, Sakura Fire Dragon began swallowing without hesitation. This fruit-craving look on the Fire Dragon, a pinnacle of carnivorous monsters, was truly comical. Regardless of whether the Sakura Fire Dragon could be fully cured, the cat's stock of dispelling fruit had been emptied by 2/3. You have to remember, these fruits wouldn't be collected in a day or two, and even then, Luo Yun couldn't be sure if the Sakura Fire Dragon had completely overcome the mad dragon virus. So, while the new world had dispelling fruit, a cure for mad dragon, monsters simply couldn't consume enough of it before the mad dragon virus overcame their immune systems. Therefore, the mad dragon virus remained incurable for ordinary monsters. The Sakura Fire Dragon appeared to have returned to normal, and the surrounding fire dragons breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their lairs. No wonder Luo Yun was still nearby. After a loud roar of excitement, the azure fire dragon spread its wings and wrapped them around the Sakura fire dragon, intertwining their necks and rubbing them together, expressing its joy. Sakura fire dragon, having just recovered from a serious illness, uttered a low, snorting sound as she curled up in the azure fire dragon's embrace, her head resting against its slightly rough dorsal scales, her tail tightly entwined with his. Now awake, she was fully aware of what her husband had done for her. If the azure fire dragon hadn't initially withstood the pressure of so many battle-hardened male fire dragons and other azure fire dragons, fiercely protecting her, she would have been torn to pieces by the enraged male fire dragons the moment she showed signs of contracting the mad dragon virus. As a recent member of the ancient tree fire dragon herd, Sakura fire dragon, though she still couldn't comprehend the current group dynamics of fire dragons, knew that the azure fire dragon's actions were extremely dangerous and might even anger their leader, Luo Yun. Is this what life and death together is all about? Roar! A dragon's roar jolted the newlyweds awake. The Sakura fire dragon then noticed Luo Yun hadn't left. Startled by Luo Yun's ferocious, silver-gray figure, it instinctively hid behind the azure fire dragon. The azure fire dragon, however, was much calmer, bowing slightly before Luo Yun to express its gratitude. Luo Yun ignored the azure fire dragon, staring at the Sakura fire dragon for a moment before engaging in conversation. Soon, after some internal struggle, the azure fire dragon agreed to Luo Yun's proposal. Half an hour later, the azure fire dragon returned with a smaller basket containing the cat, some supplies for the investigation team, and the remaining dispelling fruit. The Sakura fire dragon followed closely behind, and they flew towards the starry stronghold, tackling the sunset glow. Luo Yun wasn't sure if the Sakura fire dragon had truly recovered, but they were just fire dragons, not researchers. Since they couldn't tell, and couldn't leave a Sakura fire dragon with the potential for an outbreak unchecked within the pack, after some thought, he decided to send the couple to the investigation team for a checkup, serving as transportation as a reward for the cats. Furthermore, Luo Yun believed the investigation team would welcome such a rare research pair. These were the Songinghua couple, not only high ecological niche fire dragons, but also a subspecies. Furthermore, the Sakura fire dragon had been infected with the mad dragon virus. Such excellent research subjects were something the investigation team wouldn't normally find. Chapter 190. The departure of the azure fire dragon couple did bring some relief to many fire dragon couples. After all, if the Sakura fire dragon suddenly went berserk, even a battle-hardened fire dragon would be in trouble. A toxin of that magnitude would be quite unpleasant if accidentally exposed. Luo Yun, on the other hand, was digesting the news he had received from the Sakura fire dragon. The Coral Plateau had also experienced an outbreak of dragon madness, and it was showing signs of being uncontrollable. This was completely baffling to Luo Yun. He had originally assumed the source of the dragon madness outbreak was the ancient tree forest. After all, the forest had suffered from the miasma of the mist barrier corpse dragon a few years earlier, and its ecology had only just returned to a stable state, allowing the black erosion dragon to take advantage of the opportunity to invade. He had never expected it to be the Coral Plateau. That was the Coral Plateau, the central region of the entire New World, while not as rich in species as the ancient tree forest, was remarkably stable. Not to mention that beneath the plateau lay the starting point of the New World's ley line, the Miasma Valley, the final resting place of the ancient dragons. If something happens to the Coral Plateau, the Miasma Valley, which shares a vital supply chain with it, won't be spared either. Such a crucial place has unexpectedly been hit by an outbreak of the mad dragon virus. Are there no ancient dragons responding? Or are all the ancient dragons in the Coral Plateau slacking off? Yakura Fire Dragon said that the Nergigant seems to be lingering in the Coral Plateau, but he's only a melee-focused ancient dragon. Can he, alone, truly resolve the mad dragon virus outbreak? Luo Yun was skeptical. It wasn't that he doubted his strength, but as a melee-focused ancient dragon, how long would it take him to kill them one by one? But Luo Yun simply couldn't understand. Even if the sky fell, there were still tall people to hold it up. The Coral Plateau wasn't on the outskirts of the ancient tree forest. It was right next to the Dragon Crystal Land, where so many ancient dragons were thronging. Just a few of them would be enough to deal with the situation. So Luo Yun returned to his peaceful days. As time passed, this year's matchmaking event came to a close. Luo Yun's mood remained the same, but Yaji was a little anxious. Many female fire dragons had confirmed their successful conception and, after recovering, reluctantly left the ancient tree and returned to the great Ant Mound wasteland to prepare for childbirth. But Yaji hadn't made any progress. According to her age, Yaji should have had offspring long ago. Some of the more talented ones would have already started practicing hunting techniques with cats. It was only because of Luo Yun that it had been delayed until now. Summer was almost over, but she showed no reaction. This suddenly made her panic, and Luo Yun began a daily life of both pain and joy. The other male fire dragons passed by Luo Yun's lair daily, and upon seeing Luo Yun's appearance, they would leave, contented. After all, if even their leader behaved this way, their behavior was understandable. Moreover, they faced a harem of women, while their leader only had. In short, after a while, Luo Yun didn't want to go out anymore. The fire dragon's gazes made him feel embarrassed, and he wished he could find a way to slip inside. These fools only knew that they had only one partner, but they hadn't considered the absurd disparity in strength between Yaji and the female fire dragons. Don't you see? Those battle-hardened male fire dragons don't have more than 3 harems, which is half the number of the other dragons, who often have 6 or 7. Why? Isn't it because their mates are battle-hardened female fire dragons? Now, the only one who can make Luo Yun hold his head high is the Hao fire dragon. The only 2 with whom he can communicate normally are the battle-hardened Azure fire dragon and the young Azure fire dragon that joined the group before the migration. Yes, they're both in the same boat. By the way, the battle-hardened Azure fire dragon's wife is also unable to conceive. Starry Stronghold. The Xia dragon, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and glared coldly towards the forest. A Azure Sakura fire couple was flying towards them. This made him feel a little conflicted. Although his relationship with the stronghold was already close, he didn't want to reveal his presence unless it was absolutely necessary. As the Azure fire dragon couple were top-tier flying dragons, even the Mist dragon couldn't quietly kill them like he had with the poisonous demon bird. If a fight broke out, while it would be easily resolved, the noise would undoubtedly be noticed. Besides, he was terribly sleepy. The new lock he had replaced was indeed a bit tricky, and it took him quite a while to undo it. He was currently feeling lazy, indolent, and unwilling to move, but regardless, this was his new territory after all. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to just let them in? After much deliberation, the Mist Dragon finally decided to strike a balance. He wouldn't fight, but he also wouldn't let the Azure Fire Dragon couple in. He would simply raise a white mist to intimidate them. Unless they were some insane monster, they would retreat tactfully. If it were truly a foolish monster, recklessly entering, the creature in the starry stronghold, holding a crimson door panel with hints of silver, that had given him a sense of danger, could easily dispatch the fire dragons, weakened by his own white mist. A faint mist rose, and as the Mist Dragon prepared to unleash his might, the Azure Fire Dragons and their spouses flew much closer. Only then did he notice that the large basket at the Azure Fire Dragon's feet looked familiar. When a cat's head emerged from the edge of the basket, the Mist Dragon quietly dispersed the white mist and returned to its slumber. In the sky, the Azure Fire Dragon's heart tightened, feeling as if it were being watched. This feeling was familiar to it. After all, in the Dragon Crystal Land, it sometimes felt this way when it accidentally strayed into an ancient dragon's territory and was watched by an ancient dragon. Thankfully, the feeling was fleeting, as if its perception had been misplaced. This gave the Azure Fire Dragon a sigh of relief, otherwise, it would have dared not fly any further. As the cat in the basket fired a signal flare, the hunters in the base also spotted them. While they didn't know why the Azure Fire Dragon couple had arrived this time, since they were already there, aside from the necessary precautions, everyone else continued with their usual duties, and there was no confusion. As the Azure Fire Dragon couple landed, the 2 cats acting as liaisons were quite at ease with the incoming Elu cats. Only the Azure Fire Dragon couple remained somewhat wary, fidgeting uneasily as they gazed at the contrasting buildings and the hunters leaning in their direction. With the cats communicating, the Starry Sky base quickly understood what had happened, and the scholars were eager to rush over and begin their research immediately. Thankfully, the Commander-in-Chief stopped them in time. For safety reasons, and to prevent any misunderstandings, he decided to allow the Azure Sakura Fire couple to settle into the base for a while, putting the inspection and research on hold.